With just a glare sharp enough to cut steel, he makes the MC, the so-called son of destiny, grovel and beg for mercy. He barely opens his mouth before demanding the annihilation of holy lands and entire dadio lineages. He's born with a demon's heart. Damhu Sokbichi, Kimai Teki Koitsla, doesn't hesitate to screw over his own sister. In his eyes, all holy palaces, eternal families, sons of destiny, they're all just chess pieces for him to play with. He gets what he wants, by any means necessary, interrogating holy maidens by stripping them of their secrets. He's got this one trick that makes all the female leads fall in line, threatening their loved ones and friends, forcing them to obey, or else their whole family gets yeeted into oblivion. He's ruthless and decisive, showing absolutely zero mercy. If you don't do as he says, you're getting a one-way ticket to meet your ancestors. Even so, the women around him are all top-tier waifus. His maid is a holy maiden, but also secretly a demonic arts heiress. His roof is an empress-level figure, and his lover is the holy maiden of the human ancestor palace. Speaking of which, he annihilated the reincarnation of the human ancestor, bullied the human ancestor holy maiden repeatedly, and somehow she falls even harder for him, even worshipping him as the human ancestor. I mean, WTF? He's got that signature smirk. The world admires him at the mere mention of his name, but the MCs tremble in fear. He is GU Change. To see how this unfolds, let's dive into the story together. The story kicks off with a trash-talking session aimed at some uppity poor kid. Today's the day. The Taishuan Holy Son is being officially appointed in the main hall. So what's a nobody inner disciple like you doing, causing a ruckus? The kid, standing there taking the abuse, finally snaps back. Bullshit! So this is all the Taishuan Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands of the Eastern Wasteland, is good for? Bullying the weak, bootlicking, never once asking the holy maiden what she wants, just forcing her to marry some dude she's never even met? Above in the main hall is the holy maiden of the Taishuan Holy Land, and she can only close her eyes and listen without arguing back. The kid gets even more fired up. If you don't get her justice today, I don't even want to be a disciple of the Taishuan Holy Land anymore. The crowd is shocked by this outburst. Whispers start spreading. Is this Ye Chen crazy? Daring to say such things in the main hall. Sure, his talent isn't bad, but angering the bigwigs up there? I'm afraid our Taishuan Holy Land will suffer the consequences. The Holy Master, sitting above, pissed off, asks, Ye Chen, is it? I remember you. You fought your way through 100 battles from some small place to get here and join our Taishuan Holy Land. Now you're telling me you want to give up your identity as an inner disciple of the Taishuan Holy Land? As soon as he finishes speaking, the old man crushes the stone armrest he's holding, unleashing pressure that blasts towards Ye Chen, sending him flying back. The other disciples are also affected and struggle to endure it. Seeing the old Holy Master sweating bullets, the young man lowered his voice. I'm just speaking up for the Holy Maiden. Can't just watch her get thrown into the fire pit, can we? Holy Son Chu Xuan, overhearing this, snapped. Arrogant brat. How dare you speak disrespectfully of the young master? Who are you calling a fire pit, huh? The Holy Maiden stammered, turning to whisper. Young Master Gu Gongzi appears. Before everyone's eyes, a handsome young man is pretending to doze off when suddenly his hand moves and grabs a cup of tea. In his head, he's thinking, wait, hold up. I, a transmigrator, woke up to find myself in this messy situation, and this identity of mine, GU Change, seems to be a villain. According to the plot, I'm just a stepping stone, the kind who gets their face slapped like crazy. What the hell? Good thing I transmigrated with a system others don't know about. The system panel appears. Character introduction. GU Change. Status. True disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Bloodline, physique. Demonic heart Dao bone. Cultivation. Peak Holy Master. Divine techniques. Dao Heaven Canon. Myriad transformations of demons. Heaven devouring demonic art. Destiny points. 50. Luck points. 30. System shop. Not yet unlocked. He sips his tea and sighs. According to the system's analysis, luck points are ranked from low to high. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Normal people only ever reach red. And this Ye Chen guy is actually green? He, truly the son of Lady Luck. And me? Damn. Flawless black. Villainous role. No wonder my lifespan is short and my luck is plummeting straight to pitch black. And constantly reminding me of Ye Chen. Seeing GU Change play deaf, Ye Chen points and yells, GU Change, what are you pretending for? Say something. Holy Son Chu Xuan is confused seeing him with his eyes closed. He immediately yells in place of GU Change, Insolent! How dare you call the young master by his name? The elders chime in, scolding Ye Chen. Today, in front of everyone, you've challenged the sect time and time again. So insidious. The peanut gallery joins in. That's right, daring to speak disrespectfully to our young master. Unforgivable. Yeah, this Yi Chen is clueless and pretending to be good. Yi Chen, scorned by everyone, is sweating buckets, thinking in disbelief, what? What is going on? Why is everyone siding with this Gu change? Clearly I have the highest talent, I'm the future sect leader. Then, Yi Chen looks straight at the Holy Maiden, but it only makes him even more disappointed. Even Xing Grage won't speak up for me? What the hell is going on? We're supposed to be close. Gu Change, lost in thought, surveys his surroundings, seeing the miserable state of that kid, and feels strangely refreshed. After being scorned by everyone, Yi Chen regains his composure and roars. Gu Change, you think pretending to be silent will work? Bullying people with your status, what have you even accomplished? Hitting a nerve, the old Holy Master says, this Yi Chen is truly courting death. Holy Son Chu Xuan beside him couldn't hold back anymore. Holy Master, I'll go capture Yi Chen and have him apologize to the young master. Before the Holy Master could agree, the young man dashes out, his hand crackling with lightning. Yi Chen was waiting for this. Yang Chen's hand generates fire, ready to throw a punch. Bring it on, perfect timing. The two of them charge at each other without hesitation, their colliding fists unleashing a powerful shockwave. The elders and rubberneckers discuss. Yi Chen is overestimating himself, daring to face Taishuan Holy Sun. Holy Sun Chu Xuan is at the half-step divine power realm, while Yi Chen is only at the soul palace realm, and the Holy Sun also has the lightning flesh divine body. An elder adds, that boy Chu has really improved. This battle will be as expected. Gu Change thinks differently. What a bunch of naive fools. This world's cultivation realms are body refinement, spirit ocean, soul palace, divine power, great expert, holy master, Enfedofed Marquis, Enfedoff King, virtual god. If this Yang Chen can't even win a normal fight, how is he worthy of the luck on his body? Yi Chen and Holy Sun Chu Xuan exchange blows for a while. Eventually, Yi Chen seems to be a little stronger. He actually managed to knock back the Holy Son of Chu Xuan. No freaking way I'm getting pushed around by an intersect disciple. Chu Xuan Holy Sun's face was like a confused puppy. Yang Chen smirked after repelling the Holy Sun. Holy Sun, huh? Big deal. The Holy Master was stunned. What the hell? The simptastic female disciples were all over it. Yi Chen's just a spirit sea realm. How can he stand against the Taishuan Holy Sun? The girl next to them blushed, simping. Bro Chen is so handsome. Ah. A young dude, triggered by the girls, simping, snapped. Shut your traps. You want to offend the young master or what? Gu Zhenga was all like, called it! As expected of the MC, always showing off his skills and pissing people off in front of a crowd. But everything Yi Chen's doing today is to stop the Taishuan Holy Land from marrying the Holy Maiden to me. Gu Zhengge glanced at her luck stat. Holy Maiden's got a luck stat of 350. So that gold aura chick with 350 luck is the female lead in the script, huh? If that's the case, then I'm definitely gonna offend him. Thinking this, he smirked. After a bit of playing dumb, Gu Zhenga finally spoke, asking her, you seem to have a lot of faith in this Yi Chen, huh? Holy Maiden Su Qingge started sweating bullets, because he hit the nail on the head. Gu Zhenga continued, trying so hard to protect him, acting all calm, is that to tell me you and Yi Chen have nothing going on? Afraid I'll deal with him? What a smart woman. Suddenly, Gu Zhenga put down his teacup. It's empty. Su Qingge immediately went to pour more tea, but her hand shook, and the tea spilled. Seeing this, Gu Zhenga quickly grabbed her hand in comfort, saying, I'm not some monster, why are you so tense, Miss Su? Even though she was super nervous, she replied, no, I'm not. Gu Zhenga continued to caress her smooth hand. The tea is hot, let the servants do it. What if you hurt your hand? Hearing this, she blushed and looked down, not daring to look directly at Gu Zhenga. System notification. Su Qingge's inner thoughts have changed. Yi Chen's luck stat has been reduced by 10 points. At the same time, his dark luck stat has been increased by 10 points. Gu Zhenga was surprised. So it can work like that, huh? Seeing Gu Zhenga holding his girl's hand, Yi Chen was furious, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, Gu Zhenga, how dare you touch her? Seeing this, Gu Zhenga became even more interested, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Hee, things are getting interesting. Yi Chen couldn't hold back anymore, his power erupting as he shouted, Gu Zhenga, get your filthy hands off her. Seeing this, the Holy Son of Chu Xuan said, I am your opponent. Yi Chen growled, Chu Xuan, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you just because you're a holy son? Gu Zhenga was lost in thought. According to the usual script, Yi Chen will probably go from weak to strong, defeat Chu Xuan, and then take this opportunity to challenge me. Relying on the MC's golden finger to control the situation, With his cultivation talent, he'll succeed in a few years, and come back to collect his debt from back then. Then I'd be left to rot in the streets. Ye Chen was still raging like a volcano below, while Jiyu Zhenga continued to think, too bad. I'm a transmigrator, I'm used to these cheap tricks. How could I possibly let you win? Like hell I'd let this trash script decide my fate. Then, Jiyu Zhenga also got up and said, how boring. He immediately flew out, wanting to crush Yi Chen. The elders, seeing him jump out, couldn't help but sweat bullets. Jiyu Zhenga flew in front of Ye Chen and said, if this matter concerns Jiyu, then there's no need for the holy son Chushuan to intervene. Hearing Chushuan, he stammered, Jiyu, young master Jiyu. Seeing Jiyu Zhenga stepping forward, Yi Chen said, pretending as if, do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiyu Zhenga remained calm, slowly saying, so-called fearlessness stems from ignorance. As soon as he finished speaking, the power within him erupted. From Ye Chen's side, facing that oppression, he was pushed back, struggling, sweating profusely, but he still said, to nulam, to normal. Hearing this, Jiyu Zhenga just grunted, his eyes widening, unleashing even more intense pressure. Ye Chen was like a small boat tossed about in the sea, constantly faltering. The doors of the main hall were quickly blasted open by Guna's power. Ye Chen finally couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down. Jiyu Zhenga coldly asked, young master Yi, what do you want Jiyu to say? The nosy nephews were sweating profusely, saying to each other, this aura, is young master Jiyu really this strong? The person next to him added, as expected of someone from the upper realm, that Ye Chen is truly overestimating himself. Su Qingge, seeing Ye Chen being forced to kneel by Jiyu Zhenga's pressure, couldn't help but be frightened. She trembled, unable to stand steady, and leaned on the tea table. The old holy master thought to himself, as expected of someone from the upper realm, so young yet so powerful, truly someone we can't afford to offend. Ye Chen, kneeling at Jiyu Zhenga's feet, still strained to look up at him with hateful eyes. System notification. Publicly slapped in the face. Yi Chen's luck -10. Host's heavenly destiny value +50. Seeing this, he muttered, so, heavenly destiny can be increased like this? Heavenly destiny points can upgrade cultivation methods, so naturally they can also enhance cultivation. At this moment, he closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually entering the space of consciousness. He then asked the system, if I kill Ye Chen now, how much will my heavenly destiny value increase? The system stated, those with higher chi luck receive the protection of the Supreme Being. With your current heavenly destiny value, this action will be met with backlash. So offending this guy with high chi luck will bring bad luck? No wonder my luck has always been black. The villain's luck is truly unpredictable, and the heavenly secrets are hard to determine. With your current strength, killing Ye Chen isn't difficult. But some variables will occur because you are the biggest variable. So I can't kill him now, but I can use some methods to reduce his chi luck, and when it's reduced to a certain amount, the time will come for me to strike, right? That's right. Those things are closely related to the protagonist. After questioning the system for a while, he finally regained his senses. Jiyu Zhenga glanced at Su Qingge, thinking, if so, forcing Su Qingge to affect Ye Chen wouldn't be bad either. The holy master suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha! Young master Jiyu is so young, yet his cultivation is already so profound. The crowd also commented, just a little bit of aura makes people tremble. Young master Jiyu is truly a divine being. And an elder added, to think that our Taishuan Holy Land, with 10,000 years of heritage and 10,000 miles of territory, is already a hegemon of the world. But today, meeting young master, it's true that there are always people better than you, and there's always a higher sky. Jiyu Zhenga responded, you all praise me too much. Change's strength is not worth mentioning. Chu Xuan respectfully clasped his hands and said, my cultivation is lacking. I troubled young master to take action. I'm truly ashamed. He replied, it's nothing. Kneeling on the ground, Ye Chen was already sweating profusely, and to top it off, he heard mocking words in his ears. Young master Jiyu has already shown mercy, yet he doesn't know how to appreciate it. Yi Chen truly doesn't know what's good for him, doesn't believe in the truth. Yi Chen exclaimed, no, it can't be. It can't be like this. It's all because of you. Because of you. Then, Yi Chen got up. He roared, Jiyu Zhenga, go die. Instantly, Ye Chen quickly gathered his strength, swinging his fist, planning to backstab Jiyu Zhenga. The elders panicked, yelling, Yi Chen, how dare you? But as Yi Chen's fist reached Jiyu Zhenga, it was blocked by a screen, like an invisible defense. And Jiyu just leisurely stared at Ye Chen like he's a total moron. Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, completely frozen. Before Ye Chen could even choke, Jiyu Zhenga slapped him away. sending him flying like a sack of potatoes, splattering blood everywhere. Su Qingge fearfully covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Ye Chen, after eating that slap and sticking to the pillar, slowly collapsed to the floor. The dude just played dead on the spot. The elders then started scolding Ye Chen for disrespecting the rules, ignoring their repeated warnings, and offending the VIP. They immediately sealed his cultivation and threw him into the dungeon, awaiting Jiyu Gongzi's personal decision. Some nosy disciples commented, Jiyu Gongzi was already being merciful, and Ye Chen still dared to sneak attack. Yeah, talk about embarrassing. He's ruined the reputation of our Taishuan Holy Land. As two disciples dragged Ye Chen away, he suddenly stopped playing dead and woke up screaming, "Let me go! I'm the most talented disciple here, the hope of the sect." Jiyu Zhenga didn't give a damn. Instead, he bounced up, glided past Su Qingge and said, "Holy Maiden Qingge, have you heard? The moon is beautiful tonight. Wouldn't you like to enjoy it with me?" The old holy master praised. "Ha ha! Jiyu Gongzi can still be so elegant after all this, truly a generous man. My daughter will naturally agree." Ye Chen, upon hearing this, reached out, wanting to grab her. He whispered, "Qing! Qing!" Su Qingge looked sad and glanced at her father, who was giving her a threatening look. He transmitted his voice. "The fate of our sect rests in this young master's hands. You can't afford to make a mistake now." Su Qingge reluctantly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes widened as he choked out, "You guys." Overwhelmed with rage, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The system notification chimed. Ye Chen's mental state has been affected. His luck has been directly reduced by 100 points. The host's destiny points have increased by 500. An Jiyu thought to himself gleefully, "So that's how it is. This son of destiny is even more of a noob than the system. It's a little annoying, but the process of slowly crushing this ant is gonna be fun as hell." Scene changed to the evening. The moon is shining brightly. A figure in black stands on the roof. Inside the house, voices can be heard. "Change. I know you have feelings for Ye Chen, but with the current situation..." Inside the room, Su Qingge is talking to her father, the Holy Master. She replies, "I know. Compared to the benefits that young master brings, how can a Ye Chen even compare?" Her father sighed helplessly. Su Qingge then told her father that she was going to go check up on that one. The person in black outside overheard the entire conversation. Afterwards, the person in black slowly vanished into thin air. Moments later, Jiyu Zhenga asked, "How far has the investigation gone?" Black robe dude appears, reporting, "Young master, just as you predicted." Taishuan Holy Master summoned Su Qingge, spilling his heart out. Jiyu Zhenga's like, His protector explains, "Taishuan Holy Ground is all bark and no bite these days. The strongest guy, the Grand Elder, kicked the bucket 300 years ago. But nobody knows it yet. So, young master, you're their last hope. Plus, the Holy Master's wife is some upper realm princess who got snatched back. He's hoping your connection with Su Qingge can help him find her." MC's hyped. "Nailed it. Yo, keep an eye on that Ye Chen in the dungeon." Protector asks, "Young master seems pretty interested in this Ye Chen guy." Jiyu Zhenga drops the bomb. "He's got mad luck. Could be our destiny intertwined." Understood. Old dude fades into the void. Poop. Jiyu Zhenga sighs. Being stuck between two luck magnets is a pain. This is gonna be tricky. System pops up with Jiyu Zhenga's stats. Destiny points, 550. Luck, 40. System shop needs 1000 luck to unlock. "Congrats on day 1. You made it through the newbie zone. Here's your reward." MC's like, "Newbie zone, huh?" GU clicks open ASAP. "Congrats. You got the dimension-shattering brush and the 5-colored Dharma robe, and 1/3 of the world's sentient beings." Wait, hold up. 1/3 of the world's sentient beings? WTF is that? System explains. After refining them, you can nurture your inner world through 10,000 lifetimes, creating endless possibilities and self-generation. Jiyu Zhenga's intrigued. Intriguing. An internal world? If I've got the souls of 1/3 of the world's population, who can even touch me? He hits up the system. "Juice me up! Saint Lord Realm, peak!" Jiyu Zhenga closes his eyes, powering up. Streams of spiritual energy swirling around him. Then, BAM! They all converge on him. Jiyu Zhenga's eyes snap open. Power explodes, filling the room with rainbow light. The door can't handle it. Shatters into pieces. Boom! A pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, blasting a hole through the roof. Everyone's tripping out. "What's that crazy aura? Which big shot is this?" The Holy Master jolts awake from meditation. What the? Su Qingge, chilling in a pavilion, sees the rainbow light show, starts sweating bullets. A ghostly hand emerges from her, followed by a spirit looking just like her, cackling. "Look at you now! Change your perspective. Jiyu Zhenga is stable, powerful, and better than that Ye Chen trash in every way. We're the same face but two souls. I know you. Su Qingge ignores her. Shut up! Inside the room, Ji Zhenga, fresh from his breakthrough, is still sitting on the bed. Ji Change hit that Feng Hao realm. He channeled his power into his palm like, yo, this is Feng Hao realm power. Short-term buffs and a major level up? No cap? This is wild. Systems like FYI, Divine Power, Dao Tian Qian Dian, Heaven Devouring Magic, 0 life points. Used up formality to break through 1 level? Damn, this skill's gonna be pricey AF. He throws his hand up like, whatever, I got the system. I'll grind that destiny points later. Ji Change looks up, all smug, and yells, Yi Chen is Yi Chen. You look like a hot mess trying to cultivate, but watching you get wrecked is kinda satisfying. NGL. Ji Change smirks, real shady. Hope you drop some sweet life points when I drain you dry. Then Ji Change frowns, all satisfied. Your death day is coming. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, dark AF lit by torches, someone's screaming their lungs out. Ye Chen's all beat up. He puts his hand to his mouth, thinking, WTF is going on? Ye Chen's chained up, leaning against the wall, face down, like, for 3 years I've turned L's into W's. How did I end up like this? He slams his fist on the wall, face twisted, and screams, Ji Change! Suddenly, a voice, Xiao Chen! And a red light bursts from his ring. The red light gets brighter and brighter, and a woman pops out of the ring. Ye Chen hears the voice, all surprised, and slowly turns his head. It's Yanji. She's surrounded by fire, burning real fierce. Yi Chen stutters, math. Hider! Yanji floats in the air, looking at Ye Chen. He's shook. Master, where have you been? Why didn't you save me? Yanji's all sad. Some kings dropped their divine sense. I suspect that dude's tied to the enemies who framed me back then, so I couldn't show. She adds, but still, you shouldn't be so reckless. Ye Chen's like, reckless? You want me to dump Su Qing? Ye Chen's face is swollen and red. He frowns and shouts, her talent is. Yanji puts her hand over his mouth. Gotta think long term. Ji Change's got a scary background and backers. No touchy. Yi Chen turns away, pissed. So what? My luck's just on pause. Yanji still looks worried, frowning. Not learning from your mistakes and recklessness? You're too immature. Yanji's like, mission now is to break you out. I sense strong peeps in this dungeon. Maybe even. Ye Chen clenches his fists. Then Yi Chen gets hyped, all smiles. I got a plan. Yanji's curious. Ye Chen lays out his scheme. Taishuan Holy Land's been on top for centuries, cause other sects fear the Supreme Elder, but they don't know he died 300 years ago. Yi Chen glares, smirks. Master, if you leak that, the sects eyeing the dragon vein here will swarm. Then I can bounce easy. Yanji frowns. If that happens, Taishuan Holy Land might get wiped out. They've saved people for years. Yi Chen throws his hands up. IDGAF. They screwed me over first. I'm gonna make them pay for messing with Yi Chen. Yanji sighs and stays silent. Meanwhile, Old Ming eavesdrops on Yanji and Ye Chen, thinking, the opportunity the young master spoke of is a remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. Elsewhere, under the dark night, everyone is still diligently cleaning the yard. Ji Cheng and Su Qingge were just chillin', having a convo. Su Qingge lowered her head and poured tea, then asked, what you're saying is kinda wild, Gongzi. Is the upper realm really that huge? A soul popped out of Su Qingge and put a hand on her shoulder, then laughed. I told you, Ji Change is meticulous and knowledgeable. Way better than that Ye Chen simp. Ji Change casually picked up his teacup and said, whether the upper realm is big or not, why not go see for yourself? Su Qingge sat down gently and replied, you jest, Gongzi. Without Void God realm strength, how can one pass through the barrier? Nowadays, most of the strong cultivators in the eastern wilderness are only half-step Marquise realm. How can they ascend to the upper realm? Ji Change slowly sipped his tea and said, Void God realm is strong? If you actually go to the upper realm, you'll find out it's nothing special. Su Qing remained calm in the face of Ji Change's words. Then she asked, Gongzi, if it's in the upper realm, can you protect me completely? The atmosphere surrounding Ji Change and Su Qingge remained gloomy. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you mean? Su Qing lowered her head and hesitated. I know it's hard for you to like someone like me, but Qing is willing to wait for you. Ding! System notification. Su Qing's feelings changed. Yi Chen's fortune value dropped by 40 points. Host's destiny value increased by 200. Ji Change was intrigued and thought, characters related to the Son of Destiny can lower his fortune value and increase my destiny points? A wicked grin spread across his face. If that's the case, then things just got a whole lot easier. Ji Change put down his teacup. Wanting me to like you? Ching Saintess, your change of heart is pretty damn fast. Changing so fast. Are you trying to get me to spare Yi Chen's life? Su Qingge paled and started sweating. I wouldn't dare. Qingge knows that I'm not worthy of your attention, Gongzi. I just want to show my sincerity. Please don't mind what happened today. Ji Yu Changj picked up his teacup and asked, Oh? Yi Chen is so infatuated with you, even turning against the Supreme Mystery Holy Land. And this is how you repay him? Su Qingge lowered her head and replied, I can't change what Ye Chen does. For the sect and my father, everything else is insignificant. Ji Yu Change remained calm and silent, saying nothing. Then, Su Qingge hesitated. Gongzi, she closed her eyes and continued. Actually, my constitution is the 9-yin mystic body. No one knows this except me. Just as Ji Yu Change was about to pick up his teacup, a notification popped up. Su Qingge developed a submissive mentality for the first time. Ye Chen's fortune dropped by 40 points. Host's life increased by 200. Ji Yu Change's eyes widened as he pondered. 9-yin mystic body. Definitely a top-tier cauldron physique. Telling me this proactively. She's serious. Ji Yu Change mused. Just like that, Ye Chen has lost over 300 points of fortune. Combined with the situation of the Supreme Mystery Sect and my status, Su Qingge understands the big picture. A truly rational and intelligent woman. Ji Yu Change covered his mouth and chuckled to himself. So I can also enjoy some romance while playing the villain? Seems like being the bad guy is pretty damn awesome. Su Qing put her hand on the table and stammered, Gone, Gongzi. Ji Yu Change didn't hesitate, then asked, The 9-yin mystic body is a top-tier cauldron physique and you're telling me this? Su Qingge's hands trembled uncontrollably. She clenched her fists and replied, The sect is my family's 1,000-year legacy. Compared to that, what am I? Su Qingge's cheeks flushed red. She put her hand on her chest and continued, As long as you help the Supreme Mystery Holy Land out of this slump, I am willing to offer myself. Ji Yu Change simply replied, At the same time, he chuckled to himself. System. She practically threw herself at me. Will her fortune drop? Ding! System notification. With the current fortune situation between Su Qing and Yi Chen, if there is further progress, she will likely be devoured by fortune. Su Qingge lowered her head, looking depressed. Ji Yu Change frowned and suppressed his anger. Damn it, heaven. Another fortune factor. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The stars in the sky continued to shine brightly. Ji Yu Change asked, You're telling me this secret. Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans? Su Qingge frowned and was like, Qingge trusts you, young master. Suddenly, Ji Yu Change stood up, startling Su Qing. Then he turned around and said, Regarding your rare physique, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything today. If Holy Maiden Xing is trying to move me with this, please go back. Su Qing was shocked and stood up. A second later, Su Qing reached out, trying to stop him. Young master? Just as Su Qing was about to grab Ji Yu Change's hand, he brushed her off. Ji Yu Change frowned, glanced behind him, and reminded her, Holy Maiden, please have some self-respect. Su Qingju was sweating buckets, stammering, So she just watched Ji Yu Change leave, and her inner demon popped out, teasing. Even a beauty offering herself isn't enough to get him interested. The demon then said, This Ji Yu Change is really giving me a hard time. Meanwhile, Su Qingge sat in her chair and sighed. Su Qingge lowered her head and said sadly, Looking back, young Master Ji Yu didn't do anything wrong in the main hall this morning, but I was the first to assume he was a bad person. The moon is so round tonight. A voice echoed, I blamed young Master Ji Yu wrongly. And the system notification chimed, Su Qingge's perspective has changed. Luck plus 20, destiny plus 100. Ji Yu Change sighed. This Su Qingge is putting on a whole show. Is she trying to convince herself or what? Someone replied, If that's the case, it's time to deal with Yang Chen. A flame was burning, looking fierce as hell. At the same time, Ming Lao bowed and said, Just as you predicted, there is indeed a remnant soul of a former powerhouse behind Ye Chen, he replied. The next second, Ji Yu Change walked past the prison. As soon as Ye Chen saw him, he widened his eyes and frowned, looking scary AF. Ye Chen shouted angrily, Ji Yu Change, what are you doing here? He replied casually, I'm here to visit you, of course. Then, Ji Yu Change looked at Ye Chen calmly and said, Oh no, I'm here to pay my respects to the powerhouse behind you, I guess. Ye Chen started sweating and stammered. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and said, Don't pretend. Who do you think you can fool with that expression? He looked at the ring on Ye Chen's hand and asked, Does Senior still want to hide? This cowardly behavior isn't very becoming of a powerhouse. Immediately, a red light appeared from the ring. Yanji said, I never intended to oppose you, young master. Then Yanji flew out and asked, Why does young master need to make things difficult for a remnant soul like me? Yi Chen stammered, Master. Ji Yu Change replied calmly, Senior is mistaken. I'm just curious, what kind of god could teach a useless trash like Ye Chen? At the same time, he thought, turns out it's not an old grandpa but a MILF. A second later, Yi Chen pointed at Ji Yu Change and shouted furiously, Ji Yu Change, who are you calling useless? Ji Yu Change said, it's always been the case that pearls are covered in dust. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a tree to perch on. Senior has always been by Ye Chen's side, so aren't you talented but not appreciated? Yan Ji frowned and suddenly realized. A divisive tactic? Yi Chen became even more annoyed and cursed. You bastard, Ji Yu Change. You not only stole my Qing but now you dare try to steal my master? Yan Ji stood aside, sweating and silent. Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and asked, stole your Qingge? I wouldn't dare claim that. You should know it was her own free will from beginning to end. Yi Chen's eyes started to turn bloodshot. He frowned and shouted angrily, you're talking nonsense! Then, Ji Yu Change gently reached out and said, one should always move forward. This is the law of survival for all things in the world. Ji Yu Change finished speaking and lightly pressed on the prison door, causing it to slowly crack. A second later, the door shattered, shocking Yanji and Ye Chen, their eyes wide. As the wooden fragments fell, Ji Yu Change continued, as for you, if you really want your master to live well, then stop harming her. Ye Chen was now sweating profusely, his brow furrowed. Ji Yu Change slowly stepped forward and asked, did you really think a remnant soul can last long in this world? He stood before Yan Ji and said, if Senior is willing to follow me, I can not only restore your body, but even return you to your former peak. Hearing this, Ye Chen looked worriedly at Yan Ji's expression. Immediately after, Yi Chen clenched his fists and shouted, Ji Yu Change, this is between me and my master. Don't you dare spout nonsense here or I'll tear your mouth apart. A notification popped up. Yi Chen's personality changes. His luck drops by 20 points. Host's destiny points +1. Ji Yu Change frowned, thinking, nice. Then, Ji Yu Chang said, Senior probably knows, let alone my background. In other aspects, I far surpass Ye Chen. Hearing this, Ye Chen frowned and looked very anxious. Yan Ji remained focused on listening. Ji Yu Chang continued, I know Ye Chen can provide spiritual energy to nourish your soul, but at the current rate he's nothing more than a cage to you. Yi Chen quickly interjected, Master, don't listen to his nonsense. He's definitely lying. Yan Ji was very hesitant and troubled. Yan Ji began to ponder, thinking, is this really a divisive tactic? With Ji Yu Chang's strength, killing Ye Chen wouldn't be difficult, so why use such methods? Could it be, I'm overthinking it? Does he simply want to pull me to his side? Yan Ji looked at Ji Yu Change and pondered. Honestly, Ji Yu Change hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, it's this Ye Chen who's been stubbornly refusing to let go, causing all sorts of trouble. A second later, Ji Yu Change asked, has Senior finished considering? Yan Ji closed her eyes and replied, I once received Xiao Chen's kindness, so I naturally can't abandon him now. Hearing this, Ye Chen began to rejoice. Ji Yu Change sighed and said, I'll give Senior time to think. If Senior changes your mind, I won't pursue Ye Chen's offense against me. I'll even reverse the punishment the Taishuan Holy Land gave him. Restoring his current status is nothing difficult. Ji Yu Change continued. As for Su Qing, I can even give her to him. Hearing this, Ye Chen could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger, shouting, You! Yan Ji replied, Young Master Ji Yu, don't say that. I appreciate your sincerity. Then, Ji Yu Change raised 2 fingers, creating a golden ray of light, and replied, Senior should still think more. Before I leave, I have a gift for you. The next second, Ji Yu Change took out a box, surrounded by a golden light. He presented it to Yan Ji and Ye Chen, surprising them, and shouted, This is that box. Slowly opening, there was a blue jade inside. Ji Yu Change stated, Ancient soul-nourishing holy medicine, soul-gathering pill. Yi Chen turned around, spread his arms, and shouted, I understand now. It's all clear. Damn you, Ji Yu Change. You not only want to humiliate me but also steal everything from me. Yan Ji stood, holding a small box in her hand. Immediately after, Ye Chen glanced at Yan Ji and said, What I never expected was that the master I trusted most would bow down to my enemy for a pill. Hearing this, Yan Ji frowned and angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Everything I do is to help you escape from here. Yi Chen reached out his hand and shouted, If you've been saying every word for my sake, then do as I say. Spread that news. Yan Ji's expression became sorrowful and she hesitated. Then Yan Ji looked at the box in her hand and said, If you insist on doing so, then I'll listen to you. Yan Ji was gradually disappearing. Hearing this, Yi Chen happily said, As expected of my master, I believe you won't abandon me. Yan Ji was vanishing in a red light. The system notification sounded. The effect of alienating Ye Chen's master-disciple relationship appears. Destiny points -80. Hosts, destiny points +100. On the other side, someone asked, "Young master, if you want to control that remnant soul, why not directly kill Ye Chen?" Jiyu Chang's looked out the window and asked Ming Lao, "Do you still remember why I descended into this realm?" Hearing this, Ming Lao frowned and hesitated. "It's because of that peerless, ferocious weapon." Jiyu Chang replied, "That's right. It's because of that weapon from the ancient Eight Desolations Devil God era, the Eight Desolations Demon Spear." A weapon surrounded by a red light appeared. Jiyu Chang internally monologues. Following the usual script, Ye Chen will definitely stumble upon a hidden treasure. Jiyu Chang continues to scheme, and then obtain some OP weapon. Then he'll swagger around, building up his representative. Jiyu Chang thinks again. But right now, he's just a rat helping me find the loot. Jiyu Chang glances at Ming Lao and orders, "Keep a close eye on Ye Chen. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Ming Lao bows. "Understood, sir," he says. "Open the system interface." A screen pops up and he checks his personal info. Jiyu Chang taps on techniques and skills, and a notification appears. Not enough destiny points. Supreme grade techniques and above are locked. Heaven grade techniques and above are uncollected. The screen displays info on available techniques. Jiyu Chang strokes his chin. Something that can help cultivators break through to the Void God realm. Only 50 destiny points. Jiyu Chang raises his hand, making a decisive choice. This one then. Notification. Acquiring Primordial Spirit Technique, Innate Divine Embryo Thought. 1,000 destiny points deducted. A golden light envelops Jiyu Chang, and he begins cultivating. 3 days later, a massive force advances, and a voice booms. Yangshu Holy Land, Zhao Tiantian of the Great Sun Dynasty, pays respects to the Taishuan Holy Lord. Shangong Xiao family, Xiao Huo, comes to pay respects to the Taishuan Holy Lord. Su Taishuan and Su Qingge hover above. Looking down, he says, 3 half-step marquee-level experts have come in person. Such power. Suddenly, Xiao Huo flies up with a massive monster. He crosses his arms, laughs maniacally, and yells, "Enough with the pleasantries, Su Taishuan. The Taishuan Holy Land has hogged this spiritual vein for thousands of years thanks to your OP ancestor." Xiao Huo of the Shangong Xiao family smirks evilly and continues, "Now that he's dead, this spiritual vein should be shared with other sects, right? Zhao Tiantian of Yangshu Holy Land chimes in, "Indeed, considering we're all top-tier sects in the Eastern Wilderness, hand over the spiritual vein and demote yourselves a rank. I won't cut off all your escape routes, otherwise." Before he can finish, Su Taishuan angrily retorts, "The spiritual vein is the core of our Holy Land for thousands of years. How can we just hand it over? Do you old geezers really think the Taishuan Holy Land is easy to bully?" Someone holding the Boundless Tower asks. "So, the Taishuan Holy Lord refuses to cooperate?" Su Taishuan looks ahead and recognizes Chu Wuji. Chu Wuji of the Taishuan dynasty adds, "Do you really think the Taishuan Holy Land can still stand against our 3 families?" Su Taishuan frowns and calmly replies, "I don't know where you heard this news, but do you really think that just because our Supreme Elder is gone, the Taishuan Holy Land is nothing?" Su Qing, standing behind him, hesitates. "Father." Su Taishuan turns and asks, "Has young Master Jiyu emerged from seclusion yet?" Su Qing lowers her head, stammering, Last time I made young Master Jiyu lose interest. It's understandable that he won't help us now." Su Taishuan grinds his teeth, shocked, and says, "What?" Zhao Tiantian frowns. "I've long heard the Taishuan Holy Land has connections to the Upper Realm." Chu Wuji, sitting on his throne, continues, "The difference between the Upper Realm and the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land is massive. What can Su Taishuan possibly do?" Chu Wuji raises the Boundless Tower, surrounded by a golden light, and declares, "With my Heavenly Sun Dynasty's Boundless Tower here, today, even if a King Realm expert arrives, I will fight him." Zhao Tiantian and Xiao Huo are so shocked that they sweat and think, "Imperial artifact? Didn't they say it was lost in the battle 1,000 years ago?" The Boundless Tower floats high above, emitting a blinding golden light. Su Taishuan worries, "Young Master Jiyu, if you don't emerge from seclusion, I can only risk it all here." Su Qingge realized things were going south real quick and bounced, yelling, "Father, I'm gonna go beg young Master Jiyu." So Su Qingge dipped, leaving Su Taishuan to fight. Chu Wuji chimed in, "Su Taishuan, you really want to obliterate yourself for the spiritual vein?" Su Taishuan gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow, and stuttered, "Cut the crap! Spare me the talk." Next sec, Chu Wuji threw up 2 fingers, creating a golden light, and mused, "Stubborn." The Wuji pagoda kept glowing like a disco ball. Chu Wuji roared, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Suddenly, A colorful burst of light surrounded the Wuji Pagoda. That rainbow rave engulfed the entire space. Everyone, including the surrounding monsters, was so shook they were sweating bullets. Su Taishuan smirked and said, "This." Chu Wuji was so flabbergasted he was practically swallowing his tongue, screaming, "Ah!" Xiao Huo frowned, thinking, "This power's gotta be on par with a Fenghuang realm Yuan Shen. Could it be that old fart Su Taishuan ain't dead yet?" At the same time, Giyu Change exhaled a puff of white smoke, wondering, "So, this is the power of Yuan Shen?" Giyu Change then said, "Looks like everyone's here." Giyu Change looked pleased and continued, "So, next, let's play a game, shall we?" Su Qingge sprinted towards the room ahead. Su Qingge thought to herself as she ran, "With that commotion, the experts from the other sects must be getting cold feet, right? Before I can get young Master Giyu here, father has to hold on." Suddenly, someone clapped a hand over Qingzhe's mouth, startling her so much her eyes went wide. It was Ye Chen. He put a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and said, "It's me." She grabbed Ye Chen's hand, realizing it was him. Qingzhe frowned and stammered, "Why are you here?" Ye Chen grabbed her hand tight and replied, "I'll explain later. Right now, I gotta get you out of here, away from this Taishuan Holy Land death trap." Suddenly, Su Qingge pulled her hand away from Ye Chen, which shocked Ye Chen so much, he whipped around to face her, eyes wide. Qingzhe cracked her knuckles and said seriously, "I'm not leaving the Taishuan Holy Land. Don't you get it?" Ye Chen started panicking, throwing his hands up and yelling, "Qingge, what the hell? Why are you still being so stubborn? Do you really think you can use Giyu Change to save the Taishuan Holy Land?" Ye Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He frowned and stuttered. "Or have you?" Under Giyu Change's pressure, Qingzhe covered her chest with both hands, looking angry, and shouted, "Shut up! Young Master Giyu hasn't forced me to do anything. It's me who's been impure, trying every trick in the book to get him to like me, plotting to trade my beauty for the peace of the Taishuan Holy Land." Ye Chen's eyes widened as he called out, "Qingge." The next second, Su Qingge teared up, venting all the frustration in her heart. "You have to crush my last bit of self-respect to be happy, don't you, Ye Chen? What makes you think I'd betray the sect and leave with you? What gives you the right to paint young Master Giyu as a villain?" Su Qingge lowered her voice. "Taishuan has nurtured you for over 10 years, and in this critical moment, what have you done for us?" Ye Chen just kept listening intently to her. Then, Xing wiped away her tears and continued, "Ye Chen, your selfishness and self-righteousness are repulsive." Suddenly, the ring on Ye Chen's hand lit up. Yanji spoke, "Little Chen, let's go." Ye Chen was still in denial, saying, "No, this isn't the Qingge I know. Giyu Change must have used some kind of evil magic on her." Meanwhile, Change gets a notification. Ye Chen and the female lead just exposed each other. Ye Chen's luck value decreased by 50 points, and the host's destiny points increased by 250 points. He smirks. The time is ripe. Suddenly, the door creaks open with a loud bang. Su Qingge and Ye Chen both whip their heads towards the sound. Ye Chen starts panicking. "Oh shit!" Change grits her teeth, thinking hard. "I absolutely cannot let young Master Giyu see me and Ye Chen together." The next second, she pulls out a sword, creating a flash of azure light. The sword points directly at Ye Chen, making him widen his eyes in disbelief. WTF? Then, the sword stabs straight into Ye Chen, causing him to bleed profusely. Ye Chen is coughing up blood like crazy, while Su Qingge firmly holds the sword, stabbing him decisively. Ye Chen's whole body is trembling. He looks stunned and stutters, Qing, you." Yanji chimes in, reminding him, "Little Chen, scram." Su Qing frowns and says, "Sorry, I have to clarify the relationship between us." The ground is now covered in Ye Chen's blood. He slowly retreats and pulls himself off the sword. A red light appears, surrounding Ye Chen's wound. Then, the red light engulfs Ye Chen. He lowers his head, looking sad AF. Ye Chen glares forward and says, "If that's how it is, we'll see each other again." The next second, Yan Chen leaves, leaving Su Qingge alone. Su Qingge lowers the sword and watches Ye Chen fly away, when suddenly a voice calls out, "Sanctus Qingge." Hearing this, she widens her eyes, looking shocked. Su Qingge turns around and hesitantly says, Young Master, Qingzhe has disappointed you." Giyu Change replies, "You did very well. But next time Ye Chen meets you, I fear the situation between you two will be either he dies or you die. Do you not regret?" Su Qingge looks sad and says, "I don't regret it. Since Qing decided to follow young Master Giyu, that day will come sooner or later." Suddenly, Giyu Change pats Qingzhe's head and replies, "Good." This action makes her face blush. The next second, Change hugs Qingge and says softly, "From now on, your affairs are my affairs." The sword that Qingge held in her hand slowly falls to the ground. She is still shocked. Ji Yu Change thinks to himself, now that Su Qingge has exposed herself to Ye Chen today, I don't have to be cold to her in the future. Change looks at her with affectionate eyes and thinks, if she has high-level luck that I can use, that's not a bad thing. Change and Change hug each other tightly, and the next second the system notification sounds. Congratulations to the host for activating luck. The host's luck increased by 60 points, and destiny increased by 300. He thinks to himself, is this a method for me to increase my luck points? In addition to suppressing the Son of Destiny, can I also subdue people with great luck? Ji Yu Change's eyes begin to sharpen. He thinks, it seems there is another path I can take in the future. Then, Su Qingge looks up and shouts, young master, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Hearing this, Ji Yu Change grabs her hands and replies, I already know. With me here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on the Taishuan Holy Land. At the same time, Su Taishuan is still confronting the other elders. Su Taishuan is still worried and frowned, pondering something. Zhao Tian strokes his beard and laughs. Elder Su, we don't want to make this too ugly. If the Supreme Elder is still here, why not let us pay him a visit? Taishuan starts sweating and says, although I don't know where you got this information, it is true that our sect's Supreme Elder has passed away. Zhao Tian asks in surprise, then what was that wave of primordial spirit just now? Xiao Huo raises his foot and says loudly, fake gods and fake ghosts, let's just barge in and see. Seconds later, Ji Yu Change unleashes a rainbow-colored aura and shouts, hold up. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, and Xiao Huo's eyes widen. Chu Wuji mutters, he's here. Ji Yu Change slowly touches down on the water surface. Ji Yu Cheng then pulls Su Qingge in front of Su Taishuan, surprising him. Ji Yu Cheng asks, from whence do you hail, disturbing me? Qing, Xiao Huo frowns and stares ahead. Xiao Huo points and bursts out laughing. I say, Su Taishuan, this snot-nosed brat is your savior? Has the Taishuan Holy Land fallen this low? Su Taishuan frowns. If I were you, I'd eat those words. You can't afford to offend this great man. The next second, Xiao Huo rushes forward at lightning speed, yelling, offend or not, gotta test it out. Ji Yu Cheng is now surrounded by a terrifying purple aura. Xiao Huo still charges like a starving wolf. A fierce battle ensues. They're throwing hands. Xiao Huo throws a powerful punch, but Ji Yu Change casually blocks it. Xiao Huo is stunned, yelling, what the hell? Ji Yu Change gently counters and grabs Xiao Huo's hand, making him wince. Xiao Huo's sleeve is torn, blood spurting everywhere as Ji Yu Change continues to break his hand. Ji Yu Change lands another blow, sending Xiao Huo flying dozens of meters. Xiao Huo is still shocked. Zhao Tian and Chu Wuji are silent. Xiao Huo's hand is badly injured, he stutters. A Marquise Realm Chu Wuji frowns in disbelief. Impossible! How can there be such a young Marquise Realm expert in the Eastern Wilderness? Chu Wuji raises the Boundless Tower in his hand and says, having talent is good, kid, but know your place. No matter where you're from, you better stay out of the Taishuan Holy Land's business. Ji Yu Change casually dusts off his hands. From now on, the Taishuan Holy Land's business is my business. Su Qingge's eyes widen. Young Master Su Taishuan clenches his fist, overjoyed. Chu Wuji scowls. If you're seeking death, then I won't waste words. Chu Wuji shouts, let's go! He clasps his hands together, unleashing a golden light. Zhao Tian and Xiao Huo charge forward too. Zhao Tian chants, creating a blue aura around his sword, frowning. Ignoring me, huh? Xiao Huo grips his sword and leaps, yelling, kid, take this! Ji Yu Change remains calm, and casually raises his hand. He puts his hand in front of Xiao Huo, freezing him mid-air. Zhao Tian raises his sword, ready to stab Ji Yu Change. But Ji Yu Change notices. He gently touches the sword with his finger. Ji Yu Change easily dodges the sword. Xiao Huo and Zhao Tian seem to be completely controlled by Ji Yu Change. Chu Wuji continues chanting and yelling. The next second, the Boundless Tower is right above Ji Yu Change's head. Ji Yu Change says calmly, oh? Ji Yu Change is now trapped by Chu Wuji, surrounded by a golden aura from the Boundless Tower. Su Qingge is worried, yelling, young Master Ji Yu. Chu Wuji smiles smugly. So what if you're talented? Countless geniuses have existed, but only a few become famous. Xiao Huo carries his sword and smirks. Arrogant brat, thinking you're the only one in the Marquise realm? Su Qingge looks at Su Taishuan, panicked. Father, young Master Ji Yu. Su Taishuan grits his teeth, furious, damn it. If it weren't for the Boundless Tower, how could they touch young Master Ji Yu? So Wuji's like, hey, Su dude, anything to say for yourself now? Xiao Huo, gripping his sword, chimes in. Why bother? Just off him and snag the spirit vein, fam. Wait, hold up. Cracks appear on the Limitless Tower, and so Wuji is shook. Old dude's eyes bug out. No! Then, bam! Golden light erupts from the limitless tower. In a flash, the limitless tower explodes into a shower of golden light and rubble. Ouch. Jiyu Zhenghe is now radiating purple and red light, looking straight up menacing. Jiyu Zhengji surveys the scene like a boss. Hierarchies, powerhouses galore. Most lower realm sects can't even sniff a divine lord realm cultivator in their lifetime. Then, Jiyu Zhenghe raises his hand, conjuring a pink glow. Not to mention Marquise realm, and definitely not those below Void God. Xiao Huo, So Wuji, and Zhao Tian are sweating buckets and unleash their attacks. They scream like they mean it. Oh hell no. Jiyu Zhenghe's eyes flash red, and he casually flicks out a pink light beam. Against insects like you? Boom! A dazzling rainbow of light engulfs everything. Jiyu Zhenghe's pink light just obliterates everything in its path. Even the demonic beasts they're riding are screaming bloody murder. Everyone's getting tossed around like rag dolls, looking like they're in serious pain. Foreheads furrowed, sweat pouring. The soldiers can barely handle it. Then, the monsters and everyone else starts plummeting to the ground in a series of epic explosions. Su Qingge and Su Taishuan are gawking, eyes wide as saucers. Xiao Huo starts sweating too. Then, Xiao Huo coughs and turns to So Wuji. Didn't you say you could handle a Marquise realm guy? So Wuji just stares into space. Next thing you know, So Wuji spits out blood, looking rough. Zhao Tian catches him, stuttering, "Whoa, who the hell are you?" Jiyu Zhenghe raises a single finger, limitless longevity. Then, Jiyu Zhenghe casually drops this bomb. Upper realm of the heavens. Half a month later, in the outskirts of Central Province, a voice booms. What? The upper realm? It's already nigh impossible to ascend, let alone descend. That's defying the heavens. People on the street are gossiping. Yeah, that young dude admitted it himself. Right? I heard that Big Shot swatted away 3 forces threatening the Taishuan Holy Land with one move. Even shattered the Great Sun Dynasty's limitless tower. The crowd's cracking up. The Taishuan Holy Land hit the jackpot. Lost a supreme elder but got a Chad to come simp for them. Isn't it all thanks to that haughty Su Qingge of the Taishuan Holy Land? Someone chimes in. Speaking of which, I remember that disciple Ye Chen from the Taishuan Holy Land. Another guy folds his arms and snorts. Don't even bring him up. That little punk tried to get with the Big Shot through the Summa Holy Maiden and got one-shotted into the dirt. The guy continues. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Doesn't even know his place. East Huang's #1 beauty is way out of his league. The guy keeps laughing. Little do they know, Ye Chen overhears their entire conversation. The group's all smiles and satisfaction. Suddenly, a red light appears beneath their feet. Everyone's confused. Huh? What's this? Ye Chen, cloaked in black, says softly, "Burn!" A fire blazes, incinerating the crowd as they scream in agony. This is fire!" someone shouts amidst the flames. Meanwhile, Lin Fan nonchalantly walks forward. Then, Li Fan dusts off his hands and declares, "Taishuan Holy Land, Jiyu Chengje. I'll repay the grudges of that day 100-fold." On the other side, everyone slowly proceeds toward the Great Hall. A voice echoes within the hall. "The Taishuan Holy Land's power is like the midday sun. We hope for your continued support." Holy Master Su Taishuan raises his hand in sincerity, replying cheerfully, "Not at all! We should be thanking you, Master Jiyu." Tu Wuji chimes in. Right. We must thank you, Master, for showing mercy that day, allowing us to sit here safely today." Zhao Tian strokes his beard, and Xiao Huo laughs heartily. Then, a voice proclaims, "From now on, the 3 of us will regard the Taishuan Holy Land as our leader, cooperating instead of opposing." Su Qingge, sitting on her chair, covers her mouth and giggles. Jiyu Change notices and asks, "What is it?" Su Qingge happily replies, "Didn't you hear what they said, young master? These old fogies flip faces faster than a 3-year-old. Jiyu Change holds a hot teacup and asks, "Is that so? If you enjoy it, let them blather on for a bit longer." Next, someone delivers a letter and reports, "Young master, Holy Maiden, the 3rd prince of the great Jia dynasty in Central Province, sends an invitation to the Paragon Dao discussion." Jiyu Change is puzzled and asks, "Great Jia dynasty?" Su Qingge steps forward, takes the letter, and explains. "A royal force in Central Province with unfathomable background. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, a powerhouse ascended to the upper realm, and the 3rd prince is born like that guy 3,000 years ago, also has very strong talent." A mental image of a box appears in Jiyu Change's mind as he sips his tea and contemplates, "Central Province, huh? There's a mark left on the soul-gathering pill, indicating Ye Chen is also in Central Province." The next second, Jiyu Change flashes a sinister grin and thinks to himself, "Looks like it's time for a change of scenery. Who knows? I might even find some fresh leeks there." Jiyu Change places the teacup on the table and announces, "We'll set off in 3 months. Su Qingge happily replies, "Yes, young master." Then Su Qingge leaves the room, gently closing the door. Ji Yu Change suddenly realizes, if not for mistaking Ming Lao as someone ascended from Central Province to the Upper Realm, huh? Next, Ming Lao appears with a burst of black light. Ming Lao bows and says, "Reporting to young master, 3,000 years ago, this old servant ascended from the Azure Heaven realm of Central Province. When I first entered the Upper Realm, my strength was weak. I was controlled by the myriad great teaching and forced to be a coolie. Fortunately, the clan elder stepped in to rescue me from the sea of suffering. Otherwise, I would have died there long ago." Ji Yu Chengju says, "Well, I'm heading to Central Province in 3 months. You can conveniently visit your family." Ming Lao is overjoyed and replies, "Thank you, young master, for thinking of this old servant." Ji Yu Cheng picks up his teacup and says, "Ming Lao, no need to be like that. It's just a detour." Then he thinks to himself, "This small matter not only makes Ming Lao wholeheartedly work for me, but also enhances my image. Why wouldn't I do such a good thing?" 3 months later, Central Province, Zhongying Heaven City. An extremely peaceful scene unfolds. Lin Qiuhan is still teaching enthusiastically. Ancient saying goes, "All things in heaven and earth have their own spirituality. Guarding their life is qi, guarding their thoughts is spirit." But Lin Tian below is sleeping soundly at his desk. Lin Qiuhan silently ponders for a moment before reminding, "Lin Tian, you dare to sleep in my class again?" The surrounding students all look at Lin Tian and whisper, "Cultivating in the same place as that trash Lin Tian is too embarrassing. If he didn't come from the ancient Lin family and his older sister wasn't an elder in the academy, how could he be studying here with us? Yeah, Elder Lin Qiuhan is really unlucky to have such a good-for-nothing younger brother." Then Lin Qiuhan closes her eyes and shouts, "Lin Tian, are you listening to me?" Lin Tian, lying on the desk, hesitantly mumbles, "This king." The next second, Lin Tian suddenly sits up, drenched in sweat, and shouts, "This king is not willing!" Everyone in the classroom looks at Lin Tian. Then someone laughs and mocks, "This king? Lol, what is this idiot dreaming about?" Lin Tian frowns and asks in confusion, "Who are you? Where is this?" Someone replies, "This trash's name? You slept till you became brain dead or what? Let me tell you, this is the Tianqi realm, Central Continent's Zhongying Heavenly City." Hearing this, Li Fan hesitated, saying with disbelief, "Zhongying Heavenly City? Zhongying Heavenly City?" Then, Ling Fan looked at his palm and mused, "So that's how it is. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. A wisp of divine soul like me finally got a suitable body." Immediately after, Lin Tianhan slammed the documents on the table and yelled, "Enough!" Lin Tianhan frowned, arms crossed, looking furious as she shouted, "How long are you going to screw around? If you can't break through to the spiritual ocean realm this month, get out of the academy. Your family won't be able to protect you then." Lin Tianhan loudly declared, "Is that how you treat your deceased parents? Is that how you treat the family that has painstakingly nurtured you?" Everyone in the classroom looked at Li Fan and snickered. Li Fan's whole body started trembling. He slowly stood up and laughed maniacally as he thought to himself, "Just the spiritual ocean realm? What's so hard about that?" Immediately, Lin Fan spread his arms wide and shouted, "In less than half a month I must break through. Those who look down on Li Fan, I will trample you under my feet." Suddenly, everyone looked up and saw something that shocked them. Someone hesitantly said, This is..." It turned out that the sky had turned dark, and fierce lightning bolts appeared, and a ship was heading straight towards them. At the same time, Ji Yu Change, who was cultivating, received a notification. "New Son of Destiny detected." Seeing this, Ji Yu Change said, "Here he comes." In a room, someone wondered, "What's going on?" Everyone went to the Grand Elder and asked, "Grand Elder, why have you gathered us?" He hesitated and replied, Today, I sensed the aura of our ancestor." Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped, as they exclaimed, "What? Is it the ancestor Lin Ming who ascended 3,000 years ago?" Immediately after, the Grand Elder leaned his staff on the ground, slowly stood up, and hesitantly replied, "The ancestor is about to return. Our Lin family has hope." At the same time, a ship in the sky was rushing forward. A voice rang out, "System, how much fortune does Ye Chen have left?" The system's notification sounded, 230. Ji Yu Cheng, who was standing on the ship, heard this and closed his eyes, saying, "Speaking of fortune backlash, actually, the fortune of me and all the Sons of Destiny are too different, so it exists?" A notification appeared. "That's right. As the host's fortune increases, the backlash from fortune will gradually disappear." Ji Yu Cheng pondered. "Looks like the variable that appeared is me, so even the heavenly Dabio can hardly protect those sons of destiny. The screen displayed a notification about Gu Change's personal information. Seeing this, he thought to himself, what does this black fortune of mine represent? Could it just be my villainous identity? He looked forward and mused. No matter what, the current plot development is still within my control. Gu Change thought again. New leaks have appeared. I should try my best to squeeze them dry. The next second, Su Qingge ran over. Seeing this, he also stepped towards her. Su Qingge happily said, it seems like the young master is in a good mood today. Gu Change saw that her fortune was 400 and thought to himself, since when did this little girl's fortune increase to 400? No wonder my fortune has been stagnating and not decreasing. Turns out it's being influenced by her fortune? After thinking, he put his arm around Su Qingge's waist. Gu Change cheerfully replied, with a beauty here, how can my mood be bad? Seeing this, she also looked very shy, while he thought to himself, looks like she still has some secret that I don't know. Then, Su Qingge raised her finger and asked, now that we're in Central Continent, how about you tell me a bit about the forces here? Gu Change replied, well, Central Continent has a total of 8 major cities, among which the central Tiancheng is the most prosperous. This time, the third prince of the great Xia dynasty is organizing a Dao discussion. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Xuan stepped forward and said, how could the young master take this kind of ordinary gathering seriously? Chu Xuan continued, the young master can just listen to it as a joke. Su Qingge replied, yeah, that's right. Gu Change thought to himself, sitting down and discussing Dakyo with a bunch of lower realm kids, this kind of boring thing is whatever. On the other side, many people were walking back and forth, and a voice rang out. Have you heard? The Lin family's ancestor has descended to the lower realm. Are you talking about the powerhouse from the Lin family who ascended 30,000 years ago? A group of people gathered and discussed. The upper realm has been closed for thousands of years. Isn't that fake? It's true. I heard that the Lin family grand elder personally opened a sect meeting. Ye Chen sat nearby and thought to himself, a powerhouse from the upper realm. The ancient Lin family. If it wasn't for the fact that there's something more important right now, this would be a good place to rely on. Yo, right after, Lin Farn whips out a paper, like, gotta find those relics ASAP cause ancient clans are booming. Plus, I got mad secrets and my master's orders to fulfill. Wait, hold up. He's already scowling, thinking, Gu Change, this ain't over, bro. Meanwhile, outside some random crib, peeps are all gathered, whispering, is that the ancestor? Gu Change and Su Qingge are inside, and everyone's buzzing. Who the hell is that white-robed dude in the head seat? The ancestor straight up respecting him. Gu Chengje's just vibing with his eyes closed. Ming Lao's finally home, chill out and ignore me. Ming Lao bows like a servant. Young master, you wound me. I can't just ditch you. Su Qingje's thinking, damn, didn't know Gu Chengje's Ming Lao was such a beast. Then Chu Xuan chimes in, classic Gu Gongzi flex. Lin family head is shook, jaw dropped. Did I just hear right? Ancestor's calling himself a servant in front of this kid? Everyone's stuttering. Gu Chengge casually drops. If Ming Lao can't leave me be, Qingge can at least stroll with me. Grabs Su Qingge's hand and dips. She's blushing hard. Lin family head bows low. Farewell. Gu Change and Su Qing out the door. Lin family head's like, my lord. Spinning around, he yells, Lin Qiuhan, you know the area. Show the lord the way, now. Lin Qiuhan books it over. Yes, father. She rushes to Gu Change and stutters, L lord. My name is Lin Qiuhan. Greetings, my lord. Gu Change glances at her. Lin Qiuhan, huh? Nice name. BAM system pops up. 200 luck value. She's all flustered. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. Gu Change asks, Lin Gunyang, would you mind showing Qingjin me around? She nervously offers her hand. It would be my pleasure. Meanwhile, Lin Tian clutches his chest, grimacing. Why the hell is my heart suddenly aching like this? Lin Tian thinks, is this the damn residual emotions for his sister? He's face-palming. I'm a god. Why am I being affected by this mortal crap? Then, eyes wide, Lin Tian realizes, wait a damn minute. He stares at Su Qingge. 9 Yang profound body. Isn't that the furnace body I needed? Lin Tian smirks evilly. Lin Gongzi, looks like I can conveniently cure your heart problem. Didn't expect the young master they were talking about to have such good luck. He glares at Gu Change, thinking, it's a waste to keep a treasure body by his side. Gu Change gives Lin Tian the side eye, was planning to find the son of destiny, and he just shows up at my door. 500 luck value. But I've never done anything to this kid. Why do I sense hostility? Gu Change glances at Lin Qiuhan. Because of her, huh? He smirks, thinking, even better. Lin Tian's grinning like a psycho, while Jiyu Change thinks, hope you live a little longer. The trio, Su Qing, Jiyu Change, and Lin Qiuhan, stroll through the grounds. Jiyu Change asks innocently, oh, your trash brother? Why call him that? Lin Qiuhan replies, it's common knowledge. He's got zero cultivation talent and a bad background. I feel bad for him, but there's nothing I can do. Jiyu Change says, poor kid. But he's lucky to have such a beautiful and caring older sister. Lin Qiuhan stammers, no? Actually, Xiao Tian is quite understanding. He's been focusing on cultivation lately. Jiyu Change, hearing this, asked, oh? Recently focused on cultivation? Inner monologue intensifies. Trash MC's personality does a 180 overnight? Body snatcher or rebirth? What the hell? She frowned and replied, yes, his cultivation, which had been stagnant, has broken through. Moreover, he's shown great talent in alchemy and formations, even pointing out mistakes of an elder once. Jiyu Change said, his change means your advice worked. He understands your feelings, his dear sister. You were strict, but you sincerely wanted the best for him, right? Lin Qiuhan thought to herself, is he .com/flirting me? Wait, hold up. Then, she pondered, I didn't expect him to understand me so well. Even Xiao Tian doesn't get me, thinking I'm too harsh. Jiyu Change continued. Lin Tian changing is good, of course. Maybe he was just a gem hidden by dust. Pointing out an elder's mistakes in just a few days shows his talent. Lin Qiuhan replied, Xiao Tian? A gem? No way! His talent couldn't even break through to the spirit ocean realm before. Jiyu Change fired off a barrage of questions. Couldn't break through to the spirit ocean realm? Then how did he refine pills? Does your Lin family have some lost ancient technique they passed down to him? Those questions were like a flash of lightning in Lin Qiuhan's mind. Her eyes widened as she stammered. This. Jiyu Change glanced into the void, secretly pleased, thinking, looks like Lin Qiuhan suspects Lin Tian's transformation. Harvesting from a Son of Destiny is simpler than I thought. Ding! The system notification rang. Son of Destiny's luck value returns to 0. Successfully killing a Son of Destiny with 0 luck grants a heavenly Dao reward. Jiyu Change thought. A heavenly Dao reward. Interesting. Then, he mused, Ye Chen is my temporary treasure-seeking mouse, can't touch him yet. Looks like I'll have to harvest from Lin Tian first. As night gradually fell, a voice echoed from a room. Young master, Qiuhan personally made some spiritual cakes, thinking you might get hungry in the middle of the night. You can have them to ease the hunger. Su Qingge opened the door and happily replied, Miss Lin is so kind, bringing food in person at night. Qingge thanks you on behalf of the young master. Lin Qiuhan thought, young master Jiyu. While Su Qingge accepted her food. Then, Qiuhan bowed to Su Qingge, saying, then I'll trouble holy maiden Qingge. I won't disturb the young master's rest. Su Qing watched Lin Qiuhan leave and thought, you've only met once, and Miss Lin is already pining for you, young master. The next second, Jiyu Change came out, hugging Su Qing from behind, asking, what's wrong, are you jealous? Her face flushed red. Su Qing looked down, appearing sad, closing her eyes and replying, young master's thoughts are too deep. Qing can't know what you like. Whether I'm jealous or not doesn't matter. Afterward, Su Qingge entered the house and continued, if you wish, just keep Miss Lin by your side. Jiyu Change turned to look at her. He closed his eyes and wondered, when did this girl become so contrary? At the same time, Lin Qiuhan was still returning to her room. Suddenly, a voice rang out, sister! Causing her to open her eyes wide. It was Lin Tian. Lin Qiuhan asked in surprise, Xiao Tian? What are you doing here? Lin Tian placed his hand on his chin and asked, where are you going so late at night, sister? Could it be to meet young master Jiyu? Hearing this, she frowned and remained silent. Then, she brushed past Lin Tian, replying in an angry tone, my affairs are none of your concern. Focus on your cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Tian grabbed Lin Qiuhan's hand, turning her around and shouting, Lin Qiuhan! That Jiyu guy isn't a good person! Don't be fooled by his appearance! She was startled. The next second, Lin Qiuhan yelled at Lin Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Young master is modest, polite, gentle as jade. How is he a bad person? When you're even a fraction as good as him, then I'll be relieved. Lin Tian frowned and shouted loudly, why are you so dense, sister? Can't you see it? Lin Qiuhan was furious and retorted, you've been acting strange lately. Even if young master Jiyu isn't a good person, with his status, what schemes could he have against me? Qi Han turned to leave and continued, you should examine yourself. Lin Tian stood watching her leave, stammering, sister. Lin Qiuhan walked while pondering. This brat Lin Tian. As his cultivation gets stronger, his temperament is getting wilder. She moved forward, thinking, I forgot to ask just now. How did he learn to refine pills? Lin Qiuhan started to have some doubts about Lin Tian, thinking to herself, he was trash before, but now I haven't seen him for days. Could it be that he's got a secret mentor? Then, Qiuhan frowned. Or maybe. Lin Qiuhan stopped and pondered for a long time. The system notification rang. Lin Qiuhan is suspicious of Lin Tian's changes. Lin Tian's luck points have dropped by 50, and the host's destiny value has increased by 250. Ji Change saw this and immediately looked out the window. Then Change smiled with satisfaction and thought, as expected, things are developing as I planned. Lin Tian is probably beyond redemption. He wants to mess with me. At the same time, Lin Tian was sitting inside a forest and said, I originally planned to wait for the opportunity to approach that woman named Su Qingge before dealing with you, but you, Ji Cheng, keep meddling in my affairs with Lin Qiuhan. Lin Tian was sweating profusely. He frowned and continued, with a body full of obsessions, you have disturbed my spirit. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Then, Lin Tian placed his hands on the ground, creating a terrifying red light, and said, using the 9 bewilderment incense soaked in the blood essence of 8 kinds of poisonous creatures, plus the bone marrow of 3 kinds of fierce beasts, along with 15 lifespans of my own, I borrow the power of heaven and earth to take your life and wipe out your soul. Immediately afterward, the surrounding space was surrounded by that red light, and Lin Tian shouted, Outer Realm Demonic Curse Guidance! He pressed his hands on the ground and created a large explosion, sending everything around him flying. Then, a dazzling red light shot into the sky. That red light flew high into the sky and shone straight ahead. Then, Lin Tian sat down and leaned against a tree, sweating profusely, and said, now I'm casting the curse at this level. It's still too much of a stretch, but with the addition of my 15 years of lifespan, even if you, Ji Change, are lucky enough to keep your life, you will definitely end up in a miserable state. Lin Tian frowned and smiled sinisterly. Then he continued, daring to compete for what belongs to me, Lu Tian Shenwang, this is your end. A red light streaked across the sky. It was dazzling in that red light. There was a monster rushing straight ahead. It looked terrifying. At the same time, Ji Change was still sitting with his eyes closed, concentrating on cultivating his technique. Ji Change thought, it's almost as I expected, such a familiar demonic aura. Unexpectedly, it's an outer realm demonic curse. The next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought, with your current cultivation, how much can you unleash? Immediately afterward, a tornado appeared, along with a very intense pink light. Someone's foot was formed, looking very sturdy. A hand surrounded by a purple light also appeared. Then, a giant surrounded by pink lights was sitting on the roof. So scary. Ji Change's eyes became even brighter. He smiled sinisterly and said, using demonic methods in front of me is like teaching your grandma to suck eggs. At the same time, a red light was rushing towards the giant at an extremely fast speed. Inside that red light was a monster with glowing eyes. So creepy. The monster continued to rush madly towards the giant. Then the giant reached out his hand. The giant was now squeezing a ball in the red light. The ball slowly cracked and flashed a red light. The giant continued to strike, creating an explosion that sent everything around him flying. Lin Tian's eyes began to turn red. He frowned, looking very uncomfortable and annoyed. The surrounding space was gradually surrounded by red lights. The Lin family heads saw this and immediately looked worried and exclaimed in shock, this? Ming Lao frowned and sighed. Young master? Everyone around him gasped. Wait, hold up. This aura. It's coming from the Lin family. Is it the Lin family's ancestor? Inside a tiny shack nestled deep within a gloomy forest, Lin Tian was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of his own blood. Lin Tian frowned, struggling to stay conscious. He stammered, numbered. Didn't expect to suffer a backlash. The streaks of purple light in the sky gradually dissipated, but were replaced by a dazzling golden ray, glittering brilliantly. Ji Change lowered his head, pondering. Didn't expect this curse to actually strengthen my primordial spirit. Ji Change picked up a pill enveloped in golden light, musing, still have one life-extending pill left. The system notification chimed. Lin Tian's lifespan has plummeted. His luck has been damaged by 150 points. Host's heavenly destiny value has increased by 750 points. Immediately after, Ji Change tossed the pill into his mouth, thinking, I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already offering me such a generous gift? He stood up and pondered. So, turning himself into a complete trash while alive is still difficult. Giving him a good death is the right way. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside the room. This old servant failed to protect you adequately. I beg for your punishment, young master. Hearing this, Ji Change opened the door and saw Ming Lao and several members of the Lin family kneeling on the ground. He asked, puzzled, what's going on here? Everyone cried out. We were not observant enough. Please forgive us, young master. Su Qingge asked worriedly. Young master, are you all right? Ji Yu Chang's replied, I'm fine. A curse of this level obviously can't harm this seat. Ji Yu Change continued. But I do want to know who could use such methods in the lower realm. Ming Lao replied immediately. With the curse being dispelled, the one who cast it must have suffered a backlash. The Lin family head frowned and exclaimed, Yes, yes. This humble one will mobilize all forces to investigate. We will surely find the culprit and give the young master an explanation. With that, everyone lowered their heads and bowed before Ji Yu Change. Seeing this, he smirked inwardly. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, I'm afraid you're not even the equal of an ordinary person now. On the other side, Lin Chuhan kept banging on the door, shouting, Zhao Tian! A big thing happened tonight. The family head has summoned everyone to work. Lin Tian was kneeling on the ground, constantly vomiting blood. He thought worriedly, what to do? Now my origin is damaged to the point where I can't even stand steadily. Lin Tian frowned and gritted his teeth. Then he thought, if people see me like this, they'll know that I messed with that Ji Yu guy. Next, Lin Tian slammed his fist on the ground and mused, could it be that I, a dignified Lu Tian Shenwang, am going to wither away here like this? Lin Chuhan, still standing outside, kept knocking on the door and shouting, Xiao Tian, open the door! If you don't answer, I'm coming in! Hearing this, Lin Tian glared and muttered, that's right, I can fake my death. Then he thought. Originally, Lin Tian's body was taken by this king. As long as the heart meridian is severed, there will naturally be no chance of survival. Cultivators below the God King level will definitely not notice. Lin Tian raised his hand and gave a sinister smile. He mused, as long as I get through this period, I can revive using the soul secret technique. At that time, I can escape without anyone knowing it. Lin Tian slowly raised his hand, staring at it with his bloodshot eyes, and thought, Ji Yu Change, we'll settle this debt later. After thinking, he immediately struck himself, causing blood to splatter from his body. Lin Tian kept vomiting blood and fell backward. Then, Lin Chuhan burst in and saw Lin Tian lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, she was so shocked that her eyes widened and she called out his name, Lin Tian. The sky at this moment was so clear and beautiful. Old Ming bowed his head and said, Young master, I failed to supervise properly. Please punish me. Hearing this, Ji Yu Change rested his hand on his chin and asked, Found him? Old Ming frowned and replied, Reporting to young master, we found him, but everyone around lowered their heads, looking so worried they were sweating bullets. As for Lin Chuhan, she stood demurely, looking scared AF. Then, Ji Yu Change asked in surprise, Oh, what's up? The Lin family head frowned and replied, It's a child named Lin Tian from our clan. Usually he's just some nobody cares about. A second later, the Lin family head raised his head and shouted, But when we found him, his heart meridian had stopped, and there was no breath left in a pool of blood. Hearing this, Ji Yu Change asked with a serious face, Dead? The Lin family head knelt on the ground and shouted, This lowly one failed to supervise properly. Please punish me, great one. Everyone knelt down and lowered their heads to the ground, then shouted in unison, Lin Tian assassinated the young master. It is a disgrace to the entire clan. Please punish us, great one. Hearing this, Ji Yu Change rested his hand on his chin and pondered. He's supposed to be a son of destiny, yet he offed himself out of fear before I could even kill him. What a total trash. Then, a screen appeared showing a list of sons of destiny. Ji Yu Change thought to himself about the system. There's no notification yet indicating Lin Tian is dead. He's deaf playing possum. He scratched his face and thought. But just relying on a damaged remnant soul that can't even withstand a breeze after leaving the body? Where the hell can he run to? Ji Yu Change remained silent, making the Lin family head very anxious. The people in the Lin family were still kneeling on the ground and whispering, That damn Lin Tian. If he succeeds, he'll become a Chad. If he fails, he'll just leave us with his broken life. Now if the Great One decides to punish us, then the entire Lin family will be held responsible. Lin Chuhan looked very sad and thought, I thought Zhao Tian had changed his ways. Why would he do something so evil that the entire clan can't forgive him? The Lin family head lowered his head to the ground and thought, Lin Tian? Ah, Lin Tian. Do you want to destroy my entire Lin family? The atmosphere in the room became silent and tense like never before. The soul flew out of Su Qingge's body and murmured, So this is the taste of power? Ji Yu Change hasn't even done anything yet. But everyone in the Lin family is panicking and resentful of Lin Tian. The system notification sounded, Lin Tian is rejected by the entire clan. Loss of 100 destiny points. The host's fate increased by 500 points. Hearing this, Ji Yu Change widened his eyes and thought, Oh? Just one move from Lin Tian gave me so many fate points? A second later, he smiled with satisfaction and thought, But that's fine too. He doesn't have much left now. He'll probably end up stuck with Lin Chuhan anyway. Old Ming lowered his head and said, Please punish me, young master. Lin Tian is my descendant, yet he did something so disrespectful. I really have no face to face you. Immediately afterward, Ji Yuchang raised his hand and replied, This matter is indeed a bit strange. Change continued to talk about Lin Tian. I heard Lin Qiuhan mention it a bit, so I don't think a talented young man would do anything to kill me. For a long time, I've seen many cases of using secret techniques to seize people's souls and manipulate other people's bodies. It's nothing new. Although this started with Lin Tian, I don't think it has anything to do with your Lin family. CA closed his eyes and said, Young master isn't someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. Considering old Ming has followed me for so long, let's just drop this matter. Everyone smiled brightly and said, Thank you for your generosity, Great One. You are truly understanding and know what is right. Old Ming happily replied, Thank you, young master. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Ji Yuchang stood up and said, Well, if that's the case, then you may leave. Don't cremate Lin Tian's body for now. Everyone lowered their heads and respectfully replied, Yes, Great One. Then, Ji Yuchang thought to himself, After all, I haven't cut this noob's leak yet. I still have to wait for him to respawn. So everyone turned around and left. Suddenly, Ji Yuchang called out, Miss Qiuhan. Chang stepped forward and asked, You're free lately, right? How about you take me for a stroll in the inner city in the next few days? Hearing this, Lin Qiuhan lowered her head and replied, Okay. If young master wants, Qiuhan will definitely not refuse. Ji Yuchang looked at her, thinking that the system had suggested that women related to the Son of Destiny, who also made others submit to him, would earn him destiny points and luck points. Over 200, just a little trickery to make Lin Qiuhan adore me. Shouldn't be hard. Then, he glanced at Su Qingge and mused, I wonder if she's like Su Qingge, secretly increasing her own luck, and thus increasing my luck. Or is this a trait only she possesses? Immediately after, Ji Yuchang and Su Qing left, while Lin Qiuhan bowed respectfully. He thought that he should keep Lin Qiuhan around for a while longer to see what happens. 3 days later, a clear blue sky with a dazzling sunlight shone down beautifully. Many people were flying in the sky, along with ships rushing forward. Everyone was chattering. What the hell's been going on lately? Why are the forces of the 8 regions flocking to the central province? Haven't you heard? The ancestor of the Lin family has returned, bringing with him a mysterious big shot, said to be from an immortal great sect of the upper realm. Any force with a connection to him is sure to rise like a carp turning into a dragon, looking down on the 8 regions. Then, everyone chimed in. It's the Youth Dao Discussion Assembly of the Central Province, and the venue has been changed to the Lin family's Chongyue ancient city. That's right. I heard that many hidden godly power clans from the ancient god mountains have appeared, seemingly all to see that big shot. White clouds surrounded the outside of a tall building. Everyone was chatting happily. Long time no see. Brother Jin Yang's cultivation is indeed much deeper. No, I heard that Brother Zheng Tian recently cultivated a divine secret technique. Zheng Tian bowed and said, Just luck, not comparable to you fellow Taoists. He held something in his hand and continued, Brother Jin Yang, I heard that not long ago you fought 100 moves with a talented individual from the eastern wilderness, and it was hard to determine a winner, eventually becoming sworn brothers. Jin Yang pointed at himself and shouted, That's right, let me tell you. That little brother's talent is the kind that's hard to find in 1,000 years. He used the cultivation of the mid-stage of divine power realm to exchange several hundred moves with me non-stop, and even forced me to use the Great Sun True Body to barely suppress him. Bai Yue, hearing this, asked in confusion, There is such a prodigy in the world? And the girls sitting beside him all looked at him. Jin Yang frowned and slowly picked up the hot cup of tea, then sighed and replied, This little brother of mine has a calm personality, an extraordinary talent. Look. And you know he's someone who'll achieve great things, but it's a pity that he offended a big shot, and had no choice but to abandon his homeland and come to this central province. Bai Yu said, The person he's talking about. Could it be that guy that everyone's been gossiping about? The one who tried to eat swan meat but failed, and developed jealousy towards some big shot? Jin Yang, hearing this, slammed his hand on the table and angrily shouted, Bullshit! It's obvious that that woman wanted to climb up and become a phoenix, so she betrayed my little brother, and as a result, she spread rumors everywhere. The girls started to discuss, No way? It's very likely that the straightforward and generous brother Jin Yang wouldn't lie. Zheng Tian asked curiously, I wonder who Jin Yang is talking about. Maybe we can get to know him sometime. Seeing the girl sitting next to him also speak up, That's right, Jin Yang frowned and hesitated. This. Suddenly the girl turned around and saw something, so she shouted, Everyone look, that's... Someone said, Unexpectedly, they are being personally greeted by the Lin family's Great Power Realm Elder, and Lin Qiuhan, Ji Yu Cheng, and Su Qingge are slowly walking forward. Someone saw this and asked, "That's the Lin family's heaven's proud daughter, Lin Qiuhan. I heard that she's already an elder of the Tao Extremity Academy at such a young age." Then, someone looked at Su Qingge and discussed. In addition, the woman wearing the blue dress with the transcendent temperament seems to be the Taishuan Holy Maiden of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. Zheng Tian couldn't help but be so surprised that he broke out in a sweat and said, "In that case, that man in white clothes, could he be?" Everyone looked at Ji Yu Change and shouted, "That guy!" Everyone looked at him with admiration and kept praising him. Everyone was so surprised that their mouths were wide open. Bai Yu immediately stood up and shouted, "To think that I could meet that big shot here! This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. I must go and pay my respects." Jin Yang started to sweat and frowned. Then he looked annoyed and thought to himself, "Damn it! I didn't expect to meet him here." Lin Qiuhan, Ji Yu Cheng, and Su Qingge stood together on a tall building. Qing looked down and said excitedly, "Wow, the scenery below is so vast and wide." Ji Yu Change spoke up, "A high view from the dome. Only my hand controls the 9 heavens." Change continued, "The person who renovated this pavilion is also someone who knows how to enjoy life." Lin Qiuhan, standing next to him, replied, "Only my hand controls the 9 heavens." She widened her eyes and asked, "Young master, what exactly is cultivation?" Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and explained, "The so-called cultivation is nothing more than a struggle in this world. Consider your body a raft floating in the vast mortal world like a sea, with surging waves, while your mind is on the shore." Su Qingge repeated his words. "Consider your body a raft floating in the vast mortal world like a sea." Lin Qiuhan said, "Young master's explanation is indeed different from ordinary people, extremely profound. Just these 2 sentences are like melodious sounds pouring into the ears. Thinking of the cultivation world of the upper realm, it must be a mysterious place that Qiuhan can hardly imagine." Ji Yu Change then turned to ask, "Want to go?" Qiuhan hesitated and replied, "Young master." Then, she lowered her head and said, "Qiuhan doesn't dare. I know that Lin Tian's actions against you are unforgivable." Lin Qiuhan closed her eyes and continued, "You clearly reminded me that day, young master." Change consoled her. "No need to blame yourself. I was just saying it casually that day and didn't expect things to develop this way." Change smiled and continued, "If Miss Lin feels guilty, then I have something I can ask you to do." Lin Qiuhan replied, "Please tell me, young master." He said, "I hope you pay attention to the corpse of your younger brother." Judging from his expression, it's probably not just as simple as being controlled by someone else's divine soul. Ji Yu Change glanced at her and continued, "I'm afraid his body has also been taken over by some mysterious existence. After all, there are many secret techniques in this world, and it's not impossible to die and be resurrected later." Qiuhan, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Die and be resurrected? Does this secret technique exist?" "When I discovered Lin Tian, his heart meridian was severely damaged, and there was absolutely no chance of survival." After speaking, she frowned and thought to herself, "If it's like what the young master said, could it be that Lin Tian faked his death?" Immediately after, Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and said, "I'm just guessing. Miss Lin just needs to pay attention." After speaking, Change glanced at Lin Qiuhan and pondered. If Lin Qiuhan personally witnesses Lin Tian's death and resurrection, then any connection between her and Lin Tian will end. Once completely bound, Lin Tian's luck will only last for a few days. A second later, he frowned and gave a sinister smile. Then he mused, "There's no need to keep him around anymore." Suddenly, someone came forward, bowed, and said, "My lord, several young disciples from various places in the 8 regions wish to see you." Ji Yu Change was very surprised to hear this, and replied, "Oh, they've arrived. Let them come up." After a while, a group of people came forward and bowed. Chu Xuan shouted, "Chu Xuan pays respects to the young master." The people behind him said in unison, "Greetings, my lord." Ji Yu Change sat on his chair and replied, "No need for formalities." Bai Yu looked at him with admiration and shouted, "This humble Bai Yu, holy son Jia Yu, has long heard of your name, my lord. Meeting you today, you are indeed as extraordinary and refined as the rumors say." Someone shouted, "It's our great honor that the young master could grace our humble abode in Zhongzhou." Lin Qiuhan thought to herself, "These usually boastful and arrogant chosen ones actually have such a flattering side?" Immediately after, Qiuhan looked at the girls and thought, "Even the aloof holy maidens from various forces have to shed their status to please the young master." Then, Lin Qiuhan turned to look at Ji Yu Change and pondered, "Even such humble submission may not move the young master. Speaking of which, The young master's attitude towards them is completely different from mine. She kept thinking, you bear the weight of a great power, possess extraordinary demeanor, and are tolerant, understanding me, gentle and tender. Then, Lin Chuhan placed her hand on her chest and thought, Ji Gongzi is really good to me. The system's notification sounded. Event triggered. Successfully captured Lin Chuhan's fortune. Host's luck points increased by 200. Heavenly destiny value increased by 1,000 points. Ji Yu Change was taken aback. Then, Cheng He cracked a satisfied smile and thought, indeed, you didn't disappoint me. A screen popped up with Ji Yu Change's personal info. He mused, Su Qingge and Lin Tian's luck values have both increased by over 300. My cultivation is already at its peak in this lower realm. Might as well save these destiny points for a rainy day. Ji Yu Change tapped the screen, thinking, Lin Chuhan TH is worth nurturing. At least she showed some goodwill by bringing snacks. A notification appeared about a buff item, Beginner Alchemy Guide, costing 100 destiny points. Cheng Jie pondered, I'll find a chance to give her this alchemy guide. How far she can develop depends on her talent. The next second, a notification popped up. Detecting relationship with a Son of Destiny. Initiating a random quest. Suppress the Son of Destiny's sworn brother. Quest reward. 500 destiny points. Failure penalty. None. He thought, Lin Tian is already trash. This quest. Is it triggered by Yi Chen? Then, Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and used a secret technique. Change slowly opened his eyes, musing, as a Son of Destiny, it's reasonable to escape death in the clutches of several major forces like Tianzhao. He looked at everyone, thinking, if it's a random quest, seems like the target is among these people. The next second, Ji Yu Change hesitated, then called out, Chu Xuan. He lowered his head and asked, what are your orders, young master? Ji Yu Chang asked. Any news of Ye Chen in Zhongzhou? Chu Xuan scratched his head, stammering, Ye Chen, young master. Su Qing frowned and looked ahead. Ji Yu Change followed up, meaning no. Chu Xuan was sweating profusely. Head bowed, stammering, this. A girl scratched her face, wondering, who's Ye Chen? Bai Yu replied, judging by master's expression, he must be displeased. Jin Yang began to frown, looking scary. Bai Yu rested her hand on her chin, muttering, Yi Chen. Where have I heard that name before? Eastern Wilderness. Tai Xuan, Holy Sun. Suddenly, Bai Yu suddenly remembered something, and glanced at Jin Yang. He was sweating profusely, and looked very confused. Immediately after, Bai Yu pointed at Jin Yang and shouted, Master, I heard that Jin Yang, the holy son of the Gulu Holy Land, knows a hero from the Eastern Wilderness. Could it be the Ye Chen you're looking for? Jin Yang's face twisted in anxiety. Crap! That damned Bai Yu! Ji Yu Change still had his hand on his knee. Then, Cheng A asked, Oh, I wonder who Holy Son Jin Yang knows. What's their name? Jin Yang clenched his fists, his legs slightly apart. Everyone around looked at him and whispered. Jin Yang frowned and started to sweat. Ji Yu Change spoke. Holy Son Jin Yang isn't talking. Guess that means the person you know is the one I'm looking for. Jin Yang couldn't help but look at Change worriedly. Immediately after, Jin Yang bowed and replied, Yes. Master, I don't know who you are looking for. The next second, Ji Yu Change made his move, unleashing a purple beam of light that shot straight at Jin Yang. The tall building was now surrounded by that light. Ji Yu Change's entire body emitted terrifying rays of light. He gently said, Answer me, yes or no. Everyone around was shocked, sweating profusely and whispering, I never thought this young master's strength would be so terrifying. With this aura, even in our Holy Land, I've never felt it from the Holy Lords. Bai Yu frowned and gritted her teeth, worrying, Damn it, I was too eager to show off. If I'm implicated by Jin Yang, won't I suffer too? Jin Yang's legs trembled uncontrollably, stammering, Yes, Master, I do know a brother named Ye Chen. Ji Yu Change asked, Where is he now? Kim Yang's face scrunched up, sweating buckets. He stuttered, Sorry, my lord. Can't rat out my bro Yi Chen's whereabouts. Bai Yu heard this and spun around, yelling at Kim Yang, Kim Yang, are you out of your mind? Immediately, Bai Yu simped hard. Me lord, this Kim Yang must be bewitched. He'd never pull a bonehead move like this normally. Kim Yang fired back. Shut your yap. Yi Chen's my sworn bro, crystal clear character. And me lord, is there some kind of misunderstanding between you and my bro? Then, Ji Yu Change placed his hand on his knee and slowly rose. Change's eyes blazed, enveloped in pink light. Asking me is your honor. Misunderstanding? You got any right to question me? Kim Yang was like, Then bam! Blood fountain. Kim Yang crashed to his knees, cracking the ground. Kim Yang, hands on the ground, roared, sending everyone scattering. Suddenly, some dude rushed in, yelling, "Holy Sun!" Turns out, this is Kim Yang's subordinate. He groveled, "Holy Sun is an idiot. Accidentally offended milord. Beg your forgiveness." Ji Change remained unfazed. Then, Change dropped a name, Ming Lao. Next thing you know, Ming Lao appeared. "At your service, old servant." Everyone around went slack-jawed, thinking, This is the ancestor who ascended 30,000 years ago from the Lin family. He's calling himself old servant to this guy? Ji Chang commanded. "After tomorrow, I don't want to hear any news about the existence of the Kalim sacred ground." Kim Yang was now totally bathed in pink light. Ming Lao bowed. "Understood, old servant." Suddenly, Kim Yang's subordinate reached out, pleading, "Senior, wait!" Everyone around was now pale with fear. Kim Yang's subordinate slumped to the ground, muttering, "It's over. We're done for." Kim Yang was still just trying not to die, Lin Qiuhan thought. Just a casual sentence, and he decides the fate of an entire region. Lin Qiuhan and Su Qingge exchanged glances, thinking about Ji Change. So cold, aloof like a god holding everything in his hands. This is his true form. They both marveled inwardly. System notification. Random quest completed. SSS rank perfect completion. Plus 40 destiny value. Current destiny value. 700 points. An elder of the Kalim Sacred Ground said, "City Lord, this matter." The entire Kalim Sacred Ground was assembled. Everyone wore a look of dread, sweating bullets. Someone yelled, "Who did the Kalim Sacred Ground offend to bring such calamity?" Another cried, "The heavens want to destroy our Kalim Sacred Ground." Then, a colossal hand appeared and attacked the Kalim Sacred Ground. The sky turned dark, and fireballs rained down on the Kalim Sacred Ground. In a small house, a voice echoed, Kim Yang, bro?" Turns out it's Ye Chen. He stared at his palm, lips tightened. A voice said, "Sigh, things have finally developed in the direction I least wanted to face." Ye Chen clutched 2 jade pieces, thinking, "I will kill Ji Change. IWIL. Next, Yan Ji flew out of the ring in a red glow, calling out, "Yi Chen!" He looked down, saying, "Master, if you're going to tell me to give up my grudges with Ji Change, don't bother." Ye Chen's face twisted, clenching his fist, grinding his teeth. "The celestial ancient secret realm is about to open. I will obtain the inheritance of the secret realm's master and that long-sealed demonic artifact." On the other side, a gorgeous blue sky appears. The trio, Lin Qiuhan, Ji Cheng, and Su Qingge, are strolling through the grounds. He speaks up, asking, "Miss Qiuhan, ever since returning from star-plucking pavilion, why have you been so quiet?" Ji Change pats Lin Qiuhan's head and asks, "Did I scare you, miss?" Qiuhan's face flushes red, and she replies shyly, "A little. I guess I've never seen that side of you, young master, but I know you treat me well." Meanwhile, Su Qingge stands to the side, puffing out her cheeks and crossing her arms, looking all pouty. Next, Ji Change pulls out a book and says, "My bad. Consider this. Elementary Tao of Alchemy explained in detail as my apology gift, Miss." Qiuhan reaches out and accepts it, replying, "Thank you, young master. This book is exactly what I need." Su Qingge closes her eyes and says, "Young master, you've gone too far." But Cheng and Qinghan keep walking, leaving Qing behind. Change, not even acknowledging Qing's outburst, says, "The moon isn't bad tonight." Hearing this, Qingge gets even angrier and stutters, "You." 3 days later, a group of people bow their heads in salute, saying, "If that great one has no intention, we won't disturb you further, and we'll be sure to welcome Clan Head Lin later. Say a few nice words in front of us." Clan Head Lin replies, "Not at all, not at all. The Lin clan has always wanted to forge good relationships. Here. Your matter, Lin will definitely remember." Lin Qiuhan thinks to herself, "Young master is cold to others, but on the other hand, he's also supporting the Lin clan's reputation." The image of Ji Change appears in Qiuhan's mind. She lowers her head and ponders, recalling the young master's attitude towards those who opposed him. Then Lin Tian must be like what young master said, not Lin Tian anymore. Otherwise, with such a big thing happening, how could young master still be so tolerant of the Lin clan? Only that child Xiao Xian is pitiful. On the other side, Lin Tian is still lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, his hand slowly moves. Then, Lin Tian suddenly sits up on the ground. A man standing in the prison cell sees Lin Tian suddenly sit up, causing him to scream incessantly, "A Z-zombie!" Immediately afterward, the man runs quickly towards Lin Qiuhan and shouts, "Miss! Lin Tian, he!" Hearing this, she immediately scolds, "Such a racket! What kind of decorum is this? You, step back." At the same time, Lin Tian raises his hand. He lowers his head and thinks, The body is still intact. It seems I've survived a tribulation. Lin Tian frowns and gives a sinister smile, then thinks to himself, next, I just need to fake amnesia. It shouldn't be difficult to fool those people. That GU guy? I'll slowly settle this debt with you. A second later, Lin Tian raises his head and sees something that makes him wonder. It turns out to be Gu Change and Lin Qiuhan. She looks at him with a serious expression. Gu Chang, on the other hand, remains very calm when he sees that Lin Tian is still alive, as if he already knew it. At this moment, Lin Tian starts pretending to look around and shouts, "Sister, why am I here? I clearly remember I was studying in the library. Why?" Gu Change thinks to himself, this kid's acting is a bit over the top. Then, Lin Tian stands up and asks in confusion, "Who is this man? Why have I never seen him before?" A second later, Lin Qiuhan glares at Lin Tian and frowns. Then she shouts angrily, "Enough! What are you still pretending for at this point?" Hearing this, Lin Tian frowns and stutters, "Sister, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Lin Tian looks around and continues, "What exactly happened? Why am I locked up in the dungeon?" Seeing that Lin Qiuhan is very angry, he shouts, Sister, what's wrong? I'm your younger brother Lin Tian. Why don't you believe me?" Lin Qiuhan looks at Lin Tian with a look of anger. Then, Lin Tian asks, "Do you remember when you were young, you were reprimanded by the family head, and you ran to me to complain?" And there was one time. Before he could finish speaking, Qiuhan started grinding her teeth and shouted, "Shut up!" Hearing this, Lin Tian stutters, sister, sister." Lin Qiuhan's eyes tear up, and she shouts angrily, "Don't call me sister! Who the hell are you? Where did you hide Xiao Xian?" Lin Tian frowns and glares, then he stutters, "Sis. Sis." Li Farren clutched his head, screaming in pain. "No, it wasn't me." Ling Farren's eyes widened, gritting his teeth. "Damn obsession? Acting up now?" Seeing this, Lin Qiuhan cried out in worry. Xiao Fan, Li Fan, still clutching his head, said, "Lin Qiuhan, I never wanted to hurt you, but why did you team up with Gu Change against me?" The next second, Li Fan screamed, "No, it's my fault, sister!" Suddenly, a voice erupted from Li Fan's body. "Shut up! A mere wisp of obsession, you won't sway the celestial god King Lu Tianshen." Li Fan's eyes glowed red as he knelt on the ground. Li Fan looked up and shouted, "Sister, kill me!" The system notification chimed. Li Fan is facing the original host's obsession. Backlash. Loss of body control. Luck value -200. Protagonist Halo +1000. Son of Destiny's luck value depleted. Initiating. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Protocol. Lin Qiuhan trembled, stepping forward. Qiuhan's face flushed red. She covered her mouth and stammered, "Xiao Fan." Tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Change placed his hand on her shoulder, glancing at her, and said, "I know you can't do it. Go outside, I'll take care of this scum." Tears streamed down Qiuhan's face. She covered her mouth, looking at Li Fan with worry and sadness, then ran away, leaving only tears behind. Gu Change watched her leave, his eyes gleaming. He mused, Lin Qiuhan and Li Fan. Such deep sibling affection. Do you know why she won't let your body rest in peace? Li Fan's eyes widened as if realizing something. He frowned and roared, You? You knew I faked my death? Who the hell are you, Gu Change? What's your goal? Gu Change smirked, asking in return, My goal? What goal could I have? A pink glow slowly appeared, enveloping Gu Change. He questioned, Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Suddenly, a red light flashed in Gu Change's eyes, looking terrifying as he said, Why ask? The pink light then shone directly into the prison cell. Li Fan was also engulfed in the light. He leaked demonic energy. Who are you? How do you have these methods? The next second, Gu Change lightly pressed on Li Farren's forehead, causing him immense pain. Li Farren was drenched in sweat. Change replied, A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Red veins popped in Li Farren's eyes, looking terrifying as he stammered, No. No. The surroundings were enveloped in thick smoke, accompanied by Li Fan's blood-curdling screams. A moment later, Li Fan lay slumped on the ground, the pink light gradually fading. Li Fan said weakly, A powerful god-king realm cultivator's evil spirit. Gu Change was surrounded by a purple light. He stretched out his arms, looked up, and said, The taste is indeed not bad. It strengthened my primordial spirit quite a bit. Change looked at his palm and continued, But this kind of demonic art isn't easy. Before I'm completely sure, I definitely can't reveal it. The system notification chimed. Son of Destiny successfully eliminated. Initiating protocol. Luck value being reduced. Calculating. Congrats, host. You've snagged a reward. Heavenly Deo treasure chest. Your Heavenly Destiny value increases by 100 points, and your total increases by 500 points. The spoils chest has been acquired. Luck value conversion to functionality initiated. Your own luck can be converted to heavenly destiny value at a rate of 110. Gu Zengge's thinking. So that's how it is. Since ancient times, there's a way to burn the luck of the heavens to save lives. This luck is converted into functionality invisibly, giving me another trump card. Zhang raises his hand towards the treasure chest, thinking. Alright, next up. A burst of light erupts from Zhangge. Then, a notification pops up. Spoils chest acquired. The treasure chest slowly opens, emitting a golden glow. System notification rings out. Congrats, host. Obtained luck plunder card X3. Congrats, host. Obtained 1/3 world destruction seed. Congrats, host. Obtained system settlement crit card X1. Gu Change, intrigued, asks, luck plunder card? Settlement crit card? A detailed notification about the luck plunder card appears. Can be activated to plunder luck from a Son of Destiny. Determine usage based on the Son of Destiny's current state. Successful plunder will reduce the Son of Destiny's luck to 0, and the host will gain the corresponding luck points. Another notification appears, detailing the system settlement crit card. When distributing system settlement rewards, grants a random crit bonus, potentially multiplying the rewards by tens or hundreds of times. Gu Change strokes his chin, deep in thought. The settlement crit card can be used when killing Yi Chen, but the luck plunder card can ignore the rules of luck and directly steal the luck points of a Son of Destiny? Now that's some rare good stuff. Zhang taps the screen, musing. The price in the store is 10,000 heavenly destiny value. That means, at the very least, I need to ensure I gain 2,000 luck points during the plunder to break even. So, in the system's hidden settings, the luck of the future Sons of Destiny I encounter won't be too low. Zhang cracks a satisfied smile, thinking, if I had this info earlier, it wouldn't have counted as cheating, right? As soon as he taps the chest on the screen, a series of notifications appear. Heavenly Dado Extra Rewards chest activated. Congrats, host. Obtained Son of Destiny. Halo of Light. The halo is undergoing conversion. Congrats, host. Obtained Villainous Son of Destiny. Halo of Light. Congrats, host. Received God King's Heart. A notification pops up. Destiny's nemesis devours destiny. If you're destined to be a villain, dealing with a Son of Destiny will unintentionally reveal differences in luck. Change crosses his arms, pondering. Unintentionally revealing differences in luck. That'll make it easier when I encounter new Sons of Destiny in the future. Gu Change thinks. But if I ruthlessly kill Sons of Destiny, I'll miss out on a lot of heavenly destiny value opportunities. He grabs the God King's heart on the screen, thinking, I need to carefully consider the benefits and drawbacks later. Zhangge holds the God King's heart, contemplating. This heart contains the essence of a God King realm cultivator's tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Just merge it directly, I guess? After thinking, Zhangge puts the God King's heart against his chest. A golden light surrounds Gu Change, and he receives notifications. Dao Heaven Immortal Demon Body, Heavenly Devouring Immortal Demon Art, Heavenly Destiny plus 4000, Luck plus 450. Store has unlocked Ruin Breaking Charm for Divine Ability. Dao Heaven Immortal Demon Body, Heavenly Devouring Immortal Demon Art, Heavenly Destiny 3000. Luck 450. Store has unlocked Fragmented Ruin Breaking Charm. A screen displays Change's personal information. Character. Gu Change, Villainous Son of Destiny. Halo of Light. Identity. Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace True Disciple. Physique. Demonic Heart Bloodline Dao Bone. Cultivation Methods Divine Abilities. Dao Heaven Immortal Canon 8th Layer. Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate Divine Sense. Heavenly Devouring Immortal Demon Art. Heavenly Destiny Value 1500 points. Luck 450. System Store has unlocked 3 System Settlement Crit cards. His hair floats up with a golden light and he thinks, just increasing 1 layer of the Dao Heaven Immortal Canon, and it cost 3,000 Heavenly Destiny value. My cultivation only barely stabilized at peak Marquis stage. Zhang looks at his palm, musing. If I want to break through to the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, I'm afraid it'll cost more than 5,000 Heavenly Destiny value. Then, Zhangge walks forward, deep in thought. These matters truly can't be stopped for even a moment, he thinks as he walks. Thinking about the 8 desolate demon region, I can conveniently deal with Ye Chen's matter now. After all, he no longer has any value for me. I also need to prepare for the matters of the upper realm. Just as Zhangge steps outside, Lin Qiuhan is already waiting there. Qiuhan's eyes are filled with tears, and she frowns, hesitating. Young master. Zhangge gently wipes away Qiuhan's tears, comforting her. It's okay. Lin Tian's matter has been resolved. The remnant soul of the strong expert occupying his body has also been eliminated. He turns and walks away, continuing. Let your younger brother rest in peace soon. After all, being occupied by someone wasn't for too long, so perhaps his soul hasn't dissipated yet. and there may still be a chance for reincarnation. At this point, Ling Qiuhan was still super bummed. Tears just wouldn't stop flowing. She slowly wiped them away and replied, Da Xia Gongzi, Chongyue, ancient city. About 3 days. Journey from the Tianzhao Dao discussion in Zhongzhou. The city was packed with people bustling about. On the other side, a group of people huddled together, gossiping. Can you believe the Ca Lu sacred ground got wiped out like that? Just who the hell is that young master from the upper realm? Hard to say. We've been hidden away in the ancient god mountain range for years. We don't understand those big shots. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So what if he's got some background? Turns out, it was Ye Liuli. She stepped forward and yelled, if anyone messes with my Yi Chen Gage, I'll make them pay. Everyone was like, don't worry, Miss Liuli. Even if he's from the upper realm, he's nothing to our ancient god mountain. That's right, how dare he offend Miss Liuli? This won't end well for him. Just some dude from the upper realm? This ain't his playground. Ye Liuli's eyes lit up. She asked, Aunt Shu, any news about Ye Chen Gage? Aunt Shu stood behind her, silent for a long moment. Then she replied, Miss, it's been a while since we last sensed his spiritual qi activity in Zhongzhou. Haven't felt his presence. Liuli hung her head, sadly saying, I see. He must be going through hell right now. Aunt Shu then said, Miss, the true dragon of Aoxiang in the 9 heavens will surely return to the upper realm sooner or later. I'm afraid Ye Chen will find it hard to even reach the void refinement stage. I advise you. Ye Liuli stated clearly, I know you all look down on Ye Chen Gage, but I believe he will definitely soar. He already said, don't underestimate a poor young man. Aunt Shu closed her eyes and replied, That's true, but with Ye Chen's potential, what if he cultivates for another 30,000 years? Some people are born with destiny already at the end point that he can never reach. Ye Liuli stood with a group of subordinates and shouted, Enough, Aunt Zhu. I'm going to meet this so-called young master from the upper realm. If anything unpleasant happens, and that void refinement old geezer beside him tries anything, I'll need you to step in and hold him back. Aunt Zhu sighed and replied, Be careful, miss. I won't let anyone harm you. At the same time, Ji Yu Change picked up a pill and examined it. He sat on his chair and said, Indeed, Miss Qiuhan's talent is not bad. She's already made some progress in the Tao of pills in just a few days. Lin Qiuhan lowered her head and replied, Thanks to the books you gave me, young master. I am extremely grateful. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a violent bolt of lightning appeared. Lin Qiuhan frowned, looking very surprised. Su Qingge, holding a teapot, asked, What is this? Immediately after, people from the Lin family appeared at the door. The Lin family head shouted, You damned brats! Who dares to barge into the ancient Lin family? It turned out to be Ye Liuli and her subordinates making their move. Someone laughed and shouted, A small Lin family. We are from the ancient god mountain. Haven't you come to pay respects yet? The Lin family head was sweating profusely, wondering, Ancient god mountain. Ye Liuli slowly landed on the ground. The Lin family head asked, May I ask what brings the esteemed guests from the ancient god mountain to my Lin family? Liuli stated clearly, Tell Ji Yu Change, Ye Chen's cousin, Liuli, wants to meet him. The Lin family head bowed his head and said, If you wish to meet young master Ji Yu, please wait a moment. I will go inform him. A subordinate of Ye Liuli slowly stepped forward and asked, Meet? Lin family head? Those are some harsh words. Do you know what happens when you offend Miss Liuli? Then, he pointed at the Lin family head's head, causing him to sweat even more, and continued, The Qingtian realm will no longer have a place for the Lin family. Suddenly, Ye Liuli's subordinate saw something, and was startled. Turns out a giant hand appeared in the sky, accompanied by a yellowish gold lightning bolt. That hand pointed straight at his head. Immediately after, that hand gently poked him in the face, causing him to grimace, the golden light shining even brighter. Seeing this, Ye Liuli and her subordinates were so shocked that they gnashed their teeth. The light was so dazzling that the Lin family head had to shield his face. The next moment, those golden rays gradually dissipated. The surrounding scene was surrounded by a white smoke, and the sky became clearer. Liuli was still so shocked that her eyes widened. Seeing this, the Lin family head turned his head and hesitated. Young master Ji Yu Change replied, Let them in. Ye Liuli's subordinate reached out and received the golden rays. He frowned and stammered. Young master. Ye Liuli's subordinate said, We are still people from the ancient god mountain, yet he kills us as he pleases. That palm just now secretly felt the power of the Feng Wang realm. What is the origin of this person? Ye Liuli frowned, looking very angry. Immediately after, Liuli spoke. Let's go in. The surrounding scene was silent and tense. Aunt Shu thought to herself. As soon as I entered the Lin family, I felt a powerful atmosphere locked down. It is very obvious that I can lock down the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm with a gentle breath. My cultivation base makes it impossible for me to trace his whereabouts. I am afraid that the strength of the Lin family's ancestors has even reached the God King realm. She frowned and pondered. The mixed atmosphere of the Feng Wang realm just now must have come from that young man. Such strength, and he even brought a God King realm servant. Suddenly, Aunt Shu's eyes widened and she suddenly thought, wait, if this young man is surnamed Gu, could he be from that clan? She gradually disappeared and pondered. If that's really the case, then we must never let the young lady offend them. On the contrary, if we can use this opportunity to draw closer to that young master, that would be the best thing. The next second, Aunt Shu appeared in front of Ye Liuli. Seeing this, she asked in surprise, Aunt Shu, why are you— She saluted and replied, young lady, urgent matter. This matter, in my opinion. Suddenly, old Ming appeared right behind Aunt Shu. She continued, I'm afraid it's a misunderstanding. Hearing this, old Ming folded his arms and pondered. What do you mean? Just now, it seems like this woman was conveying goodwill to me. At the same time, Ji Change was still sitting on the chair, resting his hand on his chin and secretly rejoicing. Then he pondered, Ye Chen's cousin, ancient bloodline, a prodigy in the lower realm, deep feelings, this routine is both familiar and bloody. Then, Su Qingge asked, is young master planning to kill them? Hearing this, Change showed a sinister smile and replied, do I look like someone who casually slaughters people? Immediately after, he stood up and said, let's go. If people are eager to get close to us, we must take the initiative. As soon as Ji Change stepped out of the door, the Lin family members bowed their heads and saluted in unison. Greetings, great lord. Greetings, great lord. Change slowly moved forward, looking very dignified. Seeing this, Aunt Shu showed a satisfied smile and thought to herself, this is what the young people of the Supreme Realm should look like. He stepped in front of Ye Liuli. She asked, you are Ji young master? Aunt Shu, standing beside her, lowered her head. Change asked, your background is Ye Chen's cousin? A notification about her luck points of 800 appeared above Liuli's head. Seeing this, Change thought to himself, this Ye Chen, other things aside, his peach blossom luck is not bad, yet this girl has 800 luck points. Then, Aunt Shu bowed her head and said, greetings, Ji young master. This is our young lady Ye Liuli. I am responsible for protecting the young lady's honored guest elders in the lower realm. The young lady offended you just now. Please forgive her, Ji young master, and don't take it to heart. Liuli, who was standing behind, widened her eyes when she heard this. Then, Ye Liuli frowned and said, Aunt Shu, you're going a bit too far. Aunt Shu turned around and said, Miss, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. Better to seize this chance to clear things up. Don't want to end up offending someone we shouldn't. Ji Chenga replied, Senior, you're too kind. Just get to the point of why you're here. Aunt Shu closed her eyes and asked, first, allow me to ask, is Ji Gongzi from the Changsheng Ji family? Our young miss is backed by the Taigu immortal clan Ye family. Speaking of which, our two families have known each other for ages. Liuli's subordinates immediately chimed in. The Changsheng Ji family? Why didn't you say so earlier? We can't afford to offend the Taigu immortal clan, and we definitely can't offend the Changsheng family. Ye Liuli just lowered her head and remained silent. Chenga said, so it's the Taigu immortal clan. No wonder Miss Ye is so fearless, barging in here while still so young. Indeed, my father had dealings with the Ye family head. Seems you already know I'm from the Ji family. Aunt Shu frowned and thought, Father, could he be the sole heir of the Changsheng Ji family? If so, this Gongzi's future. Liuli's subordinates were sweating buckets. No way, he's the young master of the Ji family? One subordinate made a constipated face and hesitated. Ji family. Then, he knelt on the ground and yelled, doesn't that mean the young master died in vain? The next second, all of Liuli's subordinates knelt down and shouted, Yes, we were impolite earlier, please forgive us. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please pardon our offenses. Ye Liuli was still frowning and thinking, why is this happening? Aunt Shu turned and said, Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. You should apologize to Ji Gongzi. What status does Ji Gongzi have? Why would he care about someone insignificant like Yi Chen? Liuli lowered her head and started grinding her teeth. Immediately after, Ye Liuli shouted, Aunt Shu, you don't need to say any more. I can't apologize to him. She pointed at Ji Chenga and yelled, it's him who made Chen Gerd run and hide everywhere, becoming a laughingstock. And Hayok thought to himself, this girl really is devoted to Ye Chen. Even under this pressure, she won't yield. Then, he licked his lips and thought, but in the end, she's still a naive girl. You're so attached to Ye Chen? Then I'll start there and slowly devour you. Chenga slowly walked forward and asked, So what's your purpose here? He continued, If I, Gu, don't get an explanation for today, even if you're descendants of the Taigu immortal clan. Immediately after, Gu Chenga unleashed a move, creating an intimidating purple light, and shouted, I won't spare you! Aunt Su immediately stepped forward to block and shouted, Gu Gongzi, calm down. It was our young miss who offended you today. Please show mercy. The purple light gradually dissipated. Chenga said sternly, Not talking, huh? Ye Liuli was already sweating profusely. She frowned and glared at him. Then, Gu Chenga called out, Ming Lao. Ming Lao appeared and replied, This servant is here. An Ke gave the order. Every 10 breaths, kill one, Chenga said in a terrifying tone. If anyone resists, exterminate the entire clan. Liuli's subordinates were now sweating buckets and screaming, Great Master, spare us! Great Master! They shouted, Miss, save us! Our family's fate is in your hands. Liuli turned her head. Immediately after, Ye Liuli turned to scold Chenga. You're despicable, shameless. Aunt Su stuttered, Miss. The next second, a chair was brought to the center of the courtyard. Su Qingge offered a cup of tea and said, Gongzi, here's your tea. An slowly sat down in the chair and replied, Then, Aunt Shu turned to reprimand. Miss, why don't you understand? With Jiu Gongzi's status, if he really wanted to kill Yi Chen, even if Yi Chen had heaven-defying abilities, he wouldn't escape. These things must be misunderstandings. You're a princess of the Taigu immortal clan. Jiu Gongzi is the young master of the Chengsheng family. You just need to lower your head a little, and Jiu Gongzi won't make things difficult. Liuli frowned and gritted her teeth. Someone like him can't be a good person. Jiu Zhangge, holding the steaming teacup, casually ordered, 10 breaths are up. Kill them. Then, Ming Lao unleashed his move. A beam of purple light shot from his hand, blasting the Liuli subordinates away. The remaining subordinates were sweating buckets, eyes wide with terror. Bai Hu looked just as horrified. The guy Ming Lao targeted was instantly pierced and KO'd. Liuli was so scared by this instant kill scene that she screamed, You! The remaining subordinates knelt down, wailing, Miss Liuli, save us! I don't want to die! Another one, Bai Hu, whined, We came for you, you can't abandon us. The guy kneeling hugged Liuli's leg and cried, If you just showed a little goodwill, we could be spared. Why won't you? He sobbed, snot and tears everywhere. Are our lives worth less than your words? Bai Hu chimed in, Yeah, miss, are you so heartless as to abandon us for your Ye Chen? Zhangge, witnessing the chaos, flashed a wicked, villainous grin. Liuli, after watching her subordinates tantrum, yanked her leg away and snapped, Enough! She gritted her teeth. Liuli was out of line today. With the most aggrieved face ever, she respectfully said to Zhangge, I apologize. Please forgive me, young master. Zhangge gently placed the teacup back in Qingge's hand and paused for a moment, then waved for Ming Lao to stop, acting all magnanimous. No need for apologies. I'm not a bad guy anyway. This is a small matter. No hard feelings. Aunt Su sighed in relief. There, miss. We've finally cleared up the misunderstanding. I told you Jiu Gongzi wouldn't make things difficult. Liuli's subordinates breathed a collective sigh of relief. They kowtowed, yelling, Thank you for sparing our lives. Thank you for your mercy. Zhangge, looking annoyed, said, Don't thank me. Liuli is the one who let you live. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Liuli glared at him, cursing inwardly. This guy. Then she paused, thinking for a moment, and spoke up. Jiu Gongzi, I came here today because I have something to ask and to seek justice. Zhangge, surprised, replied, Oh? Seek justice? I don't recall bullying Miss Ye. She frowned, annoyed, and continued. This is related to Ye Chen. Zhangge feigned ignorance? Ye Chen? I don't remember doing anything to him. Are you mistaken, Miss Ye? He glanced. Or does Miss Ye feel that I have done something? Killing an ant is not difficult for me. Hearing this, Liuli suddenly paused and said, This matter. She looked around, thinking, Logically, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiu Zhangge to kill Ye Chen. How did Ye Chen survive after offending him? Could it be that Chen Ji really did something wrong? She looked at Zhangge sitting leisurely and wondered. Or is it, as rumored, because of this woman? Then, she dismissed the thought. Su Qingge has a graceful figure. It is reasonable for men to do crazy things for her. She shook her head and continued her train of thought. No, impossible. Chen Ji is always honest and well-behaved. He wouldn't do such a thing. Change saw Liuli's expressions and rejoiced inwardly. The reason I didn't kill Yang Chen is because he's still useful. You guys could rack your brains and still never figure it out. At this moment, Liuli regained her composure and asked, If Jiu Gongzi didn't kill Chen Gerge, then why destroy Ca Lu Holy Land? Is it related to Gerge? Change replied with disdain. How laughable. Surely Miss Ye isn't here to blame me for killing an ant? He paused for a moment, then asked, Do I really need to explain myself to you? Liuli felt a powerful pressure from Chengge, and her face turned extremely panicked. She trembled and replied, I didn't mean that. In her heart she wavered slightly, thinking, Yu Change is right. His status. Destroying Cielu Holy Land is just like killing an ant. If it's just killing an ant, why would there need to be a reason? Besides, if he wanted to kill Chen Gerge wouldn't have been resurrected. She continued to think about her actions today. Coming here was obviously me being unreasonable. At this moment she still stared intently at Qingye, who sat majestically on the chair. At this moment, the system announced, Ye Liuli is moved by Ye Chen. Ye Chen's luck points decrease by 100. The host's heavenly destiny value increases by 500 points. Seeing this, Change was satisfied and thought to himself, Looks like the thorn has finally been planted. Next, it will be much simpler. He stood up and said to Liuli's group, If there's nothing else, you can leave. Hearing this, Liuli hurriedly ordered, Aunt Shu, let's go. Aunt Shu bowed respectfully to Chengge. Gongzi, you young people should interact more. After all, you're both people from the upper realm. Meeting in the lower realm is fate. Change coldly turned his head and said, No need. I have no interest in that little girl. At this moment, Liuli was leaving, but she paused when she heard Change's words. Her face showed great discomfort at Change's words. She turned around angrily and shouted, You, surnamed Gu, what do you mean? Aunt Shu saw this and stopped her, saying, Miss, system displays Gu Change's character information, protagonist halo of villainy, identity Dao heaven immortal and true lineage disciple, physique demonic heart Dao bone, cultivation late stage of Marquise realm, cultivation method Dao heaven immortal canon 8th level, all-consuming demon god, innate talent immortal god's thought, innate talent immortal devouring demonic art etc. Heavenly destiny value 200 points, luck 450, system rewards shattered domain axe 1/3, seed of world destruction times 2, luck plunder card times 3, system calculation critical hit times 1. Changs looked at the system panel and pondered. Now that Ye Liuli is down the mountain following the conventional route, she will definitely find an opportunity to reunite with Ye Chen. He sat there and pondered. The secret realm is about to open. As long as Ye Chen isn't stupid, he will definitely take the initiative to show up and cling to Ye Liuli, the big leg. He continued to speculate. Based on the methods I left behind previously, I can clearly sense the exact location he will appear when they set out. Change secretly prayed, Please, Ye Chen, don't disappoint me. In a mysterious purple ravine, Ye Chen lamented. Looks like the incomplete map was correct. Indeed, the entrance to the heavenly origin ancient secret realm is here, he said excitedly. Now that the secret key to the heavenly origin ancient secret realm is in my hands, even if the mechanisms in the secret realm are layered, I can easily reach the core area. Ye Chen smiled sinisterly. As long as I obtain the inheritance of the heavenly origin supreme in the secret realm, I will definitely find Gu Change and wash away the shame. He clenched his fists with determination and said, And that bitch Su Qingge too. Yanji, standing beside him, could only glance helplessly. Yanji turned her face away and thought to herself, Sigh, is it finally going to come to this? Ye Chen looked at Yanji and asked, Shizun, you said Gu Change brought the old marquis down to the lower realm and easily destroyed Cielu Holy Land. Is his purpose also to open the heavenly origin ancient secret realm? Yanji raised her hand to her chin and pondered for a moment, then replied, What you said is probably correct. Besides this ancient secret realm, there's nothing in the lower realm that would interest him. Ye Chen said boastfully, Once the heavenly origin ancient secret realm opens, he will definitely come here first. But the secret realm has many restrictions. His old marquis can't enter in his peak state. His eyes became terrifying, and he continued, At the same time, after I obtain the inheritance in the core area and wait for him to arrive, I'll use the secret key to control the mechanism array. Under this cleansing, Yanji saw him gradually changing, and her face became very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned to her and asked, Shizun, do you think I have hope for revenge? Yanji was caught off guard and replied in surprise. She anxiously replied, Sounds perfect. But how do you know Gu Change has a map or other means to enter the core of the secret realm? Hearing this, Ye Chen agreed. You're right. Shizun makes a point. Outwardly agreeing, but inwardly thinking? Other means? Why does Shizun have so much faith in Gu Change and think my methods are unreliable? Ever since she got Gu Change's elixir, Shizun has been... As he was pondering, Yanji interjected. Right, Ye Chen. There's something you should be aware of. The power behind your cousin Liu Li is immense. Before you reach the Void God realm, it's best not to associate with them. Ye Chen turned back and said, I appreciate your good intentions, Shizun, My affairs with cousin Liu Li are none of your concern. In his heart, he thought, good intentions? Yeah. Right, you're just afraid that Liu Li and I will team up against Ji Yu Cheng. My dear Shizun, wait until the day Ji Yu Cheng dies by my hand. I wonder what your stance will be then. He stepped into the gate of the secret realm and ordered, let's go. Ye Chen's figure gradually disappeared behind the gate to the secret realm. At this moment, a strange ray of light suddenly appeared from the sky. The light struck directly on the mountain where the secret realm Yi Chen had just entered was located. Many cultivators gathered here, cheering. A secret realm has opened. Someone else said, this aura, it seems to be left behind by a self-proclaimed supreme powerhouse. Another said, let's go in. Screw the Dather convention or whatever. We can't miss this opportunity. They flew to the entrance of the secret realm, wondering. It's said that the powerhouse used his life to seal an unparalleled fierce demon. I wonder what's inside this secret realm. One person who entered exclaimed in surprise, this. Another said, my cultivation is being suppressed. Ji Yu Cheng's magnificent ship quickly arrived at the scene. On the ship, Ming Lao reported, young master, it seems this ancient heavenly abyss secret realm restricts the cultivation of cultivators below the great power realm. Cheng smiled mysteriously, thinking, the inheritance of a quasi-supreme powerhouse, conveniently restricting moderate cultivation levels. Seems just as I predicted. This ancient heavenly abyss secret realm is basically a training ground for Ye Chen. If I'm not mistaken, even if Ye Chen hasn't reached the great power realm yet, he's probably gotten a decent power-up. When the time is ripe, it's harvest time. After considering, he ordered his subordinates, let's go. The other cultivators, upon seeing his ship, shouted, look, that's the ancient Lin family. The young big shot is here. Cheng's group also disembarked, flying down to the entrance of the secret realm. Others, seeing Cheng, frantically yelled, get out of the way! Don't bump into that big shot! Cheng slowly and confidently walked in, saying, suppress your cultivation properly. We'll talk inside. Then he quickly stepped up and went inside. Inside the secret realm was a land with many beasts, along with vast fields and lush greenery. While Ye Chen was butchering the meat of a demon beast, a voice suddenly called out, Chen Gij! Hearing a familiar voice calling him, Yi Chen happily turned around. It turned out the caller was Liu Li. This made Ye Chen overjoyed as he greeted, Liu Li, you're finally here! Liu Li ran towards Yi Chen and greeted him cheerfully. Ye Chen blushed as he thought, it's only been 3 years, but this little girl Liu Lia has grown up almost as much as Su Qingje. Aunt Su, following behind, grumbled, close your damn dog eyes. How dare a lowly servant like you stare at the young mistress's beauty? Ye Chen frowned and angrily replied, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Your words seem a bit outdated, senior. Seeing his attitude, Aunt Su couldn't help but scold. Based on you? An insect who has never seen a 9 heavens true dragon. Only a talent, like young Master Ji Yu, is worthy of our young mistress. Seeing the tense situation, Liu Li spoke up. Aunt Shu, what nonsense are you talking about? Aunt Shu bowed and replied, young mistress, I'm telling the truth. If it weren't for this kid, why would young Master Ji Yu have that attitude towards you? Before she could finish, Liu Li interrupted. Aunt Shu, don't let me hear that name I hate so much. Yi Chen, hearing this, asked in surprise, Liu Li, could it be that you and Ji Yu changed? Before he could say anything more, Liu Li angrily shouted, what are you thinking? Seeing this, Yang Chen stepped forward and grabbed Liu Li's hand, anxiously asking, then why did you say he was annoying? What happened? Did he screw you over somehow? Liu Li pulled her hand away from his, annoyed, and replied, it's nothing. It's just that Ji Yu Cheng is the young master of the undying Ji Yu family from the upper realm. His family is more powerful than mine. Chen Ji, if you confront him, you must be more careful. Ye Chen laughed confidently and said, don't worry. What's an undying family? No one can do anything to me. At this moment, there was a reaction from the ring on his finger. Inside it, Yanji rested her chin on her hand and speculated. So it turns out that young Master Ji Yu is the young master of the undying family. A character with such an origin, challenging Ye Chen in front of so many people, there's no reason to keep him alive. Could it be that he really wants to recruit me? In a peaceful place within the secret realm, little birds were happily eating seeds on the ground. Suddenly, a slight fluctuation appeared in the space. From within, several people were stepping out. It turned out to be Ji Yu Cheng and the others from the Lin family. A junior praised. This immortal wood is lush, and the spiritual energy is abundant. This is truly a land of creation. But Ming Lao saw this and scolded. I've told you before, don't let the appearance of things blind you. You all treat my words like the wind. Use your divine sense to sense it. In this complete environment, there is demonic energy mixed in. The mechanisms and traps hidden inside are unpredictable. This trip is very important to the young master, so we must be careful, and there can be no mistakes. Change kindly said, "It's okay. I have my own way to find a safe path." A red light was emitted by Change, and he thought to himself, the mark on the pill is still there. The secret realm hasn't been open for long, so he must have acted quickly. He probably only managed to probe the edge of the core area. As he spread the red light everywhere, he thought, "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, as my treasure-hunting rat, you must try your best." Beneath the gray and dense clouds that covered the entire sky, a mysterious black shadow appeared, looking like a human figure descending from above. Immediately, a shocking explosion was created in front of the entrance of the massive city, causing the ground to shake and rocks to fly everywhere, creating a cloud of dust. Inside was Ye Chen landing on the corpse of a large monster bear. Ye Liuli ran over and praised, "Chen Ge's strength has increased so quickly in the past few years. I didn't expect you to have reached the peak of the divine power realm." Ye Chen stood up, a smug smile on his face with sharp eyes, and replied, "You praise me too much, Liuli." With the piece of paper in his hand, he looked ahead and said, "The land of inheritance is right here." Ye Chen thought to himself with a very serious expression, "Although the road here is very smooth thanks to the secret key, for some reason I always have a sense of unease deep in my heart. Another unusual thing is that my master is also too calm." After thinking, he turned around and said, "Liuli, perhaps the inheritance of the master of the ancient Tianyuan secret realm is here. To avoid complications, let's go in quickly." Di Shui was approaching, and, upon hearing this, began to think deeply. She said to herself with a reluctant expression, "He's just a kid who's lucky to have so many opportunities. Besides that, how can he compare to young Master Ji Yu?" Then, everyone moved forward together, into the interior. Ye Chen took the lead and announced, "According to the information on the map, this place is probably the tomb of that quasi-supreme expert. If the information is correct, there will be a palace in this ancient city, and the inheritance of that expert is inside it." After walking for a while, they arrived inside. Before everyone's eyes was a desolate and gloomy neighborhood, making people feel goosebumps. Around them were old and dilapidated houses, along with a dim atmosphere. There was not a single person, only the sound of strong winds blowing through, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Ye Chen quickly reminded, "The demonic energy here is getting stronger. We must be careful." Suddenly, a mysterious creature rushed over, landing right on the gate in front. It had bright red eyes like blood, along with two large, long horns. Its entire body had large, sharp thorns protruding from it, along with a tail in the back. This sudden appearance made everyone who saw it extremely shocked. Ye Chen loudly reminded, "It's a savage beast!" In an instant, the savage beast stomped its feet hard and jumped off the large gate. It was full of killing intent, rushing towards the crowd in front by instinct like a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast, only knowing how to massacre other living beings. A slender and experienced hand was extended by someone, accompanied by a faint mist behind it. Di Shu gently waved her hand, launching a graceful and elegant strike, but with extremely powerful force, into the body of the savage beast, causing it to fly backwards, creating a fairly large shock that sent rocks flying everywhere, along with clouds of dust. After taking the full force of that attack, which could not be underestimated, the savage beast flew through a row of houses behind it, stretching almost endlessly. Before they could calm down, a pile of other savage beasts rushed over, too many to count. Ye Liuli's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth uncomfortably. Ye Chen also began to be absolutely vigilant about everything around him. The two turned their backs to each other, preparing to fight. Liuli held her weapon in her hand and said, "So many savage beasts? Yi Chen Ji, time is running out. You go quickly. Bu take care of this place for you." He furrowed his brows, a determined look on his face, and replied as he rushed off, "All right, everyone, hold on for a bit. Once I've received the inheritance, I'll come back and help you all." While Ye Chen dipped, the others stayed behind to hold the line. In the end, all kinds of tough monsters kept swarming around. Ye Liuli got into a fighting stance, then shouted out loud with determination, "Hold them back!" Suddenly, a bright, pink light appeared, shocking her beyond belief. A mysterious, pinkish-purple energy spread out, engulfing all the ferocious beasts around, causing them to scream in pain. Right before Liuli's eyes, in an instant they were all burned to a crisp, their bodies covered in burns, and their lifeless eyes slowly fell to the ground, creating a somewhat terrifying scene. Ye Liuli looked unbelievably shocked, and yelled, "Ji Yu change!" Ahead was Ji Yu change with an arrogant aura, releasing the bright pink energy. Behind him was a group of extremely mysterious people, all of whom seemed to possess considerable power. Liuli asked, full of confusion, "Why did you come here so fast?" Ji Yu change calmly replied, "Why? I should thank your Chen Girj for that. Hearing that cryptic remark, she couldn't help but get agitated and shouted, "Did you mess with Chen Girj? No wonder you never touched him before. So that's what's up. Perhaps your purpose in coming to the lower realm is for the inheritance in this secret realm, right?" The two people behind her were sweating bullets in fear. He cracked a smile that wasn't really a smile, and then praised, "Looks like you're pretty smart," Liuli asked thoughtfully. "What I don't understand is, you come from Changsheng. What kind of inheritance don't you have? Why would you set your sights on the tomb of a quasi-supreme?" To that question, Change just casually said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. However, don't even think about holding me back. I've seen through your intentions," he lightly ordered, with just 2 words, "Clear the way." Immediately, those accompanying him rushed forward extremely quickly. All of them focused their power into their palms, from which began to emerge powerful energy sources of various colors, from green, blue, pink to red, all combined into an extremely powerful and imposing energy mass, then unleashed the attack downwards. Di-Su hurriedly stepped forward, shouting, "Miss!" She panicked at the unexpected, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! I can't exert my full strength in this place." Ming Lao suddenly appeared in a flash right in front, surprising her with the unexpected. He reminded, "Don't move!" Next, the powerful energy that had just been released continuously swept across everything on the ground it passed through, extremely violently. Houses were destroyed and shattered into pieces. The ground was constantly shaking, accompanied by fragments and rocks flying everywhere. Then came the ferocious beasts who were hit by the full force of that powerful attack. Finally, a house located far away blocked all the power. The chaotic scene was quite desolate, with thick smoke constantly rising and small sparks drifting in the wind. Ye Liuli was weak, one hand tightly gripping the sword stuck in the ground to support herself, the other hand placed on her chest, looking quite painful. Behind her, the tiger companion was unconscious. Liuli glanced up with hatred, and then uttered 3 words, "Ji Cheng." Ignoring her existence, Chang instructed as he walked forward, "Ming Lao, keep watch here, don't let anyone in." Ming Lao bowed his head, clasped his hands in front of him, and said, "Young master, rest assured, with this old servant here, no one will disturb you today." On the other side, the atmosphere was extremely polluted with a hazy purple aura. Yi Chen was running up the rugged stairs. He rejoiced when he saw the mysterious door appearing right in front. "I see it! The inheritance I've been craving is inside." With a tense and worried expression, Ye Chen prayed inwardly, "Liuli, hang in there." As soon as he stepped in front of the door, thick purple auras constantly radiated from within, along with a mysterious voice from the outside environment. "It seems the inside of the palace is not as safe as imagined, and the demonic energy here is terrifying. You must prepare yourself mentally." Ye Chen held a pill in his hand and put it in his mouth with excitement, saying, "Master is worrying too much. I have prepared the pill to deal with the demonic energy here." Saying that, he inserted the rectangular stone in his hand into a slot, and the two combined perfectly, just like a key and a lock. Then the door quickly opened, causing a dense and powerful energy to radiate out constantly, the impact of which was so great that Ye Chen had to use all his strength to hold on. He looked unbelievably shocked, and then exclaimed, "As expected of the land of transformation of a quasi-supreme expert, unexpectedly there is still residual power." Inside was an extremely solemn room, with a mysterious black shadow sitting in front, in the highest central position, looking like a powerful king. On that noble throne sat an almost rotten skeleton with silver-white hair, clad in sturdy iron armor. A massive spear pierced straight through the corpse's heart, with blood-red chains tightly binding its upper body. Ye Chen couldn't help but shudder at the terrifying sight before him, swallowing nervously in extreme tension. He looked around as if searching for something and asked, "Where's the inheritance?" Suddenly, from behind, a mysterious voice echoed, "The inheritance is in the corpse on that throne, duh!" This shocked Li Fan so much he broke a sweat. Behind him was a familiar figure. The moment their eyes met, red veins popped in Li Fan's eyes, and sweat poured down even more profusely. Utter horror seemed to engulf Li Fan's body, rendering him motionless. A dense, gloomy aura emanated from the surroundings. Jiyu Zhenga's eyes were blood red, full of murderous intent, shining brightly in the dark room. He flashed a meaningful smile, making onlookers' hair stand on end with an indescribable, silent threat. Ye Chen, in uncontained panic, shouted, "How? How did you get here?" Jiyu Zhenga crossed his arms behind his back, remaining calm and beginning to taunt. "Looks like you really are an idiot. I've been here for half a day, just waiting for you to help me open the door without making a sound, so I wouldn't disturb you." He flashed a smug smile, continuing, "As for why I'm here, you should ask yourself. After all, you're the one who found it, helping me out." Hearing this, Ye Chen gritted his teeth in extreme anxiety. He muttered to himself, "No. No way, someone must have leaked my whereabouts. Liu Lai is the one I trust the most. She couldn't have done this, right? Ye Chen looked down at the jade ring on his finger, full of doubt. Zhenge looked at the ring on Li Fan's hand and gently greeted, "Senior Yanji, long time no see. Or are you too ashamed to show yourself now?" Those words were like a sharp dagger stabbing straight into Li Fan's heart, the pain of betrayal evident in his eyes. He roared in fury, his anger piercing to the bone as he stared at the ring on his hand. "You're my master?" In his rage, Li Fan quickly pulled it off his finger, loudly berating, "I respected you as my master, yet you colluded with the enemy to harm me." Then, he continued to question in a fit of insane anger. "Just for a pill?" Li Fan decisively threw the ring onto the ground with all his might, causing it to bounce and fly forward. The ring rolled quite a distance before stopping. Not long after, a sigh suddenly echoed. A red energy quickly appeared, twisting like a vortex from within the ring. Yanji emerged with streaks of red flames forming circles around her body. With a look of utter annoyance, she affirmed, "You've disappointed me too much. Our master-disciple bond was too deep?" I don't know what you were thinking. After experiencing a major shock from the unexpected, Li Farron's face was lifeless, looking incredibly haunted. He only smiled faintly in contempt, then said, "You teamed up with Jiu Zhenga to harm me, so this is your true face, huh? No wonder you've been acting weird lately. It's all because of guilt, isn't it?" He placed one hand on his chest, extending the other to the side, and beginning to speak bitter words. "I thought, after being together for so long, you'd care about me at least a bit, but you're just like that bitch Su Qing, crawling and flattering like flies around a stinky turd." Hearing this, Yanji didn't show any emotion, only slightly lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly, looking like she was contemplating something. She said decisively, "If that's what you think, then I don't need to explain. Better to sever our relationship from now on." At this point, the system displayed a final notification. Li Fan and his master have severed ties. Luck value lost 200 points, has dropped to the extreme. Host's heavenly destiny value increased by 1,000. Seemingly all within his predetermined calculations, Jiu Zhenga flashed a smug smile on his lips. He glanced to the side and offered praise. "Senior Yanji's aura is as magnificent as ever, even better than before." Yanji politely replied, "Young Master Ji Yu is too kind. Luckily, I had the spirit-gathering pill you gave me that day," she said with relief, continuing. "Otherwise, relying on someone wouldn't know when I could rebuild my physical body. At the end, it is likely that even a trace of remnant soul would disappear." In front of them was Li Fan with a darkened face, his hands clenched tightly as if suppressing extreme anger, his body stiff, and you could faintly feel an aura filled with rage emanating from him. On the other side, Zhenga continued to chat nonchalantly. "It seems Li Fan's misunderstanding with Senior is quite deep," Yanji calmly replied. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's no longer important now." Then, Zhenga put his hand on his forehead with a look of sorrow, and pretended to blame himself. "Looks like my words just now made Li Fan think you leaked his whereabouts to me. It was really wrong of me to say that." Yanji immediately raised both hands with her palms facing outward, as if wanting to deny. "No, it's okay," she naively thought to herself. "Is young Master Ji Yu thinking of me? Compared to that, Li Fan treated me like that today, he has probably never treated me as a master, huh?" Instantly, Li Fan couldn't bear it any longer and shouted in anger, "Enough!" He was so pissed he lost control, starting to curse. "Ji Yu Zhenga, why are you still acting like a good guy at this point? You teamed up with her to plot against me, just so I could open the doors to the main hall, wasn't it? Right?" Luch calmly stepped forward, denying it. "You have such a great Shizun, and instead of cherishing her, you want to hurt her feelings." Seeing Yanji's admiration of him, Cheoji coldly continued, "She refused my offer, didn't abandon you in your toughest times. I thought then, a woman of such character is rare in this world. Now you want the inheritance, your background. How could you just throw it away?" Seemingly unable to accept the explanation, Yi Chen pointed forward, accusingly. You're lying! You two clearly teamed up to scheme against me." Cheoj calmly replied, "You say she and I schemed against you? Don't you look at yourself? I let you escape from my grasp so many times, don't you find it strange?" He smirked meaningfully with eyes sharp like knives, looking straight ahead, then criticized, "Yang Chen, oh Yang Chen, are you going to stay foolish forever?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Yanji stood aside, cautiously saying, "Young Master Ji Yu, please don't speak anymore." She gently bowed and continued, suggesting, "Young Master Ji Yu, if you don't mind, I, Yanji, will follow you from now on." In front, Yi Chen was filled with rage to the bone, exclaiming, You guys!" In his fury, he could only utter those two words to express his feelings towards the two people in front of him. "Slut!" As soon as he finished speaking, A powerful slap landed squarely on Ye Chen's face, sending him flying backward at lightning speed. His face, unable to react in time, began to bleed. Ye Chen was sent flying far away, skidding across the ground, leaving a deep trail and a cloud of dust, looking extremely painful. After delivering the powerful slap, Jiyu Cheoge, with a faint golden energy emanating from his hand, coldly said, "Noisy." He quickly changed his attitude with a smile on his lips, then happily said, "If Senior Yanji is willing to follow me, then naturally, Jiyu will welcome you." Hearing this, Yanji was momentarily stunned, and a surprised and bewildered expression immediately appeared on her stiff face. The system notification appeared. Yanji submits. Host's fortune value increases by 400. Destiny value increases by 2000. Then, Cheoge took out a stone from his hand with details that looked like precious wood surrounding a bright jade in the center, and he made a decision. "Consider this white stone a meeting gift. Follow me." Yanji looked at the white stone in front of her in a daze and said, "Soul-nourishing jade." Cheoge pretended to be noble, continuing, "How can I let you feel wronged with just a ring that breaks boundaries?" In front, Ye Chen, with his remaining weak strength, struggled to stand up with one hand clutching his chest, uttering 3 words, "Jiyu Cheoge." He was so furious that he couldn't restrain himself, then clenched the stone with patterns and shouted, "I must kill you!" From within the stone, a brilliant golden light began to emanate, followed by countless dazzling and powerful rays of light that continuously radiated out, seeping into every corner of the room. Wriggling characters that looked like charms appeared, and gradually moved farther and farther away. Faced with the unbelievable scene and unimaginable power in front of him, Jiyu Cheoge calmly instructed, "Senior, please rest in the soul-nourishing jade first. Leave this to me." Yanji quickly closed her eyes tightly. A red aura enveloped her entire body, and reminded him, "The secret key is in Ye Chen's hands. He manipulates the mechanism formations of this secret realm, and its power is immense. Young master, don't be careless." After that, Yanji moved into the jade, leaving an endless sigh. Before him now was Ye Chen, who had completely lost his sanity. He gripped the stone in his hand, and cracks began to appear on the floor. The golden light above was a person with a huge, glowing body, as if his entire body was covered in pure gold, wearing a massive suit of iron armor and a majestic helmet. Ye Chen reached out one arm, and it was immediately surrounded by flames of energy blazing brightly. He didn't hesitate to rush forward along with the giant above, then shouted in anger, "Die for me!" Jiyu Cheoge began to emit an extremely dense and gloomy purple aura from his body, and the ground began to suffer tremors, followed by countless rays of energy that continuously radiated out, moving at lightning speed, looking extremely powerful. Then a dark aura appeared behind Cheoge, his hair gently flying up with red eyes, looking extremely terrifying, and he immediately asserted confidently, "The mechanism formations here can't deal with me." The dense purple energy spilled out of the large crack behind him, escaping outside. Inside, the golden giant's fist was now completely grabbed by a black hand. In front of him was another giant, with his whole body covered in dark skin and his purple hair fluttering like a flame. Witnessing the unbelievable scene before him, Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "This is..." Suddenly, the spear in the back was covered in vines, and it began to shake. Ye Chen turned his head, utterly stunned, and shouted, "You! What the hell is this? I can't believe it can resonate with this bizarre weapon." Jiyu Cheng's eyes flashed with arrogance, looking down on everything as trash, and asked, "You're about to die. Why do you need to know so much?" Then, the dark giant squeezed the golden giant's fist tightly with his hand, and pushed it away with force. Ye Chen immediately noticed what was happening above. He gripped the stone in his hand, held it out in front of him, and shouted, "Don't even think about it." After activating more power, the golden giant opened his mouth and focused his power to form a dazzling ball of energy. In the blink of an eye, before he could do anything, the dark giant opposite him quickly rushed over and squeezed the golden giant's face. Because of the appearance of a huge obstacle in front, the energy ball could not be fired, but instead automatically released its power on the spot. The stone in Ye Chen's hand quickly shattered into small pieces and fell down. A shocking explosion with overwhelming power occurred right before their eyes, with thick smoke spreading everywhere. From the outside, a dazzling light could be seen emanating from the large gate. After that terrifying explosion, Ye Chen immediately collapsed, lying on the floor, his whole body covered in wounds. The golden giant's body also suffered great damage after the explosion, causing his head to disappear completely and his body to gradually dissipate. Change walked over indifferently and said, "I've let you jump around for so long. Today, I'm going to finish you off." Blood kept flowing from Ye Chen's head. He lay on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, his body without any strength, and said desperately, "No, impossible. Why is the secret realm's suppression ineffective against him? A soulless, hopeless look appeared on that painful face. In Yi Chen's eyes, a reflection of a large hand approaching appeared. He continued to mutter helplessly, "Why am I dying here?" Change stood in front, watching, with a face without any emotion of pity, and continued to move the dark giant's hand forward. From behind, a sharp sword rushed forward, along with a familiar voice. "Ji Change, stop!" Ye Liuli appeared, clutching the sword with a pure blue energy in her hand, preparing to strike. Slashed straight down, she immediately stabbed the dark giant's back, causing a thick pink energy to rise from its body. Each slash of Liuli left no effect, but only those thick pink energies kept appearing. She couldn't believe her eyes, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Change turned his head to look, with a meaningful smile, and said, "You made it just in time." Ye Chen lay in the dark giant's hand, calling out with difficulty, "Liuli." Liuli below also exclaimed in panic, "Chen, garage!" Seeing the touching reunion scene before him, Change asked curiously, "What's wrong? You want to save him?" She said determinedly. "Deal. Release Yi Chen Gage. Name your price." Change smiled excitedly, and continued to ask, "Anything?" Liuli bit her lip helplessly. She quickly replied, "As long as you release Yi Chen Garage, anything can be discussed, as long as the conditions are too outrageous." After listening, he put his index finger forward, with a warning, "You have no right to mention conditions to me now." Then, the dark giant above squeezed Ye Chen's body tightly, causing him to experience extreme pain. Liuli couldn't help but cry out in worry. "Chen Gage!" Yi Chen used the last of his weak strength to advise, "Liuli, absolutely don't agree with him. Even if I die, I won't let you beg him." Change, feeling extremely uncomfortable, immediately glanced over and asked, "Did I let you speak?" The dark giant, after receiving the instruction, squeezed Ye Chen's body even harder, causing his flesh to be crushed and blood to spurt out. Liuli couldn't bear to see her bro about to bite the dust, so she yelled, "Name your price! Anything, just name it!" Up ahead, Chang Ji casually dropped the bomb. "Simple. Release your sea of consciousness and become my slave." Hearing that utterly unacceptable demand, Yi Chen freaked. He roared, trying to stop Liuli. Don't agree!" Chang Ji shut him up real quick by having his dark giant squeeze Yi Chen harder, making him cough up even more blood. Ouch! Seemingly unable to accept her bro dying, Yi Liuli hastily agreed, "Stop, I agree." Ye Chen choked out, "Liuli." She stared straight at Chang Jie, plotting in her head. "Wants to control me, huh? Ambitious much? But you messed with the wrong family. My Yi family has a unique primordial spirit divine power that can slay anything targeting the primordial spirit's techniques. Dealing with a slave seal is like taking candy from a baby, just as long as he makes a blood oath." Jiyu Zheng mocked triumphantly. She actually agreed? A little princess of the Yi family from the upper realm, agreeing to be enslaved for some nobody like Yi Chen? Liuli grit her teeth, annoyed. "Not your business. I agree to release my sea of consciousness, but you gotta swear not to harm Chen Gerge, especially not kill him. If you break the oath, may a heavenly demon devour your heart, and may you fall into the demonic path forever, cursed for all eternity." Zheng Gi raised an eyebrow, hyped up. "That's the best blood oath you could come up with?" He raised his hand and said, "So be it." Zheng Gi, with a knowing look, started reciting the oath. "If I violate this oath, may a heavenly demon devour my heart, and may I eternally fall into the demonic path." Liuli was puzzled by how quick he was to agree and wondered, that was too easy. Wait, hold up. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she looked ahead. Liuli froze, her eyes filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. Zheng Ge stood before her, excitedly asking, "I fulfilled your request. Now, about my condition?" Jiyu Changgi started playing mind games with Ye Liu Li. "So, wanna back out? Now's your chance." Lin Chen weakly called her name in the back, Liu Lai. Seeing her bro suffering all kinds of pain, made Liu Li shed tears. She closed her eyes with determination and yelled, "Just do it already! Stop the trash talk!" Her face was inscrutable. Zheng Ge said, "If that's what you want, let's begin." He happily pointed his finger straight at Liu Li's forehead. Immediately, purple energy appeared, creating a small scratch on her forehead. A container manifested with an ambitious grin. It released a stream of mystical red energy. In it, Ye Chen's reliable figure appeared. Liu Li couldn't help but call his name, Chen Ge. Then, the image of Ye Chen turning his head to smile slowly faded away. She reached out desperately, calling again, "Chen Ge!" The image of gentle Yi Chen vanished, replaced by Ji Yu Chang Yi, with a sinister and malicious smile on his face. All those images were deeply imprinted into Liu Li's subconscious. Her eyes slowly turned purple under the influence of the invasion. Then, the mark quickly disappeared. Liu Li immediately regained consciousness after a long time. She loudly questioned, "You, what did you do?" Zheng Yi closed his eyes and casually replied, Just what I should do, of course. Li Lai cautiously reminded Ji Yu Chengji. Now you should release Chen Ge, right? He stared straight into her eyes with a smug look and asked, What should you call me? In a daze, Liu Li blurted out twice, Master! Wait, hold up! She clapped her hand over her mouth, wondering, Did that slave seal just make me call him that? Chen Ge immediately chimed in. That slave seal is low-tier trash, he explained while walking. What I used is called the Demonic Transformation Vase. This spell is super stealthy. Unless you're an absolutely OP powerhouse who can peep into the sea of consciousness, you won't detect it. Chen Ge continued. Under the influence of this spell, you'll slowly forget what happened. Liu Li covered her mouth, looking like her soul just yeeted out caught her body. He spread his hands, looking totally smug, and continued. Soon, you'll turn into a loyal demonic slave, absolutely devoted to me. Hearing those unacceptable words, Yi Chen, filled with rage, yelled, Ji Yu Change, you shameless bastard. This made Change visibly annoyed. He glanced back with disdain and said, Just some dead man's blabbering. Yi Chen cried out in confusion, You swore an oath. How dare he? The dark giant squeezed Ye Chen's body even harder, making him scream in agony, as if falling into a bottomless pit of despair. Chen Ge said calmly, The heavenly devil heart devourer is forever lost to the demonic path. To me, the heavenly devil is just nourishment delivered right to my door. He turned his head back with a sinister smile and sharp eyes that made people's hair stand on end, declaring, I am a demon by nature, and the path I walk is the demonic path. Ye Chen sweated buckets, his face showing utter terror. He reached out desperately, pleading, Liu Li, save me. The system popped up a notification. The Son of Destiny's Chi Luck is 0. The kill activation protocol has been triggered. Instantly, Ye Chen's body suffered immense damage from that giant hand, his ribs and pelvis shattering into tiny pieces, accompanied by a burst of purple chi. Liu Li, still dazed, called out his name again. Gej. Ye Chen murmured weakly to himself. Ah, so there's no pain at all, he thought bitterly. I can't even hate Ji Yu Change. Immediately, Ye Chen was released, falling hard onto the cold ground below. The system then notified. Completed the kill of the Son of Destiny, Yi Chen. System is calculating. Another line appeared. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Heavenly Dao treasure chest, worth 200 Chi Luck points, increasing Heavenly Destiny value by 1,000 points. Accompanied by an image of a treasure chest, Cheng Garin stared wide-eyed. After receiving the request, the system notified again, using the Storm Amplification card. Opening the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Next, the reward lines appeared. Storm Amplification card successfully activated. Congratulations, host, for winning a 5-fold critical strike during the calculation process. Congratulations, host, for winning 1,000 Chi Luck points. Heavenly Destiny value is 5,000 points. Then came the reward selection. The system announced. Opening the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for winning 1/3 of a fragmented world seed, ×1, and void marrow, ×1. Cheng Get pondered as he looked. Based on the item dropped in the treasure chest from killing Lin Tian previously, it was probably related to the Son of Destiny. Could it be that Ye Chen had some hidden bloodline or talent? He couldn't help but exclaim, What a pleasant surprise! Just in time to improve myself, and conveniently grab the 8 desolate demon halberd. Cheng Ge reached out and chose the void marrow reward. Next was the fusion process. It seemed like the entire universe appeared before his eyes, with brilliant rays of light like thousands of stars in the sky. Countless colorful rays appeared and gathered on Chengji's forehead, radiating a mystical rainbow glow. After a while, the fusion process quickly ended. One side of Chengji's face darkened with a sinister smile on his lips. He sighed and said, So this time it's the power of the void? Gather, attack, break, dig, conceal, body, speed, witch, all in one. Truly a good thing. Ji Yu Change's latest information panel appeared with many obvious changes. Character: Ji Yu Change. Halo of Destiny. Villain: Identity. True disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Physique: Bloodline. Demonic Heart Dao Bone. Cultivation Method. Divine Power. Dao Heaven Immortal Canon. 8th level. Myriad Transformations. Demonic Body. Talent: Innate Divine Pupil. Talent: Immortal Devouring Demonic Art. Heavenly Destiny value. Chi Luck, 1880 points. System shop has been opened. Inventory: Domain Breaking Talisman X1, Fragmented World Seed 1/3 portion X3, Chi Luck Plunder Card X3. In the back, Ye Liuli loudly shouted 3 words. OMG! Change quickly turned his eyes to look straight at her. Cheng Ge smiled meaningfully and asked, "What did you call me?" Under the influence of the oath, Liu Li quickly changed her address. Master. Master. He turned around to look behind him and instructed, "Just wait here obediently." Without hesitation or a hint of pity, Ji Yu Change glanced at Ye Chen to the side. He stepped forward, looking straight ahead with excitement, saying, "Next, let's get down to business." On that noble throne was a nearly decayed skeleton, with a long spear piercing through its body and several blood-red chains wrapped around it. Ji Yu Change stood there calmly, looking straight ahead, seriously contemplating. A body that can pierce a supreme realm expert, a power that can destroy the heavens, so it's at least a supreme-grade artifact. Subduing it will take some effort. Suddenly, a golden light appeared before Ji Yu Change's eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming inwardly, "This is..." The skeleton in front began to radiate a brilliant energy, surrounded by rainbow-colored auras, looking incredibly mystical. A question arose in Ji Yu Change's mind, so there's still a trace of remnant thought left. At this moment, from within the skeleton, a supreme realm expert with a dazzlingly bright body emerged, accompanied by incomprehensible characters scattering around. The supreme realm expert and Ji Yu Change locked eyes, as if he had just realized the truth. So inheritance is passed down like this. Ji Yu Change, with an emotionless face, continued to mutter to himself. According to the path of the Son of Destiny, he'll overcome obstacles, slay enemies, gain the recognition of the secret realm's master, and obtain the inheritance, endorse justice, and seal the demonic halberd's demonic nature, refining it and using it for himself. He glanced back at Ye Chen's corpse on the cold ground and thought, "But now I'm just a fruit picker. The Son of Destiny is yet to arrive. I might as well deal with the Son of Destiny as well." Then Ji Yu Change glanced straight ahead again, contemplating. The more troublesome thing is wanting to take down the 8 desolate demonic halberd. I must break the seal set by this supreme, destroying all the inheritance he left behind. This quasi-supreme expert's evil thoughts definitely won't spare me. The supreme realm expert in front suddenly spoke. "Come to me. Accept my Davo lineage." He began to contemplate again. "But there's a realm-breaking talisman here. If the situation turns unfavorable, I can break space to escape." Thinking this, Ji Yu Change gently bowed his head with his hands clasped in front, and replied softly, "Yes, Senior." The supreme realm expert flew down from above, reaching out to examine the inner nature. At the moment that finger pointed straight at Ji Yu Change's forehead, he revealed a sly smile on his lips, with cunning eyes looking forward. After realizing something, the supreme realm expert remarked, "A scheming and treacherous mind, a dark nature." He immediately shouted in anger, "I am the Tao of Light. How can I impart it to you?" At the same time, the supreme realm expert released a powerful and mighty energy towards Ji Yu Change, pushing back and creating a shield to block the violent blow coming towards him. Then thinking, "This power?" It seems that Ye Chen didn't unleash his full strength when he borrowed the secret key earlier. Ji Yu Change landed, focusing intently on the situation ahead, with thoughts swirling in his head. The Tao of Light. If I change to the so-called Son of Destiny now, would it be another kind of rejection? I know Ye Chen's intentions aren't pure either. Selfish, hypocritical, afraid of death at critical moments, yet pretending to be generous. He had to humble himself by bowing slightly, with his hands clasped in front, and saying, "Please, Senior, be discerning. Although this junior's nature is dark, there is light in my heart, with a desire to protect the world, justice, and a desire to save the common people. If Senior bestows the inheritance upon this junior, I will naturally eliminate evil, emulate good, and absolutely not act recklessly." The supreme realm expert, with eyes emitting fluttering energy like flames, then spoke, "I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How can I not see through your nature?" Immediately, the supreme realm expert flew up, then focused on releasing power, with a powerful energy appearing behind him, looking like a blazing flame, capable of burning everything it touched. He angrily shouted, "Shameless junior, cunning mind, deceiving me, unforgivable." Ji Yu Change couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately retorted, "You think I care about your inheritance? Otherwise, if not for ambushing, I'd be too lazy to talk nonsense with you." He cast his fierce gaze straight ahead, and said, "The dead should obediently lie in their coffins." Hearing those arrogant and disrespectful words, the supreme realm expert angrily yelled, "You're courting death!" The flames around him blazed more and more fiercely. Next, the supreme realm expert unleashed that violent energy directly towards Ji Yu Change very quickly. Ji Yu Change was not afraid at all, but instead said sarcastically, "A strike containing anger? is only the strength of the void god realm? His whole body was enveloped in a sturdy armor made by the ultimate technique, 5-colored Dharma robe. After that, from the outside, a dazzling light could be seen radiating out, passing through the gaps. The roof began to suffer a great impact, and large cracks began to appear. Thick smoke and dust constantly billowed out around. Ji Change pretended to regretfully say, "What a pity. As the master of the secret realm, the released strength can break through one's own limitations." The armor around his body gradually shattered and vanished over time. Cheng Ge arrogantly provokes, "Couldn't escape the laws of this Zhongqiandi realm, huh?" The supreme expert is confused and questions, "A defensive magic treasure?" Cheng Ge advances forward, saying, "The 8 desolate demon halberd. This thing here is truly a waste of heavenly creation. Such a good weapon? Not used to kill me? I feel bad for you." The large halberd pierces through the skeleton in front, and commotion begins to stir. The supreme expert seriously states, "The 8 desolate demon halberd is an extremely ominous object. Once it appears, it will annihilate everything. Brat, do you seek rebellion?" He flashes a cocky smile and replies, "Rebellion? Too bad, this junior is the demon in the senior's mouth." Hearing this, the supreme expert helplessly says, "Arrogant brat!" A fiery red energy begins to manifest in his hand. The supreme expert shouts in furious anger, "Damn demon!" Then he creates a dark red energy ball in his hand, preparing to launch it forward. Cheng Ge provokes once again, "How can the senior's words be conclusive? Could it be that what you value is the light, and what you deny is the darkness?" At this point, the supreme expert with a stern face asserts, "I am a cultivator, already of the light. My Tao is the righteous path." He immediately poses a series of questions to manipulate his psychology. "If you are so kind, upright, and humane, then why leave behind inheritance and set up so many formations near the tomb? On one hand, attracting many cultivators, on the other hand, burying them here? Ignoring countless lives for your own selfishness, is this the light and righteousness you speak of?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the supreme expert immediately retorts loudly, "Nonsense! Since ancient times, cultivators compete for opportunities, and life and death battles are only natural. The inheritance I left behind should be something everyone among them desires." Cheng Ji flashes a disdainful smile and continues to ask a series of questions. "So, it doesn't affect taking the demon halberd, right? This demonic object is my opportunity. And the best person for the senior to choose has already been killed by me. If we use the senior's words, this is where opportunity and danger coexist?" Hearing this, the supreme expert glances over at Ye Chen's blood-soaked corpse lying coldly in the corner. He cries out with bone-deep rage, "Despicable bastard!" Then immediately raises his hand and throws the fiery ball burning like the sun forward. The fireball shoots through the air like a gust of wind, flying straight towards Cheng Ge, who is calmly standing and watching. In an instant, his body becomes intangible, causing all the energy from the fireball to pass through the image of Cheng Ge before it, twisting and disappearing. In a blink, a shocking explosion occurs behind him with immense power, accompanied by a scorching orange smoke, causing rocks to fly into the air, and even blowing away Ye Liuli, who was standing there blankly. The supreme expert is extremely shocked to see the distorted space before him. Filled with surprise in his heart, he mutters to himself, "The power of the void?" Behind him, Cheng Ge suddenly appears, placing his foot on the handle of the halberd. He gently lands, surprising the supreme expert, and softly speaks, 8 desolate demon halberd." With a smile full of excitement and mischief on his lips, Cheng Ge happily continues, "Today, you are born." Ji Cheng Ge reaches his hand forward, releasing a dark pink energy in his hand. Entering inside the skeleton, he says, "This demon halberd shares the same origin as my aura, making it less troublesome to refine." Immediately, Cheng Ge concentrates all his strength to one point, and shouts, "Break!" The blood-red chain wrapped around the halberd quickly shatters into small pieces, falling before the surprised eyes of the supreme expert. He shouts in a panic, "This is bad!" Then, a gloomy purple aura comes over, sweeping past his face. Before his eyes is now Cheng Ge floating motionlessly above the skeleton, as if something terrible is about to happen. A violent wind appears, blowing away everything around. Then, the gloomy purple aura flies with the wind, escaping through the gate in front, and moving outwards. People on the street were like, "Yo, is that a calamity? A calamity is born." Everyone noped out faster than you can say isekai, screaming warnings like, "Run! Just run!" Some pink-clad chick got skewered by the energy, screaming her lungs out. Everyone else around her started feeling the burn real quick. A drawn-out, agonizing shriek echoed. body started dissolving, leaving just the drip behind. The sky went all gloomy with swirling purple-black clouds, and the spooky castle with its thick purple miasma zipped back into the room. Chenggi's clutching the spear on the skeleton like it's his last beer. Standing there, he's all, "Damn, supreme-tier demonic weapon indeed. Just breaking the seal caused this much chaos? Wait, hold up. Did its demonic nature already form a spirit?" Some Supreme Realm Chad was about to lose it, charging forward like a bull. "You little punk! You ain't taking that!" Chengge smirked, all smug. "Too late!" He gripped the spear tight, raising it high, showing off the wicked sharp blade and the glowing, blood-red runes. Chengge dashed out like a friggin' lightning bolt, straight past the stunned Supreme Realm dude. A wild grin spread across Chengge's face, eyes burning with murderous intent. An absolutely bonkers attack landed on the wall, followed by an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust and debris everywhere. The Supreme Realm dude couldn't believe his eyes. No way! You could just casually wield that thing? Chengge casually tossed a jade green bottle forward. Well, you are just a Supreme Realm remnant soul. Instead of fading away, he grinned like a Cheshire cat. How about I make good use of you? The bottle kept floating, mouth pointing forward. The Supreme Realm dude panicked. What are you planning? The bottle unleashed a surge of energy, engulfing the Supreme Realm dude and sucking him inside. All he could manage was a single, drawn-out, "Ah!" Then came the desperate screaming. The Supreme Realm dude got nommed whole in total despair. The skeleton behind him instantly crumbled. Its head with long, silver hair rolled across the hard floor, echoing in the silence. Clutching the spear, Chengji was overflowing with smugness. Such a sweet weapon, sealed here for tens of thousands of years. As your future owner, I'm heartbroken. I'll take you to see the world. No more suffering for you. A blinding light erupted from the crimson gem on the spear. Chengge stared, dumbfounded. Is that a yes? Gu Chengge's status screen popped up with some fresh updates. He stared, scratching his head. The 8 Desolate Demon Halberd is truly OP. The system even made a special space for it. Then, Chengge pocketed the spear into another dimension. Glancing at the system panel, he muttered, "Nice. This will also block the senses of some powerful cultivators. After all, it's an unparalleled weapon. The fewer who know about it, the better." Elsewhere, in a peaceful and beautiful space, Yanji was sitting in cultivation. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, half a shinshin has passed. I wonder what's happening outside. Yanji looked upward with concern. The young master is truly careful and meticulous. The soul-nurturing jade doesn't restrict my appearance. But without his permission, my senses can't perceive the outside world. This is for the best, preventing me from seeing his secrets and causing problems. The scene before her seemed to have just changed. Yanji wondered in confusion. The restriction disappeared? She instantly reappears in the real world. At this moment, Ji Change lowers his voice and says, "Senior Yanji, this concerns Yi Chen." Yanji, seeing the scene before her, understands everything and simply replies, "Yeah." She continues sadly, "I've decided to pursue young master. What others think, what's right or wrong, it no longer matters." Yanji leaves, returning to the jade, leaving behind a sentence, "Let bygones be bygones." Then, Ming Lao appears right in front, exclaiming, "Young master!" He kneels down to apologize with 4 others, then says, "Young master, forgive us. This old servant and the others failed to protect you, allowing that little BTCH Ye Liuli to escape." Change happily smiles, looking at Liuli in front and says, "It's fine. She can't stir up any trouble anyway." He leaves, instructing Ming Lao and the others, "Get up. The matters in the lower realm are settled. I should return." He immediately replies, "Understood, young master." The others look up with regret, a little reluctant. As he returns to the entrance, the people who came with Ye Chen quickly appear outside, all of them cautiously standing aside. Di Shui hesitantly utters, "Young master Ji. Change leaves indifferently, not paying attention to them. Afterward, they all enter. Di Shui asks Liuli in front, "Miss, are you all right? Where's that brat Ye Chen?" Liuli emotionlessly points forward and replies, "Dead. Ji Change did it." Hearing this, she exclaims in panic, "What? Dead?" In front is Ye Chen's cold corpse, after lying dead on the cold floor for a long time. Disu tentatively asks, "Miss, you?" Liuli calmly says, "It's nothing, Aunt Su, let's go." Her eyes are now filled with the lifelessness of a soulless body. They all leave together, leaving Ye Chen alone in death. Sometime later, in the upper realm, Wushuang, immortal city of the immortal dynasty, a sweet voice rings out from a girl. "Heng Xiong, you should just yield the position of emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty." A man sweating profusely on his face cautiously replies, "Yielding. fourth sister has the qualities of an emperor. I feel inferior. Yue Mingkong, without turning around, waves her hand majestically and announces, from today onwards, I, Yue Mingkong, will become the emperor. May all under heaven be my subjects. Countless soldiers and the man from before all pay their respects to her, all shouting in unison, the Wushuang immortal dynasty shall last for eternity. The Wushuang immortal dynasty shall last for eternity. She casts a sharp gaze forward, thinking, it's been half a year. By now you should have returned from the lower realm, my fiancé whom I once loved so dearly. Yue Mingkong silently calls his name in her mind. Ji Yu Cheng. Cheng's image appears before her, with a different aura, standing above all things, rarely seen, wearing a knowing smile as he looks down at her. Painful memories appear before her. Yue Mingkong's arm is wrapped in a chain around her wrist. Someone's voice rings out. The dignified fourth princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty is actually a demonic cultivator. Just thinking about it is scary. If young Master Ji Yu hadn't discovered her identity on the wedding night, even he might have fallen into a furnace. She desperately denies, no, it's not me, it's not me. Amidst fierce thunder and lightning continuously appearing in the sky, Mingkong is suspended in mid-air on the execution platform, with her hands tightly tied to the pillars on either side. Incessant curses ring out. Those who inherit demonic arts deserve to die. Kill her! Kill her! Suddenly, Ji Yu Cheng stands forward and shouts, cutting off the current atmosphere. Silence. He places his hand on his chest with great regret and says, demonic cultivators harm cultivators, bringing disaster to the world. It is intolerable to the laws of heaven. Since Yue Mingkong and I were betrothed, I should rightfully bear the responsibility. With that, he begins to draw the sword in his hand from its sheath. Change turns to look at her with cold eyes and declares, today, I will personally execute you. Amidst the heavy rain that symbolizes the sadness of today, Mingkong says painfully, Change. Your heart is truly cruel. He steps forward and gently touches her cheek. The moment that hand touched her, Mingkong started weeping, filled with despair. I never thought the person I loved the most was you. The one who wanted to kill me from the start was you. Then, Cheng Ge smirked triumphantly and stabbed her with his sword. Yue Mingkong, enraged, crushed the stone railing before her. A single thought consumed her. For 3,000 years I defied my father to help you build the first immortal dynasty, cleared your name countless times from being the heir of demonic arts, and waited for you. For 3,000 years, and all I got in return on our wedding night was scorn and ridicule? Mingkong bit her lip. She continued, I trusted you so much, only to become a tool for your sob story, taking the fall as the disgraced heir of demonic arts. You held my life in your hands. Filled with determination, she looked ahead and vowed, in this life I will expose your hypocritical face, take everything from you, and make you the most hated, imprisoned man. I'll be by your side, torturing you until you beg for death. I can't wait. We'll meet soon. Ji Yu Cheng. Elsewhere, a massive gate with intricately carved iron doors stood tall. Above it, a radiant light swirled like a mystical vortex, shining brightly and filling the space. Su Qingge and Lin Chuhan exclaimed in shock. This is... Ming Lao, with his hands forming a seal, explained, this is the Ascension Shrine of the Chengsheng Ji Yu family, responsible for welcoming the young master back to the clan. It can open under the vault of heavens, spanning a considerable area. Chuhan asked in amazement, it can open a vault of heavens spanning a considerable area? Qingge watched in awe. Your family is too OP, young master, Ming Lao declared. The young master is the young master of the Chengsheng family, and a true disciple of the great celestial palace. This Ascension Shrine is nothing. The four stood there, watching the faint staircase leading to the dazzling gate above. He continued, you must know, even in the boundless upper realm, the young master's status is the highest of the high. Change began ascending the staircase, moving forward. As he walked, he instructed Ming Lao, arrange their accommodations in the upper realm. Ming Lao immediately replied with a satisfied smile, yes sir, Change happily said. Let's go. Shortly after, they arrived in the upper realm. Chengsheng Ji Yu family. A majestic landscape with towering mountains unfolded before them. Above a certain peak, a brilliant light shone. People cheered. It's the young master! The young master is back! Two gatekeepers bowed, clasping their hands together, and exclaimed in unison, welcome, young master! Change descended from above, preparing to land inside. A dignified man sitting on the throne in front asked, Change is back? He looked ahead and called out, Father! The man Change called father was none other than the head of the Chengsheng Ji Yu family, Ji Yu Lintian. He began inquiring about how things were going. Ji Yu Lintian stood up, moving forward, and said, this time, when you went down to the lower realm, the others in the clan had some criticisms, and were always inquiring about your direction. Change closed his eyes and calmly replied, Then the elders must have heard that I sealed demonic energy in the lower realm, and countless cultivators thanked me and even built idols for me, right? Lintian exclaimed in surprise. You succeeded? Let me see this. It once belonged to the demon lord's weapon. I fear you haven't truly mastered it yet. He summoned the spear he had acquired earlier. He looked at it and exclaimed, It seems you are a different kind of creation. I can't detect any clues about how you acquired this thing without relying on anything. Not bad. It has become spiritual. Lintian immediately instructed seriously. Put it away. After all, only your mother and I know that you have demonic intentions. Before you take over the Chengsheng family, it's best not to use this demon lord's weapon. Change gently put away the spear and casually replied, Father is right. The two walked to another place on the corridor. Lintian began updating him. Recently, your mother has been missing you a bit. If you're back, visit her at the Taichu Divine Sect when you have time. Change immediately replied, Yes. He continued. During this time, wasn't Yue Mingkong supposed to go with her father to discuss your marriage? She's your future wife, after all. Don't be cold to her like you were before. Empty. Lintian turned with a knowing smile and happily said, That's right. You used to complain that her methods weren't good enough, but in the past 6 months, what she's done is admirable. She has the qualities of a female emperor. Your mother is very pleased with this. If she can assist you in the future, even if the heavens and the earth are vast, they will be in your hands. Change, looking utterly confused, thought, My fiancée Yu Mingkong? In my memory, I didn't seem to have any feelings for her. Only her admiration for me grew stronger. He glanced aside and wondered. More importantly, she suddenly changed her personality and showed her talent in the past 6 months. Is this the rhythm of a new daughter of destiny? Change put his hand on his chin, excited. Daughter of destiny paired with a villainous husband? What kind of route is this going to be? Cut to another location, with beautiful, majestic mountains and white birds flying around. A small mansion was located on the cliff in front. There, 4 clan elders were sitting in meditation. A voice said, Young lad Cheng Jie, since returning from the lower realm, he has unexpectedly reached the peak of the Marquis realm. Now, the geniuses of the various clans will likely find it difficult to be his match. The elder with the long beard spoke up. Looks like the position of the next family head will fall to that lineage again. 3 generations of family heads from the same lineage? Bit much, don't you think? The red-haired elder sighed helplessly. Too bad for the 13th lineage. What happened back then? They've declined quite a bit. Wonder if that old ancestor is still in seclusion, or has already turned to stone. On the other side, the elder with the hair bun also chimed in. That little girl from the 13th lineage is such a pitiful child, so young. And her own brother yoinked her Dayo bone. The elder with the long beard continued. Recently, I heard some news from the immortal lands. Seems like that kid didn't die. She even revealed some talent and reclaimed her Dasho bone. This news shocked the other 3 elders. What? Elsewhere, beneath a large, lush peach tree with beautiful pink blossoms in full bloom, Ji Yu Xianfer said with regret, Peach Demon Garage? I have to leave now. Peach Demon asked worriedly, You sure you have to go? Your cultivation is only at the Saint Lord realm. Those supreme Tao inheritors and heirs of ancient sects are way stronger than you. Xianper placed her hand on her chest with determination. Yeah, I have to find Grandpa and my parents. My clan has been wandering for years under the oppression of Great Uncle. I don't think we can restore our former glory otherwise. She clenched her fist with regret, continuing. Of course, the main thing is still that good brother of mine. I used to cling to him so much when I was little, and that heartless bastard stole my Dabio bone and tossed it away. Shanhair looked forward with determination and affirmed, This debt, I will repay. Peach Demon trusted her and said, Xianxir, this revenge, me and your Shifus won't interfere too much. You're on your own. Shangair replied somberly, I know, Peach Demon Gedge. This is between me and him. Shifus have been so good to me these past years. I'm very grateful to them, and to you too. Hearing this, Peach Demon said, Ayo, this little girl. Then she released a flower from her peach tree. The petal quickly fell in front of her. Peach Demon then said, Take this with you. It might save your life in a pinch. If someone recognizes it, they probably won't make things difficult for you. Then, the petal slowly entered Xianxer's forehead. Suddenly, Daiqing flapped its wings and landed. Xianxer looked up at it. Xianhair turned her head, bursting into tears. Thank you, Geerge. Peach Demon replied, Go on. So Xianxer rode on Daiqing's back and quickly flew away. After leaving, Xianhair wiped away her tears and said, Before leaving, first Shifu gave me a knife, second Shifu gave me a rope. Third Shifu shouted from above, Xianhair, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Once I've settled things, I'll definitely come back to visit everyone. Then she and Danqing quickly left. The 3 Shifus stood there, looking up at Xianhair, leaving and sighing. She's finally gone. Raising this little rascal for over a decade. We're a little reluctant to let her go, but hopefully she'll have smooth sailing. Cut to another location. Ming Lao was in the sky, in the outer western regions of the upper realm. Immediately afterward, he asked, "Where is the city lord?" The people below panicked and discussed amongst themselves. Holy shit! A powerhouse of the divine king realm suddenly appeared here. Shh! You think you can just blab about someone of that level? Immediately, the city lord and other officials hurriedly ran out to greet him. This junior was unaware of your esteemed presence and failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. The city lord clasped his hands and asked, "This junior was unaware of your esteemed presence." Ming Lao then shouted, "I am here under the orders of my young master to find the GU clan members." Hearing this, the city lord was confused and asked the official behind him, "GU clan members?" The official replied, "City lord, quite a few members of the GU clan did come here over a decade ago. They live in Qingxi ancient city. There are also some who were taken by powerhouses like the senior mentioned." Ming Lao was puzzled. Qingxi ancient city? Then he looked in the direction of the ancient city. His vision gradually zoomed out and immediately looked towards the crowd. Xian Greer was standing in the crowd. Seeing this, she pulled her clothes to cover her face and thought to herself, "I didn't expect them to send people all the way here." She revealed a sharp look in her eyes and pondered. It's been so many years. Even if that brother of mine has returned to the upper realm, there are elders there. In the short term, they on Daiba's side can't do anything to my clansmen. Xian Kora glanced at him and considered, I just left the immortal land before I was sure, so of course I can't meet him. Then she turned and left, thinking, Gu Change, if you dare to hurt my clansmen, I will turn you to ashes. At Gu Cheng's residence, there was suddenly a loud noise. It turned out that Chengge had just sneezed, as if to change the magnetic field of the earth. Then, he called the system. Immediately, the system displayed a table of information about Gu Change. Seeing this, he wondered, the destiny points are already 2,000. Haven't I already surpassed those sons of destiny? Why is it still black? With so many destiny points, what would happen if I used them all up? The system quickly explained. The concept of destiny is originally a deductive calculation of the system. Destiny itself also has a ethereal existence and index methods to express it. Just a more intuitive way to understand it for the host. Because the host is an anomaly of opportunity, he no longer belongs to the heaven and earth here. Using up destiny points will not affect the host, nor will it affect the host's life. Background, opportunities of the host. The system continued to explain. And the host's destiny points can only be increased by subduing people with great destiny, or by killing sons of destiny to obtain them. Knowing this, Chengge said, so destiny is actually almost the same as heavenly destiny points for me, because I can obtain the opportunity of destiny myself. Destiny points can be exchanged for heavenly destiny points at a ratio of 1 to 10, right? The system quickly replied, that's right. Hearing this, Chengge smiled and asked, so these destiny points are actually a reserve that I can exchange at any time? He then revealed a sinister expression and said, looks like it's time to shut up those old geezers in the clan. Then, Chengge ordered, system, exchange 1,000 destiny points. Buff me up ASAP. From Chengge's residence, a powerful pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. This power shocked the elders of the clan, and they hesitated. This is, his father, Gu Lintian, immediately recognized it and excitedly said, Chengge, did my son break through to the Fenghuang realm? After breaking through, Chengge looked at himself and said smugly, the Fenghuang realm is indeed a different realm. It seems that I can detect some of the Davio rhythms of this world. Chengge suddenly discovered that this Dao bone seemed to have a trace of reaction. Strange. Is it because Xianxie is still alive? Chengge quickly considered. It seems that there are quite a few things that need to be dealt with at the moment. Suddenly changing my normal state, having a fiancé, Yue Ming, who is not favored by the clansmen, and is also my cousin, Xian Ye, whose Dao bone was taken by me since childhood, and my identity as a true disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. He revealed a sinister expression and thought, walking on the path of the villain, it's indeed hard to expect it to be smooth sailing. Chengge opened the system store and thought, regarding the clansmen, Xianxie has entrusted it to Ming Lao to handle secretly, but if I want that old geezer in the clan to shut up, relying on this alone is definitely not enough. Then, he clicked on the cultivation technique section and considered, now that I have the primordial spirit talent, I should master a primordial spirit secret technique. Immediately, Cheng chose to purchase the voidless immortal scripture for a value of 5,000 heavenly destiny points. The system then displayed a notification, voidless immortal scripture, exchanged immediately. A dazzling light flashed on his forehead, and he smiled with satisfaction. On the side of the clan elders, they were discussing him. Could this kid Jiyu Change have encountered some opportunity in the lower realm? That even his primordial spirit can be cultivated to such a realm. This pure and powerful aura is probably unmatched by anyone among all the peers in the upper realm. The clan elder with the long white beard then spoke. Then the position of the next family head. Before he could finish speaking, a voice transmission suddenly rang out. Chengje invites all the clan elders to meet at the Tingjiang. Seeing this, they said in surprise, "He's already here?" Up high, in the main area of the Jiyu family, the family members are gathering. Chengge stepped forward and said, "Elder clansmen, please show yourselves. It's an honor for Chengge." He continues, "Today I've invited you all to announce a big decision, the future family head. Chengji believes it's time to decide." The people below are silent. Chengji smiles calmly, while his father glances at him. One of the elders speaks up, "Chengji, the matter of the family head is extremely important. I think we need more discussion." The other elders chime in, "That's right, this needs long-term consideration. How can the family head be decided so easily? No further discussion needed." Chengge frowns uncomfortably at those words. He walks down the steps and says, "Seems like the elders have misunderstood. Today I'm just informing you, not begging for your input." Then, he explains, "I recall that the family rules state that each generation's family head is chosen from the strongest among peers. If the elders find Chengji lacking," he smirks provocatively, "how about I fight your descendants?" One elder objects, "Outrageous. So what if you're strong? The family head position." Chenggen raises his hand to interrupt. "As for martial ethics, spare me." He calmly explains, "Surely the elders understand. In this world, the best virtue is power." Chengge looks down on them, saying, "And since Jiyu Chengge's strength surpasses your descendants, my virtue is naturally greater. Wouldn't you agree?" The crowd below shows clear displeasure. One of them speaks up, "You dare say anything." One of them shouts, "It's Jiyu Chengxing! Jiyu Chengyi, stop being so smug. Isn't it just because you have a good father? You've enjoyed so many resources since childhood. If others like us had the same, our strength wouldn't be inferior to yours." Chengge suddenly calls out his name. Fourth uncle's son, Jiyu Chengxing. Hearing this, his face shows anxiety. "Yes? So what?" Chengyi points at them and declares, "All right, I get it. You all admire that I have a good father. It's just a convenient excuse for your trash sons." He coldly stares at them and says, "Weaklings like you only deserve to grovel at my feet." The people below lose their cool and angrily retort, "You?" Jiyu Lintian tries to mediate. "Chengje, that's too much." He ignores it and continues, "Same words, the family head position is mine. Now, either all of you cousins come at me together, proving your worth, or you better walk 3 miles around me in the future. What do you say?" Chenggi smirks mockingly. The Jiyu family's head position isn't something you can just freeload off of. His peers angrily shout, "This is too much bullying. Grandpa, let me fight. This guy is shameless. He's gone too far. Even if he's stronger, he can't humiliate us like this." An elder uses voice transmission to the others. "It's my first time seeing Chengje's methods. Although he's the most outstanding among the younger generation, he fully deserves it. But as long as there's no competition result, we naturally have an excuse to bully him." The other elders also transmit a few simple words, and he's already pissed off a few guys. Now it won't be easy for us to stop them anymore. This kid is too cunning. Then, another elder decides, "If that's the case, let's accept his challenge. We can also take this opportunity to see how far his talent really goes. After all, he always uses the Dafio bone in front of outsiders. But we all know he's hiding something." All right. Jiyu Lintian has been watching Chengji the whole time. He smiles at him and thinks to himself, "Not bad." The elders then speak up. "Since things have come to this, I'll accept Chengge's challenge today. However, we are all family, of the same blood. I hope you'll show restraint." An elder nearby replies, "That's right. If anything happens to my grandson today, this old man will go straight to the ancestral hall and accuse you and your son." He holds out his hand and says, "Chengge understands. Since the elders have said so, let them come at me." He reveals a contemptuous expression and mocks, "Oh right, I can suppress my cultivation to the Fenghao realm. If that's not enough, then the Qingzhou realm is fine too." Jiyu Chengxing can't take it anymore and angrily yells, "This is too much bullying!" He immediately charged and attacked, raging, "Jiyu Zhenge, today I'll teach you a lesson." Zhenge, seeing this, didn't panic and just stood there, watching him. Jiyu Chengxing's punch landed, but Zhenge's body became blurry and indistinct. Jiyu Chengxing's eyes widened in surprise. Then he noticed and looked to the side. Zhenge was right next to him. He raised his hand, ready to strike. Zhang Ge slammed his hand down on the back of Jiyu Chengsing's neck, catching him off guard. The blow sent him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Jiyu Lintian was speechless at the scene. The elders discussed. That tremor, this heaven-defying power, was Jiyu Zhenge hiding it all along? One elder's expression changed. Indeed, the extremely rare void talent, on par with time talent, Zhenge possesses both. Then, Zhenge stepped on the dude. He glanced at him with disdain, then smirked. You were saying something about teaching me a lesson? The younger generation below seethed. This guy is disrespecting us. The elder wondered. Could it be we were wrong all along? Zhenge doesn't have a demonic heart? Right then, Jiyu Chengxing's body was unceremoniously tossed aside. Suddenly, Jiyu Zhenge zoomed past the crowd's heads. Then he landed softly behind them, leaving everyone stunned. Jiyu Zhenge provoked them. Come at me all at once. Don't waste my time. The group couldn't hold back and charged, yelling, Screw the family head status. We're gonna beat him into next week. Gotta teach him a lesson he won't forget. A young woman swung her sword fiercely, charging at Zhenge. But he effortlessly dodged. Unexpectedly, Zhenge raised his hand right in front of her face. Her eyes widened in shock. Zhenge just flicked her forehead and sent her flying. The rest of the group immediately swarmed him. They unleashed their talismans, special techniques, and sword skills. Quickly, Zhenge not only didn't dodge, but charged forward with a wicked grin. Everyone was being defeated by his incredible speed and strength. He was like a sharp wind, taking down one after another. After a barrage of blows, everyone was defeated, unable to hold their weapons. Zhenge looked satisfied. Another guy came flying from above, yelling, Jiyu Zhenge, don't get cocky! After Zhenge dodged his attack, another immediately unleashed a flurry of flying swords, shouting, Heavenly Origin Sword Art! Countless swords flew towards Zhenge, forcing him to retreat. Unexpectedly, Zheng just subtly moved his body, dodging all of the Heavenly Origin Sword Art, and yet, all of their attacks missed, while he dodged them effortlessly. Before he could even react, a fireball zoomed towards Chengge. He just stared at it. Chill ASF. Then, Chengge raised his hand and unleashed a skill, quickly following up by blasting the enemy behind him. This move confused the hell out of her. Wait, hold up. That fireball switched hands and attacked her own teammate. The dude he countered couldn't take it and slammed into the wall. Another guy, shook, yelled. Using void talent to move plants? So cunning! They weren't going to let him off the hook and charged, yelling. They unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chengge, but he used the pillars to dodge every single one. What a Chad. Then, Chengge jumped up high. The crowd yelled, Jiyu Chengge, you can't escape. Chenge's face turned cold and he casually said, Yeah, you can't escape. Suddenly, the mark on his forehead lit up. The infinite mystery art descended from the sky with a brilliant glow. They panicked. This primordial power is too strong. I can't move. Chengge then unleashed the azure seal on the crowd. One of them recognized it as the Jiyu family's divine power, the azure seal. A terrifying explosion occurred at the main peak of the family, sending up a massive cloud of smoke. After the white smoke cleared, just as expected, everyone was defeated and lying on the floor. Trash. Seeing this, one of the clan elders angrily smashed his chair. He couldn't contain his anger and revealed his true face. Jiyu Lintian saw this and immediately praised. Chenggen is not bad. Chengge's strength seems to have increased a lot. Then, he lightly landed in front of the clan elders and said, I've already held back. Do you elders have anything else to say? Another clan elder spoke up. Chengge has such strength, we have no objections to him taking over the future family head position. After all, this representative young master is also the face of our Jiyu family. He stood up and said, Now, the heirs of the upper realms are emerging. If our Jiyu family's young master doesn't even have a title as a future successor, wouldn't that make others laugh at Chengji? There is currently no one more suitable to choose than Chenggi, so let's just decide on this. Another clan elder, annoyed, said, This old geezer didn't say this before. Another chimed in, Lintian is at the peak of his power in the Jiyu family right now. He won't retire anytime soon. Forget about the title of future family head. He continued. This old man needs to go into seclusion. You guys can figure out what to do with the Jiyu family next. Suddenly, a stranger ran over and shouted, Clan elder, there's news from that side. Then he whispered what he heard to the elder, causing him to exclaim in surprise, Is that true? Then the old man yelled, Chengge? Are you planning to bring them back? Chengge quickly changed to a pained expression and said, This matter doesn't need the elders to worry. Back then, I was young and ignorant. I will bear these grudges myself. The red-haired clan elder said in surprise, Is this true? Don't lie to us. Chengge respectfully replied, Chengge has a plan in mind. Hearing this, another clan elder happily replied, Good. It's good to know your mistakes and repent. Of course we trust Chengge. Jiyu Lintian quickly stood up and said, Everyone, the position of future family head of our GU family is settled, right? The elders were like, done deal. Cheng Jie's got the skills, plus he's all about family. We're in. Everyone, salute the young master. The dudes Cheng Jie just beat to a pulp saluted him, looking pathetic. Congrats, young master Cheng. You'll make the GU family shine. Cheng Jie, pleased as punch, replied, I won't disgrace my mission. GU Lintian snuck up behind Cheng Jie. Nice job. Then, serious face, but I gotta ask, got a question for ya. Everyone dipped, leaving just GU Change and GU Lintian. GU Lintian turned to him. Cheng Jie, you sure about your decision today? Cheng Jie, yeah, Dad. You get my plan with the 13th family, right? He looked up at his dad. Dad, you feel bad about what happened to the 13th family back then, don't you? Bringing them back isn't just to make them happy so you can smoothly snag the family head position. It's also to make up for things. GU Lintian patted his shoulder. Good thinking. Then, reassuringly, but I'm the one who made the call. You don't need to carry this alone. Even if Uncle 13 comes for me, I'll take the heat. They ain't touching you. GU Lintian eyed him. Gotta say, your head's screwed on tighter than before. Cheng Jie chuckled. You want to ask about my inner demon? Suddenly, Cheng Jie got serious, staring him down. Ever heard of demonic nature? A purple glint flashed in his eyes. Then, BAM! Purple-black smoke started pouring out of him, spreading everywhere. GU Lintian's face went white. Light flared at his fingertips. Suddenly, a transparent barrier blocked the smoke. GU Lintian had thrown up a force field to contain that black smoke. Seeing the smoke was full of nasty monsters, he wondered, this is the demonic nature born from your inner demon? Cheng Jie explained. Yup, Dad. With my cultivation level now, I can mostly control it. GU Lintian looked at him sadly. So, all this time, you were being led by your inner demon? Cheng Jie clenched his fist. Yeah, but it won't mess with me much anymore. In fact, it's tempering my primordial spirit and will. GU Lintian sighed, relieved. So many years. Must have been tough on you. If you're not being controlled, then a weight's been lifted off my shoulders. He turned to leave, saying, forget it. Be careful from now on. Cheng Jie bowed quickly. I'll heed your advice, father. Then, he looked up as GU Lintian walked away. Finally, he pieced out, thinking, earlier, I reminded him. What the hell did GU Change do that even his own dad doesn't trust him? But there's an inner demon, so all past sins can be blamed on it. And for what comes later. Suddenly, Change's status panel popped up. He was still thinking. Even though my consciousness woke up recently, this so-called inner demon really does have mental manipulation powers. Cheng Jie asked the system, when the hell did I transmigrate here? But the system was silent. Getting no response, Cheng Jie frowned and asked, will my inner demon's seeds of disaster still be around later? This time, the system replied quickly. The host's inner demon's seeds of demonic nature were resolved when the system activated. Then, poof, the system vanished. Cheng Jie sighed. System. Not answering is still an answer, huh? Then, he pondered. If that's the case, I can rest easy. As long as I control my next life completely. Cheng Jie quickly entered his room and immediately closed the door, considering. If the future family head of the GU family is already settled for a while, then there's something else at hand. Cheng Jie took out a gem and called out a name. Yanji. Immediately, the gem flew up and transformed into a human. Yanji greeted him upon seeing him. Young master. Cheng Jie then said, there's something I need your help with. He grinned and said, but before that, I'll help you rebuild your body. This surprised Yanji greatly, and she faltered, rebuild my body? So? Yanji quickly fell silent, thinking, back then I only raised Ye Chen out of a fleeting thought to repay a debt. Who knew we'd be separated by life and death? Now, it can actually be realized? Seeing her hesitation, Cheng Jie asked, what's wrong? You don't want to? Yanji immediately replied, no, it's not that, it's just, Yanji has never helped young master with anything. I don't understand why young master is so good to me. Cheng Jie explained, relax, there's a reason why I'm doing this. Don't overthink it. Then, he quickly took out a flower. Afterward, he handed the flower to Yanji. Yanji took it, blushing shyly. Suddenly, a formation appeared beneath her feet. Cheng Jie immediately pulled out 3 more medicinal flowers. He raised his hand, unleashed his skill, and shouted, activate! The medicinal flowers quickly linked together, flying around Yanji. This made her utterly astonished. A dazzling light radiated from the barrier, making her notice a heart suddenly beating strongly as if it had just been given life. An intense red aura emitted powerfully from Cheng Jie's room. From inside the room, a strange smoke accompanied by light gradually faded. He looked ahead with a satisfied gaze. Yanji actually took a step on her own. This made her exclaim happily, my body! Cheng Ji approached, reaching out and lifting Yanji's chin. He looked at her with a happy face, saying, "Looks like it's quite effective." This made her face flush crimson. Immediately afterward, Yanji knelt down to express her gratitude to Cheng Ji. "Thank you for your great kindness, young master. What does young master need Yanji to do? Yanji will not refuse, even if it means death." Cheng Ji quickly gave her a task. "In the land of immortal Qi, help me see if there's any particularly special place deep within. Contact me anytime if anything happens." Hearing this, she was puzzled. The land of immortal Qi? Cheng Ji took out a talisman on his hand and explained, "This is a domain-breaking talisman. If you encounter a strong opponent, use it as a shield without hesitation." He looked at her and said, "Your safety is what I care about." Yanji blushed again and called out, "Young master." Then she replied seriously, "I understand. Please rest assured, young master. I will definitely do my best." Right at the gate of Xinji Danzong, a sect renowned for its pill-refining talents, 3 figures rapidly descended. A voice exclaimed, "Young Master Cheng Ge has arrived." Turns out it's Ji Cheng Ge, accompanied by Lin Qiuhan and Su Qingge. Lin Qiuhan, gazing at the Danzong before her, gushed, "No wonder it's the Pill Dao Grand sect that young master spoke of. I could smell the medicinal fragrance from afar." Approaching the gate, "I never expected the characters above to contain such intense pill intent." Ji Chengge chimed in, "The Ziji Danzong may not be an immortal sect like the Chengsheng family, but their resources for pill cultivation are considerable. With your aptitude, cultivating here will surely lead to limitless achievements." He mused. This Pill Dao Grand sect, once famous, suffered a mishap that led to its decline. If not for those old geezer elders, they'd probably have been kicked out of the sect hierarchy long ago. Ji Chengge glanced at Lin Qiuhan, scheming, "Now I'm sending them a disciple with top-tier talent like Qiuhan as an investment. When they value Qiuhan, they'll naturally be grateful for my great kindness. Later, I just need to lie back and wait for Lin Qiuhan to bring back fortune points. In my free time, I can bully some people for extra points." Satisfied with his plan, he thought, "Living the life of a major villain is indeed dry and boring." Suddenly, an old man rushed over, yelling, "Young Master Ji personally visiting our sect. We were remiss in not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive us." Ji Chengge politely replied, "Elder Chihuo, no need for formalities. I'm here today for a small matter." Abruptly, Elder Chihuo's eyes widened as he looked ahead. Then he inquired, "Is the matter young Master Cheng speaks of related to the young lady beside you?" Ji Cheng swiftly explained, "Qiuhan was brought up by me from the lower realm. I noticed her decent Pill Dao talent, and since I thought the Xinji Zongmen was lacking in people, I brought her here." Hearing this, Elder Chihuo sidled up to him with a smile, saying, "Young Master Chengge is too kind. How about letting this old man examine this young lady?" He hurriedly approached Lin Qiuhan and sweet-talked, "Girl, if you can take me as your master, I will naturally accept everything." Seeing this, Lin Qiuhan called out, "Young Master Cheng." Ji Cheng calmly said, "I don't think there's a need to decide so soon. After all, the Ziji Danzong has many elders. You can choose." Then, Chengge turned to Elder Chihuo and asked him, "Isn't that right, Elder Chihuo?" The elder was now only focused on Lin Qiuhan and paid no attention to him. Suddenly a group of elders rushed over, shouting, "We heard that young Master Chengge brought us a good seed. Young Master Chengge is too kind. Our Ziling Danzong is extremely grateful." Seeing this, Elder Chihuo grumbled, "This bunch of old fogies. Their pill refining skills haven't improved, but their ability to eavesdrop is excellent." After seeing Lin Qiuhan, everyone's eyes lit up. Innate pill intent isn't limited to just one. How can this be? Truly a top-grade seed. They surrounded her, excitedly saying, "Is this little girl transformed from an ancient divine pill? This talent is truly 1 in a million. With this girl here, I feel like we'll sweep everything at the upcoming divine sect competition." Raising an eyebrow smugly, Su Qingge, standing behind, stared intently at Lin Qiuhan. Suddenly, she clenched her fist. The elders continued to fight over Lin Qiuhan. "Young Master Chengji, just give this girl to me. In no more than 3 years, I'll turn her into a Pill Dario Grandmaster famous in all directions." "Nonsense. I only need 18 years. If you acknowledge me as your master, choose whatever pill flame you want. In this world, who can compare to me in Dadio Flame?" The others refused to be outdone, shouting, "What are you old guys even asking for? Just give her to me. I only need 16 years to make her succeed in the Grand Dao. I only need 14 years. I only need 12 years. Seeing such a scene, Lin Qiuhan worriedly moved closer and called out, Young master." Suddenly, a beautiful young woman appeared. It turned out to be Ziyan, the sect leader of Xinji Danzong. She said, "How about giving her to me, years will be enough to make her a Pildao Grandmaster. After Ziyan landed on the ground, the elders all paid their respects. Sect leader! Xingyan turned to Chengge and said, Young Master Chengge is too kind, bringing such a talented girl to our sect. You've truly solved our sect's immediate problem. Chengge replied, Senior is joking. This junior is merely borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. Then, Xingyan threw out a command token and explained, This is the Xinji token of the Xinji Danzong. You can freely command the sect's alchemists to serve young Master Chengge. Even elder-level alchemists can be asked to take action once. Seeing her actions, Elder Chihuo said, Sect leader, this isn't very appropriate. Xingyan replied, We must remember the kindness we receive. Consider this token a small gift. Chengge took the token and politely said, Then this junior will respectfully accept. Afterward he reached out to introduce her, Chiuhan. This sect leader of the Ziji Danzong will be your master from now on. Cultivate diligently. Lin Chiuhan quickly bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Suddenly, Chengge reached out and stroked Lin Chiuhan's head. This caused her to blush with embarrassment. He carefully instructed her, If I find out you're being lazy, I'll punish you. Lin Chiuhan quickly replied, Young master, rest assured, Chiuhan will not fail your expectations. Ziyan looked at the scene before her, confused. She's nominally joining our Ziling Danzong, but why does it feel so strange? The elders exchanged glances. WTF? Then, Cheng Jie and Su Qingge quickly bounced from the Dan sect. Cheng Ge saw Su Qingge looking emo AF and asked, Weren't you always thirsting to go back to the upper realm? Now that you're here, you ain't saying SHT? Su Qingge, looking troubled, replied, Qingge knows she can't bring joy to young master. After returning to the upper realm, the chances of seeing young master will be less. Even Lin Chiuhan has been taken care of by young master. What about me, though? She lowered her head anxiously. Does young master not need me anymore? Suddenly, Cheng Jie bopped her lightly on the forehead, saying, If I didn't need you, I would have yeeted you down to the lower realm already. Usually, your brain's pretty sharp. Why are you so clueless about this? Su Qingge blushed. Oh. Cheng Ge turned to leave and asked, Besides this, is there anything else you need to tell me? Su Qingge immediately said, Young master, Qingge is actually hiding something from you. Hearing that, Cheng Ge looked surprised. Su Qingge then spilled the tea. Actually, since birth, Qingge hasn't been like other children. Not only do I understand many things, but I also know there's another me in my sea of consciousness. Hearing this, Cheng He suddenly stopped, turning back with a sinister look, and asked, You're saying dual souls in one body? She stammered. I guess that's how you could explain it. He started pondering. Could it be that Su Qing's luck has been secretly increasing to the point that my own chi luck has increased a lot? Seems like it fits my speculation. Then, Ji Chengge asked her, From what I see, you not only have another soul, but also the innate wisdom from your previous life, right? So the memories of the other soul are shared with your original soul. Su Qingge explained, It's more like symbiosis, except some memories are obscured by a mist and are gradually dissipating. Suddenly, another soul identical to her popped out of her body. Su Qing looked at the soul and continued, After coming to the upper realm, this feeling has become more intense. Unexpectedly, the soul angrily yelled, You idiot! You can't trust this Ji Cheng! I can't believe you told him our secret. Hearing such things, Ji Cheng pondered. Damaged memories, huh? A great cultivator from the upper realm who suffered severe damage couldn't reincarnate as a lower realm person to be reborn, becoming the female lead of the Son of Destiny. Her background is not simple at all. Su Qingde closed her eyes and continued, Young master, I also often dream of an ancient battlefield where I am, like a symbolic animal, being touched and worshipped by many strange beings. In my dreams, I look very ferocious, cruel, and ruthless, like a world-destroying demon lord. Ji Cheng quickly reached out and touched her hair, comforting. It's okay. He gently stroked Su Qingge's hair, reassuring. Although you can't understand it for the time being, your other soul has roughly understood it. A dual soul possesses an intelligence and agility that ordinary people can't have. If you can truly merge, you yourself will benefit greatly, and perhaps it can help you reach a different world. Hearing such touching words, Su Qing teared up and accepted Ji Cheng, yet he's scheming to exploit her. As for the world-destroying demon lord, what if news comes out later that I have a demonic heart and am exposed? Wouldn't you cover for me? He pretended to be gentle to win her over. Then he said, For now, for safety, the origin of your other soul. Let's ask my mother at the Taichu Holy Church. If she knows, she will definitely help you. Su Qingge stood beside him, blushing happily. Ignoring all the advice from the other soul, Ji Chengge quickly revealed his scheming face and calculated. Anyway, the predecessor of the Taichu Holy Church was the Taichu Demon Church. My being able to become the successor of demonic arts is also related to them. Looks like I have to make time to visit my mother. 3 days later, the sky around Ji Yu Chengge's residence was gloomy, without any sunlight. In contrast, a strange purple light radiated from inside his room. Ji Yu Cheng held a bottle in his hand. With a gruesome face, he said irritably, "Since the last time, I used up the devil-subduing bottle in my hand to obtain the 8 desolate devil halberd. I didn't expect to refine another one, but it actually took me a full 3 days." Suddenly, Ji Yu Chengzhi revealed a disgusting face, looking at the bottle with equal disgust and said, "An effective puppet-making method. Looks like I have to refine a few more in the future." Then, he quickly put away the gruesome bottle and thought about the upper realm. "It's been a while. Too many things have been almost arranged. I don't know where that fiancée of mine, who is the daughter of destiny, is." Suddenly, a messenger stood outside and announced, "Young master, the emperor of the peerless immortal dynasty has brought the 4th princess. The family head has ordered you to meet them at the main hall." Hearing the message, Ji Yu Chengzhi's face blanked again, speechless. At the main hall, Ji Yu Lintian and Yue Huang greeted each other happily. "You bro, Ji Yu Lintian was all praises for Yu Mingkong, like, damn, she's got that emperor vibe already." Yu Mingkong just gave a polite, "Thanks, uncle." Yue Huangzhu chimed in, "You're too kind, Ji Yu bro." Then she's thinking, "In my past life, dad was always strict, but uncle loved me like his own daughter. Too bad he always felt guilty towards Ji Yu Change, ended up with inner demons, and got wrecked before he could break through." She watches them laughing and feels the pain, ending up with scattered cultivation and a lingering breath, while her aunt succumbed to illness and despair because of it. She's internally monologuing, "Ji Yu Change, just how many people have you screwed over?" Suddenly, an announcement, "Young master is here," which caught Yu Mingkong by surprise. Ji Yu Change walks in and greets them, "Father, Uncle Yu Mingkong." Then, he slowly turns his head to look at her, sees her, and just freezes. "Mingkong." She looks at him, surprised, and says nothing. Then, Ji Yu Lintian says, "Change, perfect timing. Your uncle and I were just discussing some things. You and Mingkong are young, why not take her for a stroll?" Yue Huangju adds, "That's right. Mingkong always wanted to hang out with Cheng Jie when she came before. Why no enthusiasm today?" Ji Yu Cheng quickly asks her out. "Mingkong, let's go outside, shall we?" She agrees with a gloomy, "Okay." Ji Yu Lintian and Yue Huangju stand there, watching them leave. Then, with faces like fathers marrying off their daughters, they say in unison, "These kids grew up so fast." He walks alongside her outside the main hall. Suddenly, he just starts staring at her. This makes Mingkong wonder, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Ji Yu Change quickly explains, "For a second there, I thought you were about to ask for a divorce." Hearing this makes Mingkong jump, thinking, "Does this guy know something?" She says, "Change, why would you think that? If you want a divorce, just say so. You've always hated me anyway." Ji Yu Change replies, "Just asking casually. No need to take it to heart, Mingkong." But in her mind she's like, "Casually asking? You think I'm the pushover Mingkong from before? Think again." But on the surface, she says sadly, "I thought you hated me." Mingkong clenches her fist, scheming, "Divorce? Not gonna make it that easy for you. I want to keep up the act, get close to you bit by bit, earn your trust, lower your guard, and then slowly swallow you whole." Finally, he suddenly looks at her and says, "Mingkong, I've noticed you've changed a lot lately." This makes her jump. "Change? What are you talking about? How could I have changed? And you wouldn't have been so gentle with me before. What's up with you lately?" Ji Yu Change says, "I admit, I was too much with you before." Then, he turns and takes Mingkong's hand, smiling, "But I won't treat you like that anymore." This makes her blush. She looks at him, confused and worried. How can he say these things to a reincarnated soul like me? He couldn't possibly know. Did he suddenly turn over a new leaf? She dismisses that thought. No way. Yu Mingkong, the devil doesn't become a saint. Don't be fooled by his lies. Don't forget your mission after you transmigrated. Suddenly, Mingkong thinks, could he be testing me? Ji Yu Change sees she's not responding, so he grabs her, asking, Mingkong, what's wrong? He gently puts his hand on her forehead, asking, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Mingkong replies, Change, are you really not lying to me? I'm so happy. I knew I'd win you over sooner or later. Then, Ji Yu Change hugs her, comforting her. Silly girl, why would I lie to you? He says this with a sly look on his face. He's thinking, I don't know what you're hiding, but your acting is on par with Ji Yu Lintian. The system hasn't made a peep yet. What the hell is going on? Mingkong asks him, Change, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? He asks back, why ask that? You're my future wife, isn't it natural to be good to you? Hearing those words, she burst into tears. Future wife? Her head was filled with hatred. In my past life, when you stabbed me with your sword, did you ever think of me as your wife? Seeing that she didn't react, Chang'e said, "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Mingkong replied, "Nothing, it's nothing." Then, she quickly left, saying, "Sorry, I suddenly feel unwell." Seeing this, Change was surprised and speechless. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at her coldly with indifferent eyes. A system notification appeared. Detected Luch daughter, Yu Mingkong, a reborn empress, loves like dirt, hates to the bone. The mission details quickly appeared. Mission 1. Conquer the Luch daughter. Reward: 5,000 Luch value, 25,000 heavenly destiny value. Remaining rewards to be settled later. Chang said, "It's finally here." Then he quickly selected the mission. After carefully reading the two missions, Gu Change chose the first one. He said, "Whether it's the combined relationship between my Chengsheng Gu family and the former Wushuang dynasty, or Yu Mingkong herself, Mission 2 is not the best choice." The system panel then displayed a notification. Host has selected Mission 1, gaining system assistance. Yu Mingkong's identity has been revealed to him. A short clip appeared, showing an image of a couple in crimson wedding attire. But then the woman was mercilessly killed by a sword from the man. His eyes were icy as he stared ahead, thinking, "So she's reborn. No wonder Yu Mingkong was so shaken when she heard my affectionate words just now. Being killed by the husband she loved on her wedding day. Anyone would find this hatred hard to quell." He smiled meaningfully. Based on what Yu Mingkong experienced, it seems my mindset in that timeline was dominated by demonic nature, and I hadn't yet awakened the system and my past life memories. Watching her back recede further and further away, Change analyzed. Although I can confirm that she loved me very much in the past, she must also know a lot of information about me, and may even know about my demonic nature. Gaining her trust now will be difficult, even more difficult. She probably suspects that I, like her, have also been reborn since she noticed that I'm different from my past self today. Wanting to proactively clear my name will only make things worse. His eyes became sharp, and a devilish expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. To make her give up her hatred for me now, I'll have to change my approach. Next up is a game between husband and wife. The thoughts closed. Time passed until night, at the mystical gathering of the Yu and Gu families. Lin Tian spoke enthusiastically. "You bro, we must get drunk today." Yu Wei Huangzhu laughed loudly in response. "All right." Inside was a small banquet, where two men faced each other, happily drinking and celebrating. Sitting in between was Mingkong. Lin Tian looked at her melancholy appearance and pressed, "Mingkong, what's wrong? Did that brat Change bully you again?" Hearing this, she waved her hand to explain. "Uncle is overthinking it. Change didn't bully me, it's just that Mingkong was thinking about the past and feels a bit sad." He closed his eyes and frowned, scolding, "Humph. I think that kid is getting more and more outrageous. You're still protecting him even after this? If you get married, won't he continue to bully you?" Just as he was mentioned, he appeared, gently sitting down next to her and defending himself in a gentle tone. "Father is joking. Mingkong is my future wife. I love her too much. How could I bully her?" Then, he delicately picked up a fragrant piece of meat and brought it to her mouth, asking, "Mingkong, do you feel better now? Your complexion didn't look good earlier. Why are you crying again?" While she was still surprised, he directly fed the food into her mouth. She frowned uncomfortably, secretly questioning, is he planning to pretend to be a loving couple to deceive the elders? Hastily covering her mouth, she said, I'm fine. Change doesn't need to worry." Hearing this, he said softly, "That's good. Tonight is long. Why not have a few more drinks with your husband?" The two fathers looked at each other for a long time, both understanding the hidden meaning. Then they cooperated to put on a show. Gu Lin Tian rubbed his forehead, saying with difficulty, "Oh dear, you bro, why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy?" Yu Huangzhu quickly stood up, waving his hand in agreement. "Ah, old age. Bad alcohol tolerance, bad alcohol tolerance." The two left, leaning on each other, and didn't forget to leave a few words. Let's go, we'll go back and rest well. You two enjoy your meal." Change closed his eyes, leisurely taking a sip of wine, while only Mingkong pouted unhappily, secretly scolding this guy in her heart. Then she said nothing, ignoring the person next to her, and slowly stood up. Walking forward a distance, without looking back, she only called out, "Expose you, Gu Change. You've gone far enough. You still want to keep pretending? Even if you're as cold to me as before, our marriage can't be changed. So what's the conspiracy behind you doing all this?" He leisurely poured a full glass of wine, replying, "You didn't have so many thoughts before. I don't know why you've changed so much in the last half year." Gently raising the glass of wine to his mouth, His eyes were firm, as if wanting to pierce through the other person's thoughts. Or was your previous weakness all an act? If that's the case, then you're quite cunning. Hearing all these words, her eyes widened, her head full of unanswered questions. He doesn't know my inside story? What the hell? Could it be that he didn't transmigrate with me? So, Gu Change's probing today was all because he noticed that I've changed recently? If that's really the case, then it's clear that I was a little too hasty. Thinking this, she frowned and blamed herself. Yue Mingkong, why can't you stay calm whenever you face Gu Change? As she stood frozen in place, an immense pressure surged from behind. Sensing something amiss, she immediately turned her head, cautiously checking what was going on. Then her eyes widened, pupils constricted, panic. A hand flashed out with lightning speed, landing a palm strike. Luckily, Mingkong reacted quickly, completely blocking the attack. The clash of two powerful magical forces caused everything around them to stir, a constant commotion. In that tricky situation, she was cautious, while he smiled with great delight, as if it was normal. The dishes neatly placed on the table fell and shattered on the ground. Gale-force winds erupted from the hall, as if the sky were about to collapse and the earth to split. He cast a sharp gaze at her, a sly smile on his lips. Peak Marquise Realm, seems you've been hiding quite a few things from your fiancé. Those words struck her core, leaving her speechless, only able to wear a grimace. Then suddenly he grabbed her hand tightly, with no intention of letting go, using force to pull her towards him, regardless of whether she wanted to or not. Finally, he directly embraced Mingkong, creating a romantic scene. Anyone who didn't understand the situation would be full of praise. She was dragged along in a daze, frowning and angrily yelling, Gu Change, what are you doing? Let me go now. He faced her outburst with utter calm, replying, Mingkong, at this point, aren't you going to tell your husband everything? She decisively pushed him away, retreating far back, speaking out. Since you've seen through it, I don't need to pretend anymore. Using a hateful gaze and a strong, unforgiving tone to respond, that's right, my previous demeanor was all an act to please you, but I realized that instead of making things difficult for myself, wasting effort trying to move a heart of stone, it's better to spend a little energy making myself stronger. She smirked, looking straight ahead, using his own words to mock him. After all, one's own strength is the foundation of the world, isn't it? In her heart, she gloated. These are the words you once said to me. Change saw that look, smiling as he thought. Not bad, she's learned to adapt. He then calmly questioned her. How do you know I can't be moved by others? I didn't expect that's how you see me. Then slowly stepping closer, continuing. But Mingkong, you've hidden me so deeply for so many years, it really hurts me. She warily retreated, loudly responding, Gu Change, don't use those words to deceive me. Don't you know what your character is like? He asked, pressing closer with a very delighted expression. Oh? What character do I have? Hearing that, she shouted in a panic. If you don't stop, I won't be polite anymore. These words only made him push his advantage. Oh? How will you be impolite? Mingkong was driven mad by the teasing, angrily swinging her hand forward with the intention of attacking him, yelling and cursing, Bastard! But her attack was easily blocked by Change, gently grabbing her hand and pressing it against the wall behind her. He leaned in close, facing her, pressing her body against the wall, a sly smile blooming. She looked uncomfortable. What do you want to do? With smugness he replied, The night is long, what do you think, madam? Hearing that, she could only widen her eyes in surprise. The door slammed shut under the bright golden light, only showing the silhouettes of Gu Change and Yu Mingkong behind. The two are very close to each other. She thrust forward with great force, but he dodged it and grabbed her hand, then turned to catch her gorgeous figure. Immediately, Change embraced Mingkong lightly. The two of them walked deeper into the room, the silhouettes gradually getting smaller. Finally, the lights went out, leaving a dark scene and two intertwined figures. Time passed quickly, until the next morning, when the bright golden rays of dawn shone on the eaves of the magnificent palace. Gu Change woke up after a night of hard work, yawning again and again. He glanced to the side. That place was empty. No one was sleeping peacefully anymore. He closed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, leaving is fine, but I didn't expect her to take the blankets and mattress too. Gone. Truly deceiving myself. And then he raised his hand to his chin, speculating non-stop. But gotta say, Yu Mingkong can actively give up methods and reason because of the betrayal and hatred from her previous life. If I don't intervene and just let her take revenge, who knows how far it'll go. He smiled contentedly. This interesting role, if it weren't for her past life grudges, I'd really want to treat her with a normal heart. The system panel then displayed a notification. The favored daughter of heaven Yue Mingkong's determination wavers, increasing her luck value by 500 points, and her heavenly mandate value by 2,500 points. Seeing the series of rising stats, he crossed his arms seriously, pondering to himself, seems like things are as I thought. Yue Mingkong is definitely suspecting me now. Why I'm different from my previous life. and even feels like my change is due to her rebirth. He stepped down, analyzing aloud. Women, whether rational or emotional, mostly believe in their sixth sense. His bare back appeared, gradually moving towards the door, continuing, I just need to let her discover a few traces, and she'll naturally guess a lot. He spread his arms wide. A thin source of magic appeared around his body. At the same time he thought, this kind of deductive habit, Yu Mingkong, is definitely no exception. Instantly, he was fully dressed, with an elegant demeanor. The door opened slightly, and he stepped out. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Small troubles temporarily resolved. Going back to Tiandao Immortal Palace should be added to the schedule. At this moment, in the blue sky full of fluffy white clouds, a giant bird with a mythical beauty was flapping its wings while pulling a carriage. Mingkong sat solemnly inside, asking the woman beside her, Huang Gofair, what do you think of young Master Change? As soon as Huang'er heard this, her face lit up with joy. Although people say young Master Change's personality is cold and unapproachable, Huang'er thinks he's gentle, treats people very kindly, and is very tender with the words he says. She frowned, her expression extremely ugly upon receiving the answer, laughing bitterly to herself. Tender? This trip to the Jiyu family has had too many unexpected events. I don't know why I can't get any advantage in front of him. Yu Mingkong clenched her soft silk skirt, angrily thinking, Jiyu Change, even though I've lived 2 lives, I still can't see through you. Her eyes became sharp, her face grim, still clutching the white skirt, resentfully. No matter what, I definitely won't let it go. I will definitely gradually repay the wounds you inflicted on me. Scene changes to a land of immortal energy, covered by high mountains, with a huge tree with 10,000 peach blossoms standing tall on the fertile land. At this moment, 2 sources of magic, one red and one blue, chased each other, flying as fast as lightning. They flew through the dense forest. The red light shot straight into a spatial rift opened in the void, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving the blue light to graze past. It turned out that the red light was Yanji. She was struggling to fly away, with blood still on her mouth, frowning and wondering, how did young master know about this place? I didn't expect there to be such a mysterious village. And a peach tree. Wasn't it gone several eras ago? She frowned, thinking, I must report this situation to young master in time. At this time, below an open space, next to dilapidated houses, were 4 mysterious people, lamenting to each other. She escaped. I didn't expect her to have a talisman to break the domain of a great saint realm cultivator, but she doesn't have the Jiyu family's aura, so she probably didn't come for Xianxer's sake. Who is it then? One person replied, It seems that the peach tree's years of silence have finally been broken. The scene shifts to the upper realm, the inner region of Wuliang heaven. This place is vast and open, with countless large, magic-powered ships flying in the sky. In the distance, you can also see high mountains, hidden in the mist. The central location is a giant tower with a magnificent and brilliant blue light. Below is very lively, where many houses are built for business and trade. People take turns hawking their goods. Ancient immortal clan, reverse immortal treasure art, low price transfer. For the destined person, a quasi-sage medicine over 80,000 years old, bidding as fate dictates. Jiyu Xianher strolled through the crowd, looking around, exclaiming, So many precious things, I've never even seen them before. I guess no one dares to sell fake prices, right? But you should probably check the little spirit stones you have. She frowned and pouted angrily. It's true that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. If it wasn't for Jiyu Change, how could I be so pathetic that I can't even afford roadside stuff? Da Qing next to her could only look up at her. At that moment, suddenly, a man appeared, praising. Divine bones and immortal spirit, a natural gift. Truly a rare young lady in the world. He was tall, with golden hair, and an arrogant demeanor. Beside him, 2 subordinates stood with their arms crossed, and said loudly, This humble one is Jin Yu. I don't know what to call you, miss. I just saw that you were quite interested in some items. Coincidentally, But before he could finish, she brushed past him, casually replying, Don't bother yourself, I'm not interested. Thinking to herself, if they're not crooks, they're thieves. This is what my 3rd master taught me. Jin Yu was shameless, not wanting to miss the beauty, and reached out to block Xianxer's path, questioning, Little girl, do you know who I am? She pushed his hand away. The 2 subordinates behind him were already angry, but she didn't care, continued walking and said, I don't give a damn who you are. Don't block my way. He angrily watched her leave, then frowned and burst into anger, growling, offering a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xianxer felt uncomfortable upon hearing this, turning back to ask, What do you want? He smugly retorted. Well, his words were abruptly cut off. In the sky, a colossal dragon, jade, green all over, descended ferociously. Below, Jiyu Change stood tall, atop that sacred divine beast. The crowd, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Good, that young master is back, the true disciple of the heavenly Tao immortal palace. Young master Zhangsheng Ji Yu Cheng stood high above, looking down. Smirking meaningfully, he thought to himself, Yanji just reported the situation at Peach Village to me, and we just had to meet at this moment. It seems that, just as I suspected, there's a chosen one hiding behind you, but it looks like you've run into some trouble now." Seeing him, she hugged her chest tightly, staring daggers at him, frowning and angrily whispering, "Ji Yu Chengge, Jin Yu." Seeing this, uncomfortably lamented, "How boring." Then, disregarding everything, he turned towards Xiangre, pointing at her and ordering, "Someone, seize that damned girl." Two subordinates obeyed, rushing towards her, only to see a bolt of lightning strike down, creating a circle of lightning that protected her, blasting the two subordinates away. Seeing this, he angrily turned his head and shouted, "You!" He paid no mind to him, and said, "Long time no see, looks like you're doing quite well." Jin Yu's face twisted in surprise, humming a dubious sound, then calmed down, friendly extending his hands. Not at all, long time no see, Ji Yu bro." Change directly brushed past him, his attention focused on Xian Kar, not him. Approaching her closely, flicking his finger once, Dai Ching fell backward, crying out, "Ki! Ki!" Under her wary gaze he smiled and said, "Not bad, you've grown so tall now, blossoming into such beauty too." Hams. His hands still reached out. Jin Yu's nonsense trembled, veins popping out. Humiliated, he frowned, his expression furious as he roared, "Ji Yu Cheng, what do you mean by this?" He simply waved his hand casually, and he fell flat on his back, his face turning purple, his eyes rolling back in pain. Two subordinates panicked, hurriedly helping their master up. Young master, young master." At that moment, he cast a disdainful gaze, harshly mocking, "What are you? Is it your place to interrupt when I'm talking to my younger sister?" The crowd fell silent, gawking at the scene that had just unfolded. One man among them spoke up in doubt. Younger sister? Could it be that Ji Yu? He was interrupted by the person next to him. "Shh. Zhang Shenggu's family affairs. Is that something we can speculate about?" Xian Gare, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Shut up, Ji Yu Cheng." She stared directly at him with a piercing gaze, frankly saying, "If you truly have this younger sister in your heart, why did you do what you did back then?" He paid no mind to those accusatory words, only focusing on the 9,000 value at the top of her head, laughing gleefully. He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, nearly 10,000 points of luck value, even higher than Yue Mingkong's. His gaze fell upon Xian Care, maintaining that smile, replying, "It's not easy to finally meet, but you're acting like this, it truly hurts this older brother a bit." Hearing this, she frowned angrily, not mincing words. "If you've come here just to let me know that my whereabouts are within your control, then I think it's unnecessary. Your strength and mine are too far apart. I don't intend to make a move against you for the time being." Change merely glanced at her, smiling without saying a word, then leisurely closed his eyes, intentionally saying provocative words. "Good, you know your limitations." She took the bait immediately, yelling, "You!" At this moment, Jin Yu had gotten back on his feet. He angrily shouted, "Ji Yu Changzhe, you and I are both true disciples, don't go too far." His face was swollen red on one side after the sudden attack, his teeth chipped, one of his pupils constricted, his eyes filled with red blood vessels, yelling, "Humiliating me like this, do you not even put my family in your eyes?" He scornfully looked at him, replying succinctly, "Are you worthy?" Then, he directly placed his hand in front of Jin Yu's head, speaking threateningly and harshly. "Only I am allowed to bully my younger sister. If you dare touch her, then use death as atonement." He was horrified, stammering, "Ji Yu Cheng, you wouldn't dare." Not letting him continue his arrogance, he simply flicked his finger once. The power was enough to crush half of his body. Unable to withstand the pressure from that attack, he turned into a weak energy source. The two subordinates shouted loudly, "Young master!" Instantly, both were caught by the giant divine dragon. The goons howled in pain. At that moment, a golden coin suddenly shattered into pieces. The two subordinates were crushed to death, while Jin Yu's form gradually gathered into a golden glow and hurriedly flew away, not daring to linger any longer. Ji Yu Xiancher witnessed the cruel scene, and her eyes widened in shock. The divine dragon spoke, "Young master? You let him run away like that, isn't that important?" He only smiled smugly, thinking, he still has a use. If I really wanted to kill him, why would I care about sooner or later? As he transformed into a streak of light speeding through the sky, the people below saw this and sneered. Both are true disciples of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. But who would have thought Jin Yu would be guided by Ji Yu Cheng to disintegrate his body? He used a magical artifact to trap the primordial spirit, so he had to flee? If the aura from before wasn't wrong, I'm afraid Ji true disciple has already broken through to the Fenghuang realm. The onlookers all looked terrified, shocked, and amazed, exclaiming, "How old is he?" If I remember correctly, no one in the entire upper realm has ever heard of a young supreme being reaching the Fenghuang realm. That's right. The Ji true disciple before us is the only young supreme being to reach the Fenghuang realm. Besides those who were stunned, there were also those who admired and loved him. Ji true disciple is so handsome it's evil. I like him so much. Jian Ke stood frozen behind him, the surroundings still bustling with noise. Did you forget? Jin Yu has a very strong older brother who is said to be in seclusion recently. Their entire clan always protects each other. What if he finds out about this after he comes out of seclusion? Jian Ke suddenly shouted loudly, "Ji Changzhe, don't think I'll thank you for this." He narrowed his eyes and retorted, "No, I don't need your thanks. I just need others to know." Then he grinned triumphantly. "Only I can bully my little sister. Absolutely no one else is allowed." She was now completely infuriated, yelling angrily, "Ji change, stop pretending, what are you plotting?" In the end, he only gently lowered his head, caressing her small face, and said softly, "Perhaps it's because I feel guilty and want to make up for something." But the image didn't last more than 3 seconds before being shattered. He laughed loudly, his expression very punchable. "Of course, it could also simply be that I want to see you hate me, yet be unable to do anything to me." Hearing this, she closed her eyes tightly and threatened, "Sooner or later, I will return all the suffering you have inflicted on me." Change calmly watched it as entertainment, using his hand to pat Xianxu's head and advise, "All right, then you have to cultivate harder." Suddenly, 3 rays of light appeared in the sky, colored green, yellow, and red respectively. The people below recognized them and shouted, "It's the enforcement team of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." When the 3 rays of light landed on the ground, they revealed 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Ji true disciple, you also know the rules of the Immortal Palace. I hope you won't make things difficult for us today." He calmly replied, "It's fine. I should also go visit the elders since I just returned." He strode off with the enforcement team, leaving Ji Xian here behind wondering, "Did this guy come here today just to tease me?" Then she quietly thought, "If he offends the elders because of this, then the price to pay would be too great." She frowned, her eyes thoughtfully questioning. Although Ji Change's actions seem strange compared to before, he's still as ruthless and vicious as ever. When he just attacked and killed, his eyes didn't even flicker once, as if it was as simple as stepping on a few ants. Thinking this, she calmly walked away. After this incident, she told herself, "No matter what, I have to be more careful when cultivating in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace in the future." In the sky at this time, the giant divine dragon was flying around, and then flew through a magic gate between the high towers at Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The scenery here is like a painting, romantic and fantastical. The magnificent white palaces appear pleasing to the eye, extremely grand. The name Jin Yu is only a small light. He is still very despicable, flying straight to a man who is meditating, and speaks as if very wronged. "Brother, you must avenge me. Ji Changzhe bullied people too much. If it wasn't for the magic weapon left by the clan elders, I'm afraid you and I would be separated by life and death." The person in closed-door cultivation is Jin Zhu. He sat seriously with his hands clasped, calmly. "I already know what happened outside. Speaking of which, this matter is still not up to you to decide." But Jin Zhu wouldn't accept this when he heard it. Burchin. At this time, Jin Zhu had slightly opened his eyes with bright golden pupils and said, "This matter concerns the honor and disgrace of the family. I will demand justice for you." He slowly stood up, his words firm. "After all, my Jin Jiao clan is not easy to bully." After that, he turned and left leisurely. "But my ancient heaven art is at the critical moment of breaking through, and I'm not his opponent yet. I still have to endure for a while." Jin Zhu's gaze turned icy, reeking of murderous intent as he spat out a challenge. "The day I break through, Ji Changzhe, he'll be nothing but a stepping stone for this supreme prodigy." Kim Wu beside him chuckled gleefully. "Just you wait till we get our revenge." Meanwhile, atop the snowy, wind-swept heavenly peak. Seriously, this place is all Spirit Mountain. Change rode a dragon down. Laugh. A whole crowd was kneeling below, bowing respectfully like, "Welcome, your highness." He slowly descended and casually asked, "All right, rise. Anything happened while I was gone?" A young guy, hands clasped, eyes gleaming pink, weird flex but okay, carefully reported. The great Xie dynasty's first prince, Chu Zhenchuan, somehow stumbled upon some kind of lucky break after returning from the Yunmo place. His cultivations skyrocketed to the peak of the Fenghao realm. He's pretty much become top dog among the disciples. The woman next to him, also sporting those pink glowing eyes, chimed in, Also, Yin Mei from the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan asked us to tell you that she needs to talk. She'll come visit when you get back. Change looked a bit curious. Yin Mei, huh? Suddenly, a brilliant golden magic energy erupted from the roofs of the grand palaces, then slowly dissipated, spreading across the vast blue sky. Turns out it's just Gu Change showing off. He was standing there, arms outstretched, face turned skyward, eyes closed, muttering to himself. Burning 8,000 destiny points to boost my cultivation to the mid-stage of the Fenghuang realm? As long as I keep it hidden, that's more than enough to fool the outside world. Slowly opening his eyes, he analyzed the situation. According to my father's plan, the first step for the Chengsheng Jiyu family is to swallow Daoitian Immortal Palace whole. This is to make me the official heir to the Immortal Palace. On this point, among all the disciples, including Chu Wunian's strength, they are all below me. Nothing to worry about. He sat down, his mind still racing. But, to plot against Daoitian Immortal Palace, even if I become the heir, many elders will find ways to deal with me, especially the Great Elder. He's one of the scariest people in the upper realm. An image of an old man with snow-white hair and beard appeared, his eyes stern and unyielding, not someone to be trifled with. He sighed inwardly. The palace master of Liu Shui, the inflexible Great Elder. He seems to suspect that I harbor demonic intent. The one who's propped up Daoitian Immortal Palace for thousands of years definitely isn't some old geezer on his last legs. He quickly opened his system panel, checking his stats. Character: Gu Change. Halo. Villain. Weapon: 8 Desolate Demon Halberd as Cain. Identity: Daoitian Immortal Palace True Disciple, young master of the Chengsheng Jiyu family. Cultivation: Mid-stage Fenghuang realm. Techniques: Daoitian Immortal Canon, Myriad Transformation Demonic Body. Talents: Innate Divine Awareness, Heaven Devouring Demonic Art. Demonic Body Cultivation can convert nothingness into immortal chi. Destiny value: 0. Luck value: 1100 points. Completed: 1. 3 missing fragment, world seed, 3 destiny plunder cards. 3 gazes. He's suddenly serious, wondering. Ever since returning to the upper realm, I've felt the demonic power in my body about to erupt. It must be because I absorbed Lin Tian and that quasi-supreme's essence. Suppressing it for so long is the reason. He summoned a shining magical artifact in his hand, intending to examine his own progress. Heaven Devouring Demonic Art. Devour the essence of all kings, absorb the myriad realms. Today, I'll see what realm my demonic body has reached. As soon as he finished thinking, the treasure split into 4 and flew in all directions. Instantly, a strong, impenetrable magical barrier formed around the palace. Gu Change began to unleash his demonic power, his eyes glowing crimson, creating a terrifying pressure. The crimson mark on his forehead emitted a mystical light. Another small version of him sat in meditation in the void, 2 black horns appearing on its head, its entire body bound by golden chains. Suddenly, the forehead of that entity also glowed. A large amount of magic poured into the chains, and when it opened its eyes, it was full of anger. The chains shattered instantly and smiled mischievously. The image of change in reality was equally intense. Terrifying demon heads gradually forming from his power, screaming and flying everywhere. The system popped up. Mid-stage Fenghuang realm. The amount of magic is getting thicker, which hits the neutral link and moves the entire palace. The system popped up again. Late-stage Fenghuang realm. From inside the palace, magic rushed straight out and hit the barrier hard, causing countless shocking sounds. The system announced again. Peak Fenghuang realm. Behind Change, a man with a strong physique, blood, red skin like rock, icy eyes, and hair like blazing flames appeared. The system upgraded consecutively. Early stage Void God realm, then to mid-stage Void God realm. At this stage, the entity's hair grew longer, and then upgraded to the peak Void God realm. The man was clad in sturdy, imposing armor. Early stage True Deity realm, demonic power surges onto the armor of the head, vibrating and absorbing, further increasing the power, refining the sharpness, the murderous aura it exudes. Mid-stage True Deity realm, a massive spear is summoned, nestled in the palm of the hand, radiating a powerful source of demonic magic. Peak True Deity realm, divine artifact is launched. Slamming straight down on the floor, the aura of law bursts forth, creating rings of law surrounding the body of the azure spear. Finally, the system displays a notification. Half-step Heavenly Deity realm. Behind Change, an ironclad warrior wielding a spear stands majestically like a creation god. Even a mere glance can clearly sense the burning demonic power and terrifying pressure it emits, threatening even demons and causing the strongest to be wary. He glances over his shoulder, looking at his results, smiling smugly. So, this is the final trump card. Hey. Half-step Heavenly Deity realm. Just this terrifying cultivation speed alone is enough for me to defy the world. Then he turns back, admiring the demonic power present on his 5 fingertips. Using sentient beings as materials, nurturing, devouring to strengthen oneself. This method is truly more mesmerizing than the system's point-increasing method. Defy the world, so what? What villain path? Screw it. His eyes wide, sparkling, he laughs maniacally. Screw morality, I'll just become the final boss. In the midst of his bloodlust, a voice rings out, bringing him back to his senses. The demonic power vanishes. Reporting, Gu Zhenzhuan, Yin Zhenzhuan requests an audience. The door creaks open slightly. Outside stands a figure, head bowed respectfully awaiting a response. When the door is fully opened, he speaks from within. Let her in. The person outside replies. As you command. Yin Mei slowly steps in. A golden anklet adorns her leg. The image of a bewitching fox spirit appears, as elegant as a precious jade, attracting the gaze of countless mortals. Her pink hair a highlight, her purple attire seductive. She kneels on one knee, head bowed respectfully. Master. Change moves closer, looking down at her obedient demeanor, thinking to himself. Looking at her current appearance, it's hard to imagine she once tried to poison me for the Zhenzhuan position. His hand gently strokes her soft tail, extremely satisfied. But after I implanted the heart demon Gu, she's become much more obedient. She senses this, and her cheeks flush slightly. He hands Yin Mei a small vial. Calculating. Time-wise, the heart demon Gu flares up once a year. It's about that time. This is your antidote. She happily accepts it with both hands. Thank you, master. Change walks past, leaving a question. How's the collection going? She replies. Reporting, master. In the past half year, Yin Mei has collected quite a few special origins, bloodlines, constitutions, currently stored in the treasure vault. She turns and kneels, continuing. In addition, there are many powerful ancient corpses, their essences stolen by various tribes, kept intact, also being preserved for master. He smiles faintly, praising. Very good. Yin Mei speaks with a sharp gaze. Recently I heard from down the mountain, there's a teenage girl in green robes. Her talent is extremely high, and she's favored by the elders. If there are no slip-ups, there'll likely be another Zhenzhuan in the sect. Chengge knows who it is, sighing inwardly, Xianjie. So her path up the mountain is quite smooth. Scene changes to a high mountain, overlooking the mortal realm, where there's a simple house. Jiu Xianjie stands looking at the Grand Elder who's sitting in meditation, holding a fishing rod. Seeing this, she asks curiously, Grand Elder, what are you preparing to fish for? He strokes his long beard, replying leisurely, Naturally, you, a person. Hearing this, she's even more confused. Fishing for a person. Suddenly, he glances behind him, saying, You've come here wanting to defeat your brother, to reclaim what's yours. Hearing these words, Xianjie's eyes widen in surprise. Then her lashes fluttered, her hand on her chest, answering, I have a new form now, I'm not reclaiming anything. Then, she declares clearly, but I will definitely reclaim the humiliation and fairness I've been denied all this time. The Grand Elder laughs loudly, praising, Haha, good, such spirit at such a young age, worthy of being the disciple of old freak Qin. But then his expression turns serious, his tone deepening. That Gu change is too deep in demonic nature, and wants to use Daddio Bones to cover up his demonic intent. I smelled it the day he entered our sect. The position of successor of our heavenly immortal palace absolutely cannot be given to an unworthy person. He addresses Xianjie, making a request. Xianjie, girl, I know your purpose in coming here. If you want me to take you as my disciple, you must prove you can surpass your brother. She immediately bursts with energy, her eyes filled with determination, ready for any task. Then how do I prove it? He stands up straight, pointing forward. The path of heavenly Tao. That was a towering mountain. Around it, steps spiraled from the ground to the summit. The Grand Elder issued the challenge. Initial records. Surpass Gu Cheng. Can she do it? Gu Xianjie gasped in astonishment. That's the path to heaven, the Grand Elder beside her replied. You must know, Gu Cheng back then was the first junior in 10,000 years to establish the heavenly immortal palace on the path to heaven, with record-breaking power. Casting aside all apprehension, she wholeheartedly resolved to conquer it. I definitely will succeed. He glanced at her, a smile of satisfaction and anticipation on his face. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched. Seeing this, he laughed heartily and pulled up with force. Look, it's hooked. And what was pulled up was a gigantic dragon. It soared high, its roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Xianjie's eyes widened, astonished by the scene unfolding before her. Existing in the vast emptiness was a great dragon. Its entire body was golden, as if it had flown out of an ancient painting. Its eyes blazed brightly, and the identity that the world knew was the great Chu immortal dynasty's Chu Wunyan. In an instant, from the form of a dragon, he transformed back into a handsome and robust young man. He clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and greeted, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Then, turning to look at the girl beside him, "Is this the junior sister that everyone's been talking about recently? Truly extraordinary celestial bones, talent, and natural endowments." Shankier, hearing herself mentioned, bowed in return. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chu." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and spoke. "Your arrival is timely. Xian Shir's path to heaven will be guided by you." Hearing this, he blinked and asked, "The path to heaven?" Then he mused to himself, "I've long heard that this new junior sister seems to have a feud with Ji Chang, and that she holds some evidence that could thoroughly disgrace the Ji family." Assessing the woman before him from head to toe, Chu Wunyan secretly plotted, "My great Chu immortal dynasty has long had grievances with the longevity Ji family. Setting aside why she's in such a hurry to ascend the path to heaven, if the rumors are true, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now, she still has some value to be exploited." Thus, he feigned concern and offered a warning. "Indeed, junior sister has a strong will, but the path to heaven is fraught with danger. If you can't persevere, you absolutely mustn't force yourself. Otherwise, you might suffer unimaginable harm and even damage your Davio heart, causing your cultivation to stagnate." Hearing this, she showed no fear or hesitation, but was unwavering in her determination. "I have my own plans. There's no need for Senior Brother Chu to trouble yourself." Finishing speaking, Chu Wunyan turned around, extended his hand, and said, "If that's the case, then please follow me." She didn't hesitate, and immediately moved forward. The two of them immediately set off, soaring into the sky. Looking at them, all that could be seen were two streams of green and gold light intertwining. Below, gazing upwards, someone pointed and exclaimed, "Look, that's Chu's true inheritor, and that girl in azure robes. They're heading towards the path to heaven." Chu Wunyan led the way, but his mouth didn't rest, constantly trying to provoke her. "Junior sister, I actually know a little about your situation. Ji Chang's actions are indeed vicious and ruthless, completely disregarding any fraternal feelings between you. Even ferocious beasts aren't so cold-blooded." Although Xian Xir felt hatred, she still maintained her reason. She didn't fall into his trap so easily, and instead directed him, Senior Brother Chu should focus on leading the way. "If you have any grievances with Ji Chang, you can resolve them directly. If it involves my Ji family, then I won't trouble you to intervene." Hearing this, Wunyan was slightly stunned. He glanced back, wondering, logically, Gi Xianhuier should hate Ji Chang. Why does she have such an attitude after I mentioned him? After flying for a long time, they finally arrived at their destination. Seeing their figures appear, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. "Look! Recently that girl in azure robes has been climbing the mountain, wanting to challenge the path to heaven. She's also from the Ji family." Back then, Guanir's true inheritor broke the path to heaven. For nearly 10,000 years, no one has surpassed him. This little girl doesn't know her own limitations. Dao. Standing beside her, Zhen Wunyan, concerned, he instructed, "The pressure on the path to heaven is immense. If you can't persevere, junior sister, you absolutely mustn't force yourself." Suddenly, a voice from behind startled them both, causing them to turn around. "It's only been a few days, and you already have admirers? How about letting me be the judge of that?" It turned out to be Chang'e and Yin Mei. Seeing the two of them, she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. "Oh my. So this little sister is the disciple that the Grand Elder recently intends to take in? Truly a beautiful and naturally gifted prodigy." Seeing that there was something to gossip about, the crowd cheered. "It's Guachu's true inheritor and Jian's true inheritor." Xian Fear, seeing him like he was some kind of monster, immediately started grilling him. "Ji Chang, what are you doing here?" He was still cool as a cucumber, answering casually, "You still haven't answered my question." She snapped back, super annoyed. "The Grand Elder ordered Senior Brother Chu Wunyan to take me to the Daotian path. He's not chasing after me." He just smirked and said, "Oh, that's too bad. I was going to check things out for you." He glances over at Wu Ganian, his words dripping with meaning. "Otherwise, what kind of loser would even notice you?" Wunyan's ears are burning, and he growls, "Ji Changji, stop beating around the bush. Today, junior sister is going to Daotian path on the Grand Elder's orders. You gonna stop her or what?" Ji Change closes his eyes for a sec, then cuts right to the chase. "Don't try to intimidate me with the Grand Elder. You think he'd care about some squabbles between juniors?" Then, his eyes turn ice cold, his voice hard as nails. "Last I checked, I didn't ask you to stick your nose in my business when I'm talking to my little sister." Instantly, the air around the two guys got super tense, thick enough to cut with a knife. Wu Shanian was fuming. "Ji Chang, don't push it." Ji Chang just leaned into it, taunting, "Oh, I'm pushing it. What are you going to do about it?" Wu Shanian was just filled with rage. While everyone was busy watching the drama unfold, two voices chimed in from the distance. This Gu change is clearly here to show off. Chu Wunian might be stronger than us, but Gu change probably even stronger. Turns out, they were true disciples. The guy on the left was Tianyang, and the guy on the right was Zhang Tianyuan. Tianyuan said, "For Chu Wunian, losing a fight is something he can recover from. But if he runs away without a fight, Tianyang finished. His Dao heart would be shattered, and he'd never be able to bounce back. So he has to fight today." Just like they said, Wu Senian lost it and summoned a blazing red flame in his hand. He charged straight at Chingay, yelling, "I'll show you where I get off, insulting me like that." The move he unleashed shook the heavens and shattered the earth. Only half of Chengyu's upper body can be seen to disappear. A fire dragon spun out of the attack. The onlookers were freaking out. It's dragon taming art. Get out of the way. Wu Senian scans the scene, assessing the situation. Suddenly, Gu Cheng's body reformed. He mocks, "This is the confidence you had to attack me." Wu Chenian was about to throw another punch when Gu Cheng stopped him with just 2 fingers. A surge of demonic energy erupted from the tips of those fingers. Chu Wunian was shocked, but it was too late. As soon as he realized what was happening, Cheng blasted him away, ripping his clothes to shreds. He howled in pain. "Ag! Ah! Arg!" He was hit hard. The crowd of gawkers stared in disbelief, murmuring, "The famous protective art of the great Chu immortal dynasty. From a full, men's force strike of a peak Marquis realm true disciple, and it was broken so easily." Just as they finished speaking, Wu Senian slammed into a pillar, causing a massive explosion. They finally turned to face Gu Cheng, their faces pale, stammering, mid-stage king realm. Someone sighed. "No wonder he has the bearing of a true immortal. This strength, I don't even have the will to fight back." Meanwhile, Changzhe was still smiling smugly. Xian Wei was completely stunned, just staring wide-eyed. Now she realized just how strong he was. Wunian, now half human, half dragon, with long horns sprouting from his head, coughed, "Cook." Even after taking a direct hit, he was still putting on a brave face. "So what if you're in the mid-stage king realm?" His mouth full of sharp fangs, he roared, "Dragon transformation talent. True dragon descends." Then, he turned into a swirling vortex of fire, charging at Gu Cheng with obvious killing intent. He was like a raging lunatic, his body covered in dragon scales, his claws sharp, yelling, "Gu Cheng, today I'll defeat you here, as proof of my Dalio heart." Gu Cheng's eyes flashed, ice, cold, staring straight at Wunian. A triumphant smirk crept across his face. Seeing Wu Konian charging at Chang'e with murderous intent, Xianthir screamed in terror, "Numu!" But before she could finish, he already had his own plan, so he waved his hand forward. Smack! He landed a face-splitting slap on Chu Wunian, throwing him off balance so hard he went flying sideways. His eyes rolled back, his face twisted, and he started losing consciousness from the blow. Cheng finished the attack ruthlessly, smashing Wunian headfirst into the ground, sending rocks flying and a shockwave rippling out. The crowd was stunned, staring blankly. No one could believe their eyes. Just one simple slap, and Chu Wunian's true dragon transformation was broken. Gu Cheng, Tianyang, and Zhang Tianyuan exchanged stiff glances, sweat pouring down their faces. Tianyuan said in a defeated tone, "I think we can skip fighting for that air position. If we end up like Chu Wunian, we'll lose everything." Speaking of Wu Shenian, he took a massive L and is now planting into the ground, totally still, his transformation fading away. Standing beside him, Gu Cheng rubbed his wrist and scolded, "So noisy. What kind of behavior is that? If you get scared by this, how can you take on anything?" Yin Mei, a bit confused, asked, "Hey master, why didn't you just kill him?" Change explained, "Well, Chu Wunian is a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty after all. Killing him in front of everyone would be a bit of a hassle." He glanced at the crowd in the distance, who were watching him warily. Beating up Chu Wunian today isn't just about showing off, it's also to let the elders in the immortal palace know that as long as Gu Cheng is here, no one else is qualified to fight me for the air position. Then, he looked at Xianxie with a meaningful smile. After that, he walked straight over and stepped on top of Wu Xinian's head to pass by. Standing in front of her, he asked in a deliberately annoying tone, "Xianxie, I helped you teach that guy a lesson. Aren't you touched?" She glared and snapped, "My business is my business. I don't need you to worry about it." He frowned, pretending to be hurt. "Aya, looks like you've forgotten what your brother told you." He leaned in closer, making sure she could hear him clearly. "You came to the path to heaven mostly because the Grand Elder offered you the chance to become his disciple, so you could break my record, right?" Chang'e looked at the motionless Wugonian, exposing his evil scheme. "That Chu Wugonian guy had a plan too. On the way here, he leaked the news about you challenging the path to heaven so that disciples from all the sects would come. He wanted to see you embarrass yourself." How scheming. So tell me, should he be punished? Xianxie stayed silent, But her determined look said it all. Looking straight at the crowd behind her, he warned, "You all better remember this, only I get to bully my little sister, no one else is allowed." They valued their lives, so everyone kept quiet, not daring to offend him. He thought about how things should have played out. After Xianjie rejected Chu Wunian, he would have held a grudge and tried to mess with her on the path to heaven, making her a laughingstock. He glanced at her and continued his train of thought. But Xianjie showed off her strength, slapping everyone in the face, which conveniently gave this older brother an excuse to challenge me. Change smiled in a friendly way, but it only infuriated her. He muttered to himself, "But I'm going to do the opposite of what's expected." Xianjie's little brain must be reeling by now. Looking up at the steps to heaven, he announced, "You want to challenge the path to heaven, right? Your brother is really looking forward to seeing what you can do. It shouldn't be too hard for you to get to where I am." She asked in shock, You think I can break your record?" Gently, he patted Xianjie's head and said, "Silly little sister. I've seen all your hard work over the years. If even I don't believe in you, who will?" But in her mind, she was fiercely protesting. "That's not how it's supposed to go." Her brother was supposed to say, "You think Jiyu Xian'er can match me? Don't dream." That's how it was supposed to be. But as Xian'er faced reality, her eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he knew everything about my situation all these years? So he knew where I was hiding, but didn't try to hunt me down? Now she was starting to waver, wondering, could it be that he had his own reasons for what happened back then? But she shook her head violently, reminding herself, No, such cruel actions can't be explained away with his own reasons. Seeing her spacing out, Change pointed upwards and said, "What are you waiting for? Everyone's waiting for you to challenge the path to heaven." Xianjie looked annoyed, just grunted in response, then shot up the steps, ready to face her challenge. As soon as she set foot on it, countless golden chains wrapped around her, holding her tight, but she wouldn't give in. Her eyes stayed incredibly determined. "Jiyu Change, I won't lose to you." And she began to move. The crowd below grew excited. It's starting. One of her legs was tightly chained, still trying to climb one step at a time. They're still counting. 2. The higher she goes, the crazier the chains get. The peanut gallery's still hyped. 3, 4, 8. Xianjie's just like, pressure. What pressure? Just keeps on trucking. Some dude's all, is she an antique or a freak? Like seriously, 10 levels of the Tao platform and nothing slowing her down? She's climbing even higher. They're back to counting. 13. Then 14, 15. Chains are practically swarming her now, but she ain't backing down even an inch. The crowd's going wild, pointing and yelling. 15 levels. Didn't Chu Wunian only get to 14 back in the day? She's still going. She's still moving. Xian'er's looking kinda rough now. She's counting to herself. 16. Change just chillin', looking up at her, still smirking. She's already a tiny speck up there. Now the crowd's freaking out again. Level 18. That's the record Jiyu Zhentuan set. Back in the day, Jiyu Zhentuan's record just got stepped on. Above him, she's totally wiped. But that light's right in front of her. She glances down at Change thinking, so that's how it is. The great Tao immortal intent of the Tao heavenly road and the Tao bone are the same origin. So you knew I could break your record easily because you already knew this. You're carrying my Tao bone. That old record was probably a cakewalk for you. What does it even prove if I break it? She closes her eyes in disappointment. Never mind then. Down below, he gets what she's thinking and smiles. Found the conspiracy, huh? Then, Jiyu Xian'er straight up breaks the chains and jumps back down, ditching the challenge she's doing. The crowd's stunned, mouths hanging open. She clearly still had gas in the tank. Why'd she give up? What's she thinking? One more step, and she'd have smashed Jiyu Zhentuan's famous record. She ignores them all, and lands right next to Change. He's all, "Why'd you come down? I thought you could go a few more steps." Xianjie brushes past him. "None of your business?" He's like, "Hey, I don't want to meddle, but you kinda let me down. I had such high hopes. And then this." She's fuming, gritting her teeth in anger. Immediately she rounds on him. "Who cares about your stupid record, Jiyu Change? Don't think you can always bully me." She frowns again, voice all steely. "Sooner or later, I'm gonna beat you fair and square and stomp you into the ground." The stats on her head also increased to 9,200. Change laughs, looking real smug. "Your big brother will be waiting for you in the Shuang King heaven." The ancient immortal clan, the Ye family, a fancy palace perched on floating islands. The scene's all quiet and kinda mesmerizing. Yi Liuli's chillin', watching the red sunset behind the high mountains. Dishu tiptoes up. "Young miss, it's been months. Are you still feeling bad about what happened to Ye Chen?" She's all calm. "What's Dishu talking about? Yi Chen was just an ant with bad intentions. Why would I feel bad about him?" Then, gazing up at the colorful sky, "It's just, ever since I came back from the lower realm, it feels like I've lost some memories and gained others. What could it be?" Just then, a tall, handsome dude walks over, smiling at her, voice soft. "Little sister, still lost in thought?" Turns out it's the heir of the Yi family, Tai Zhu, immortal clan. Yi Langtian. Ding Shu whips around, surprised. Young Master Liu Li is also quite surprised, and blurts out, "Brother, have you heard any news about young Master Gu Change of the Eternal Life Gu family recently?" He slowly moves forward, hands behind his back. Surprised by her sudden question, "Why does little sister have to bring up that Gu Change, Herod? I heard he went to the lower realm to look for something some time ago. Coincidentally, you met him then." He leaned down, looking straight into her eyes, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you so hung up on him now? Did that little punk bully you?" Liu Li immediately avoided his gaze, trying to come up with a reason. "What? Away. He's a character on the same level as Big Brother, a reborn Gu Emperor, hailed as the twin young supremes. I'm just curious. I heard a few days ago he showed off his power to the prince of the Da Chu immortal dynasty. Already in the mid-stage of the Fenghuang realm. Big Brother can't let your guard down, you know?" Lang Tian gave her a suspicious look, then cracked a smile, full of amusement. "Oh, really?" Then he got serious again, telling her about Gu Change's recent news. "I have heard quite a bit. This guy is indeed a major enemy," he continued. "People call me the reborn Gu Emperor, but he has the qualifications of a true Xian ancient emperor, expanding the territory, shouldering the mandate of heaven, establishing a boundless imperial line, but only true immortals are immortal existences, titled Changsheng Ancient Emperor True Immortal." Actually, this title already expresses quite a bit. Liu Li listened intently, her eyes never leaving his face for a second. Gu Change's image flashed in her mind as Lang Tian spoke. Lang Tian continued, "Gu Chengge has already broken through to the mid-stage of the Fenghuang realm, while I've only just entered the Fenghuang realm. This gap isn't small." Suddenly, someone entered and respectfully announced, "Young master, that Ye Ling is here. He's still challenging you as before." A lot of people have gathered at the martial arts training ground today. Liu Ling frowned upon hearing this and questioned, "Who's Ye Ling? How dare someone from the outer branch of the clan challenge Big Brother again and again?" Lang Tian turned around and calmly explained her doubts. Ye Ling was the top-ranked person in the various human boards of the clan some time ago. Now, according to the agreement, the clan promised him 3 conditions. One of the things he asked for was to challenge me. Also to reclaim the position of successor that I won back then, accidentally injuring his father, so he wants justice. She found this unreasonable, and asked quickly, "Didn't Big Brother already compensate them a lot for this? I remember they accepted it." Lang Tian didn't refute. "That's right. But it seems like that little punk had some kind of lucky encounter recently that greatly increased his cultivation. Now he's just playing along with those conditions, saying that the main branch looks down on the side branch, causing quite a stir in the clan." She felt extremely annoyed upon hearing this, crossed her arms, and cursed. He's saying nice things on the surface, but he's actually using this opportunity to show off his power. Lang Tian didn't deny it, preparing to head out to accept the challenge. Let's go. No matter what his purpose is, shouldn't the clan fulfill what it promised? Scene change to the Xian Dynasty Immortal Palace, Yongzhou Heavenly Immortal City. In a magnificent and majestic palace, Yue Mingkong was lying peacefully in her palace. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking about everything in the flow of time. The Zhuming Heavenly Tao has probably descended. The ancient universe manifested in several directions. This matter will become the orthodox path, weighing heavily in the great clans and sects. All directions should also build true immortal libraries, selecting the most outstanding disciples of the forces to become true immortals. Then she slightly opened her eyes. The immortal path of the Heavenly Immortal Palace has appeared. My good husband has been plotting to join the Heavenly Immortal Palace for a long time. Probably because of this matter. She remembered the time when countless greedy hands coveted the treasures that appeared that year. The most important immortal treasure of the Immortal Path's descent once shook the world to the point where the powerhouses rushed to snatch it. Then everyone was shocked because they couldn't see it anymore, she thought again. But it disappeared at the crucial moment. Gu Change's image appeared in the distance, grinning cunningly. Mingkong thought again. But until now, it is certain that Gu Change secretly made a move and swallowed all the terrifying paths in front of him. Then in her eyes, he is always full of scheming and cunning, even making a move on his own younger sister. My good husband, I know you have forbidden demonic arts. Your true cultivation is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. In the end, Xianxer also fell into the situation of being swallowed by you and losing her origin, disappearing silently. She gently placed her feet on the ground, her mind still floating with countless thoughts. As a useful chess piece, tearing off your true face, I will definitely protect her in this life. Bearing lice. If I remember correctly, during this time, the successor of the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerable will also appear. Yue Ming just stepped out of the door. A source of magical power gradually appeared, transforming into her gorgeous costume, secretly intending The thing in his hand contains the ancient talisman of the reincarnation Qi force. I must calculate a way to get it. Seems like it's Ye Ling, right? Scene changed to the mountain where the Great Elder lives. The sky is still blue and cool, but it seems that the atmosphere below is a bit unstable. His eyes were towards one side. Xianxer's eyes were also looking in that direction. And the point they both looked at was Chang'e, who was very calm, standing tall in one place. The Great Elder couldn't bear it anymore, so he opened his mouth and said, "Ji change. Just say what you have to say. Is there any need for you and me to beat around the bush?" He heard this and responded gently, "It's nothing. Just thanking the Great Elder for teaching my younger sister." He understood the nature of the other party, so he responded indifferently and straightforwardly, "Xianxer's talent is very high, and she is a young supreme nirvana. Lao Fu will wholeheartedly teach her. What are you doing here, pretending to be a good person?" He smiled calmly and said, "The Great Elder's prejudice against me seems very deep. As an older brother, of course I'm very happy to see Xianxer have achievements. That one day she will surpass me. I'm not pretending to be a good person, as you said." She just listened silently beside him, her eyes fixed on him. He found everything he said ridiculous, and asked directly, "Haha, if you really have this good intention, why did you do the bone-digging thing in the first place?" Change was not easily caught, and his response also made the other party's ears hurt. "This matter is a secret of the Jiyu family. The debt with Xianfuler I will compensate. The Great Elder should still do a good job in his scope." Hearing this, he dropped the fishing rod and snorted. He stood up abruptly and questioned, "The grievances between you and Xianxer, Lao Fu doesn't care much. Besides those nonsense, what else do you have?" He replied, "Since Xianxer has worshipped the Great Elder as her teacher, as an older brother, I must also come and take a look." Then his tone became extremely stern, showing no consideration. The main reason deep down was that he feared the Grand Elder would be too harsh on Xiangreer because of me, right? As soon as he said that, the sky turned dark and black clouds rolled in, obscuring the clear sky from just now. His eyes blazed, lightning flashed, and deafening sounds echoed. "Ji change, are you questioning my actions?" Xianxer couldn't stand still any longer. She rushed between them, trying to defend her master, and shouted, "Ji change, don't you dare spout nonsense. Shizun is very good to me." "It's not what you think." She was sweating bullets, glancing to see if the Grand Elder's expression had softened. Change just kept pushing, needling him with all sorts of veiled remarks. Xianxer, you're too naive to understand the wickedness of the world. There are some very bad old fogies out there." Those words made the Grand Elder absolutely furious. Then he closed his eyes tightly and said loudly, Good. After so many years, this is the first time a junior has dared to speak to me like this. Although I know you're deliberately trying to anger me, I must admit you've succeeded." He decisively pointed his hand directly at Xianxer and declared clearly, "In that case, I will, as you wish, teach Xianxer in the future so that she can easily suppress you." She heard and stammered, "Shizun." As if he had achieved his goal, he pressed on, "What if you can't do it?" She stepped forward to stop her Shifu, but the Grand Elder had already shot his arrow and had to follow through, so he swore an oath. "If I can't do it, I will give up the position of Grand Elder. Even if I let you be the successor of the Immortal Palace, there's nothing I wouldn't do." Finishing speaking, he looked directly at him, his eyes full of imposing manner. "Humph, you little brat. I want to see what tricks you want to play." While he was happily smiling smugly, "Old geezer, I've been waiting for you to say that." The Grand Elder and Xianxer stood on the same side, facing Chang'e. Looking at him smiling as if nothing had happened, she thought to herself, this time, Ji change angered the Grand Elder, because he wanted the Grand Elder to wholeheartedly teach me. Her eyes became full of vigilance, frowning as she questioned herself. But wouldn't the Grand Elder being more diligent with me be more detrimental to him? Do you really want to compensate for the debts of the past few years? Or do you have another conspiracy? On his side, the system panel appeared in front of him, announcing, "The Daughter of Destiny Ji Xianxer's killing intent fluctuates. Host's luck value increases by 800 points, and destiny value increases by 4,000. He said contentedly, "Since the Grand Elder has said that, then I'm relieved." He was still angry from being provoked just now, only hummed and turned his face away. As if he had accomplished a great feat, Chang'e deliberately winked at Xianxer, making her jump in fright. Then after that he soared into the sky and flew away, not letting the end of his sentence get out, because he was so busy. "Chang'e's busy, so I won't bother you anymore." The Grand Elder looked at his back and sighed, "Humph. With such deep scheming, it seems that this guy didn't get to where he is today without reason." But he secretly thought, in the future, there will definitely be a position at the peak of the world. Then suddenly a small hand grabbed the hem of his robe. It was Xianxer. She spoke to ask, "Shizun, are you still okay?" At this time, he was furious and burst out in anger, loudly scolding, HMPH, that brat Gu Change, is really making me angry to death. His actions are truly demonic. You must try hard to cultivate and strive to beat him into a pig's head as soon as possible. She imagined him bruised all over, with a swollen face, murmuring, "Pig's head change." Over here, being slandered, he sneezed. Shan Stare put her hand on her chin, questioning. "Shizun, why did Ji Chang use my Dao bone to hide his demonic nature? Is there something hidden in this?" The Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained to his disciple, "Those born with demonic nature either have a naturally demonic soul or are half-born with demonic energy. Although Ji Change's actions are not to one's liking, these two things have never been discovered by others. As for why he was born with demonic nature, this must be the secret he went to great lengths to hide, and I am also unclear." She frowned, her eyes shifting in another direction. Demonic nature. "Thank you, Shizun. I think I've realized something." He turned around and instructed. "People know that the influence of demonic nature on people is extremely profound and difficult to control. I fear that the main reason for Ji Change's actions is also the influence of demonic nature." The sky was no longer gloomy. The dark clouds had all dissipated, leaving behind bright and clear rays of sunshine. He continued, "If it weren't for his demonic nature, I would have accepted him as a disciple that year." Once again returned to that place full of cold snow, white snow covered on the eaves of the magnificent palace. Change went deeper inside, his mind full of unfinished thoughts. Recently, I used some tricks on Xianshire. With her intelligence, she must have discovered some clues to investigate the truth of that year. He slowly, "The immortal path is about to open, and I must also prepare a little." The system panel then appeared. On it were the following contents. Destiny points 10,000. Luck points 2,000. The system mall has been opened. The vault is 1/3 of the world seed fragments. 3 have been combined. The Chi Fortune Plunder card is 3. He thought. The remaining destiny points can be exchanged for a lot of useful props. But the most important thing is this world seed. Suddenly, 3 fragments of purple, gold, and green appeared. They flew around a few times and combined into a circle in front of Change's chest. He spoke to himself. After fusing the seed, evolving the inner world, combined with my void talent, there may be unexpected effects that even the gods won't know. Water, fire, and earth elements materialized right before his eyes. After recombining, they created a purple magical gate, sucking him in and leaving behind only silence. He got teleported to a strange dimension. The place was lush with greenery, and the soil was fertile, green, and refreshing. This was the inner world of the world seed he was nurturing. "Seriously, I'm practically God here." Ji Change spoke, questioning. "System, does deducing things about the inner world consume destiny value?" The system interface popped up, answering. "Destiny value possesses omnipotent properties. As long as there's enough, it can naturally refine everything." He smirked, satisfied. "Just as I thought." Then, he raised his hand, stretching both arms wide and commanding, "Let the show begin." The bedrock below began to shift. Every piece of land, plant, and building floated upwards at his command. An entire region was gradually lifted high, dust swirling amidst the vast space, magnificent, with tens of thousands of grand structures, where only change reigned. Like a king perched high above, he lowered his hand, enough to make a region fall freely, echoing with a heaven-shattering sound. Content with his power, he laughed gleefully. The feeling of casually controlling everything is truly intoxicating. A palace this large, I can't imagine what a majestic scene it'll be when it descends upon the mortal realm. His gaze turned pensive, contemplating. Now that everything's prepared, all that's missing is a breeze. But the day the immortal path opens, I'm afraid only my reincarnated fiancée knows. If she wants to put in the effort to take revenge, she definitely can't miss this opportunity. As he finished speaking, the scene shifted to Yue Mingkong's side. She was standing on the back of a giant bird, seriously gazing down at Blackstone Ancient City, a gloomy place with dark black roof tiles, and a few people strolling below. They looked up at the sky, marveling at the radiance of the divine beast, its mythical beauty, everyone gawking and sighing non-stop. "Look, it's a divine phoenix, so beautiful." A male figure stood safely inside a nearby house, looking out the window, admiring the worldly beauty, constantly staring at Yue Mingkong's graceful figure, fair back, and long, flowing hair like a waterfall. He was Ye Ling, a guy with a cunning face, sharp eyes, and black hair. He spoke. "Riding a divine phoenix, is she some princess or something?" The black stone on his neck, however, emitted a voice, scolding him. "Stupid kid, don't get distracted by every woman you see. Don't forget the important matter at hand, the Dao bone of the immortal palace. There's an opportunity you must obtain." Ye Ling whined in a bored tone. "Hey, taking a look won't kill anyone. It's not far from the ancient city of the Dao bone, and it won't take much time." "Ugh, A beauty like that is a fleeting glimpse of wonder in a dream. I wonder if she's engaged already. Mingkong, riding the divine phoenix, arrived before a sturdy city. She spoke. Black stone ancient city. According to the memories of my past life, that reincarnation heavenly venerates inheritor, Ye Ling, first made a name for himself here. She recalled the events that unfolded in her previous life, thinking to herself, Yi Langtian, of the Yi family in the ancient immortal clan, also suffered a great loss from his challenge. After a period of time, he suffered even more miserably, and was deprived of his position as successor. This guy became famous in one fell swoop, interacted deeply with many friends in the ancient clan, and even surpassed Jiyu Chengge's reputation at that time. Then, she commanded the divine phoenix to fly closer to the city, countless analyses running through her mind. But now, his cultivation is at most at the Marquis' realm, which is the perfect opportunity to seize the reincarnation ancient talisman. The look in Yue Mingkong's eyes became sharp, and her thoughts became even more profound. This is the mandatory entrance to the Blackstone ancient city. Aries. I must obtain the reincarnation ancient talisman. Time flew by quickly, and night fell. The full moon above shone brightly. Sure enough, Ye Ling had appeared. He scratched his head. Something feels off. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Elder Gie, can you sense it? Old guy, hearing this, spoke sarcastically. Kid, aren't you usually pretty bold when you're hanging out with heavenly maidens? Why are you suddenly so cautious? He glanced around, muttering Stop. My intuition has always been. Suddenly stopping mid-sentence. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking up at the sky, where a giant magic circle had appeared in mid-air, engraved with strange patterns. Old guy anxiously reminded, be careful. Then, from the matrix, a powerful source of magic struck down, as if the earth had collapsed, looking like a terrifying catastrophe. When the move ended, the rocks and leaves below were shattered, sunken deep, and everything in that area was devastated. Old Guy had turned into a circular shape, emitting magic to create a shield protecting Ye Ling from the fatal blow. He angrily asked, Who is it? After the smoke dispersed, Ye Ling immediately saw himself surrounded by 4 people in white robes. He looked around in surprise, speculating, Sacred Realm cultivators. Then he spoke up. Who are you? I have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me? Yue Mingkong appeared in the sky, replying, The common man is innocent, but the bearer of jade is guilty. The image of the woman was extremely glamorous, her delicate features captivating. He had to admit she was stunning. Ye Ling's eyes widened as if he saw a dazzling light. His cheeks flushed slightly. She looked down at the battle below, and said in a gentle tone, Sorry, I need to borrow your reincarnation ancient talisman to complete a great matter. He was shocked to hear that, and shouted, What? Ye Ling frowned, questioning uncomfortably. How do you know about the reincarnation ancient talisman? He put on a strong front, but he was suspicious in his heart. I'm pretty sure I haven't revealed it to anyone. Mingkong's eyes turned cold, and she replied bluntly, You don't need to know. She raised her hand high to signal the mages below to act, and said loudly, I don't intend to negotiate with you either. Receiving the signal, the 4 people immediately cast magic, aiming directly at Ye Ling. Old Turtle then warned loudly, You stinky brat, if you want to live, quickly use that move. Helpless, he had no choice but to do so. Immediately, a blue magic power came from the left, and red magic power continued to come from the right. Finally, all 4 sides attacked at the same time, creating a large explosion right in the middle. From a distance, only a cloud of black smoke could be seen, swallowing everything inside. But after only a few short seconds, the reincarnation ancient talisman emitted a white light, surrounded by blood-red magic power like blood that ignited and then instantly burst into the shape of a powerful tornado, knocking the 4 people away. They gasped in shock and horror. Great Sacred Realm, he has a secret technique. The man among them shouted loudly, Quick, protect the Imperial Highness. Ye Ling was now floating high in the air, looking directly at Mingkong. When she saw it, her eyes widened, her mind already in turmoil. This is the power he now possesses. Could it be? On this side, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, so angry that he wanted to tear the other party apart. He growled, So much of my essence wasted. It took the power of 2 prefectures and 2 tigers to refine 90% of it, but unexpectedly, it's all gone to waste. Here, Ye Ling raged madly and roared, You stupid woman. You should also pay the price for your recklessness. Then he rushed towards her like a tiger pouncing on its prey. She had a talisman ready behind her back in case the worst happened, but Old Turtle sensed something threatening their safety, and said, Retreat. Yue Mingkong also noticed that something was looming behind her. Suddenly, a huge flame burst out from there, raging fiercely. He had to retreat, his expression wary and worried, wondering. This aura, and the person who rushed to the rescue in this situation, was Yan Ji. Old Turtle, no longer having enough strength to resist, hurriedly urged, "She's a real great sacred realm cultivator. While Jade Skin's support is still there, let's get out of here." Yi Ling didn't dare to stay any longer, turned around and flew away, but didn't forget to taunt, "Woman! Yi remembers you." He flew into the sky, shouting back loudly, "Today Yi survived a great disaster. In the future, I will definitely extract your soul and refine you into a female slave to avenge today." Ming Kong watched him go, sighing inwardly. No wonder Ye Ling could escape from Ji Yucheng's hands in his previous life. In the end, I underestimated his trump card this time. I didn't achieve my goal. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult next time. The group of mages now appeared, and as soon as they met, they apologized. "Your subordinates were late in protecting you. I hope your highness will forgive us." She looked at them unhappily. Then she turned around, cupped her hands, and said, "Many thanks to this senior for the rescue. May I ask what high-level expert this senior is?" Yanji responded. "Princess Yue Mingkong, young master Ji Yucheng, instructed Yanji to tell you, if you don't go meet him one day, he will personally come and take you back." Mingkong was now surprised. Seriously though, she stared wide-eyed and questioned, "Ji Yucheng has another great Saint Realm woman by his side? There wasn't a Yanji in my past life." After delivering the message, Yanji prepared to leave. She cast a magical power wrapping around her feet and said, "The Myriad Dao banquet at Kaoshin Kui is about to begin. The young master doesn't want you to delay for too long." Mingkong frowned, her expression incredibly ugly, thinking to herself, "I just arrived in Wuliang and he's already noticed me, and even sent a great Saint Realm cultivator to inform me. As a reborn person like me, I should theoretically be in the dominant position, but without the boundless reincarnation wheel in my hands, my whereabouts are completely known by Ji Yucheng." She frowned again, looking towards another direction. Ever since he returned from the lower realm, why are there so many more variables? It seems like my every move is within his calculations. She looked up at the moonlight, sighed helplessly, and then reminded herself, "Looks like I really have to probe his intentions." Scene change. To the Dao Heaven ancient city, Kaoshin Yu. The place is vast and spacious, surrounded by mountains. In the sky are magical airships, and even mythical spirit beasts. In the center is a tower, the lower levels bustling with intermingling figures. Ji Yucheng was seated on the highest floor of the tower, watching the crowd below, thinking to himself, "The Immortal Path Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is about to open. These old geezers are still busy organizing the Myriad Dao Hao banquet, trying to suss out the power dynamics of the various forces. Even though they've managed the Immortal Path for tens of thousands of years, the opportunities within are endless, and this time it's also to spread the news that a tea spirit has been born." Ying Shu stood by the window frame, tightly holding a wine glass. Faced with absolute benefits, to avoid becoming the target of everyone, even Dao Heaven Immortal Palace has to be generous with the younger generation. He smiled meaningfully, as he was contemplating. But now, the 5 strongest true disciples of the Immortal Palace. One is injured, one is in closed-door cultivation, and who can even show up? If it's a martial arts competition for the younger generation, then I can bring some advantage in the Immortal Path, and the Great Elder will also consider it. At least during this period of time, he will not target me too much. Suddenly, a red magical power flew into the hall. From that magical power, a human figure was formed. It was Yanji. She spoke. "Young master," he asked. "Any news?" She bowed respectfully, and then announced, "Yes." When Yanji met Princess Mingkong, she was leading 4 Saint Realm cultivators to encircle a youth with a strange aura, and it seemed that she had taken something from the youth. Ji Yucheng heard this and questioned, "A youth with a strange aura? Succeeded?" She shook her head and replied, "Not yet." It seemed that the youth used some secret technique, suddenly erupting with the spiritual energy of a great Saint Realm cultivator, resisting the 4 Saint Realm cultivators, and then attempted to counterattack. But after he saw me, he just ran off. Yanji was worried that the young master's plan would be ruined, so I didn't stop him. He took a sip of wine, closing his eyes, pondering. "Looks like Yue Mingkong is relying on her rebirth memories to snatch treasures, that's for sure. But unexpectedly there is something on the young man that Yue Mingkong doesn't want, and he has the means to escape the encirclement of 4 Saint Realm cultivators. Haha. A strange youth, this is truly a familiar taste, a familiar method." The system panel suddenly appeared. Quote, "Notice, a new Son of Destiny has been detected in the fostering mission," he joyfully exclaimed. "Oh." He looked towards the bustling place below and said, "To avoid alarming the snake, it's best if you don't show yourself again." Yanji replied, "Yes, young master." He mused. "The system has detected the Son of Destiny. He must have something to do with me, but the system has not issued a direct mission, which indicates that this new Son of Destiny is distant from me." Ji Yucheng's eyes turned cold, his mouth smirked. That's fine too. The myriad Dao banquet is about to be held. It's just the right time to meet my old acquaintances and conveniently inquire about the news of this new son of destiny. Below the great city, countless people were excitedly discussing. This time, the sect sent us to participate in the myriad Dao banquet. It must be to secure us a spot in the immortal path. Usually, only disciples of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace have the opportunity. It would be nice if it were that simple. A pink-haired woman among them spoke up. The immortal path that you guys are talking about, it is said to be a piece of ancient immortal continent, hiding many opportunities, and everyone wants to monopolize it. This time, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is so generous. Apart from not being able to withstand the pressure from our forces, who knows what they are plotting? A blonde girl with horns on her head replied. Speaking of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, we can't not mention young Master Ji Yu Cheng. If he's around, other young people wanting to seize opportunities in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, I'm afraid it's impossible. A shrimp man retorted. Nonsense. Snatching opportunities is no different than killing one's parents. Could Ji Yu Cheng really want to take everything? As long as we join forces, even if he is a big elephant, he can't escape the bite of a swarm of ants. The two people next to him thought to themselves, such a big tone, aren't you still placing yourself in the position of an ant? I heard some time ago that Ji Yu Cheng had a disagreement with the Great Elder, causing the Great Elder to be furious. Therefore, he might not be on Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's side. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky, causing the crowd below to look up in admiration. They are so many dumbasses. It turns out the two people flying in the sky are Ye Langtian and Ye Liuli. Just as the person landed, there was discussion around him. Yu, inheriting the Ye family's ancient immortal clan, the one called the ancient emperor's successor, Ye Lang Perstian. Liuli looked at him and questioned. Brother, did you say that Ji Yu Cheng will come here? He replied. Don't worry, brother, Ji Yu is the Eastern Dao Lord of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. How could he not come? Suddenly from afar, a strange man came forward smiling and talking. Ha ha ha, Ye Langtian, you are not ashamed to come out here. It turned out that he was the young master of the White Tiger clan, Gang Jin Bailey. He grinned and sneered. I heard that you suffered a great loss in the hands of a collateral disciple a few days ago, and even recently can only fight to a draw. Is that so? Lang Partian stared at the other party, calling out his name, Bai Li. But he totally took the opportunity, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder and saying, haha, don't get all embarrassed when I say it. Anyway, Ye Ling's our bro from the same sect, I know his skills. Liu Li, standing next to him, couldn't help but grumble, what's he so smug about? Suddenly, someone shouted an announcement from behind, totally startling her. Chengshi Ji Yu family's young master Ji Yu is here. Chengshi. And then Ji Yu Cheng and Yin Mei strolled out. He sighed, wow, this is lively. I heard ages ago that Ye bro and I were called the twin supreme prodigies of our generation. Didn't expect to bump into you here today. Lang Tian saw him and replied with a smile, Ji Yu bro, your timing is perfect. I was just saying, how come the host, you, haven't shown up for such an important get-together? Liu Lin cheered too. Ji Yu Cheng, Bai Li, broke out in a cold sweat, watching the two new figures, Ji Yu Cheng, Yin Mei. Ji Yu Cheng slowly walked down, his tone super polite. Miss Liu Lai, long time no see. Lang Tian clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Heard rumors of Ji Yu bro's unfathomable strength for ages. Seeing it today, those rumors were really true. The world puts me and you in the same league, but I am flattered. Cheng answered, what are you saying, Yi bro? Cheng frowned and piped up. Recently, my brother's been messed with by some distant relative, affecting his state of mind. That Ye Ling is going too far, using the excuse of wanting justice for his father, leading the public to pressure my brother to suppress his cultivation and accept his challenge. It's not like what Bai Li said at all. Ji Yu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, a pig pretending to be a tiger, pulling a 180 and slapping people in the face, talking about loyalty and justice, but actually just scheming for his own benefit. This Ye Ling's thing, he's a walking, talking luck aura magnet. This move of his has some tricks. He looked at Lang Tian, a thoughtful smirk playing on his lips. But from what I know of Ye Langtian, this luck aura magnet's act is a bit fake, even shady. Guess I'm not really in a position to talk. He was now telling Liu Li off. You're talking too much. The system panel suddenly popped up. Severed luck. Aura magnet's relationship line, completed. Reward, 1,000 destiny points, 5,000 heavenly fate points. He stared in disbelief. Relationship line. Unexpectedly at that moment, Bai Li stepped forward. Yin Mei, that's when Ji Yu Cheng subtly understood the problem was him, then smiled, glancing back and saying, Yin Mei Shimei. Is Bai Li calling you? Aren't you going to answer? If I remember correctly, isn't he your fiancé? Ji Yu Cheng put his hands on her shoulders, cheerfully adding, oops, am I making you feel awkward here? The crowd behind them started chattering non-stop. no one noticing Bai Li's face turning dark. Since when did everyone keep butting into Yin Mei and Bai Li's relationship like this? Heard rumors that Ji Yu Chang is domineering and autocratic at the Immortal Palace, and even some elders don't dare to offend him. Though Yin Mei is a true disciple like him, she's probably wary of his methods. Ji Yu Chang's hands were still on her shoulders. Bai Li finally lost it, yelling, "Ji Yu Chang, don't push your luck too far. Stay away from Yin Mei." Ji Yu Chang didn't stop, but instead egged him on. "Why are you saying that, Bai bro? As a fellow senior brother, is there something wrong with me showing care for my shimei?" Enraged, Bai Li bellowed, "Cut the crap. You might be strong, but don't think I'm a pushover." Seeing the reaction he wanted, Ji Yu Chang grinned, totally smug. Only Yin Mei behind him looked worried. Chang continued to act, frowning and saying, "Challenge me." He took a step forward, getting up close to threaten. "Are you looking for death?" He could only stammer. Suddenly, Yin Mei ran forward, cutting in between them, yelling, "Ji Yu Shixiong, please don't make things difficult for Bai Li. She kept trying to smooth things over. He just arrived and might have offended you. Please, Shixiong, for Yin Mei's sake, don't pursue this further." He stared, blankly, just blurting out Yin Mei. He felt deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he thought, on the surface, she doesn't know me. Is she protecting me so I won't get targeted by Ji Yu Chang? The crowd erupted into another heated discussion. Didn't expect Yin Mei to stand in front of Ji Yu Chang for Bai Li. Isn't she gonna get killed? Ji Yu Chang glared at her, his eyes filled with terrifying hostility, making everyone else gasp again. Yin Mei is his fellow disciple after all. He isn't going to attack, right? Some people even thought, what's so great about this Ji Yu Chang that makes everyone so afraid of him? Ji Yu Chang softly stepped forward. Since Yin Shimei has pleaded for him, let's just drop it. She bowed gratefully. Ji Yu Shixiong, don't worry, this will definitely not happen again. Ji Yu Chang turned his head and announced, the Myriad Dao banquet is about to start. Aren't you going to greet the honored guests? Planning to stay here overnight? Bai Li was still swallowing his anger, grimacing and clenching his teeth, glaring at Ji Yu Chang, cursing inwardly. That bastard Ji Yu Chang actually calling my woman away. She hurried to follow. Yes, Shixiong. Shixiong is right. Yin Mei is coming now. She cast a regretful glance back at Bai Li. He couldn't bear to watch her leave, about to call out to Yin Mei, but his hand froze in mid-air, then clenched into a fist. Trembling with rage, his face darkened, twisted with hatred. He was fuming, like he wanted to set Ji Yu Chang on fire. Ji Yu Chang, just you wait till I break through to the late stage of the Feng Wang realm. I'm coming for you to avenge this humiliation. In the end, he was just left behind, watching the back of the girl he loved, walking away with another man, a distance he couldn't close. Inside a warm room crafted from ancient wood, Yin Mei and Ji Yu Chang were chatting. She seemed curious and had questions. Master, all the young talents are at the Wandao longevity banquet. Aren't you going to show your face? You seem to know something but still so calm. He chuckled. Everything is under control. You want to know why I had you act out that scene with me, and then let Bai Li go in the end, right? Yin Mei looked surprised. Looks like she wasn't in on the plan. Yes, it's just that Bai Li offended you in front of so many people. Even if you punished him right then, I don't think the Baihu clan would dare to say anything. He twirled his tea in his slender fingers. Bai Li isn't an idiot? Even if that hadn't happened, he wouldn't have dared to provoke me on his own. Leaning back in his chair, sipping his tea with a smile, he said. But today, by you protecting him, he's just become a useless wimp hiding behind a woman's skirts. All talk and no action. He's still a young supreme, watching his fiancée getting played by another man, and he can only swallow his pride. Either way, he can't stomach this humiliation. Ji Yu Chang even brought up Bai Li's old words. He once said that Ye Ling was his good brother. Setting down his teacup, he said, if he can win back his woman in a short amount of time, rescue his fiancée from the tiger's den. Yin Mei listened intently, her hands clasped together. Teaming up with someone who's just shown his talent will make people understand Ye Ling more, and he is definitely the best choice. With that, he walked past Yin Mei. She watched his back, thinking, this is exactly what I want to see. As he left, he turned back to her and said, oh, and you should secretly go visit your fiancé. He must not be in a good mood right now. She lowered her head in obedience. Understood, master. A hand slammed down on the table, sending teacups flying, revealing intense anger. Damn Ji Yu Chang. Two servants urged Bai Li to control his emotions, reporting something important. Young master, calm down. Stay. In the territory of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Ji Yu Chang is a snake. If you cause trouble over a trifle, and embarrass the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, you won't be qualified for the immortal path. The other one quickly added, that's right, young master. The young mistress and Ji Yu Chang are both disciples of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. She must be going through a lot. He didn't understand why he had to face this, he wondered. If it weren't for all this, why would I let him humiliate me like that? Grinding his teeth in anger, with knitted brows and hate burning in his heart, he thought, Ji Yu change. The time will come when I make you taste humiliation. Yin Mei entered Bai Li's room, looking dejected. Lai, Ge. He looked overjoyed to see her, shoving aside a servant standing nearby. Yin Mei. He anxiously grabbed her hands, asking, Did that guy Ji Yu do anything to you? Yin Mei wiped away her tears. It's my fault today. I didn't expect Ji Yu change to do something like that. And Liege comforted Yin Mei. He was very concerned about her mood. It's okay, I understand your difficulties. It's a dog-eat-dog world. At the Dabio Heaven Immortal Palace? You are already awesome for standing up for me and resolving the situation. So I am very grateful. Yin Mei looked at Bai Li with glistening eyes, looking extremely pitiful. It's during the Wandao banquet. I can't leave easily. I was afraid you'd misunderstand, so I snuck out to see you. Yin Mei threw herself into his arms. Liege, I was so scared. Catching him off guard, Yin Mei pressed her face against his chest, whispering, After the Immortal Path thing is over, I'll leave the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Will you take me away then? He hugged Yin Mei tightly, his teeth clenched, and promised, Don't worry. When the Immortal Path opens, I'll team up with Brother Ye and seize the opportunity. When I break through to the mid-stage of the Fenghuang realm, I'll make Ji Yu Cheng regret his coercive actions towards you. Yin Mei grabbed his shirt, but her expression darkened slightly. Okay, I believe you. Bai Li reached out, and in his palm was something like a gold coin, shining brightly. That's right, I'll be in the Dao Heaven ancient city during this time. If you are being wronged, use this jade charm to contact me. He pressed it into her hand, instructing her, Take it. Protect yourself. There's nothing else. Go back quickly. If Ji Yu Change doesn't see you, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. He ushered her out the door. Go back. Yin Mei looked back at Liege from outside, leaning against the door, tears streaming down his face. Feeling aggrieved, he clutched his chest, feeling heartbroken. Go back. Remember, contact me if you're wronged. She turned away, her attitude changing 180 degrees, her eyes seeming to change as well. Damn, Bai Li. He sighed, frowning, slightly depressed. I bet Brother Yi Ling is in the Dao Heaven ancient city too. I will go find him for a walk down memory lane. A huge bird with giant wings flew across the sky. Its tail was made up of many branches. The people below were shocked and surprised. It's a divine phoenix. An ancient city appeared, with extremely luxurious architecture, surrounded by misty clouds. A hand holding a jade talisman in the shape of a tiger's face appeared. Ji Yu Chang spoke up. So these are all his original words. Yin Mei loyally said everything, not daring to hide anything from her master. Bai Li also said that this jade can be used to contact him at any time. This Bai Li is truly infatuated. If I can use it to know his location at any time, finding Ye Ling will be much easier. Ji Yu Cheng held the jade talisman and smiled lightly, seemingly having some idea. He looked at Yin Mei and praised. Not bad. Keep a close eye on Bai Li's movements. If you discover that he has met Yin Ling, report it to me immediately. She obediently listened. Yes, master. Outside the window someone suddenly shouted loudly. The peerless immortal dynasty, Princess Mingyu, has arrived. He smirked. But I've been waiting for this person for a long time. She's here. Outside the city walls, countless people looked up and saw the giant bird flying into the city, and recognized it as Princess Yue Mingkong of the peerless immortal dynasty. The exiled emperor, huh? Ye Ling looked up, wearing a mysterious robe, scheming something in his heart. So the one who attacked me that day was Yue Mingkong of the peerless immortal dynasty. He turned and walked away. He was thinking about how to get revenge properly. When that time comes, I'll settle both old and new scores. A woman stepped down from the giant bird. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Long time no see. Yue Mingkong, did you come because you missed your hubby? Yue Mingkong was speechless at the self-absorbed and narcissistic greeting. Stop being delusional. Stop dreaming. Ji Yu Change, seeing this, had no choice but to start acting spoiled and a bit tearful. It hurts so much. Don't you know how much your husband misses you? She was annoyed, her face gradually becoming unpleasant. So that's why you had that woman inform me to come here. He widened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Which woman? He moved closer, pretending to be aggrieved. Your words clearly show your jealousy. Strange. Why does it smell like vinegar in the air? Yue Mingkong pushed him away in annoyance, then went inside. He explained to her who that woman was. Yanji is a powerhouse I brought up from the lower realm. You could say she's also one of my admirers. Her footsteps became faster and faster, seemingly containing jealousy but not expressing it outwardly. Ji Yu Cheng followed Yu Mingkong, pretending to tease her. Are you jealous? She looked at him with half an eye. You're too self-absorbed. Tell me, What do you want from me? He was helpless with her stubbornness. How boring. I heard from Yanji that you led 4 Saint Realm powerhouses to besiege a Marquise Realm man and still failed. How did he offend you? Or tell your husband. Suddenly, a murderous aura rose behind him, bringing an indescribable cold and chilling feeling. I'll go kill him to vent your anger, okay? Yue Mingkong was surprised, her eyes widening, with many questions in her mind. Help me vent my anger? I never thought Jiyu Chang, who's normally cold, would care about my affairs. He probably doesn't know about Ye Ling's special trait this time. So, why would he kill Ye Ling? She clasped her hands together. Do you even need to ask for the reason? Her father asked. You don't even ask the reason behind it, and regardless of right or wrong, you'll kill him? Jiyu Chang closed his eyes, unusually calm. Does it matter? If you want to kill him, then I'll help you kill him, that's all. She was stunned, as if in her senses she had never seen a Jiyu Chang protecting her like this. I want to kill whoever you want me to kill. She closed her eyes. Jiyu Chang's cold image was still firmly in her mind, worthy of Jiyu Chang, saying such shocking words of iron and stone, as if they were just a passing breeze. The knots in her heart gradually began to unravel. If he simply killed Ye Ling for my sake, then it also shows that he's not completely indifferent to me. The child of fortune Yue Mingkong's mental state fluctuates. Her luck points increase by 800. Her heavenly destiny value increases by 4,000. Jiyu Chang smirked, as if he had achieved his goal. He looked down at the ground below. So, the reason you made a move against Ye Ling, you're also hiding from me? Actually, even if you don't tell me, I've already investigated it. Yue Mingkong was embarrassed for being discovered. It's not a big deal. It's just that I tracked the existence of the ancient reincarnation, Heavenly Lord's inheritance in the ancient books. When I went to look for it, I discovered that Ye Ling was one step ahead. Flying ships floated in the air, his figure including the sky. The ancient reincarnation, Heavenly Lord. The power of reincarnation. He turned around, pointing at Yue Mingkong. So does that mean she was planning to kill someone for their treasure? Yue Mingkong was clueless, totally lost, question marks popping up all around her head. Jiyu Chang, trying to rile her up, danced around her. This is seriously surprising for waifu. Never thought Mingkong would be into robbing people. I thought they must have offended you, but turns out you were scheming to get your hands on their opportunity. She blushed, not knowing what to say. Ugh, she blushed, avoiding his gaze. Trisk. Wow. Who knew you were this kind of Mingkong? Suddenly, she remembered something. No, wait, what gives him the right to talk? Yue Mingkong angrily chased after him. Jiyu Chang, you're acting like you're some saint. You're ruthless and cunning. I'm just being careful, you vixen. Jiyu Chang joked around, panicking already. Their hands intertwined like lovey-dovey birds, happiness overload. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, a hint of awkward romance hanging in the air. He worriedly, lovingly cautioned her. What I mean is, leave the dirty secrets to me. How could I let a small fry taint the hands of my beloved wife? She was taken aback. Face flushed, speechless. A magnificent scene unfolded, filled with incredibly gorgeous cities, majestic and imposing, surrounded by thick, swirling mist. Intricate patterns were carved inside, radiating majesty and power. A sealed chamber with tall, glowing pillars. In the center was probably the seat of the most powerful figure. A golden light, symbolizing the sun, the unique and sole authority. Now that the immortal path is opening, all the great factions are gathering at the ancient Dao Heaven City to let their younger disciples train. The palace lord emerged in dazzling, authoritative robes. What do you elders think about this matter? An elder spoke up. Palace lord, I believe this matter requires discussion among all parties. After all, the immortal path is fraught with danger. If those disciples of other factions get injured or killed during training, they'll blame us for not protecting them properly. We won't have an easy time explaining. Another elder agreed. Indeed. Although the ancient immortal continent is filled with dangers, it also holds countless opportunities. Such areas are everywhere in the lower-level ancient immortal domains as well. Even if I were to enter, it would be difficult to pinpoint the exact location. The rate of young people getting injured while training in those areas would be very high. Elder Yan seemed very unhappy with this matter, ignoring all reason. Damn it! If you ask me, we shouldn't even discuss life and death. Let them go on their own. Everyone's trying to join in on the fun, and if something happens, we're the ones who get blamed? What kind of logic is that? The next two elders didn't agree with the previous opinions, and thought Elder Yan was right. Elder Yan is right. This is supposed to be voluntary. Our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace cannot accept this responsibility. That's right. We have to make it clear to them beforehand. If they can't accept it, tell them to scram. The palace lord didn't deny it outright, but acknowledged it implicitly. Well, it's just a gathering of young people. Conflicts are unavoidable. It would be embarrassing for our Dago Heaven Immortal Palace, as the host, to not achieve anything. He stated the realities of the situation. Of the 5 inner palace direct disciples, Chu Wunian's Dao heart has been damaged, and he has returned to the little immortal ancient domain. The remaining 3 are in closed-door cultivation. Frankly, the direct disciples in my eyes are all just jacks of all trades, masters of none. Are we really going to rely on them? The hall fell silent. No one dared to object. About this. Suddenly, the Grand Elder looked somewhere and shouted out, a question lingering on his mind. What? Why are you all looking at me? The matter concerns the face of the immortal palace. Shouldn't you have any thoughts on who to send? Or do you think I'm petty and would abuse my power for personal gain? An elder laughed it off. Of course not. Grand Elder is generous and forgiving, not one to hold a grudge against the younger generation. But even so, sending Jiyu Cheng, with the status of a direct disciple of the immortal palace, might be a little inadequate. The onlookers saw that the Grand Elder was sulking and felt somewhat annoyed in their hearts. Yeah, right. This matter is an opportunity for Jiyu Cheng. Although that kid is fierce and difficult to control, he's still cultivating our immortal palace's immortal scriptures, for better or for worse. Even if he has his own agenda, would he dare to betray his sect and ancestors? The palace lord announced his decision. As I see it, Jiyu Cheng will represent the immortal palace and compete with the prodigies of the great factions. In theory, we should give him a title. This position of successor has been vacant for a long time. It's time someone took it. Why not? The Grand Elder raised his hand to speak. Palace Lord, you don't need to say anymore. I understand the rules. He seemed too tired to argue about this issue anymore. Forget it. Today, I'll just throw my old face away and go meet that kid myself. The sky was clear. The wind was strong, and leaves were flying everywhere. Someone's stifling demonic energy flew across the sky. A pair of legs was approaching. Jiyu Xianhe looked up, peering with annoyed eyes. Oh, Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong stepped forward, gently greeting. Xianhe Maimei, don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. Jiyu Xianhe inquired about Yue Mingkong's identity. You are Jiyu Chang's fiancé, Yue Mingkong, the divine empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty? She answered gently and slowly. Xianhe Meimei has a good eye. She sat down next to Jiyu Xiankong. I heard you're cultivating with the elder. Xiankong had some free time, so I came to visit. But Xianhe wasn't really listening. She cut right to the chase. Where's your fiancé Jiyu Chang? Why isn't he here? Ye Mingkong was all innocent. Like, I have no idea where he went after leaving the immortal palace. No clue what he's up to. Jiyu Xianxier's face totally fell. She looked kind of bummed. Oh really? Yue Mingkong glanced over, noticing her sad face. Ooh, is she upset that Jiyu Chang didn't show up? Jiyu Xianhe glared at Yue Mingkong, all fired up, fists clenched like she's been holding a grudge forever. That jerk! I was gonna break through to the Marquis' realm and beat him into a pig's head. Yue Mingkong calmly tried to stop her. Don't get worked up, Xianhe. Yu Mingkong chimed in with a slightly awkward look. Actually, I heard about what he did to you back then. But Jiyu Chang isn't just hateful. He's dangerous. Don't confront him until you're absolutely sure you can win. Finishing her thought, she turned to Jiyu Xianhe and smiled. But until you're strong enough, I'll figure out a way to protect you. Xianhe was surprised. She never expected Yue Mingkong to say that. You're gonna protect me. The two enjoyed the clear skies and gentle breeze. The leaves drifted in the wind, creating a dreamy scene. Jiyu Xianhe appreciated the thought, but something was still bothering her. Thanks for the offer, but no need. Aren't you Jiyu Chang's fiancé? Why are you telling me all this? Yue Mingkong went quiet, not answering. The scene fell silent, with only the two of them and nature. Suddenly, she seemed to ponder something. It's nothing. Maybe I just want to try my best to make up for the shame and unease in my heart. Let me help him repay some of the evil that Jiyu Chang did. Jiyu Xianqi stared at her, looking mournful. Repay it for him? How deeply do you have to love someone to say something like that? Suddenly, after these thoughts, she sank into the depths of the matter related to Yue Mingkong's past. I've also resolved some things. Always in a one-sided relationship for the sake of another, I can consider her a pitiful person. Jiyu Chang is such a bastard. Alone in his room, Jiyu Chang had a purple glow on his hand. This time, after absorbing all the resources Yin Mei gathered, my true cultivation has broken through to the heavenly god realm. Next, I just need to keep an eye on Ye Ling's movements. Right now, Ye Ling is in the open, and I'm in the shadows. Dealing with him will be easy. Jiyu Chang looked at his hand, emitting a purple glow, and smiled mysteriously. Logically speaking, Yue Mingkong, as a reborn transmigrator, should have future knowledge as her greatest advantage. The lucky chances she knows about must be even more than Ye Ling's, and she should know Ye Ling's development trajectory like the back of her hand. Originally, I also wanted to learn more about Ye Ling from her, after going back. The result is, that as soon as I went out on a trip she was no longer here. Who will she contact in this heavenly immortal palace? Could it be that she went to find Xian'Yer? Ji Yu Chang rested his chin in his hand, pondering how to handle this. Suddenly a loud noise caught his attention. Ji Yu Change. Someone stepped through magic into the room. Standing in front of him, layers of magic clearly displayed in their movement. He didn't seem surprised by the person's appearance. Oh, so the Great Elder is personally visiting my boundless peak. What's the occasion? The Great Elder angrily retorted, HMPH. In this heavenly immortal palace, do I need your permission to go wherever I want? Ji Yu Change stepped down the stairs. Oh, of course not. His hand gestured towards the Great Elder, inviting him to leave. But Change is feeling a little tired and wants to rest. If the Great Elder has nothing else, please leave. The Great Elder was furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. The air suddenly became tense, everything seemed to freeze, even the ground. Oh, what's the Great Elder doing? Why are you unhappy? Oh, right, if you really have something you're unhappy about, you better not try to threaten me with Xian ground. His smile became increasingly sinister, more terrifying than ever. Because I don't play that game. The Great Elder was growing increasingly furious, his rage at its peak. You little brat, you think I'm as vile and shameless as Sao? Ji Yu Change. Two beams of light flew into the door of the room, flung open. Ji Yu Change, you shut your mouth. It turned out that the two beams of light were Yue Mingkong and Ji Yu Xian'Ker. As soon as they landed, the two of them were fierce, father. Questioning him, Ji Yu Change, what do you want to do? He smirked, looking down on her. Who do we have here, barking in my face? Oh, it's Xian'Er. What's this? Breakthrough, and now you're looking for revenge on your big brother? Yes, Yue Mingkong already went to find Xian'Er. Ji Yu Xian'Er stood behind the Great Elder, face full of resentment. You, the Great Elder sighed. Little brat, remember that bet you made with this old man that day? Xian'Er's right here in front of you. Not exactly helpless, he replied casually. Of course I remember. The day for taking the Immortal Palace's successor position, betting on Xian'Er being able to beat me. Now, she's just barely broken through to the Marquise realm. Could it be that the Great Elder's already impatient for me to sit in this successor position? Ji Yu Change's words were getting sharper and more tyrannical by the minute. Or is it, you can't help but be this way? The Great Elder's face darkened. Brooding in the shadows, Xian'Ker stood by, worried. Shizun, Ji Yu Change's arrogance had reached its limit, to the point that he didn't even need the position, acting like I wanted it so badly. He never expected things to go beyond his calculations. How greedy do you want to be? But in his heart he was thinking, could he have foreseen this already? He was light and calm. Don't make it sound so bad. Can we really call it price gouging if it's voluntary? He laughed maniacally, as if everything was too unexpected. How well you say voluntary. I have seen people doting, but never seen someone so shameless like you before. Today you have opened my eyes. Suddenly his face darkened, foreshadowing bad news. Speak. What do you want in order to agree? This old man advises you not to push things too far. Ji Yu Change made his conditions known. Simple. Approve my future palace master identity, and add another favor from the Great Elder. He grinned devilishly. But Great Elder, rest assured this favor won't be too difficult for you to grant. The Great Elder looked at Ji Yu Change, his thoughts racing. Whether it's the future palace master identity or a favor, these two seemingly trivial conditions are within my control. There's no reason for me to refuse. Looks like everything happening today is this guy's calculation. I really underestimated him. Ji Yu Change called him again, Great Elder. He used a trick to ask back. HMPH. This request of yours, what if this old man agrees? Seeming that he had achieved his goal. As expected, the Great Elder is really generous. But I still hope the Great Elder can swear by his Daco heart. Veins popped on his forehead. You could say the pent. Park-up anger was about to explode like lava ready to erupt. Gi Yu Xian'Er stood up to defend him, affirming. What Shizun has agreed to, he will naturally do. Do you doubt Shizun? His calm face, unshaken by the sudden emotions, proved his suspicion of him at heart. Grandiloquent words are useless. If I didn't suspect him, why would I ask him to swear? Ji Yu Xian'Er froze on the spot, not knowing how to react. Oh, Yue Mingkong was also helpless, left speechless by Ji Yu Change's attitude. The Great Elder had no choice but to swear by his daddy-o heart. I swear by my daddy-o heart, the things I have agreed to today, if I go against them, I will suffer chaos, heavenly lightning, my soul will be scattered, my true spirit will perish, and I will never be reincarnated. He angrily left, only taking away injustice. Angry dead old Mi Xianxie can only helplessly call out the great elder Shizun. The two of them turn to look at Ji Change, with puzzled expressions. Yu Mingkong and Ji Xianhe stared wide-eyed, their eyes reflecting surprise mixed with a hint of worry. Ji Cheng's eyes shone with a dangerous purple light. Xianxie, Yu Mingkong, ran in front of him to stop him from hurting her. What do you want to do? Ji Xianxie held her hand to comfort her. Mingkong Jiji, you don't need to mind me. She pointed her sword at him, stating decisively. Ji Chenge, let's settle our debt here today. Ji Chenge repeated in a mocking tone. Settle our debt, he scoffed. Even Shizun can't do anything to me, Ji Xianmir. You really think you have a chance? Ji Xianxie frowned, annoyed. Don't underestimate people. She lunged towards Chenge, shouting, We'll know if I can beat you if I try. Chenge remained calm. Xinjie used force to kick off the ground. She launched herself into the air and spun, aiming a kick at Chenge. Just as the kick was about to hit, Chenge suddenly transformed into streams of white smoke. Making Xianxie confused, she became alert, thinking, It's that trick again. Sensing the streams of smoke moving, Xianxie immediately chased after them, yelling, Where do you think you're going? Xianxie used her sword, unleashing the three talents Azure Flamesword technique. Xianxie thrust the sword, surrounded by green light, towards Chenge in front of the room's doorway. Even though the sword was about to hit him, Chenge didn't show the slightest fear. He even smiled, laughed out loud. The sword unleashed an extremely powerful strike, the light extending from the doorway to the outside courtyard. But Chenge blocked the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. Xianxie was so shocked she was speechless. What, Chenge? Chenge teased. My foolish little sister. He looked directly at Xianxie. You only just broke through to the Fenghao realm and you already want to kill me. Chenge exerted force on the tip of the sword, causing it to crack. Looks like you still haven't accurately assessed yourself. The sword shattered under Chenge's strength. To Xianbear's astonishment, Change continued to berate her. You keep demanding to kill me, but when I give you the chance you don't cherish it. You're no different from those rash kids now. Chenge leaned closer to Xianxie. You've disappointed me too much. Xianxie was confused, thinking to herself. Disappointed in me? I can't beat him, and he's suppressing me. Shouldn't he be happy? Is Ji Change constantly encouraging me to cultivate so that I can kill him? Chenge raised his hand toward Xianxie's head and said, I'll only give you a light punishment today. Chenge flicked her forehead, as a punishment and a threat. Next time, I'll throw you directly into the suppression pit for 3 to 5 years. He turned and left, leaving Xianxie sitting there, clutching her swollen head. Cheng added as advice, If you have nothing to do, go back to cultivation. I don't have time to play your childish revenge games. Xianwei turned her head angrily. You, Ji Change reminded. Don't push it, your current strength isn't enough. Xianwei ignored him, yelling, Ji Change, if you're just humiliating me so I'll kill you, then I'll gladly show you. Oh, Ji Change responded, eyes closed, come talk to me, when you actually have the skills. Suddenly, a stream of black and gold light flashed across. Ji Change turned his head. Xianxie was summoning a blade. She was surrounded by swirling black and gold spiritual energy. The onlookers were all like, What is that? It surpasses even the Saint Realm's aura. The summoned blade stretched to the heavens. The great elder, meditating in the distance, was startled. That old freak's Dayo manifestation? I can't believe he gave Xianri this. He sighed helplessly, worried that Ji Change wouldn't make it out alive today. Xianxie's eyes flashed gold, and she roared, severing extinction strike. The blade's aura touched the blue sky and slashed down directly at Ji Change. Yue Mingkong rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Xianxie, no. Hearing the shout, Xianxie snapped back to her senses. Realizing the situation, she cried out, Ji Change, get out of the way. Ji Change calmly replied. Okay, Ji Change praised inwardly. As expected of the chosen daughter of destiny, she really does have hidden tricks. He spread his arms wide to meet the blade. I'll take this blade to pay you back. Xianxie panicked. Ji Changge, Mingkong was also frantic. The powerful blade crashed down, creating an earth-shattering sound. It created a long gash right through the buildings. The blade only stopped at the very tail end of the immeasurable peak. The people below wondered, who's fighting on the immeasurable peak? This kind of power, only the sect elders could do something like that. After the blast, the heavens and earth seemed to be split in two. Mingkong covered her mouth in shock. Ji Change, what are you even trying to do? Xianxie looked at the glowing bones in her body, bewildered. This is... Ji Change cut in, wincing from the deep wound on his shoulder. That's right, this is... Shows the image of Ji Change, with his right shoulder slashed open, revealing the flesh beneath. His face is pale from the pain. Your great Dako bone. He grits through the pain. Ji Xianxie stood there frozen, completely confused. He clearly could have blocked it a little. She had clearly retracted a huge amount of spiritual energy. Why didn't he dodge? What was with the whole "I'll take this blade to pay you back" thing? Her eyes widened in fear. If she hadn't pulled back, wouldn't he have died here? She almost killed Ji Yu Chang. Ji Yu Chang still stood there, clutching his wound. Xianxue wondered in anguish. Could it be that I've been blaming him all along? Ye Mingkong rushed over, worried. Ji Yu Chang, do you have a death wish? Even if it's a self-inflicted wound to gain sympathy, you were way too confident. Mingkong scolded. What if Xianxue hadn't pulled back in the end? That blade would have been the death of you. Ji Yu Chang tried to soothe Mingkong's worries. I simply thought of paying back a little of the hardship she has suffered for so many years. Hearing that, Mingkong froze in place. Mingkong gritted her teeth, chasing after Chang'e and yelling, "You think doing this will get everyone's sympathy and forgiveness, Ji Yu Chang? Even if you're gonna die, you should at least die with some dignity." The two left, leaving Xianfer alone on the distant mountain peak. The great elder of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had observed everything. He turned away, sighing. She really holds that much hate. Turns out this old man underestimated you. The next day, the news was all over the place. Have you heard? Ji Yu Cheng, the Ji Yu family's young master, Ji Yu Cheng, was chosen as the next successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace this morning. One excited guy said. Seriously? Another guy chimed in. But wasn't Ji Yu Cheng seriously injured by his younger sister yesterday? The one he called Ji Yu Sheng? Yeah. That attack was about to split the heavens. A group of guys were sitting around gossiping. One dude was impressed. Wow, someone on par with me actually managed to hurt Ji Yu Chang? The Ji Yu family is seriously messed up. Elsewhere, Chang'e was using his spiritual power to heal his wound. Looking at the wound, he mused. As expected of a trump card, a top-tier child of destiny. This strike contains destructive power. But that's good. If this healed too quickly, the act wouldn't be believable. Then, Change smirked thoughtfully. After all, to get Ji Yu Xianxue to fully trust me, I have to take this hit. Waiting for the day you personally come to dig out this bone, the final harvest will naturally fall into place. Still being soft on your enemy, you really are a silly girl. How could you possibly escape from the palm of my hand? Chang got out of bed, raising his hand towards the rack, and summoned the clothes towards himself. As Chang dressed, he planned. Yue Mingkong and Xianxue came yesterday. They must have reached some kind of agreement. Yue Mingkong has the experience of her past life. She definitely knows Ji Yu Xianxue's ending. Getting some allies to deal with me at this time fits her style. Chang adjusted his collar. He had finished dressing and prepared to go somewhere. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Someone called Ji Yu Chang. The door opened, and standing outside was Mingkong. Chang smiled, asking, "What's up? Worried about me?" Mingkong was embarrassed. "Like I care about you." Chang was a bit surprised, he thought. Is this woman actually concerned about me? Changji then feigned pain from his wound, groaning realistically, leaving Mingkong speechless. She looked away and stuffed a vial of pills into Chingoji's hand. This is a pill to help you expel the destructive power. Use it with spiritual power to operate your spiritual qi for a few days, and it should work. Change took the vial and smiled schemingly. He looked at Mingkong's back as she walked into the room, then asked, "Mingkong, since when do you care about me?" Mingkong glanced back accusingly. "Since when? It's just that someone never noticed." Change sighed. Hearing that, Mingkong asked, "Seeing that, what are you sighing for?" Change smiled. "Regret. It's nothing. After all, I'm heartless. It's normal not to notice." Naturally, Mingkong came closer to him, causing Change to wonder. Her expression shone with some sorrow. "That's right, Ji Yu, heartless. Is your heart made of stone?" Without letting Change respond, Mingkong changed the subject. The day of the fallen immortal's passing is approaching. Many young talents from various clans are secretly forming alliances. If you want to find out something in advance, why not take some time to go for a walk? Change just smiled without answering. He was thinking about something. This resentment is really extraordinary, but it can only be blamed on the inborn demonic nature. It is too difficult to explain. It seems that I must create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover my true secret. In front of the temple there was a crowd of people gathering and discussing something. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is really smart, and now it has put the young master of the Guyu family in the position of the Immortal Palace successor, who can compete with him for the strength of all the younger generation. Another person refuted. It can't be said like that. Recently a lot of young supreme beings in the younger generation have broken through to the Fengvuang realm, and now Guyu Chang is seriously injured. I'm afraid there are still many people who want to take advantage of the fire to rob. Pighead spoke and asked, "Have you heard about Ye Ling, the one who drew with Ye Lang, the reincarnated heavenly emperor?" The person next to him replied, I heard that he also intends to challenge the young master of the Giyu family, and I don't know when they became enemies. That pig-faced dude kept yapping. He's been making moves lately, but still doubt he can beat Giyu family's young master. Up above, in the temple hall, on some floor, 4 people were chatting. Ye Lang Sentian piped up. Giyu bro, didn't expect this to involve you. Change acted like it was nothing, just some small fry. Why bother ye bro? Lang Lenshin got it. Giyu bro's right, I thought so too, because I underestimated him. I got burned. Now somehow the word's out that Ye Ling wants to challenge you, Change replied. Oh? If I remember right, Ye Ling's just a distant relative from your Ye family. Beating you by a fluke once is whatever, but challenging me? Something fishy is going on. Change glanced at Mingkong, who was frowning, and continued. After all, a character like that ain't no dummy. Ye Liuli, standing on the side, looked annoyed. Lang Latian shared his thoughts. What Giyu bro said? I've been thinking about it. There's gotta be someone backing Ye Ling. Maybe he inherited something. When I fought him, his moves felt really weird, like he could neutralize a lot of my divine powers. Change sipped his tea, agreeing, looks like my guess and Yi bros are pretty similar. Yi Ling's so arrogant he's definitely got something to rely on. Lang Lidian suddenly thought to himself, even Giyu bro thinks he got an inheritance. Why is Mingkong looking so troubled? Could it be he, Ding? He leaked the info about Ye Ling having the reincarnation talisman. Change's next words were a surprise to Mingkong. Heard a lot of outstanding disciples from different sects and Dao traditions have been disappearing mysteriously, or having their source essence stolen. Bro, you know anything about this? No, Mingkong speculated. He wants to play the same trick from his past life. She imagined Change controlling everyone like puppets, framing others for the magic cultivation successor. A picture of Ye Ling turning into a dry skeleton emerged. Yue Mingkong frowned, annoyed. That guy. She clenched her fist. Change smiled, seeing Mingkong's fidgeting. Looks like she's caught on to something. Change put his hand on hers, acting all affectionate. Mingkong, what's wrong? Not feeling well. He squeezed her hand lightly. Ye Langtian coughed, impressed. Giyu bro and Princess Mingkong's relationship is truly enviable. Ye Liuli, standing behind, was so annoyed she was biting her own hair. Change covered. Ye bro's joking. Mingkong's probably just thinking about all the disciples who've disappeared from the sects lately, feeling a little upset. Mingkong awkwardly tucked her hair back. Sorry for my impoliteness. Lang Lentian rubbed his chin, considering. Yeah, things have been pretty chaotic lately. The missing folks weren't super powerful, so no one paid much attention at first. Now it's like a whole bunch vanished. It's a real calamity. Liuli noticed something. She voiced her thoughts. It's not just the missing disciples. It's weird that some Dao tradition tombs have been robbed too, and even the ancient corpses are gone. Change rubbed his chin, speculating. Don't you think this is quite a long time apart from when they disappeared? Could be related to some forbidden inheritance from a certain sect. Lang Freshen quickly asked. You mean that taboo cultivation everyone whispers about? The one that turns people's faces pale? Is about to appear? Change gave his reasoning, and concluded. Heard those who cultivate that inheritance usually consume some source essence, bloodline, or even remnants of souls from corpses to boost their cultivation. Considering everything that's been happening, it's probably true. Lang Thian paused, then asked. Could Ye Ling's sudden rise be related to this? Change was secretly thrilled that things were going according to plan. He thought, been waiting for you to ask that. Change answered, I've investigated Yang Ling. He's just a distant relative from the Yang family. Mediocre talent, no background, no resources, yet he's caught up to us peers in a short time. Lang Karatian slammed the table, agitated. Giyu bro, this is a big deal. I gotta report this back to the clan. Lang Thenian quickly stood up. Looking forward to the opening of the ancient immortal path. We'll meet again. I will take my leave first. Liuli, let's go. Change also stood up. Goodbye, allow me to see you off. Safe travels, ye bro. Liuli followed Lang Tian, but kept glancing back reluctantly. After the two left, Mingkong said sarcastically, Giyu Cheng, your methods are truly terrifying. Change replied. What's so scary? Ye Ling was gonna die sooner or later anyway. This way's pretty light. Besides, I'm helping you out. Yue Ming smirked with disgust. Whatever. A black hole appeared from the sky, Jiang Kai ordered. Ming Lao, today let us find a mansion to rest in. Ming Lao bowed. As you command, young master, Yue Mingkong, puzzled, asked. Why aren't we going back? Change chuckled, amused, and explained. Naturally, to break through a little cultivation, and also to conveniently watch a good show tonight at Ye Ling's place. Ye Ling said gratefully, Big bro Bai Li. Luckily, thanks to the cultivation you provided, our cultivation has stabilized and increased. Ye Ling is extremely grateful. Bai Li. Bai Li laughed heartily. Why are you being so polite, brother Ye Ling? We don't need to thank each other. Ye Ling began to flatter. I heard that a few days ago, sister-in-law, for your sake. A few days ago, offended young Master Gun's family, Ji Yu Chang, as a disciple of Davo Heaven Immortal Palace, and doing it to that extent, it really makes people admire her. The red-haired guy next to him chimed in. Of course, Tian Yin Mei's temper is something else. Ask the world how many women know how to flatter, and can actually do it. Just that alone has kicked how many people to the curb. Brother Bai Li is truly blessed. Bai Li was extremely pleased. He picked up his wine cup and laughed. The woman Bai Li sets his sights on, how could she not be amazing? Bai Li politely asked for everyone's opinion. Yin Mei just sent a message saying she has time to leave Dao Heaven Immortal Palace today. If I have her come straight here, will you all have any objections? Yinling, hearing this, immediately asked, Sister-in-law Yin Mei is coming? He was extremely excited. I heard that sister, Buan Gila, is as gentle and beautiful as the moon. Who could refuse that? Bai Li's expression immediately changed, and he frowned. Yi Ling quickly changed the subject. Big bro, you don't need to take it too seriously. Ji Yu Change just has cultivation that increases half a step faster than you work. Once you break through to the King Realm middle stage, no one in your generation will be your match. The two-horned guy agreed. Brother Yi is absolutely right. The drunken shrimp also stammered in agreement. Ji Yu Change, I think he's just an empty barrel making a lot of noise, probably just a… Bai Li was satisfied. And he bragged, You're all right? The destructive power of my White Tiger clan is unmatched. What's there to fear about little Ji Yu Change? That day, I was only prioritizing the big picture. A real man doesn't worry about taking a loss in the short term. Bai Li, recalling the past, asked. But speaking of Ji Yu Chang, why did you brothers challenge him? Ye Ling replied without hesitation. Big bro's enemy is naturally our enemy. He thought of Yue Ming Kong. Moreover, that woman is still his fiancée. Bai Li seemed surprised. The fourth princess Yue Ming Kong of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. You're actually aiming for her, Ye Ling explained. Which goddess, like beauty, isn't attracting attention? I'm probably considering pursuing her. He clenched his necklace, annoyed. But now she inexplicably plotted against me. I won't let it go easily. Ye Ling's face turned cunning. And Ji Yu Chang is her fiancé. It's the perfect opportunity to stab him in the back. Someone opened the door and called out, Li Gi. Bai Li was overjoyed. Yin Mei. Ye Ling stared blankly at Yin Mei. He rushed forward to greet her. Sister-in-law, you've come at the perfect time. Big bro was just mentioning you were coming today. Here. Yin Mei greeted him. This must be brother Ye, right? Ye Ling nodded. Yes, sister-in-law. Come in and sit down. Let's have a drink together. Bai Li pointed to a spot for Yin Mei and introduced her. Come, sit here. Everyone sitting here is a Junji from all directions, who doesn't see eye to eye with Ji Yu Chang. The red-haired guy and the two-horned guy said in unison. Meeting Tianyev Yin today? She's truly extraordinary. Yin Mei sat next to Bai Li and apologized, shyly. I've kept everyone waiting. I was busy with matters in the palace. Senior brother Ji Yu Chang has already been made the successor to the palace master, and the investiture ceremony is probably coming soon. Yin Mei looked at Bai Li. If it weren't for him leaving Kaishan today, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Li Ge. Bai Li slammed the table angrily. That damn Ji Yu Chang. Yin Mei soothed him. Li Ge, I'm fine. Ye Ling quickly brought up the matter. Sister-in-law, you've probably heard. I launched a challenge against Ji Yu Chang. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to bully you. Yin Mei praised him with delight. Indeed, I've heard a lot about brother Ye lately, first challenging the ancient emperor Ye Langtian, and now challenging the true immortal Ji Yu Chang. Your guts are truly admirable. Bai Li looked at Yin Mei in astonishment, and asked, Yin Mei, why do you say that? Yin Mei explained awkwardly. Li Ge, I'm not trying to sow discord between you all, but ever since I met him, he's been paying attention to me. She lightly touched her body and recounted. He even said it just now when toasting. Yin Mei lowered her head and continued. He's even hinted that if he came to me, Ye Ling wouldn't respect him, and where would he put you? Yin Mei continued to put on a pitiful act, saying to Bai Li, I know Li Ge needs help right now, so I don't mind being wronged a little. She also knows that Li Ge is currently in need of assistance, and that she doesn't mind being a little wronged. Hearing this, Bai Li slammed his hand hard on the table in anger. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed his hand to comfort him. Yin Mei looked gently at Bai Li and said, I know Li Ge needs assistance now, so I don't mind being a little wronged. Bai Li's face darkened, and he said angrily, I understand Ye Ling's nature. Saying that, Bai Li's eyes filled with lecherous intent as he said, I didn't expect he'd actually have designs on her. He's becoming more and more disrespectful to his big brother. He then said sternly to Yin Mei, Rest assured, I definitely won't let him off easy for tonight's matter. Looking towards the door, Yin Mei said to Bai Li, It's getting late. I should head back to the sect now. Hearing this, Bai Li tried to persuade her. Yin Mei, it's so late tonight. Do you really want to return to your sect? Stepping out the door, Yin Mei glanced meaningfully at Bai Li and said, I won't be going back tonight. I have a small residence in the city. It'll be perfect for resting there. With her head lowered, Yin Mei smiled faintly and said by the door, My villa is 300 miles east from here. Hearing this, Bai Li was a bit startled and wondered, 300 miles east? Is Yin Mei giving me a hint? Bai Li stared blankly at the half-open door. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Bai Lao loudly ordered, Someone, go and capture Ye Ling. How dare he? Yin Mei gently told him, Bai Lao, you should go too. This Ye Ling has many tricks up his sleeve. Yin Mei walked away, a pleased smile on her face. Elsewhere, a notification popped up. Random mission, pluck a Son of Destiny's relationship is completed. Calculating evaluation results. Perfect. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. 500 heavenly mandate. Additionally, reward bonus is 40. Calculating final reward. Host receives 1,400 destiny points. 700 heavenly mandate points. Ji Yu Chang saw this and couldn't help but be amused, chuckling to himself. So much for brotherly love. Even the temptation of beauty is too much to resist. Thinking this, Ji Yu Chang said to Yue Mingkong, I'm going out for a bit. If nothing comes up, just wait for me here. Hearing this, she wondered, is he planning to make a move on Ye Ling? Yue Mingkong then denied it, thinking, that can't be right. Ye Ling is the successor of the reincarnation ancient pagoda. He must have a lot of lifesaver cards. If Ji Yu Chang isn't planning to reveal his secrets, there's no way he could kill him. Unable to figure it out, Yue Mingkong wondered, could he be using Bai Li? Thinking this, Yue Mingkong looked down at the chessboard, thinking that he treats people like chess pieces in the palm of his hand. Truly, he is Ji Yu Chang. In the quiet of the night, Ye Ling was walking along, when suddenly a voice rang out, asking, Old Gi, don't you think my big brother is being a bit stingy? I just said a few extra words to Yin Mei. Why does his face look like he just ate shit? Ji Yu Chang thought to himself, to openly discuss snatching another's woman, it's wasted on you to say it so naturally. If you aren't a bit cautious, sooner or later you'll suffer greatly because of a woman. Have you already forgotten your last encounter? Ye Ling didn't pay attention at the time and casually waved his hand, replying, I absolutely won't let go of what happened that day. Suddenly realizing something was off, Ye Ling blankly wondered, who? Ye Ling looked up to the sky, stunned. Ji Yu Chang turned his back, smiling faintly as he said to him, Ye Ling. Ji Yu Chang flew away, threatening Ye Ling, that's right, we'll meet again. Still not understanding what was happening, Ye Ling shouted, just who are you? Ye Ling was terrified, sweating profusely, and thought to himself, this guy's cultivation on the surface isn't that strong, but his aura is so eerie. Why does it make people feel suffocated? From the sky, someone wielding a sword prepared to stab straight down at Ye Ling, catching him off guard. A loud crash echoed from the ground, Ye Ling narrowly dodging it. His eyes widened in shock. Ye Ling shouted in fear, God King Realm. At this moment, a voice rang out, telling Ye Ling, run quickly! It seems like they've come to assassinate you. They don't dare to cause too much commotion under the heavenly immortal palace. Ye Ling was now completely panicked, shouting in fear, who is this now? Saying that, Ye Ling ran right in front of that person. Ming Lao watched Ye Ling flee in terror, thinking to himself, what does the young master intend by this? If he knew he couldn't kill this brat, should he have told me to pressure him instead? Bai Li chuckled softly and said, Yin Mei must be getting impatient waiting. Right? With that, Bai Li turned and opened the gate. Seeing Yin Mei, Bai Li happily said, as expected, Yin Mei is waiting for me. She even brewed the wine. Hearing this, Yin Mei replied, it seems master was right, you really would come. Hearing this, Bai Li was bewildered and asked, that person, master? What master? Isn't Yin Mei waiting for me? At this moment, Ji Yu Chang appeared gracefully and said, Bai bro hasn't misheard, of course Yin Mei is waiting for you. Ji Yu Chang'e flew towards Yin Mei and said, not bad, the wine isn't cold yet Yin Mei. Seeing this, responded, Yin Mei greets master. Witnessing this scene, Bai Li couldn't believe it, stammering, you guys, Ji Yu Chang smirked. Turning back to Bai Li, Bai bro, what are you standing there for? Come and have a drink of the freshly brewed wine with your fiancé. Yin Mei is really something. Bai bro is your fiancé after all, how could you let him just stand there? Quickly fill up a cup for Bai bro. Bai Li, upon hearing this, glared furiously and said, Ji Yu Chang, you dare use Yin Mei to scheme against me. Before he could recover from the shock, Yin Mei spoke up, saying to Bai Li, master offers you wine. You should thank master. Bai Li, in disbelief, painfully asked Yin Mei, I ask myself, have I treated you badly? Why would you treat me this way? Ji Yu Change, smugly sipping his tea, said to Bai Li. Who knew, beneath Bai Bro's rough exterior lies such a sentimental soul. I heard you wanted to kill me, and now Yin Mei is giving you a chance to meet me alone. By rights you should be grateful, so why do you look so unhappy? Bai Li, hearing this, angrily roared, Ji Yu Cheng, you arranged all of this, didn't you? You forced Yin Mei to sow discord between me and Ye Ling, and made me abandon my guards to come here alone. Saying this, Bai Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, no matter what your purpose is, I won't let you get your way. Ji Yu Change, hearing this, scoffed without fear. Clever, but does Ji Yu Change need to resort to such low-level tactics like coercion? Yin Mei coldly glanced at Bai Li and said to him, don't get any delusions, you aren't even in the same league as Master, how could I ever have feelings for you? Bai Li, hearing this, was stunned, and couldn't believe it. You said. At this point, Bai Li became more determined than ever. Ji Yu Change poured wine and said, Bye bro. Ji Yu Change mocked him. Your guards aren't around right now. Ji Yu Change's gaze changed, and he said to Bai Li, then let me use this cup of wine to send you on your way to the Yellow Springs. Bai Li's eyes widened as he asked, Ji Yu Changji, you want to kill me? Behind me is the White Tiger Gengjin clan of the Grand Ancestor. Ji Yu Chang stood up leisurely and said to Bai Li, if I'm not killing you, am I supposed to invite you to chat the whole night? As for the family behind you, who I should settle this debt with is still uncertain. Bai Li, hearing this, gritted his teeth and roared, You! Bai Li angrily shouted, You think I'm an ant that anyone can kill? Ji Yu Cheng's eyes sharpened, and he threw the wine cup away without hesitation. Too much talk. The wine cup was thrown away, shattering into pieces. Bai Li furiously unleashed his power. A ray of light expanded. Thin layers of gold connected one after another. Bai Li was panting heavily, and in the middle of his chest, a small bloodstain grew from a scratch, sprouting a purple flower. Bai Li seemed to have not anticipated this, screaming in pain. Bai Li collapsed to the ground in pain, yelling loudly. Bai Li was stunned, disbelieving, and said, Your strength is definitely not just at the Fenghuang realm. How much are you still hiding? Ji Yu Chang curled his lips into a slight smile, mocking Bai Li. Using the Gang Metal Source physique, which is in the top 3 for destructive power, in your hands is truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Insulted, Bai Li roared in anger, telling Ji Yu Chang not to insult him. Then, a series of tearing sounds rang out. Bai Li revealed a set of sharp teeth. The flower at the crack on Bai Li's chest grew larger. Bai Li transformed into a beast, shouting, Ji Yu Chang, I'll fight you to the death. Bai Li charged towards Ji Yu Chang, yelling, White Tiger Rending Mountain Claw. Ji Yu Chang was not afraid at all, he calmly said. A futile struggle. Bai Li's eyes widened, thinking, This is Ji Yu Chang. His gaze changed sharply. A powerful surge of purple light erupted. Bai Li screamed in pain, and the flower on his chest grew even larger. Bai Li was then thrown into the air. Ji Yu Chang's hand tightly gripped Bai Li's neck, causing him to choke, his eyes bulging. Ji Yu Chang disdainfully asked, Bai Li, couldn't you just wait to die? Why resist? Bai Li, being strangled, still shouted, I didn't expect you to be at the celestial god realm. The flower on Bai Li's chest burst open with several vine-like strands. Bai Li screamed in pain, saying, No, Ji Yu Chang, you can't kill me. A pile of green vines surrounded Bai Li. Bai Li's eyes widened, struggling to say, My clan. A vine from the pile revealed a round object like a lantern. The round, red lantern-like object shone a red light on Bai Li, causing him to scream in agony. Bai Li's hands dropped, revealing claws, and immediately after, Bai Li fell straight to the ground right in front of Yin Mei, causing Yin Mei to stand stunned in place. Yin Mei looked at Bai Li lying silently on the ground, her face pale, not knowing what to say. Ji Yu Chang defeated Bai Li, calmly flying in the sky. Looking at his hand, Ji Yu Chang happily smiled and said, The taste of the Gang Metal Source physique is indeed not bad. I didn't expect it to contain so many transformations. No wonder it's in the top 3 for destructive power. Ji Yu Chang flew towards Yin Mei. Yin Mei said to him, Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the Gang Metal Source. Master, what should be done with Bai Li's corpse? Ji Yu Chang glanced at Bai Li's corpse and said, This corpse cannot be casually destroyed. After all, he still has a great use. Clean up everything here. Hearing this, Yin Mei obeyed and said, Yes. Yin Mei stood silently with her back to the gate. Sensing something behind her, Yin Mei quickly turned around. Looking at old Bai, she respectfully clasped her hands and said, Greetings, heavenly maiden Yin Mei. May I ask if you have seen my young master? Yin Mei was quite surprised, and replied, Li Ji did come to see me, but he told me to go settle accounts with Ye Ling first, and asked me to wait for him. What's wrong? Old Bai, hearing this, replied, So that's how it is. I didn't expect the young master to have proactively sought out Yinmei. Yinmei was quite surprised, and asked, Old Bai, what happened? Old Bai lowered his head sadly and said, Not hiding it from the heavenly maiden, the young master previously sent this old servant to capture Ye Ling, but I only found a few traces of battle. Perhaps the young master found him first. Now Ye Ling's whereabouts are unknown, and so is the young master's direction. Yinmei, hearing this, was stunned and disbelieving, and asked, Old Bai, is Li Ji also missing? But Li Ji is the young master of the White Tiger clan, and he has many magical artifacts on him. He should be fine. Old Bai sighed. That Ye Ling has cunning tricks. I fear the young master will suffer at his hands, if anything truly bad happens. The black-haired man beside Old Bai immediately chimed in, I knew Ye Ling was no good. If young master Bai Li comes to harm, we definitely won't let him off the hook. The gray-haired man agreed. That's right, Old Bai then said to Yinmei. The young master's safety is still unknown, so we won't bother you any further. Seeing this, Yinmei told them, If you find Brother Lai, please tell him to contact me immediately. Yinmei clutched her chest, saying, I'm so worried about him. Seeing this, the three men reassured Yinmei, saying, Rest assured, young miss, this old one will pass on the message to the young master. Watching the three of them fly away, Yinmei smiled slightly, thinking to herself, As expected, Master is as insightful as a god. He's calculated everyone's actions. By the time they find Bai Li, they'll only find a corpse. Yue Mingkong stood silently in the darkness. Two hands gently reached out towards Yue Mingkong. Ji Yu Cheng asked with a gentle smile, Mingkong, were you waiting for your husband? Yu Mingkong frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance in her voice, and asked, Ji Yu Cheng, You're covered in the scent of a fox spirit. Where have you been? These words surprised Ji Yu Cheng. He wondered to himself, A fox spirit, huh? It seems Mingkong knows my scent very well. Ji Yu Cheng then subtly removed the scent and said, Although I didn't do anything to make you jealous tonight, you've reminded me. The relationship between me and that woman truly can't be exposed. Seeing this, Yue Mingkong said to Ji Yu Cheng, You don't need to probe me. I won't reveal anything. Hearing this, Ji Yu Cheng said with satisfaction, As expected, Mingkong understands me. She huffed to herself, Ji Yu Cheng, even if this woman is just a pawn, I won't allow you to have any woman other than me before the bond-severing tribulation of my past life. In Tiger Beast City, a gloomy aura erupted, a hand crushed a fragment, and a voice roared in anger. Who dares kill my son? His eyes filled with murderous intent as he ordered, Death! Let them die! I will definitely tear him to pieces. Old Bai's face turned grim, saying, Based on the guidance of the essence blood, young Master Bai Li is, in this cave. A circle appeared. Seeing this, Old Bai told his two subordinates, Break the barrier, we're going in. Stepping into the circle, the black-haired man asked in disbelief, Old Bai, is this a dungeon? The black-haired man exclaimed in shock, Why are there so many corpses here? Old Bai wondered, So many people have gone missing in the upper realm. Could the news leaked by the Yi family be true? Suddenly, something terrified the black-haired man, his eyes widening. The black-haired man said in disbelief, stammering, Old Bai, the corpse of young Master Mu Chen, his essence and origin have all been devoured. Seeing Bai Li, who is now a shriveled, gaunt corpse, the three of them cried out in alarm. Young Master, Old Bai said to the other two, This matter is beyond our control. We must quickly report the situation here to the clan. Old Bai frowned in anger, saying, You cultivate demonic arts, Ye Ling. You killed my young master and devoured his origin. This is an irreconcilable hatred. At Ye Ling's residence, someone spoke up. Lao Gi, don't you think the recent events are very strange? I feel like someone is clearly orchestrating things. Hearing this, Ye Ling immediately asked, And who is that mysterious man T? Is his assassination of my people related? Why don't I remember ever offending this person? Looking at something on a string, Ye Ling speculated, Could it be Ji Yu Cheng? Thinking this, Ye Ling wondered, Ji Yu Cheng, if he wants to kill me, why bother with such tricks? At this moment, Ye Ling muttered to himself, No matter what, I must tell Big Brother Bai Li about this. I have to tell him to prepare himself well. Just then, at the gathering place, a loud voice boomed. The White Tiger clan has lost its heart. From this day forward, we will use the entire clan's strength to hunt down the one who harmed our clan's young master Bai Li. The voice continued to boom. Ye Ling, this person is extremely vicious, insidious, petty, immoral, and depraved. If anyone captures this person or provides information, our clan will consider them a supreme guest. Thanks a million. Hearing the announcement, Ye Ling was stunned. Big bro Bai Li, is he really dead? I killed him? Yi Ling couldn't believe it and yelled. Filled with rage, Yi Ling headed towards the door thinking, what are they saying? Someone must be framing me. Old turtle, I'm innocent, you know that. But then he realized, it's useless to say anything now, even if I can prove it. Ye Ling frowned and muttered, even if you can prove that I didn't kill Bai Li, they still won't believe me. And if they find out I'm the reincarnation of the ancient celestial venerable, they definitely won't let me off. I absolutely can't get caught by the White Tiger clan. Ye Ling punched the door in anger. What a wicked plan. One move and I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yi Ling cursed. He was definitely plotting against me last night. He's in the shadows, and I'm in the light. Getting away is the priority right now. If I hide my true essence using the power of reincarnation, ordinary people will never be able to detect me. Thinking this, Ye Ling sighed. I guess that's all I can do. The next day, at the City Lord's Manor, an announcement was made. Today, our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace bestows the title of Ancestral Successor at the Everlasting Longevity Primordial Observatory. We bestow upon our true disciple, Ji Yu Cheng, the title of Successor of our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace for this generation. Ji Yu Cheng knelt and respectfully said to the Palace Lord, Disciple Ji Yu Cheng expresses his gratitude to all elders and the Palace Lord. The Palace Lord smiled in satisfaction. Now that Cheng is officially the successor of our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, the Palace Lord said, use yourself as an example to guide your junior brothers and sisters. With you here, we can rest assured about the opening of the ancient heavenly path. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled, glancing back. Then, Ji Yu Cheng confidently replied, Palace Lord, rest assured, as long as Ji Yu Cheng is here, I definitely won't let anyone bully the disciples of our immortal palace. The Palace Lord nodded, pleased, and said to Ji Yu Cheng, Excellent! Someone, bestow upon the successor a pair of phoenix-winged immortal golden spears. These were the weapons used by an old ancestor of our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Their divine power is, of course, unquestionable. Once you infuse them with spiritual energy, even ordinary sacred realm experts won't be able to get close. However, you can't use them until you reach the God realm. A person brought the weapons to Ji Yu Cheng, surprising him. Seeing this, Bang Fei sneered. So, it's the phoenix. Winged immortal golden spears. Qi Ling simply scoffed at the sight. Ji Yu Cheng lightly tiptoed, flying into the sky. Looking down, Ji Yu Cheng asked, For those who don't know down there, do any of my fellow disciples or heroes want to offer some guidance? A young woman cheered excitedly. So handsome, Ji Yu's successor truly lives up to the legendary true immortal physique. Ji Yu Xianquer thought to herself as she looked at Ji Yu Cheng. Looks like that stab from last time is completely healed now. Ji Yu Cheng smiled and said, It seems that no one intends to challenge me. If that's the case, then Ji Yu Mao will respectfully accept the position of successor today. Hearing this, Ji Yu Xianxier couldn't believe it, thinking, That's it? Shouldn't you give me a chance to challenge you? Are you going to use this opportunity to make fun of me later? The crowd cheered below. We are all sincerely convinced. What are you even saying? Ji Yu's senior brother is a peerless talent. If this successor position isn't his, then who else's could it be? Ji Yu Xianhe saw Ji Yu Cheng and wondered why he wasn't paying attention to her. Ji Yu Xianhe angrily thought, I still haven't fairly and squarely defeated him? Why is he acting like I'm nobody and throwing me to the side? Could it be that all the effort I put in, all the arduous training, all the years of holding a grudge, were easily resolved by that cheap stab? What gives him the right to put on that aloof face and treat me like a stranger, like a passerby, not even as a rival? Thinking this, Ji Yu Xian fumed. Oh! Bang Fei chuckled, cupping his hands and saying, Congratulations, Ji Yu brother. Ji Yu brother truly is a role model for his peers. Meeting you today is truly a pleasant surprise. His arm brushed against Ji Yu Xianxie, startling her. Hearing this, Ji Yu Cheng smiled and said, This Dao brother is too polite. From afar, Qi Ling asked, with a hint of mockery, Ji Yu Cheng. I wonder what Ji Yu brother thinks about the rampant demonic art inheritor recently. Ji Yu Cheng said to the people below. Everyone knows about the demonic art inheritor. Why is Fairy Qi Ling asking such a question? Qi Ling quickly retorted. Could it be that Ji Yu brother doesn't see the many flaws revealed by this demonic art inheritor? Qi Ling said uncomfortably. From ancient times until now, the appearance of a demonic art inheritor has always shaken the heavens, causing great events. The great Taoists gather their strength to jointly punish them. The strength of those inheritors is also so powerful that ordinary people can hardly understand it. Ji Yu Cheng simply chuckled upon hearing this. Qi Ling continued, This demonic art inheritor is none other than Yan Ling. It's said that his strength hasn't even reached the Fenghuang realms. So how did he kill someone with so many life-saving methods like Bai Li? Ji Yu Cheng replied, Indeed. Listen, if that Ye Ling hasn't reached the Fenghuang realm, how could he have killed brother Bai Li? There are indeed too many suspicious points here. Ye Langtian then spoke up. I fought with that Ye Ling before. His cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts are indeed strange. Moreover, it's obvious that he doesn't cultivate with many resources, but his cultivation still increases very quickly. Ye Langkentian continued. The important thing is that recently, many forces with disciples of decent talent have mysteriously disappeared. Plus, Bai Li's corpse was found in the dungeon of the demonic art inheritor. These things inevitably make people think of Ye Ling's. As a member of the Ye family, if he did these things, then the Ye family has an inescapable responsibility. Qi Ling angrily said. But all of this is just everyone's speculation. We can't just accuse an innocent person based on this. Upon hearing this, Bang Fei sneered and said, Innocent? Was Bai Li, the young master of the White Tiger clan, innocent? Were the young talents of those forces, who died, unjustly innocent? Bang Fei mocked Qi Ling. I heard that when that Ye Ling was cultivating in some secret realm, immortal Qi Ling was also there. Could it be that you're acquainted with him, so you're always clearing the way for him? Qi Ling was speechless, stammering. Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself. So that's how it is. It seems this immortal Qi Ling knew that Ye Ling beforehand. I had no idea. Holding Qi Ling's effigy, Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself. Looks like I have to add another piece to my chessboard. Hearing Bang Fei and Qi Ling's conversation, everyone around was abuzz with questions. So immortal Qi Ling is acquainted with Ye Ling, huh? She frantically tried to explain things. Hearing this, Ji Yu Cheng quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Immortal Qi Ling is probably just acting out of a love for fairness. He stood before Ye Langdian and said, I think we shouldn't rush to conclusions about this matter. If we wrongly accuse an innocent person, then all the cultivators who went to capture Ye Ling, releasing the real demonic art inheritor, will have to pay the price. Yi Langtian hesitated. But Ji Yu Cheng quickly replied, The demonic art inheritor is causing havoc. This matter must be handled with caution. We can't be arbitrary. Hearing this, Ye Langtian pondered and said, What Ji Yu said isn't unreasonable. In that case, we should go back and gather more evidence first. The others behind them also discussed. Fair and just, worthy of being senior brother Ji Yu. Truly a blessing for the righteous path. Hearing this, Bang Fei also cupped his fist and said, Ji Yu then we'll take our leave first. Ji Yu Cheng told him, Take care everyone. He thought to himself, no matter what, Ye Ling is already carrying the blame. As the demonic art inheritor, this period is the best opportunity for me to collect resources and increase my cultivation. Ji Yu Cheng's eyes shifted, he thought to himself. The great tomb immortal is about to open. The ancient corpses inside, even the immortal corpses from ancient times, are all excellent opportunities for me. And there's even an immortal spirit about to be born. Walking alongside Ji Yu Cheng, Qi Ling said, Thank you just now, Taoist brother Chengye, for diffusing the situation for Qi Ling. She shyly asked, You've just arrived here. I wonder if Taoist brother Cheng could take me for a stroll in the Tao Heaven Star Palace. Hearing this, Ji Yu Cheng replied, Since the celestial maiden has spoken, Ji Yu is, of course, more than happy to agree. With that, Ji Yu Cheng suggested, Let's go and chat as we walk. Ji Yu Xianhe stood behind, watching the two of them talking, revealing a look of disbelief. On the way, Qi Ling wondered. Today, listening to what Taoist brother Cheng said, you seem to have some understanding of the demonic art inheritor. Seeing this, Ji Yu Cheng said, Understood? Well, I've seen it through the remnants left over from ancient times. After all, everyone knows about the demonic art inheritor. Explaining it a bit beforehand is just part of my duty. Hearing this, Qi Ling smiled with interest and asked, Is that so? It seems Taoist brother Changje is indeed a passionate person. Ji Yu Cheng replied, Passionate is not quite the word. Ji Yu just doesn't want the living beings in the world to be like fire and water. If demonic arts really appear in the world, how can we cultivators just sit idly by? Speaking up to this point, Ji Yu Cheng said with a serious face, Although brother Bai Li had some grudges with me, he was a magnanimous person. Now that he has such an end, Ji Yu also feels a bit sorry for him. Hearing these words, she couldn't help but praise Ji Yu Cheng. Taoist brother Cheng has a great sense of righteousness in his heart, which truly makes Qi Ling admire you. Hearing this, Ji Yu Cheng said to her, You're making fun of me, immortal Qi Ling. Actually, I initially suspected Ye Ling of being the demonic art inheritor. But thinking about it, If Ye Ling dared to mock Wu Yang's prestige and challenge me, he must be a person with a competitive spirit. If he were really the demonic art inheritor, how could he be so high profile? Qi Ling replied. To be honest, Ye Ling's actions are indeed no different from what Taoist brother Chang said, so that's why Qi Ling believes he is not the demonic art inheritor. Qi Ling then said with great interest. But with the help of Taoist brother Chang, clearing Ye Ling's suspicion as the demonic art inheritor shouldn't be difficult. By then, perhaps you can even become friends. Hearing this, Ji Chang smiled lightly and asked, Is that so? Qi Ling smiled brightly and said, That's right. Taoist brother Chang is so enthusiastic, anyone can become your friend. Hearing these words, he just thought to himself, What a sharp-minded little girl. With just a few words, she wants to rope me and Yang Ling in. But, Ji Chang mused, If you need someone who can clear Ye Ling's suspicion, then I'm the perfect fit. Who told me that Ji Yu is enthusiastic, has a great sense of righteousness, and always helps people? Seeing him silent, Qi Ling spoke up. Taoist brother Chang? Ji Chang just smiled lightly and replied, Yes, that's right. Immortal Qi Ling believes in Ye Ling so much. You must know the whereabouts of brother Ye Ling, right? Qi Ling said hesitantly. I don't know, but I can find a way to contact him, he said with satisfaction. That's good then, Qi Ling then revealed. Actually, I was thinking, if Ye Ling isn't the demonic art inheritor, then could it be young master Ye Langtian of the Ye family? Hearing these words, Ji Chang couldn't help but exclaim, Unexpectedly, it's brother Ye. Doesn't immortal Qi Ling suspect that I am the demonic art inheritor? Qi Ling asked with a puzzled expression. Taoist brother Chang has such a distinguished status, and his future achievements are limitless. How could he be tainted by demonic arts? But Ye Langtian is not so sure. After all, he was once considered to have the potential to become a true immortal. But now the gap between the two of you is growing wider. If he were to be infected by demonic arts out of jealousy, it wouldn't be impossible. After all that blah blah, Qi Ling said. Gotta be more careful from now on. Chang and Qi Ling were chattering and laughing as they walked. Suddenly, someone blocked their path and said, Heir of the Vermilion Bird Clan. Chang Jie was a bit surprised. Ming Kong, Qi Ling was equally surprised, and asked, Chang Jie Daoyu, is this Yue Ming Kong? Yue Ming Kong, with the D character, looked at Chang and Qi Ling with a pout. Ji Chang chuckled. She's been throwing tantrums at me lately, that's why she's acting like this, don't mind her. Hearing this, Qi Ling cupped her hands and said to Ji Chang, Then I should visit another day, just in case I cause misunderstandings with Daoyu's fiancé. Chang Daoyu, farewell. Ji Chang replied, Tian Sev, as you wish. Qi Ling then turned and left. Qi Ling reverted to her original expression, thinking, Ye Ling, I've done my best to help you. Don't get caught during this time whatever you do. Ji Chang watched Qi Ling and sneered inwardly. Little brat, trying to shift the blame and stir up trouble. You're still too green. Chang walked up to Yue Ming Kong to coax her. Ming Kong, are you still angry? Ji Chang tried to hold her hand, but Yue Ming Kong coldly brushed him off. Yue Ming Kong said angrily, If you don't tell me who that vixen was that night, don't even think about touching me. Ji Chang casually said, What she should know, she'll naturally know. What she shouldn't know, Ming Kong shouldn't pry into. Then Chang joked. But speaking of which, after so many days, Ming Kong still doesn't suspect your husband. Yu Ming Kong's face turned pale immediately upon hearing this, and she asked, Ji Chang, suspect you of what? Ji Chang smiled and replied, You're so smart, you must know what I'm pretending to be ignorant of on the surface. Yue Ming Kong was instantly worried, thinking, He's realized I know too much. Is he gonna make a move on me? A knife appeared in Ji Chang's hand. Ji Chang then grinned at Ye Ming Kong and said, Ming Kong, I really like you more and more. Beautiful, understanding, capable, powerful, truly the perfect ideal wife. Yue Ming Kong widened her eyes and asked, The perfect ideal wife? Ji Chang, what exactly are you trying to say? Chang said coldly. Actually, you already know, don't you? He continued, Ye Ling wasn't the heir to the demonic arts at all. His true identity is the successor of the reincarnation ancient celestial lord. This matter should be told to Yue Ming Kong. Hearing this, Yue Ming Kong froze on the spot. Her eyes sharpened. Yue Ming Kong? Then she said, That's right, I also know Ji Chang. Cutting her off, he said, Actually, you're the real heir to the demonic arts, Yue Ming Kong. At this moment, with a fierce expression, she asked, Ji Chang, so now you're planning to kill me, to silence me. This day has finally come. Ji Chang smiled evilly at Yue Ming Kong. See, wouldn't it have been better to be honest sooner? Why bother pretending so hard? Chang coldly said, The matter of the demonic arts is of great importance. If it's leaked, I'll be doomed for eternity. Killing you will definitely eliminate future troubles. Hearing this, she asked, Change. Then why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for? Ji Yu Chang said with a sly look. You don't actually think that those pursuit talismans can fully protect you, do you, Ming Kong? Ming Kong, hearing this, widened her eyes in fear, unable to believe it. Change then grabbed Ming Kong's arm. She thought in fear, oh crap. Ji Yu Chang's eyes narrowed sharply as he looked towards Ming Kong. Yue Ming Kong froze. Totally spooked. Change looked at her, a slight smirk on his face. Ji Yu Chang's eyes changed to completely purple pupils. Seeing this, Yue Ming Kong thought to herself, in the end, nothing really changed. At this moment, the sword fell straight to the ground. Ji Yu Chang hugged Yue Ming Kong tightly, sincerely saying, I'm sorry, I've kept this from you for so long. This caught Yue Ming Kong completely off guard. Ji Yu Chang explained, I've been holding back the truth about being the inheritor of demonic arts for so long, afraid it would implicate you. Now that you've called me out on it, this weight is finally off my chest. Yue Ming Kong was stunned, speechless hearing this. Yue Ming Kong said in disbelief. Ji Yu Change, seeing the changes in the heart devil's chi of the female lead, realized that the host's destiny points increased by 800. Heavenly destiny increased by 4,000. Thought to himself, these sweet nothings really do work on girls. Suddenly, Yue Ming Kong pushed Ji Yu Change away and asked, now you're not going to kill me. Aren't you afraid I'll spread your secret? Ji Yu Change chuckled and replied, of course I'm afraid, but I can't bring myself to kill you. If you insist on doing that, I'll just have to accept my bad luck for marrying a wife like that. Yue Ming Kong found it ridiculous and said after hearing this, who's your wife? We're not even married yet. Thinking to herself, he was so decisive in my past life, so why is he saying that he can't now? But then again, he's already found someone to take the blame for him in this life. Right now, he could clearly take action. Just killing me, and his plan won't have any flaws. Something appeared in Ji Yu Change's hand. Ji Yu Change said, anyway, it's going to happen sooner or later. Your everything is mine. Ji Yu Change chuckled and continued, you didn't even come to today's conferral ceremony. I was originally going to let you choose some gifts the old fogies offered. Yue Ming Kong saw the item in Ji Yu Change's hand and exclaimed in shock, a phoenix plume immortal gold tang? Seeing this, Ji Yu Change nonchalantly said, here, I'll give this to you. If you want to kill me, you'll need at least this level of magic treasure. Yue Ming Kong couldn't believe what she was hearing, and stood rooted to the spot holding the phoenix plume immortal gold tang. Yue Ming Kong thought to herself, Ji Yu Change, why can't I understand you anymore? Elsewhere, a person with a pockmarked head was holding up a picture of Ye Ling and asking people, have you seen this person? Inside a house, Ye Ling asked Old Turtle, now there are White Tiger Clan cultivators chasing me outside every day. Will I really not be discovered in this state? Should I dye my hair too? Hearing this, Old Turtle reassured him, don't worry, the reincarnation talisman secret technique isn't something they can easily see through. Hearing this, Ye Ling replied, it's just a pity that I can't continue using my charming ways to tease those fairy girls during this time. Hearing this, Old Turtle asked, you're still thinking about women at a time like this? Ye Ling said annoyedly, opportunity. The inheritor of demonic arts has appeared. Coincidence? I think the real inheritor of demonic arts is actually cultivating in secret near the heavenly immortal Dao Palace, and may even be a disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace. Spirit of them. Combined with the fact that Ming Kong ambushed me that day, I guess she knows any inheritance information I have in my hands and wanted to take action and snatch them. And Ming Kong is Ji Yu Chang's fiancé. Could they be on the same page? Ye Ling pondered. I overlooked Ji Yu Chang before, but now that I think about it, he's the most suspicious. The ring emitted a voice. If you're telling the truth, that truth is too terrifying. In the eyes of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace, their successor is actually the inheritor of demonic arts. If this gets out, it will definitely shock the upper realms, Ye Ling said as he walked. Thinking back to the calamities I've experienced, every incident has Ji Yu Chang's shadow hidden in it, but I was stupid enough to only realize it now. This is a major event so urgent that it's terrifying. At this point, Ye Ling said sternly, damn Ji Yu Chang, if you insist on harming me, this time I'll fight you properly. So what if you have the aptitude of a true immortal, who cares who you are, that inherited the demonic arts? Am I, Ye Ling, afraid of you? The ring emitted a reminder. Ye Ling, don't make a big deal out of this for now. Even if you say it, no one will believe you. Ji Yu Chang, not taking direct action, is very likely because he needs you to take the blame for him. Of course, it's best if we guessed wrong. There is definitely some terrifying enemy watching in the dark. It's really hair-raising. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the door, asking if anyone was there. Ye Ling exclaimed happily, it's Qi Ling, come on in. The door opened. Qi Ling walked in. Looking at Ye Ling, couldn't help but sigh. In this state of yours, I wouldn't even recognize you on the street, Ye Ling just replied. No choice, I just have to do this, otherwise I'll die without even knowing how. Hearing this, Qi Ling reassured him. Don't worry, Ye Ling. I will definitely think of a way to help you. Plus I recently got to know a big shot, and he also thinks you were wronged. When that time comes, I will work with him to prove your innocence. Hearing this, Ye Ling asked happily. Which big shot? I have to thank him properly, Qi Ling replied awkwardly. I can't tell you now, but he is young, and his energy is so fresh and so powerful, even I am not as good as him. Qi Ling thought to himself. Ye Ling once clamored to defeat Brother Chang's, so it's better not to tell him. Ye Ling hugged Qi Ling excitedly at this moment and said, That's great, Qi Ling. I really don't know how to thank you, Qi Ling said softly. If he can clear my name, I will definitely repay that person. Ye Ling hugged Qi Ling so tight she could barely breathe. She had to stop him saying, Okay, what's with the excitement? You're hurting me. Ji Yu Chang wondered. Is there really someone trying to help me out here? Ji Yu Chang mused. Recently, I've devoured so many resources that Yin Mei collected, but my cultivation only increased a little. Seems like the celestial deity realm really isn't easy to break through. For now, exchanging for the talisman should be enough to get by in the ancient immortal continent. Ji Yu Chang stared at the screen, thinking, This transcendent talent can finally be used. Ji Yu Chang smirked, consuming 30,000 destiny points to transcend a bone in my body into a Dao bone. As long as I have enough destiny points, can't I transcend all the bones in my body? Ji Yu Chang thought. Good thing this system is still as useful as ever. At that moment, Ji Yu Chang floated into the air. A special scene appeared. An enormous eagle suddenly manifested within the scene. Ji Yu Chang mused with interest. To think I can already glimpse the laws of the world, as expected of the methods one masters upon entering the saint realm. A cunning glint flashed in Ji Yu Chang's eyes. So does that mean my true strength is already enough to eliminate a saint? Holding the orb in his hand, Ji Yu Chang chuckled softly. Looks like this side is more or less done. Ji Yu Chang stepped outside, saying with satisfaction, Everything's perfectly timed. Outside, a massive rift appeared. Seeing this, the purple-haired person said, At this rate, the entrance to the ancient immortal continent will be completely open soon. This time, the young ones from all the Dao factions will come. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse, Elder Yan replied. The so-called blessing and curse are intertwined. For the original inhabitants of the ancient immortal continent, it's also a chance for experience. After all, there are many opportunities during this time. You still have to offend the outer disciples to get the opportunity, and for the outer disciples, we have to rely on our own skills. At this moment, the clan elder announced, Attention all young disciples of various Taoist traditions, gather here in 3 days to prepare for entry into the ancient immortal continent. The rift opened, and everyone inside cheered. Finally, the entrance to the ancient immortal continent is open. Too bad there's no part for us old folks. Others laughed gleefully. After all, the old guys can't make a move inside. The opportunities here can only be snatched by the young ones. The woman in the pink dress closed her eyes, saying, This time, with the birth of the immortal spirit, those who are lucky can undergo a complete transformation, venturing forth into the world. As for where they'll settle, it's all up to their own abilities. The gray-haired man said, This time, there's a mix of all sorts of things, plus the recent appearance of the demonic art successor causing chaos in the world. We should still remind the juniors to be careful, absolutely don't be careless, and avoid being assassinated. The clan elder flew straight up into the sky. The clan elder looked down at everyone and said, Regarding the ancient immortal continent and the boundary obstacles outside the realm, the powerhouses of older generations cannot participate in this experience, nor do the people of the ancient immortal continent and the powerful people who came before. There are countless opportunities for you to enter. You need to rely on your skills, regardless of life and death. Ye Ling stood below, coldly staring at the clan elder. Ye Ling thought with a sharp gaze. The Dao Heaven Star Palace is indeed a hegemonic force. What's visible to me is only the tip of the iceberg, certainly not everything I can see. From behind, people cheered. Ji Yu Senior Brother. It's Ji Yu Senior Brother of the Dao Celestial Palace who has arrived. Hearing this, Ye Ling immediately thought with fear. Change. He felt change looking towards him. Ye Ling's face immediately turned green. Why is he looking in my direction? Could it be that he's discovered me? At this moment, Old Turtle spoke to reassure him. Rest assured, don't overthink it. The disguise of the reincarnation ancient talisman isn't easily seen through. Hearing this, Ye Ling said with relief. That's good then. Qi Ling directly went to greet Ji Yu Chang, Dao Brother Chang. I hope you'll take care of me on this trip to the ancient immortal continent. Ji Yu Chang only smiled lightly. In response, Miss Qi Ling is too polite. Hearing these words, Ye Ling thought deeply. I need to remind Qi Ling a bit. Don't be fooled by Ji Yu Chang's kind appearance. This guy is the most likely candidate to be the demonic art successor. Looking towards Yin Mei, Ye Ling thought, it seems Bai Li's event was a big blow to Yin Mei. She definitely doesn't know that everything was done by Jiyu Cheng. Have to remind her too. The clan elder spoke up at this moment. I announce that the journey to the ancient immortal continent to gain experience begins. The clan elder then ordered, everyone, charge! First come, first served. Jiyu Cheng couldn't help but be puzzled by this scene. Yue Mingkong said nothing, and flew away directly. Cheng thought to himself, still angry, huh? Oh well, I knew she wouldn't come with me anyway. It's fine, she has her own opportunities. Jiyu Xianxue glanced at Jiyu Cheng, and then indifferently left, leaving Jiyu Cheng bewildered. Cheng thought annoyedly, this little brat. Forget it, subduing Ye Ling is what's important, Jiyu Cheng said. After we go in, we'll split up. We have jade talismans for communication, so if you encounter any difficulties, remember to contact me. Let's go first. With that, they stepped out of there. In another place, peaceful and idyllic, Jiyu Xianxue said happily, I just entered, and already found an immortal spring. It seems this ancient immortal continent is indeed like the records say. With many opportunities, Jiyu Xianxue's face turned ruthless, saying, this experience is the best opportunity for me to take revenge on Jiyu Cheng. Standing alone, 3 people approached from a distance. Jiyu Xianxue asked, little girl, which force do you belong to? Why are you here all alone? A green-haired guy appeared, jokingly saying, why don't you come with us and let your brothers take good care of you? Jiyu Xianxue was full of contempt, telling him, you reek of the sea. Stay away from me. The green-haired guy said resentfully, I'm giving you face, and you don't want it. Then he ordered his 2 subordinates, go get her, strip her naked and throw her in the water to soak with me. Jiyu Xianxue said without fear, a mere Feng Hao realm. With that, Jiyu Xianxue lightly slashed, sending the 2 guys flying far away. This scene frightened the green-haired guy, who thought to himself, too fast, I didn't even have time to react. The staff in his hand quickly flew away. Jiyu Xianxue rushed straight toward the green-haired guy. Jiyu Xianxue slashed the green-haired guy with a fatal blow. The green-haired guy was caught off guard, and fell straight to the ground. Jiyu Xianxue only said coldly, I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Jiyu Xianxue directly threw away several rings, and said, I won't be polite with these spatial rings. The 7th princess looked at the 3 subordinates defeated by Jiyu Xianxue, and couldn't help but be angry, uttering, useless trash. The merman beside her saw this, and said, 7th princess, no matter what, he is your younger brother, and also a descendant of our Sea King Palace. The 7th princess heard this and said, no need to tell me, I know what to do. Our Sea King Palace isn't far away. Many people pass through the star field, so we definitely won't come here to lose face. Speaking of this, the 7th princess was angry. Indeed, he's useless. I can't believe he couldn't even deal with a little girl. Trash. Wait until I catch you. I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. In the sky, 2 people were flying. The person in black laughed and said to Peng Fei, interesting. The girl in green is Cheng's little sister, with a supreme nirvana identity. Peng Fei only smiled in response. The Sea King isn't easy to bully either. As for whether Jiyu Cheng will help that so-called little sister of his, we'll have to wait and see. A bunch of people knelt before Jiyu Cheng, saying, my lord, we are willing to lead the way, please spare us. Jiyu Cheng's subordinate flew down and said, master, we just received news that Miss Xianxue seems to have offended someone from the Sea King Palace. Jiyu Cheng was surprised and asked, the Sea King Palace? Her? The subordinate replied, yes, master. Should I go help? Jiyu Cheng shook his head, saying, no need, he won't die. Thinking, after all those old farts taught him. Yin Mei then said to Jiyu Cheng, master, we subordinates will split up and act immediately. Jiyu Cheng, hearing this, reminded Yin Mei, don't forget the task I assigned. You absolutely must get close to Ye Ling. Yin Mei smirked, saying, rest assured, master. With your plan, dealing with a small fry like Ye Ling is as easy as flipping my hand. Jiyu Cheng then told those on the ground, you guys can get up too. One of them happily said, my lord? Jiyu Cheng asked them, which of you can be responsible for leading the way? The one with the scarred face pointed at the lion mane guy, saying, my lord, he's in charge. The oxhorn guy also chimed in, yeah, he knows the area best. Jiyu Cheng, hearing this, smiled wickedly, saying, then we don't need the 2 of you anymore, right? These words left all 3 of them frozen in place. A streak of purple shot straight from the shadows. The purple one exploded and screamed. The red one, seeing this scene, angrily yelled, Who Who dares to cause trouble right in front of our base? A staff appeared. Ji Change's slender hand grabbed the staff. The super cool Ji Change appeared and said, "Excuse me, could you please move out of the way?" Ji Change's eyes became sinister as he repeated the sentence. Or, how about you guys just die? A bunch of pictures with spiderwebs and black-robed people lay scattered on the ground. Then 4 people appeared from it all, thanks to the power of a bottle. Ji Change, seeing this, couldn't help but marvel. So these are the accumulated primordial essences of the Holy Spirits through generations? The bottle continuously released streams of green smoke. Ji Change, seeing this, couldn't help but feel annoyed. I guess I overestimated them. Ji Change was walking along the way, saying the immortal spirit is about to be born. By then, the whole continent will shake nonstop. So before that, I must obtain an even higher divine soul. Saying here, Ji Change thought, but with only this bit, I still have to rely on the child of destiny. Thinking this, Ji Change happily smiled lightly. Elsewhere, Qi Ling and Ye Ling were fighting. Couldn't help but angrily yell, "It really is a mystic beast of the divine realm." Ye Ling said, "Small divine realm, Qi Ling. Just leave the killing to me." Qi Ling, hearing this, was a little incredulous. Asked Ye Ling, "What?" Seeing Ye Ling rushing straight toward the mystic beast, Qi Ling couldn't believe it, yelling, "Is this guy crazy? If you want to show off, you should know your limits." Ye Ling, without any fear, only said mindlessly, "Open your eyes and see clearly." At this time, the mystic beast angrily roared. Immediately after, the mystic beast fell straight to the ground. Much to Ye Ling's astonishment, Yue Mingkong appeared, looking cool. Kong Yang sweated profusely, saying, "The unparalleled Empress Yu Mingkong of the Immortal Dynasty," Xie Ling thought. In this continent, the mystic beast's mind has not yet been opened, but to kill it with one blow, it is feared that one would have to have at least the power of the king realm. Ye Ling sharpened his eyes and said in his heart, "Yue Mingkong." Yue Mingkong turned into a big red pill, she thought to herself. Memories of a previous life. The immortals of the continent. Most of the clan graves where the residents lived were quickly destroyed by others. Now that I think about it, it must have been that immoral Ji Cheng who was after the remnant primordial divine souls in the corpses. He possesses the heaven-connecting demonic art. This part of the earth is truly made by nature, and if an immortal spirit is born, then when he leaves, why wouldn't his cultivation be even higher? I just hope that before he deals with Yang Chen, he doesn't focus too much on her. Thinking of this, Yue Mingkong's expression turned serious. At this moment, Qi Ling and the rest of her clan respectfully clasped their hands and said, "Our Zhu Kui clan thanks Empress Mingkong for her help." Seeing them like this, Yue Mingkong just looked at them coldly and said, "Just a coincidence. Also, that Qing Ling heavenly maiden wouldn't be hiding some Ye Ling or whatever in your group, would you?" Qi Ling chuckled and said, "Of course not. My clan wouldn't make such a careless mistake." Hearing this, Yue Mingkong immediately turned around and ordered, "Let's go." Qi Ling worriedly asked, "Ye Ming, are you all right?" Ye Ling remained silent, lost in thought. Noticing a streak of pink, he couldn't help but be surprised, and exclaimed, "That's Yin Mei's aura." With that, Ye Ling flew away without a word, leaving Qi Ling to only manage to say, "Hey, yeah." Yue Mingkong's green-haired subordinate gaped and said, "This guy always tags along with us, even after being slapped in the face. Now, he doesn't even bother to say goodbye before leaving?" Kong Yang chimed in, shady and mysterious, with weird techniques. Could he be a hidden inheritor of demonic arts? Hearing these two noisy guys, Qi Ling angrily snapped, "Shut up!" She frowned, thinking to herself, such a fuss over a small matter. Based on Ye Ling's temperament alone, he's far inferior to Brother Chang's. Meanwhile, Yin Mei was still battling a villain. The villain lunged toward her. The villain loudly threatened Yin Mei, "If you don't hand over the spiritual herb, then I'll have to search you myself." Stop. At this moment, Ye Ling appeared from afar. Ye Ling landed near Yin Mei. Ye Ling stood protectively in front of Yin Mei, saying coolly, "To actually attack a girl with such low methods, this fellow cultivator is truly beyond words." This caused Yin Mei to be stunned. Her eyes widened, and then Yin Mei smirked slightly. The guy who was fighting Yin Mei laughed maniacally and said, "So, there's backup after all. In that case, I don't mind giving up that little spirit herb to you." Yin Mei gratefully said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for helping this humble Yin Mei." Before she could finish, Ye Ling interrupted. "Yin Mei's sister, Xin, Sila." Then Ye Ling turned around with a cool smile, revealing, "I'm Ye Ling." Seeing this, Yin Mei exclaimed in shock, "What? Ye Ling? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be?" Ye Ling simply reassured her, "Don't worry, my hiding skills are top-notch. No one will find out about me." Yin Mei couldn't help but worry, warning Ye Ling, "Do you know that many cultivators are after you right now? You're so bold, revealing your identity in front of me. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Ye Ling gently consoled her. You care about me so much, I'm so happy. But compared to your life, nothing else matters. Ye Ling sincerely said to Yin Mei, you should know, I'm innocent. This time, I entered the immortal ancient continent to find what I want and clear my name. She stammered. I know. Yin Mei sadly said, I know. With the way you are, you definitely wouldn't harm us. Ye Ling was moved by these words and exclaimed, Yin Mei sister, sin, law? He thought to himself. As expected, you truly understand me. With that thought, he seriously said to Yin Mei, that's right, I want to remind you, you must be careful of Giyu Chang. I suspect he's the one behind framing me. Hearing this, Yin Mei looked horrified and said, what? Giyu seen your brother, Shixiang? Ye Ling didn't explain too clearly, only saying to her, you'll see clearly when the time comes. Come on, follow me. For now, we should reunite with the Vermilion Bird Clan. After all, more help is always better. Yin Mei thought to herself, Ye Ling, oh Ye Ling, every step you take is indeed within Master's calculations. Now you're not only shouldering the blame for Master, but also finding opportunities for Master. It must be tough on you. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smirk with amusement. Elsewhere, a huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Jiyu Xianhe in the sky crossed her arms, saying in pain, to kill me, you actually joined forces with so many people. Even using the defensive formation of your home, it must be tough on you guys. One of them, hearing those words, shouted angrily, enough nonsense. A life for a life. Jiyu Xianxier went straight up against that evil dude in a no-holds-barred brawl. The 7th princess's minion, holding a spear, charged straight at Giyu Xianjier, yelling, die you little bitch. Giyu Xianjier got hit by the 7th princess's subordinate, revealing a panicked look, her situation plummeting faster than a meteor. Below, a red-faced dude grimaced and ordered, crush her bones. Jiyu Xianqier was suddenly caught off guard and couldn't defend in time. She thought to herself, damn it, too many people. This formation isn't letting me use my strengths. Looking at the smug 10th princess, Jiyu Xianxier was filled with resentment. She clearly wants to use a war of attrition to wear me down. She angrily thought, it's all Giyu Chang's fault. If I hadn't met him and had my composure shaken, I wouldn't have had so much trouble killing that guy, stabbing him real deep. Jiyu Xianxier then thought, wait a sec, if I die and become less of a headache, that's probably exactly what he's hoping for. Thinking of this, she angrily mused, damn it, I absolutely won't let him get his way. At this moment, Jiyu Xianxier spoke up. Get the hell out of my face, she then angrily screamed. Jiyu Xianxier then rushed forward to fight those people. Those guys were getting their asses kicked so bad they didn't know what hit them. The 7th princess's subordinate laughed gleefully, saying, taking on 3 opponents and still looking fierce. She's proving to be quite a handful. Jiyu Xianqier coldly glared at the 2 of them. The 7th princess laughingly said with interest, even the strongest crossbow runs out of bolts. Let's see how many hours you can last. Then she continued the siege. In the sky, 2 people were talking. This relentless war of attrition is draining her spiritual energy pretty fast. Master, we need to figure out a way to use our trump card to hit them hard in one shot. Shinshir down below sarcastically asked, them? Are you 2 coming at me together, you woman and that fatty pig? The 7th princess's blue-faced subordinate chuckled upon hearing this, saying, this chick not only has some sneaky moves, but also a sharp tongue. Then with a chuckle he said, I especially like teasing you hot women. With that, the blue-faced subordinate rushed straight at Xianxier. Shan quickly countered. The blue-faced dude loudly threatened her, I'm gonna crush your bones and offer them to the 7th princess as a toast. The blue-male-faced guy then continued to attack, causing Xianxier to grimace as she defended. The 2 fought fiercely. The 7th princess's other subordinate shouted, let's go, kill her together. Xian scared at all, but secretly thought with glee, I've been waiting for this. The 7th princess sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted orders to her subordinates. Not good, retreat. But at this moment Xianxier had already flown in front of those 3, catching them completely off guard. She looked at the 3 of them with fierce eyes and shouted, taste my 4th master's sword. A burst of light shot out from Xianxier towards the 7th princess's 3 subordinates. The light was so strong that it pierced through the barrier. Seeing this, Xianxier happily chuckled to herself. The barrier's broken. Now's my chance. The 7th princess couldn't hold back her anger any longer and shouted, you sly little brat, you dare kill people from my Sea King palace. The 7th princess's spear flew powerfully towards Xianxier. The 7th princess said angrily, you're still so young. The 7th princess touched Xianxier's weapon and said, such a sly mind. The 7th princess evilly said, such cruel methods. and then directly kicked Xianxia down. Xianhe winced in pain and shouted, "I really can't hold on anymore," she cried out in pain. Xianfe then fell straight to the ground. The seventh princess raised her weapon high, then said angrily, "I'm super pissed." The seventh princess's weapon fell straight towards Xiantor. She looked at the seventh princess in front of her, thinking, "Peak Feng Wang realm, damn it! Not enough spiritual energy. I should stall for time." Thinking this, she said resentfully, "You guys aren't anything good either, just bullying others." The seventh princess found it ridiculous, saying, "Bullying you? That's right, my cultivation is higher than yours. I want to bully you." Saying that, she planted her weapon into the ground and said coldly, "You must have heard, no one who offends my Sea King Palace has a good ending." Shen Ge calmly asked her, "Sea King Palace? Do you know who I am? You dare to kill me?" The seventh princess just coldly replied, "I know you're a disciple of great elder Dao Tian, of the immortal Dao sect. So what? In this immortal ancient continent, if I want to kill you, he can't save you." Xian Ge, cornered, pretended to be tough. "But my brother, elder brother Chang, is on the immortal ancient continent. If you dare touch me, he'll grind your bones to dust." Now, after saying this, Xian Ge regretted it, thinking, Xian Ge, I'm so dumb to borrow Chang's name in this critical moment. The immortal ancient continent is so big, he's probably busy snatching opportunities right now. He wouldn't have time to pay attention to you. The seventh princess just laughed, saying, "Chang? You actually mentioned Chang. I don't know, you guys have a deep hatred for each other. Why would he care about your life or death?" Xiannier, though scared, still laughed loudly. "You're just an outsider, how dare you be so arrogant?" "Talking about my relationship with elder brother Chang," she said, then pointed. "Only he can bully me. And a Feng Wang realm, and someone like you," she gestured dismissively. "Compared to him, you're not even an ant." In her heart, she scolded herself. What am I even saying? The seventh princess just smiled slightly, replying, "An ant is good enough." Then, she rushed straight towards Xianfrere. Xianfrere barely dodged a blow from the seventh princess, thinking, acting so hastily already, damn it, my spiritual energy hasn't recovered much, and I have to use my trump card already. Xianch flipped. The seventh princess didn't say anything. She raised her foot lightly, then kicked straight at Xianlier, making Xianlier scream in pain. Xianxie was kicked far away. She struggled to lift her head. Before she could even breathe, Xianxie was stepped on by the seventh princess. The seventh princess grinned evilly, asking, "Shankar, what about Chang'e? You think I'm scared of him? Today I'll kill you first, another day I will come and meet that so-called true immortal." Seeing Xianhe facing her was immediately frightened, thinking uneasily, "This is bad." The seventh princess looked at Xianhe maliciously, said, "I have to see what he can do to me." Change lightly appeared behind the seventh princess. Change coldly asked, "Seventh princess, what can I do to you?" The seventh princess then realized something was wrong. Her eyes widened as she turned around. Change lightly flicked his hand, sending her flipping and falling to the ground. Xianxie couldn't believe it either, thinking, "Chang, he really came. What a coincidence. Could it be that he's been paying attention to me?" Looking at Chang'e, mocking herself, Xianxie wondered. So, everything I just said, he heard it. Looking at the silent seventh princess, two worried subordinates said anxiously, "Seventh princess, the formation is broken." The seventh princess covered her face, saying, "Changlij, I admit you're very strong, but don't think you can humiliate me at will." She touched her face angrily. "If it was a battle to the death, I might not have lost to you." Ji Yu Chang gently helped Xianxie up, asking, "Are you all right with your injuries?" Xianxie softly replied, "Mm-hmm." Hearing this, Ji Yu Chang frowned and asked, "What do you mean by mm-hmm?" Xianxie seemed to remember something at this moment. She then yelled loudly, "I'm badly injured. Many bones are broken, and my internal organs have shifted. Now I'm exhausted. I don't even have the strength to move. If someone hadn't come, I might have died here." Xianlair sobbed. "All alone. There wouldn't even be anyone to clean up my corpse." Hearing this, Ji Yu Chang jokingly said, "I didn't expect you to be so badly injured. It seems that the people from the Sea King Palace are really bullying people too much." Hearing these words, the seventh princess angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? It was clearly her who kept ambushing people from my Sea King Palace. Yet you're saying this here." Ji Yu Chang silently transformed his expression. Seeing this, the seventh princess angrily said, "Ji Yu Chang, don't even think about using your power to bully people." He coldly replied, "That's right, so what? Because my cultivation is higher than yours." With that, Ji Yu Chang's eyes changed, and he coldly said, "Speak, how do you want to die?" The seventh princess angrily charged forward. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ji Yu Chang, don't go too far if you want to back this little brat." Ji Yu Chang coldly said, "Your Sea King Palace injured my little sister, and now you're blaming me for backing her? What kind of logic is that? The seventh princess resentfully said. You. Xianhe looked at Jiyu Change protecting her, and thought to herself. Before, when the seventh princess was chasing me, her attitude was just as arrogant and domineering as Jiyu Change. It's ridiculous that now the roles have unexpectedly reversed. Now that he's standing here, why do I suddenly feel a sense of security? She muttered to herself. I was clearly just planning to take revenge on him, blame him, and then run away. Jiyu Chang also realized that Xiange's mood had changed at this moment. The seventh princess loudly asked, Jiyu Chang, if you insist on settling accounts, then how should we account for that little brat injuring my younger brother? The green-skinned subordinate next to her chimed in, and she also killed many warriors from my Sea King palace. How should we account for this? Xian Skier couldn't help but sneer from afar. Hey, fatty boldface, didn't you say before that you wanted to break my bones to offer as a toast to your master? Why are you talking about reason with me now? The green-skinned subordinate angrily retorted, You! Jiyu Change softly spoke up. Oh. The seventh princess's green-skinned subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Jiyu Change slowly walked towards the fat green-skinned subordinate, asking him what he thought should be done. He coldly asked the green-skinned one, or the seventh princess, as if sensing the murderous intent. She thought to herself, This is. She used both hands to shield her face. A series of white mists flew toward the seventh princess. Suddenly she looked up, her expression somewhat disbelieving. Jiyu Change's finger pointed directly at her face. Jiyu Change sternly commanded, You all should go down and accompany them. The seventh princess fearfully said, I didn't expect him to be able to borrow the power of the laws. Hearing this, the green-skinned one was terrified, stammering, Monster. The green-skinned one's face was ashen, and he frantically begged for help. Seventh princess, save me. Jiyu Chang sneered, coldly looking at him. This sharp look made the green-skinned one scared to death. The seventh princess exclaimed in shock, telling the green-skinned one to be careful. Jiyu Chang didn't say a word, and directly stood in front of the fat green-skinned one. He pressed the green-skinned one's head down. It was that head slam that made the ground rumble a bit. The seventh princess witnessed this scene and just clammed up. That cocky green fatty from before got turned into stone by Jiyu Chang in a flash. Seeing that, the seventh princess was instantly stunned, not believing her eyes. Jiyu Chang coldly stared at her, saying, Your turn. The seventh princess fearfully begged Jiyu Chang, You use the power of laws, so you must be greatly depleted now, right? You should know the capabilities of my Sea King palace. We can discuss this. Saying that, his face darkened, and he said, Seventh princess, if you have anything to say, save it for the Yellow Springs. At this moment, a giant red beast appeared, looking badass, saying, Seventh princess, don't be afraid. I've come to save you. Thinking, my timing is perfect. Jiyu Chang's state definitely isn't at its peak right now. I'll handle him. If I can help the seventh princess and put her at ease, I might even gain the Sea King Palace Lord's favor. Thinking that, the giant red beast loudly said, Jiyu Chang, prepare to suffer. Jiyu Chang calmly raised his hand. Not waiting for the giant red beast to finish speaking, he shut him up. The red beast was flung away, barely managing to yell, Crap! The seventh princess couldn't hold back anymore, angrily saying, Useless trash. Then summoned something strange. Jiyu Chang saw it, and didn't care in the slightest, only mockingly asking, Is that a knock off of Qinyang's thing? The seventh princess casually replied, Even if it's a knockoff, it's still a Sea King Palace magic treasure, enough to hold you back. Jiyu Chang wasn't scared at all, only scoffed. He couldn't stop smiling, saying, How laughable. Then, Jiyu Chang lightly jumped. He flew into the sky, saying, Formless sword incantation. A series of swords flew out. Not stopping there, he continued, Dust subduing order. The seventh princess froze on the spot at this scene, shockingly saying, Each sword contains the power of multiple great Tao laws. How is this possible? Xianxie also broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, Is this Jiyu Chang's true strength? A peaceful mountain landscape appeared, but it didn't last long. Immediately after, the mountaintop broke into pieces. An overwhelming number of pieces. Those pieces of the mountaintop floated in the air. The seventh princess was struck by these fragments, falling to the ground, crying out in pain. Xian Blair gaped in disbelief, asking, Jiyu Chang, why did you throw her? Jiyu Chang coldly said, At least she's the transformed body of a beast from one region. Although her chances of survival are gone, this form contains blood essences that can strengthen your bones. Don't tell me you don't want it? Xian Blair immediately quieted down, softly asking, Jiyu Chang, Why did you appear here? Ji Chang clicked his tongue, saying, Coincidence, however. This little lie didn't fool Xianxie. She happily smiled, asking, Ji Chang, you think I'll thank you for this? Even without you, I would have been perfectly fine. Ji Chang found this ridiculous, saying, Help needed. Big brother, no help needed. Ji Chang. You want a beating? Then Ji Chang told Shin'er, Let's go, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Want to throw you into the sealed pit for a few hundred years? Xianxie angrily yelled, saying, Don't be so smug. One day I'll trample you under my feet, and let you understand that feeling too. Ji Chang only lightly replied, If you want revenge, then prove it to me. Like before, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to be a flying insect behind me. Xianxie paused at this, thinking to herself. Before, Xianxie remembered when she was little, crying and calling brother Ji. They are bullying me. Ji Chang disgustedly pushed her away, saying, Get lost. Don't bother my cultivation. She cried even louder, saying, But they are making fun of me. Ji Chang's face was filled with hatred, saying, Pointless. You think I'd care about things like that? In the bamboo forest? Cries echoed. Ji Chang kicked a fat guy and asked, Who gave you the balls? The fat guy said in fear, No. No more. We won't dare anymore. Ji Chang sternly warned him, If anyone dares to bully Xianxie again, I'll stuff them into the alchemy furnace. Xianxie, hearing her brother say that, smiled happily. Back to the present Xianfrier. She remained silent. She looked at Ji Chang walking ahead and said, I'm not a kid anymore. Ji Chang heard her words, turned around and glanced at Ji Xianxie. Xianxie stood up straight, looking nervous. Even if my actions have a purpose, be it out of guilt or feeling uneasy, whatever. In short, don't even think about hiding what happened back then from me forever, because eventually, I'll find out the truth, she said sternly, and then defeat you fair and square. Ji Chang smirked and said to Ji Xianxie, Then you better work hard. The seventh princess, lying on the ground, felt bitter and resentful, unable to say anything. As he walked, he thought to himself, This Xianxie girl, even though she says she wants to defeat me, I'm afraid her feelings have unconsciously changed. Ji Chang mused, Such a simple mind, even a small favor, is enough to make her head spin. If she fell into someone else's hands, they'd probably be skeptical and confused. Thinking of this, he told himself, If I, as her older brother, don't protect her, who knows how many dangers this girl will face. I truly am a good brother, he thought to himself. After some time, my cultivation should smoothly advance to the void god realm. Without using demonic powers, I can easily suppress those so-called Qinjis. I just wonder how that Ye Ling is doing, finding his treasures. Ye Liuli spoke up and asked, The forbidden physique of youth, is the power he's displaying now also considered a taboo of youth? Lang Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Forbidden physique of youth? Jiyu Shixiang's growth speed is truly terrifying. Among the younger generation, besides disciples of the Chenfeng family or monstrous freaks, I'm afraid no one is his opponent. Yi Langtian suddenly paused as he said this. He asked, puzzled, Ye Liuli, why do I get the feeling that you seem very happy? Liuli replied with an embarrassed smile. No, not at all. Elsewhere, Ming Kong and the True Dragon were engaged in a fierce battle. The True Dragon said with a fierce expression, Let's see how long you can run. At this moment, the waves surged violently. Ming Kong quickly flew high to avoid it. She thought to herself, I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult character here. According to my past life's memories, she must be that self-proclaimed True Dragon subordinate of Lord Longtang. Suddenly, the True Dragon appeared behind her and said, Where are you looking? Apart from Ji Yu Ren, Ming Kong quickly found her. The two of them fought again in the sky. Their battle caused waves so large that they frightened the beasts in the forest. Water poured into the forest like a flood. Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be surprised, and said to each other, I didn't expect that Ming Kong, the future empress, and Jiyu Shaochu's fiancé, would have this kind of strength. That young woman fighting her, could she be from the immortal ancient remnants? I didn't expect her to have the strength of the void god realm. Someone asked, didn't the immortal ancient remnants disappear long ago? Even if the immortal ancient continent is bigger, it's just a continent that was once wiped clean. Could there still be immortal ancient remnants here? Another person retorted. Immortal ancient remnants? They're just our subjects or slaves. The person in white said seriously. The immortal ancient remnants have always been mysterious. Moreover, the aura on this continent is clearly much richer. The strength of the younger generation may not necessarily surpass the disciples of the outer world. But for now, this woman is the best example. The orange-haired boy beside him said naively. In that case, we must be more careful with our actions later. The orange-haired girl with curly hair clicked her tongue in disdain upon hearing this. Elsewhere, the True Dragon looked at Ming Kong and said with a smile, Your strength is not bad. But if you and I were to be in the same realm, perhaps I wouldn't be your opponent," she said smugly. "I'll give you a chance to submit to my blood demon True Dragon's Lord Longtang's successor. I think he would really like a woman like you." Ming Kong thought angrily upon hearing this. As expected, it's him. She knew about her past life. Longtang smashed through the barriers of the ancient immortal continent, swept away all the prodigies. But in the end, it was like he evaporated, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Many people guessed that he must have offended some big power, or perhaps stumbled into a forbidden area and died. Yue Ming Kong thought to herself. Now it seems like it's probably a good deed that my fiancé did. Thinking of Ji Yu Chang, Yue Ming Kong was quite suspicious. After all, with a body carrying the heaven-devouring demonic art, how could he let go of Longtang's true dragon origin? Thinking of this, she told herself, if that's the case, then let them experience Ji Yu Chang's great name a little. He probably wouldn't mind. After all, in front of this character, it's not worth it for me to resort to any tricks. True Dragon looked at Yue Ming Kong thoughtfully, and couldn't help but sneer. That look on your face, it seems you've heard of the great name of Longtang. But don't worry, if you have a little something special about your looks and talent, the master will definitely be happy to cultivate with you. Yue Ming Kong wasn't afraid at all, and laughed loudly. You should pray that these words aren't heard by my fiancé. True Dragon's head was full of question marks. She smirked and said, Anyway, you can't do anything to me. Instead of wasting your breath here, why not take the time to remind your great Longtang master a bit, lest he get beaten to a pulp by my fiancé Ji Yu Changje. True Dragon couldn't believe his ears and stammered, You said. Then she turned her back and smiled provocatively. Very good. Fiancé Ji Yu Changge, you prepare to clean up his corpse. As for you, no woman that the Longtang master wants has ever escaped. Watching True Dragon fly away, Yue Ming Kong only smiled secretly and thought, You're just Ji Yu Changge's prey. Hopefully you guys can still laugh after you meet him. Suddenly she paused and wondered, Xian Shaner was saved by Ji Yu Changge. Why is this guy being so kind and doing something that doesn't benefit him at all? Yue Ming Kong thought to herself. Could it be that his motives for Xian My Hair have changed in this life? Or is he secretly planning something again? Thinking of this, she told herself. Forget it. Why is Ji Yu Changge so different in this life compared to the previous life? Sooner or later, I'll figure it out. As for his attitude towards Xian Xie, I have to find a chance to get some information from Uncle Ji Yu. In another place, Ye Ling and the giant beasts were still fighting each other. Ye Ling shouted, Reincarnation Fist. This move directly injured the giant snake. Kong Yang was interested when he saw this and exclaimed, So strong! Ye Ling's cultivation is almost at the King Ceiling realm in such a short time? The blue-haired subordinate of Yue Ming Kong also continued. That's right. Facing a void god realm fierce beast, he can unexpectedly kill it alone. This strength is feared to have surpassed many young sovereigns already. Yue Ming Kong's blue-haired subordinate said admiringly, I didn't expect that I would make fun of Brother Ye before. I was truly blind. Ye Ling only brushed it off after hearing these words. It's a small matter, Kong Yang said respectfully. Brother Ye's strength is extraordinary, and you are also tolerant and generous. You are indeed a model for us. Old Turtle spoke at this time. Ye Ling brat, before you get the relic left by the heavenly venerate, don't be too careless. Ye Ling thought to himself after hearing this. I say, Old Turtle, why is the thing that the reincarnation heavenly venerate left me in the area of the original owner? With my current strength, wouldn't going to get it be asking for death? Old Turtle snapped at this time. Ye Ling, so what? Are you going to leave it where people can fight over it? The heavenly venerate, for better or worse, was a great power for a long time in the ancient immortal era. What he wants to give you has naturally been calculated completely. Old Turtle reminded. Ye Ling, for better or worse, you are a descendant of the heavenly venerate. If you don't even have this little bit of guts, then go home and grow sweet potatoes. Ye Ling thought to himself, Who says I don't have it? At this time, Ye Ling said to himself again, But I don't know how dangerous the ruins are, it seems. I need to bring them along. Qin Ling saw that he was stunned and asked worriedly, What's wrong? This road always leads me here. Why isn't it moving now? He only said gently, Qin Ling, the ruins ahead are where I want to go. There is an important opportunity inside. If you believe me, I can take you inside. Yin Mei spoke at this time and said, I believe you. Hearing these words, Ye Ling said in disbelief, May you. Seeing this, Qi Ling said with an uncomfortable face, I'll go with you too. Ye Ling smiled excitedly and said, That's great, there are 2 people now. He paused and said, there are many opportunities in the ruins. If you follow me, you will definitely have a chance. In another place, Chang was sitting silently. A cloud of pink smoke flew to his place. He sat silently, feeling the pink smoke. Ji Yu Chang seemed to sense something, and opened his eyes wide and said, Ye Ling's opportunity has finally appeared. A gloomy city scene appeared, Kong Yang said uneasily. This place doesn't look very safe. The blue-haired subordinate of Yue Mingkong said, as long as we infiltrate inside, we won't be far from where we need to go. Ye Ling saw that they were worried and reassured them, don't worry. I can let you hide your aura. Ye Ling then ordered a few of them to go. There's no more time to hesitate. Kong Yang called out loudly at this time, Princess Qi Ling! Qi Ling's head was full of question marks. Kong Yang quickly warned, this is too dangerous. Even though I know Ye Ning isn't weak, we don't know the strength of others in these ruins. There could be people here that none of you can handle. Qi Ling, annoyed, retorted, you guys just stay put here, okay? If anything goes wrong, just run straight out. Kong Yang said seriously, I have a feeling Ye Ning is hiding something from us. The whole way here, leading us to this place. His motives are way too obvious, I'm afraid. Just then, Ye Ling loudly asked them, what are you all dilly-dallying about? Hurry up and follow me. Seeing this, Qi Ling quickly brushed off Kong Yang's hand and said, relax, I trust Ye Ning's actions. He's definitely not what you guys think he is. Kong Yang, rejected despite his good intentions, angrily gritted his teeth. Damn Ye Ning, I want to see what you're really up to. Yue Mingkong's blue, hue-haired subordinate reassured him. Let's go. Ye Ling grabbed Lao Gi and asked, Lao Gi, were the original inhabitants of those Guardians' Celestial Venerable Enlightenment Grounds also in here? Lao Gi told Ye Ling. They're probably here, but things are different now. If they go along with you, great. If they have ulterior motives, then this trip might not be so smooth. Ye Ling's suspicious actions caught Yin Mei's attention. She thought to herself, this is Ye Ling giving a warning. If they betray me first, then don't blame this little master for showing no mercy. Inside the city, someone spoke up. The successor of the reincarnation Celestial Venerable has appeared. The pink-skinned fatty chimed in. Could the announcement be true? This guy is here to take what the reincarnation Celestial Venerable left behind, the black-clad figure added. I thought our tribe's slave seal was just an ancient rumor, but it's actually real. The elder of the original inhabitants said sternly, this is why I called you all here. The reincarnation Celestial Venerable's endless enlightenment stone has been controlled by the major clans in rotation. Now, if we have to offer it up with both hands, I doubt anyone would be willing. That's why we've been dragging our feet, unable to open the Celestial Venerable's cave dwelling, which is full of manuals and goodies. The silver-haired figure in the black cloak heard this and said, looks like the key to opening that cave dwelling is on that successor. The horned head panicked. Successor my ass, isn't he just trying to steal what we've been guarding all this time? No way I'm agreeing to that. At this moment, the elder of the original inhabitants spoke up to calm them down, telling them to be quiet. Don't get heated. The pink one asked, confused. From the ancient agreement, the strength of the youngsters from the outside world has never been above the void refinement realm. If everyone intends to protect the Celestial Venerable's relics, then what's the plan? The elder of the original inhabitants coldly replied, what plan? Just kill him, and it's done. Everyone agreed. Seeing this, the elder of the original inhabitants spoke. If that's the case, keep a close eye on the people from the outside world. If anything seems off, better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one slip through. At this moment, Ye Ling's group of 5 had secretly entered. 5 figures appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Ye Ling couldn't help but get angry, thinking to himself, damn it, why did so many original inhabitants suddenly appear? Lao Gi said, could they be targeting you? It made Ye Ling grind his teeth in anger and think, it hasn't been long. Have our whereabouts been discovered by them already? Lao Gi quickly reassured him. Don't be so pessimistic. We don't know the situation yet. Maybe it's a trial given to us by the Celestial Venerable. Ye Ling thought to himself, trials, always trials, Celestial Venerable or not. Couldn't you just leave the opportunities behind? Why do you always have to torture people? Yin Mei noticed Ye Ling's angry expression and guessed, looks like these people are really targeting him. Lao Gi quickly told Ye Ling, what's the rush? If it's a trial, then there must be a solution. Your immediate task is to borrow the Celestial Venerable's inheritance to find the cave dwelling he left you. One of them will definitely have a way to subdue the Enlightenment. As long as the Enlightenment platform is in your hands, no matter what the intentions of those original inhabitants are, they'll either break the situation or capsize the boat in the gutter. Hearing this, Ye Ling muttered, but even if you're trustworthy, I still have to get the inheritance to dig out Jiyu Chang'e. You are the true inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, Yin Mei's hand grabbed his sleeve and said, Ye Ling. Yin Mei pointed to the sky and asked him, they're not here to catch us, are they? Qi Ling, hearing this, scolded Yin Mei, don't talk nonsense. What if they're just looking for something? Yin Mei still didn't believe it, saying, but Ye Ling smiled and reassured. They said it's just a coincidence, relax. Even if something happens, I'll protect you guys. Hearing this, Yin Mei smiled and said, I believe Ye Ning. You're definitely trustworthy. Ye Ling didn't understand what was going on, and smiled happily with Yin Mei. Qi Ling was angry, and thought, this Ye Ling. At the entrance of the city there were two guys lying tiredly. Those two were lying motionless. In the gap a stream of purple light appeared. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled to himself. Looks like while Ye Ling is busy snooping around, I've got plenty of time to ransack this ancient tomb for all its goodies, too. So his cultivation really did hit the Divine King realm, huh? That's a bit unexpected. Ji Yu Cheng mused. Guess I don't need to push for another breakthrough just yet. Being a devil and immortal cultivator, my displayed cultivation will steadily increase as I burn through destiny value. If it becomes truly difficult to imagine how many eras those old monsters have existed for, then things would become troublesome. Watching people zipping back and forth in the sky, Ji Yu Cheng thought, Ye Ling's only been here for half a day, and this whole ruin is already buzzing. Did they already spot him? But then Ji Yu Cheng reconsidered. Nah, these guys are searching all sloppy and aimless. They probably haven't pinned down Ye Ling's location yet. Better snag one and get the lowdown. Just then, some dude jumped down right in front of Ji Yu Cheng and yelled, What did you inherit? I caught you, so you're definitely getting chopped into 8 pieces. This scene startled Ji Yu Cheng for a second. Ji Yu Cheng then broke into a devious grin. He casually put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying, Hey there. Which confused the heck out of him. Ji Yu Cheng gave him a menacing look and whispered, Don't make a sound, or you're dead. The guy just stood there, frozen, and with that, the guy did a flip in the air and vanished. Suddenly, the guy with sharp claws showed up in some weird place. The clawed guy plummeted. The fall scared the living daylights out of him, and he screamed. He suddenly felt like he was being held up by something that made him catch his breath. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. Welcome to my world. Suddenly, Ji Yu Cheng dropped the clawed guy like a rock. The clawed guy was shocked and stuttered. This is... The clawed guy stared at Ji Yu Cheng in disbelief. A world of its own? Just what kind of god are you? I only want to understand what's happening. With that, the clawed guy kneeled before Ji Yu Cheng and said, Great one, I'll tell you everything I know, just don't kill me. Ji Yu Cheng gently stroked the clawed guy's head. Then, with a sinister smile, he said, No need. I prefer to do things myself. With a simple move, the clawed guy screamed. The image of the 5 elders of the tribe appeared before his eyes. Ji Yu Cheng mused, So it's the elders of these native residents who gave the order. Looks like even the ability to become an overlord can't arrange everything perfectly. Without leaving loopholes, he thought to himself. The slave seals of the 5 great ancient clans are controlled by the He Tianying A, Black Skyhawk, Enlightenment Platform, Celestial Reverence Cave. That's pretty juicy info. Having gotten his fill, Ji Yu Cheng released the clawed guy. He pondered. How long will it take Ye Ling to find that Celestial Reverence Cave? The Enlightenment Platform is currently held by the He Tianying, so it seems I should make preparations starting from that side first. He mused. Might as well test if the immortal devil-devouring technique can spawn the mystical ability of derived Jia Yi Immortal Decisive. At night, in the city, 3 members of the tribe were eating and chatting. One person spoke up. Hey Ming, you're from the main lineage of the family. Among the 4 of us, you probably know something about this situation, right? Our 5 great families are using so many manpower, even the celestial god realm are being mobilized. Could it be those external cultivators who entered the ancestral land? The pink-haired guy took a refreshing sip, saying, A bunch of shivering families that are scared stiff. If we didn't comply with the ancient immortal covenant and interact with the outside world, what would those so-called immortal heritages be? He Ming completely disagreed, retorting, You can't say that. That celestial god has been out since Grandpa left, so the seriousness of this must be related to the family's fate. The green-haired guy by the window then laughed. So what if it is? We have wine today, so let's get drunk. If the sky falls, you still have your older sister to help you hold it up. It definitely won't be He Ming's turn to go fight the first battle. Seeing the green-haired guy smirking by the window, he angrily retorted, What do you mean? The green-haired guy laughed. He Ming, you have a grandpa who is an elder of the tribe, and an older sister with extraordinary talent. Normally, you have a celestial god realm by your side. When you go out, how can you say that you and I are from humble backgrounds? Then he chuckled, trying to coax him. We were born from the same egg, yet you have to live in your sister's shadow. You have no voice in the family. Being called sensible? Ain't easy either, right? Are you really okay with things as they are? He Ming's face darkened as he pondered. Then, he said seriously, my sister and I share the same roots and origin. If she achieves something, I'm naturally happy for her. I don't know what you're getting at today, bro. The guy in green put his hand on He Ming's shoulder and said, You and I have been around each other for a while. Your aspirations and ambitions, you think I don't know them? Actually, you're waiting for a chance, aren't you? To become a Tianji Jiaozi, heaven's chosen, shining brightly, admired by all. Then he brushed past him. Forget it, forget it. What's important now is that low-level cultivators like us should head back early. Otherwise, we'll be seen as chickens for slaughter by those people out there. That's not worth it. The people at the table also slowly stood up. I'm leaving. I'll take my leave now. The door slammed shut, He Ming said warily. That guy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking, Young man, do you want to become an existence that stands above billions? This made He Ming jump. He stood up abruptly and shouted, Who is it? Who's talking? The voice still echoed, asking him, Young man, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become an existence that stands above billions? He Ming was startled when he heard it. Well, what? He Ming was confused when the words about wanting cultivation, divine abilities, and reaching the peak of life didn't come. He thought to himself, could it be that the opportunity I've always been waiting for has finally arrived today? Thinking of this, he smiled brightly and said, Senior, I do. A stream of purple smoke approached He Ming. He froze. Not understanding what was happening, he said in astonishment, This is. A gigantic door appeared before him. A voice resounded. Entering the sect requires the separation of mortals and immortals. Huangquan eternal reincarnation. Ji Chengge spoke. He Ming, you were born into the Black Heaven Eagle clan. Although you have never experienced hardship, under the influence of your twin sister, the tempering of your mental state tends to be positive, he said sternly. Since ancient times I have understood everything in your thoughts. Hearing these words, He Ming was frightened, prostrated himself, and stammered, Say, Senior is truly a divine being. He Ming said blankly, Senior, what must I do to become stronger? He bowed his head and begged, Please enlighten me, Senior. Ji Change thought to himself. Earlier, among the captured creatures, there was a kid. Now it seems that he indeed has deep obsessions, releasing prey that has already taken the bait. He confidently said, I am the creation divine sovereign from beyond the heavens. Becoming my believer requires reciting my true name, and you will achieve eternal life. Even if the heavens are destroyed, time cannot retain the true spirit. He Ming couldn't help but be surprised hearing these words. Reciting the true name will grant eternal life. Reciting the true name will grant eternal life. He immediately bowed his head and said, I am willing to become a believer of the supreme existence. I only ask that Senior saves me. Ji Cheng heard this and said, Become a believer. Transmit the technique, he ordered. Open the sea of consciousness and welcome the light of the Tao. He Ming respectfully said, Thank you, Supreme Existence. I am willing to dedicate everything to you. The light came to He Ming. He froze for a moment, as if being enlightened. He exclaimed happily, Devouring immortal art. I didn't expect it to be a cultivation method that can disregard talent. As long as I let others practice this technique, I will be able to possess their talent, and even the fruits of their cultivation can be shared. His face became sinister as he said, It seems that Senior knows that my aptitude is ordinary, so he specially prepared this divine art for me. He looked at him with a cheerful smile and thought, The cholera has been planted. This He Ming has probably discovered its strengths and horrors, and his ambition has increased sharply. It's very difficult to take it back, He Ming happily said. The divine art has been obtained. It seems that from now on, who would dare to call me a useless piece of trash? You change. Thought to himself, Unexpectedly, this power, this fascination, no one can resist it. And I am just a He Ming who has been living in the shadows for a long time and needs a little hope. Looking at He Ming laughing excitedly, he thought, A useless piece of trash rises, which can also be regarded as the Black Heaven Eagle clan creating a child of fortune there. With him, swallowing the 5 ancient clans will be much simpler. Seeing Ji Chengge disappear without a trace, He Ming called out, Senior. The door slammed shut right in his face. He Ming, shrouded in the hazy air, suddenly found himself in a room. Even He Ming himself didn't understand why. Pondering about the predecessor's god-like, ghost-like methods. Truly a creator of a realm? Looking at his hand, he said with relief, Luckily, my divine art is still intact. I'll grab a few people to test it out, see if it really has the heaven-defying effect. I think it does. Maybe I should let my clansmen try it out. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he said, Right now, I can share the talents of all my clansmen. Unifying the 5 clans is just a matter of time. As the source of everything, wielding real power feels like reaching some mighty realm. The position of clan leader is definitely mine. Elsewhere, a mountain peak shattered into pieces. A mysterious monster appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. He landed heavily on the ground. Everyone respectfully welcomed him. Lord Long Tang has emerged from seclusion. Long Tang, with a devious expression, asked them, "How's the matter I instructed going?" Zhenlong said with a grin. "My lord, as you commanded, we've captured a heaven's proud daughter from the outside world, a woman with extraordinary talent and peerless beauty." Long Teng, intrigued, said, "Oh. Let me see." Zhenlong told Long Teng. "This woman is Yue Mingkong, from the peerless immortal dynasty of the Outer Realms." Long Teng chuckled wickedly. "What a picturesque beauty. I didn't expect to find such a wondrous woman this time. As expected of my little sister, she never disappoints." Zhenlong then spoke up. "But she has a fiancé from the eternal ancient family of the Outer Realms, also a successor of the Dao Heaven immortal palace of the Outer Realms, someone with true immortal talent. I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult." Long Teng laughed heartily, utterly fearless, and with a look of disdain. "A piece of trash from the Outer Realms dares to call himself a true immortal before me." He then unleashed his killing intent. "If he dares to obstruct me, I'll tear him apart right in front of his fiancée." In a place where many people were gathered, a black-haired man spoke up. "Have you heard? One of the 10 great talents of the ancient immortal continent, Long Teng, has just been born. Rest assured, he will suppress young Master Chengge." A fatty laughed loudly. "You're crazy. Does he even understand what it means to be a forbidden youth?" The black-haired man replied. "Small Dao is spreading the news that young Master Chengge has captured quite a few of Long Teng's subordinates. It seems like the two of them are bound to clash this time." The fatty chuckled gleefully. "This Long Teng isn't weak either. There might be a good show to watch." Ye Liuli spoke up. "Brother, do you think that Long Teng will really make a move against Jiyu Chengge?" Yi Langtian replied. "When I first entered the ancient immortal continent, I did hear of such a character. As for whether he can force Jiyu Cheng to use some of his real strength, it's hard to say." Ye Langnutian picked up his wine cup and continued. "If the two of them really fight, it would be a good opportunity to watch. If we can truly understand some of Jiyu Cheng's real strength, then this trip won't be in vain." Yue Mingkong stood on a stone peak, holding a treasure in her hand. She raised the treasure and said, "The immortal spirit fruit contains the aura of immortal spirit. With it, I might be able to enter the void god realm quickly." Yue Mingkong glanced at the soldiers behind her and asked, "Do you know Jiyu Chengge's recent movements?" A soldier reported. "Reporting, Your Highness. We have not yet found out young Master Gunia's recent news." Yue Mingkong thought blankly. "That makes sense. He must be hiding his tracks to go tomb raiding these days. I'm afraid his cultivation has increased." She looked up with a pensive look and pondered. In the previous life, Jiyu Cheng must have saved something big in secret, so he didn't attack Long Teng in the ancient immortal continent. But in this life, facing Long Teng, who took the initiative to provoke him, avoiding him isn't his style. Yue Mingkong curled her lips into a smile with the thought. Moreover, the other party is arrogantly trying to usurp his fiancée. Things have come to this point. Even if he can guess that I'm the one plotting against him, I can't reveal myself. A flock of bluebirds was flying towards the waterfall where Jiyu Xianxie was cultivating. Xiaolan told her something in bird language, and she smiled in response. "I didn't expect that evil bastard Jiyu Cheng to have this day." She poked Xiaolan's cheek. "Xiaolan, you said the 8 saints here are almost fully grown. Is that for real?" It responds with a bark. Jiyu Xianxie continues. "Actually, I'm kinda looking forward to that Jiyu Chengge guy succeeding, but I heard that Long Teng just entered the true god realm, so it's probably hard to cause him any trouble. Seems like revenge is still a long way off." The 3 monkeys are standing under the banana tree, with unhappy expressions. She rests her chin in her hand, looking gloomy. "But I should still go check it out, just in case Long Teng really beats Jiyu Cheng." Xiaolan barks a few things that only she understands. Jiyu Xianxie gets excited thinking about Jiyu Chengge getting his face bashed in by a monster. I'll still go take a look." He Ming kneels on the ground, looks at the book, and laughs maniacally. "Just putting the bridal garment on 3 people has already brought me so many benefits. Even my cultivation talent has been enhanced quite a bit." He raises his hands filled with magic and cackles. "This cultivation technique is way too heaven-defying. I believe I'll be able to surpass everyone very soon, and become an existence above all." He Yanyu opens the door and calls out loudly, "Hey Ming!" She throws the door open and loudly questions, "What kind of trouble are you causing this time?" He Ming hurries to close the door. "Sis, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you." He Yanyu asks in confusion, "What have you been sneaking around doing lately?" He Ming drapes his arm around her neck. "This time I'm bringing you to see something good." He Yanyu replies uncomfortably, "What good stuff do you have?" Just not causing trouble for me would be a relief already." He doesn't waste any more time, and holds out the book. "Take a look." She asks in surprise, "What's this? An ancient divine ability?" Suddenly, He Yanyu's eyes widen in shock. "This is..." she asks in panic and astonishment. Such a profound cultivation technique. Where did you get this? He Ming scratches his head and replies with a smile, I got it accidentally. Come on, sis, don't overthink it. If this cultivation technique is really useful, you can pass it on to father and the elders later. He helps He Yan Yu open the book. He Yan Yu immediately praises, not bad, He Ming, not bad. To get this ancient technique, and the first reaction is to give it to the family. He Ming scratches his head and replies with a smile, sis knows. My talent is pretty average anyway. It would be a waste to keep this technique for myself. Better to give it to the family so their strength can increase. This way, I can live a better life as a good-for-nothing young master, right? He Yan Yu is gradually moved. He Ming, she says with a faint smile, these past few years have been hard on you. She turns around and walks away. But don't worry, I'll go talk to father and grandpa about this. The family will definitely reward you for your contribution. Yes. He Ming replies happily, I trust you, sis. After she leaves, he gloats to himself. Success. As long as the technique is passed on to the family clan members, the prime minister of this sister and the entire family will become the bridal garment for me. He Ming thinks with a sinister smile. It's all thanks to that supreme being. Ji Yu Change is secretly pleased. Not bad acting skills. Looks like this piece of trash isn't completely useless. When the higher-ups of the Black Heaven Eagle clan become my bridal garment, that's when I'll show up. Picking up the benefits then will definitely be better than searching for tombs everywhere. He closes his eyes in satisfaction, thinking, how interesting. My fiancé and Xian Care have shifted their focus of contradiction so that they can go hang out with the destiny of the continent. And I've become the one who cleans up after them. Whatever. Since Ming Kong has been behaving well lately, I won't give her a hard time. My lord, the black-haired girl caught the dragon race and brought it to you. Master has brought people back. The brown-haired man, while escorting the true dragon over, speaks as he receives a message. Long Tang is in the east, with 7 followers in the Void God realm, and the rest are in the Wind King realm. Ji Yu Change glances over and thinks, this Long Tang's brain really has some problems, actively offering himself at the door for me to warm myself. Sure, the species is the open dragon young master template that still hasn't fully developed. If he wants to die and I don't satisfy him, then I, Ji Yu, would truly be unreasonable. The brown-haired man commands, kneel. The 3 of them are quickly forced to kneel. The true dragon angrily shouts, don't touch me. Ji Yu Change speaks, looks like this is your ability. She sneers, you're Ji Yu Change. Don't get too cocky. Long Tang is my twin brother. He will come looking for you. She smiles even more wickedly. If I lose a single hair, you won't escape death, and neither will that fiancé of yours. Suddenly, an invisible punch slams into the true dragon's face, shocking her, and sending her staggering back. The true dragon gets her face slammed into the ground. It was a gentle attack from Ji Yu Change. He darkens his face and growls, you should feel lucky that you didn't hurt Ming Kong when you fought her before, or you'd already be back in the cycle of reincarnation. The true dragon, with her face slammed into the ground, can't restrain her rage. She sits up abruptly and shouts, how dare you humiliate me? He simply gives a cold and calm command. Shut up. She is immediately suppressed by an invisible force, making her extremely uncomfortable. Zhen Long was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, I'm all about doing what he says, but why is he? Ji Yu Change turned and walked away. Send a message out. Long Tang's twin sister is in my hands. He chuckled like a devil and continued, if he doesn't want her dead, tell him to get his butt over here and meet me. A bunch of people were flying in the sky, including Peng Fei. One of them shouted, have you heard the news? About Ji Yu Gongzi's duel with Long Tang? Another yelled, rare! Let's go see it. Then, they quickly flew towards the ongoing battle. A monstrous hand grabbed the sharp sword. The monster laughed. I thought you outsiders were supposed to be so strong. A purple-haired dude fighting a giant rhino yelled, damn it! The rhino sneered, none of you know how to fight? The monsters on the other side gloated. A long-haired ghost cackled. Where's your true immortal Ji Yu Change? All talk, no action? Don't be a coward. He should just hand over his fiancée, then bow down and become a god. The humans were furious. These guys in the same realm have an advantage in physical strength. Annoying. Ji Yu Jianrier squeezed in, confused. Hasn't Ji Yu Change arrived yet? Yi Liuli chuckled and asked, does Garage want to teach them a lesson? Yi Langfetian casually replied, no rush. Suddenly something made Ye Langtian pause. A huge red beam of light pierced through the clouds from above and slammed down on the ground. A monster on the other side shouted, Lord Long Tang! The humans were confused. Why hasn't the smoke cleared? In the middle of the 2 factions, Long Tang appeared with a majestic air, carrying 2 battered humans in his hands. Which of you is Ji Yu Change? He threw the 2 people he was carrying in front of Ye Langtian and the others. The top knotted dude was in shock. This guy is Long Tang. His aura is too strong. Ye Langtangtian raised his hand to stop him. Don't get excited. Long Tang's strength is probably at the peak of the Void God realm. Jiyu Xianquer looked around. She thought to herself, where's Jiyu Chang's? Did he stand Long Tang up? But he might actually do something like that. The little devils in the back shouted in unison to boost their morale. Lord Long Tang has arrived. Jiyu Change, get out here and face your death. Long Tang sneered. Jiyu Change, if you don't show up, then I'll just have to use you all to vent my anger. Men will die. Women will become slaves. Suddenly, Yu Mingkong appeared in the sky. The crazy crowd and the black-haired girl were shocked. That is, everyone looked up at her. It's Princess Mingkong. Jiyu Shenjier also realized. Mingkong Jiji. Yue Mingkong stood in the air, her expression as cold and arrogant as a celestial being descending to earth. Long Tang looked at her lustfully. Oh, she's indeed a great beauty. After I beat Jiyu Change to death, she can just follow me. Yue Mingkong didn't say much, but clasped her hands to form a hand seal. A magic circle appeared. She pressed into the hand seal. Emperor Art X Heavenly Sword. A huge sword emerged from the hand seal, heading towards Long Tang. He stood still as if waiting. The sword flew towards him. He grinned sinisterly. How dare you attack me? Strong enough? I like it. He clenched his fist and punched hard at the sword, shattering it into pieces. The top-knotted dude said in shock, That's an Emperor Art. How could it be so easily shattered? The brown-haired dude was also confused. So strong, looks like Ji Yu Zhang isn't a sure thing, Ye Langtian assessed. Even if Princess Mingkong is stronger, she's probably no match for Long Tang. The cultivation gap is too hard to overcome. Long Tang's hand began to absorb dark energy. His power formed a huge monster head. Then it attacked Yue Mingkong. But in front of me, you have no chance of winning. A terrifying explosion erupted in the air. Smoke obscured everything. A flower gradually appeared as the smoke slowly cleared. Yue Mingkong had managed to summon a protective screen with lotus flowers, she sneered. With this little bit of skill, where do you get the will to challenge Ji Yu Change? Everyone looked at her in utter surprise. She blocked it. No wonder she bears the title Emperor from the peerless immortal dynasty. Long Tang glared at her, suspicious. Didn't Long Mei say this Yue Mingkong was on par with her? Could she have broken through in such a short time? One petal was leaving the flower, and more were detaching from the flower. Yue Mingkong used those petals to launch a continuous assault on Long Tang. Caught off guard, he used both hands to block the powerful barrage. A petal grazed his face, cutting into his skin and drawing blood. The petals that had fallen at Long Tang's feet were now glowing. Then, a huge explosion erupted violently. Those present couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. One person wondered, did she succeed? Another added, with all that smoke, who knows what happened? As the smoke gradually cleared, Long Tang, now truly enraged, shot forward. Woman, you've succeeded in making me angry. Yue Mingkong's face showed surprise. He attacked her with a fist, imbued with immense energy. She swiftly formed a hand seal in front of her. Yue Mingkong's expression was slightly worried, but she resolutely maintained her seal, awaiting the attack. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind Long Tang. Yue Mingkong attacked Long Tang relentlessly. He angrily shattered her seal, shouting, If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The seal was instantly shattered, she thought in shock. His physical strength is terrifying. Long Tang clenched his large fist and swung it towards Yue Mingkong's face. I'll cripple your limbs, and then we'll see how you resist. One person cried out in fear. This isn't good, a young man behind him added. That defensive spell is useless against Long Tang's fist. Ji Yu Shenanlair took out a bracelet. She was startled when she saw something. A spatial rift appeared. Ji Yu Chengge's foot extended directly in front of Long Tang. He stomped his foot hard into Long Tang's face. After that powerful stomp, Long Tang was sent flying. The demons and monsters behind him were also affected and cried out. Long Tang lost his balance, unable to resist, and flew further and further away. His subordinates shouted loudly, Lord Long Tang! He crashed into a large rock, creating a huge explosion, leaving a long trail etched into the ground where he flew. Ji Yu Chang said, I told you to wash your neck and come see me, and you actually came? Should I praise you for being obedient? Ji Yu Chang mocked indifferently. Or should I say you're stupid? The people behind him cheered excitedly. It's Ji Yu Shixiang. Ji Yu Shixiang has finally arrived, Yue Mingkong called out. Ji Yu Chang smiled happily. He stepped forward and took her hand. Mingkong, are you all right? Yu Mingkong was flustered, her face full of, Are you serious? She glanced at the crowd behind them, thinking to herself, He wants to do this in front of everyone. She immediately cooperated and took his hand, responding, Chang, I'm fine. Yue Mingkong continued. Sorry for making you worry. An 8,600 appeared above her head. Ji Yu Chang smiled, relieved. It's good that you're okay. That puts my heart at ease. Seeing this, the others laughed with delight. Senior brother Ji-yu is so caring. They're such a loving couple. Truly a match made in heaven. Yeah. Ji-yu Xian Care could only chuckle to herself. Yi Langtian smiled faintly. One is the future palace master, who will steer the ship of the heavenly immortal palace, and the other is the future empress of the peerless immortal dynasty. They're a perfect match. Long Tang flew down from above. You are Ji-yu Change. Long Tang stomped heavily on the ground, with 4,500 points above his head. You dare to ambush me? He glanced over, smiling inwardly. Looks like I guessed right, you really are a child of luck. The dragon, soaring, heaven template. At this moment the dragon race members cried out loudly for help. Lord Long Tang, save us. The true dragon also tried to shout. He offered a TE deal. Shun, Ji-yu Change. Release them now, and I might consider giving you a complete corpse. The system gave a notification. Child of Luck Long Tang has appeared. Initiating mission. System is calculating mission details. 1. Kill Long Tang. 2. Subdue Long Tang. Ji-yu Cheng was annoyed. Seriously. He darkened his face and smiled sinisterly. I'm not really one for unnecessary killing, you know. Long Tang was bewildered and confused. Ji-yu Cheng selected Mission 1. The system announced. Mission 1, killing Long Tang, grants 3,000 points of destiny and 15 points of heavenly fate. Additional rewards will be calculated later. Ji-yu Cheng calmly spoke with sarcasm. A useless, good-for-nothing, dragon-soaring heaven brain, and I still managed to run into one like you. This really is surprising. Yue Mingkong shrugged slightly beside him, feigning ignorance. Hearing him say this, he was a little puzzled, and asked back, What nonsense are you talking about? He smirked sinisterly at him, then said with disdain, Nothing. Just saying you're big and bulky, just like an idiot. Hearing him say this, Long Tang was extremely angry and shouted loudly, You! He smiled as if nothing had happened and calmly replied, Don't rush. If it's our first meeting, I should give you a big gift. Then, as Cheng waved to the people behind him, he said to him, I heard that this Lord Long Tang likes blood sacrifices. What are you guys waiting for? The subordinates replied in unison, Yes, sir. After that, each of his subordinates held a knife to the necks of Long Tang's subordinates. Seeing this, his subordinates shouted in fear, Lord! Lord! Save us! His twin sister only whimpered, unable to make a sound. Lord Long Tangrung! Seeing this, he glared angrily and roared, Ji-yu Change, you dare! Immediately, Long Tang rushed towards Chengzhe. As Long Tang got closer to his subordinates, suddenly, Ji-yu Change appeared before him, blocking him. He said coldly, Did I give you permission to act? Then, Change gathered energy in his hand and shouted EH, making him not understand what was going on at all. After that, he was surrounded by that force, making him spin around and around like in a top, and was finally blown away to a distant place. After regaining his senses, Long Tang was extremely puzzled, not knowing what that amazing force was. Someone said that this is the famous magical power of the everlasting Ji-yu family, Qiang Kun Jui Li. Ji-yu Cheng's cultivation is probably at the mid-stage of Void God. Long Tang's twin sister was immediately beheaded, and went to see her ancestors right away. 2 other people shared the same fate. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but talk about it. After all, they are subordinates of one of the 10 young talents of the ancient immortal continent. But senior brother Ji-yu killed them without hesitation, truly showing no mercy at all. Long Tang saw this scene from a distance, was furious, and shouted each word, Ji-yu Cheng, G-E. Then flew straight into the air, resentful. I'll kill you, Ji-yu Change, stood there and said gently, Kill me. The blue light from the terrifying power just now reappeared. He smiled and began to mock him. You are not qualified enough. Maybe if the old guys in your clan take action, there might be a chance. Long Tang swung his fist and rushed forward like flying, furiously looking at him and yelling, Arrogant words! Eat my fist! Suddenly, a giant blue hand appeared from behind Ji-yu Change, punching Long Tang directly, causing him pain, and only had time to groan ugh, then echoed far away, causing the land in that area to resonate in all directions. Dust flew everywhere. Ji-yu Xianjie was startled and panicked when she saw this scene from a distance, thinking to herself, That's my Daobone Dharma body. Long Tang was still on his little journey of being flung thousands of miles away, but that humongous blue hand was still clinging on, like a lovesick puppy. The hand proceeded to give Long Tang another biblical smackdown, turning the surrounding area into rubble. The beastly audience was freaking out, yelling in panic, Long Tang, Kadarin is getting wrecked. Yue Mingkong, watching from afar, mused, This guy's cultivation has definitely leveled up recently. Long Tang, desperately trying to block the next colossal hand, slam, yelled, A puny Dharma body dares to suppress a true dragon. Ji-yu Cheng casually replied, Just a mixed blood insect. Long Tang's legs, unable to withstand the hand's force, were digging trenches in the ground, his whole body sinking lower and lower. He gritted his teeth in fury. then desperately tried to push back. Ye Langtian quickly commented. To suppress Longtang with mid-stage void refinement realm strength, Giyu Cheng's power is truly entering the taboo realm for someone his age. One girl chimed in. With young master Giyu Cheng around, even if a demonic art successor shows up, they wouldn't cause much of a stir, the youth beside her added. It's been ages since we heard news of the demonic art successor. Is he not going to show up? Chang'e, standing above, calmly inquired about Longtang's situation as he struggled against the colossal hand. Any last words? He, with blood now soaking his face, sneered at Giyu Cheng. You think you can kill me? Giyu Cheng nonchalantly replied. You still don't get why I want to kill you? It's as easy as squashing a stinky bug. Longtang? Ah, this brain-dead Long Aocean. Well, blame your bad timing. He raised his hand, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Longtang roared, I, bleep you, bleep, bleep. A thunderclap suddenly echoed in the sky, startling Change a little. At the same time, another giant purple hand appeared from the heavens. Giyu Cheng quickly remarked. Breaking through at the crucial moment, classic protagonist path move. The monsters cheered. That's the sign of Longtang Garen breaking through. The wounds on his body were starting to heal rapidly. He laughed maniacally. Surprise, Giyu Cheng. Today my destiny is in my hands. Despite the massive change on Longtang, Cheng remained calm, casually waving his hand and sending his two colossal hands crashing down on him. Still don't get it, huh? A deafening boom erupted. The two hands simultaneously slammed down on Longtang. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. Suddenly, a beam of red light blazed from Longtang's location. The monsters exclaimed in shock. That's Longtang Daren's true dragon breath! I knew it! Longtang Daren was born invincible. How could he lose to an outsider? From within the light emerged a blue dragon, its claws massive and razor-sharp, grappling with the two hands summoned by Giyu Cheng. This dragon was Longtang, he smugly declared. Now I'm at a higher realm than you, what are you gonna do to win? Giyu Cheng smirked, frog at the bottom of the well. The moment the words left his mouth, both hands punched Longtang squarely in the face, causing him unbearable pain. He let out a pained scream. Ugh! Longtang was quickly sent flying backwards. Luckily he managed to stop himself just in time. But then he looked up and saw that Giyu Cheng had transformed into a giant Dharma body with 6 arms. Longtang shouted, Giyu Cheng, your Dharma body might be strong, but it's not enough to defeat me. Giyu Cheng coldly replied, That's why I say you still can't see the distance between us. Then loudly recited the incantation. Boundless immortal art, Dharma body supports the decree of heavenly spirits. Then he flew into the sky and fused with the Dharma body. Longtang's eyes widened. Then he exclaimed in horror. This, innumerable circles appeared in the sky. In the middle was a blue sword surrounded his Dharma body, leaving Longtang dumbfounded. Seeing things were going south real fast, he spun around, trying to bolt, and yelled, totally freaked, Power of laws! No way! How can you? No freaking way! This monster, Giyu Cheng, kept chanting the incantation. Uphold the virtuous kings, and slay the rebellious against heaven. Ding! System notification. Destiny plunder card. 1. 10,000 swords, chained together, were zooming after Longtang, ready to slice and dice. He glanced back, eyes wide, and screamed, No! Stop! Don't! His destiny points instantly hit 0. Poof! Then, boom! A massive explosion rocked the area, blinding light engulfing everything. Rocks and dirt shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Then, slowly drifted downwards. The demon horde started panicking, yelling, Lord Longtang, did he just lose like that? What the heck? The Giyu Cheng side started gossiping too. That's the Sea King Palace's 7th princess's signature divine power, and this time it's even stronger. There's no escaping this. Meanwhile, Giyu Cheng was just chilling, checking his system notifications. Mission. Kill Destiny's Child Longtang. Complete. Rewards calculating. Destiny points of Destiny's Child at 0, initiating rule reduction. Obtained 1-star Heavenly Dao treasure. Mission complete. 3,000 Destiny points, 100 Heavenly Fate points. Suddenly, a girl walked over and asked, Master, what should we do with those creatures? Giyu Cheng turned, stone, cold, and without a shred of mercy, dropped a single, chilling word. Kill. A demon was immediately pinned to the ground by Longtang's subordinates. A bloody massacre ensued. Some were riding gourds, trying to capture the demons, and other guys shouted, Giyu Shikshong has ordered to leave no one alive. One demon was terrified and screamed, Ah! Every merciless sword swing, every demon went to meet their ancestors. One young man excitedly yelled, Spread the word! Giyu Cheng, young master of the Chengsheng Giyu family, used his Shushen realm cultivation to easily suppress Longtang, a top-tier Shushin realm genius, killing him on the spot. Another one cautiously added, "Can't afford to mess with the Chengsheng Jiyu family." Jiyu Xianxie folded her arms and said, "Tch, poor Ye Langtian." Letting out a sigh, Jiyu Shixiang is truly a prodigy, with talent and aptitude that people can only dream of. I know I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiyu Shixiang, but I'll make sure the world knows that the reincarnated ancient emperor is definitely not just famous for nothing. Ye Liuli called out, "Geej!" Then Lang Tian shouted, "Everyone, disperse!" Next, everyone has to try to improve their strength. After all, there is still the devil art inheritor hiding in a dark corner. Really. If there's a day, let everyone not hinder Jiyu brother. Up in the sky, two demons were hiding. One suddenly spoke up. "Are we just going to let those outsiders kill Longteng like that lazily?" The other replied lazily, "That Longteng kid was arrogant since birth, with no one in his eyes. It's his own fault he ran into this tribulation. I just didn't expect he'd lose his life over it. But after all, he is the direct descendant of our clan. Alas, it is not the time to take action. Yet, there is a tattoo imprint here. If we really take action, we will suffer a great loss." Jiyu Cheng smirked, looking at the two demons in the sky, and thought, "Looks like those guys in the dark are hiding pretty well. They're even willing to abandon Longteng's life, not even bothering to clean up his corpse. Good. If they're this wary, then I can run wilder on this continent later." Then, he shouted, "The great treasure of Yang, open!" From inside a box flew out a stone of orange color. Ding. System notification, congratulations. Host, obtained Primal 5, colored True Dragon Essence. Chang'e grinned wickedly and said, "Merge with the flame." And with that, he and the stone fused, its power enveloping his entire body. Feeling the power surging through him, he exclaimed, "This True Dragon 5, colored blood, is actually boosting my physique, vitality, and defense, all at once." Then he thought, "This system is pretty sweet. Turns out it's leading me to become an all-rounder." As he landed, Jiyu Chang spotted Yue Mingkong standing in the distance. He immediately turned and asked, "Why haven't you left yet, Mingkong? Anything you want to say to your husband?" "Heh, she seems a bit tense. Is she scared of me?" Jiyu Chang guessed, suddenly using a teleportation technique to appear in front of her and continue teasing. "Coming to settle scores with me, huh? Feeling guilty?" She stammered fearfully. Who's feeling guilty?" "Actually, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Being born beautiful isn't your fault. Longteng dared to notice you. He deserves to die, of course." Yu Mingkong was helpless, speechless at his statement. "But I have to say, even if I didn't act, you wouldn't let him off, would you, Mingkong?" Mingkong asked uncomfortably. "What do you mean?" Jiyu Chang didn't answer but continued to ask, "Tell me, what's her scheme with Longteng? If the reason is valid enough, I don't mind handing his corpse over to you." Yue Mingkong was stunned and asked back, You'll give it to me after I tell you." Jiyu Chang confirmed in disbelief. "Of course." He yawned widely, saying boredly, "Mingkong still doesn't trust me, eh?" She remained silent, then hesitantly replied, I heard there's a drop of blood from a true dragon in Longteng's body, from a mystical dragon race of the ancient times. It's useful to me." Jiyu Chang was stunned when he heard this, thinking to himself, "Wait, isn't that the 5-colored true dragon blood I just swallowed?" Seeing his expression, Yue Mingkong laughed derisively and said, "What? Showing your true colors when you hear about good stuff, huh? You really haven't changed when it comes to selfishness." Then she turned and left. "Ha, forget it, I didn't have any hope anyway." As if realizing something was off, he quickly thought, "Wait, that's not right. The 5-colored true dragon blood came from killing Longteng and receiving the heavenly Tao reward. This reward came from the system. Which means the true dragon blood Mingkong is talking about definitely isn't the drop I already refined." Jiyu Chang suddenly clicked his tongue twice, surprising Yue Mingkong a bit. Seeing that she had stopped, Jiyu Chang hurriedly scolded, "Seductress, first scheming with Ye Ling's inheritance, now eyeing the true dragon blood. It's clearly you who wants to snatch it, yet you turn around and blame me for being selfish." Then he walked over to her side. Mingkong, when did you become so wicked?" Still very sulky, she refused to say anything and remained silent. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, he quickly dodged. As Jiyu Chang expected, she raised her hand. Wanting to teach him a lesson, he continued to joke, "Oops, turning anger into embarrassment, huh? Did I hit the nail on the head?" She glared at him and said angrily, "Jiyu Chang is not just the corpse of Longteng. It's not like I can't give it to you." Yue Mingkong, do not get surprised, but you have to call me husband. Listen, she shouted in anger. Jiyu Chang calmly continued to ask, "This 5-colored true dragon blood, it's not easy to find. Not going to consider it a bit, but you better hurry. True dragon blood is so precious, I might change my mind later. Ming Kong bit her lip tightly, then reluctantly uttered, husband. Ji Yu Chang's pretended not to hear, and asked again, what? I didn't hear clearly, making Ming Kong embarrassed and shy. Then she shouted with all her might, husband. Ji Yu Chang was extremely satisfied when he heard her call him husband. Next, she pushed him away and said, this corpse is mine. Ming Kong walked towards the pit where Long Teng's corpse was. Seeing his intact corpse, she pondered a bit, thinking to herself, he used some kind of secret technique to try and keep the corpse complete. Could it be that from the beginning, this guy intended to give Long Teng to me? Then she asked doubtfully, you possess demonic arts. Are you really not going to devour this true dragon corpse? If he's important to you, then just keep him and use him. Ji Yu Chang hurriedly replied, if Ming Kong likes it, this husband will naturally give it to you. But I didn't expect Ming Kong to proactively consider this matter for me. I'm so touched. Ming Kong snorted coldly, then thought irritably, it's not too late for you to realize this now. He smiled slyly at her, thinking to himself, the goods have been delivered, but she is considering for me instead. What a foolish woman. But this is something that makes me believe even more. Even if I did nothing, just based on Ming Kong continuing to grow stronger, her cultivation might even surpass mine. Guess I'll have to take a softer approach in the end. If someone takes the initiative and throws away all sense of face, what's left for revenge? As he left, he mused to himself, looks like my behavior during this time should stop. It's definitely having a not-so-bad effect. I'm starting to resemble that infatuated Ji Yu Chang of the past again. Not forgetting to remind her, remember to find a secluded place for yourself when you're refining the dragon corpse. Yue Ming Kong didn't reply, only silently watching Ji Yu Chang's departing figure. Afterward, she pondered to herself, Ji Yu Chang, there's no way you would have given me such a good thing in our previous life. Could it really be because of demonic intent? As he walked, Ji Yu Chang thought to himself, now that Long Teng's corpse is in Yue Ming Kong's hands, those ancient immortal races might move to snatch it away. These unnecessary troubles should be dealt with while I'm at it. Ji Yu Chang suddenly flashed a dangerous smile, a hint of purple light shimmering in his eyes. He was using a long-range viewing technique, searching for something. At this moment, atop a mountain peak, a figure strained their eyes to see more clearly. Ji Yu Chang spotted Yan Ji. She looked flustered and a little stunned, afraid of being discovered. Then Ji Yu Chang thought to himself, wow, I really am a good husband. In a desolate forest, three people were chatting animatedly. Ji Yu Zhenzhuan defeated Long Teng, shocking the ancient immortals. Truly a role model for our generation. That's right. Ji Yu Zhenzhuan is not only strong, but also incredibly gentle, with his beautiful fiancée. The jealous man said, haha, don't be fooled by that facade. What if he's in disguise? I don't think he's a good person at all. The two girls started teasing him. Trisk, senior brother, you're just jealous. Yeah, the man said, his face flushed with anger. You too. Just as he raised his hand to teach the girls a lesson, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The beam of light shot toward a certain place, then landed on the ground. It turned out that this beam of light was Yan Ji. She landed, feeling uneasy, thinking to herself, after wandering around for so many days, maybe I've finally shaken them off, right? Something just feels off. As she thought this, she turned her head back to look behind her. But to think that Ji Yu Chang would give Long Teng's corpse to his fiancée, maybe I can find an opportunity to curry favor with the Dragon Clan using this information. I'll notify the clansmen here to get the family to send reinforcements. Yan Ji pensively looked at the clear sky, then took a step forward. Suddenly, Ji Yu Chang and two of his subordinates appeared right there. He coldly smiled at her, saying, after chasing you for so many days, you finally stopped. Long Teng's corpse is a treasure. How could I let you spread the news? Then Ji Yu Chang glanced slightly, thinking to himself, of course this can't be done in vain. I have to find a way for Yu Ming Kong to know about it. As he thought this, he remembered her shy expression when she thanked him as her husband. Next he quickly waved his hand, ordering the subordinate beside him, seal off the area, kill anyone who enters from the outside. The subordinate immediately responded, yes, master. Inside the house, someone asked, Yanji, why are you here? Inside at this moment was a group of demons. Seeing the appearance of an acquaintance, Yan Ji quickly asked, Shujir, Yujir, why are you all here? The two didn't answer, but only voiced their doubts. That Ji Yu Chang is just a human. He must have used some despicable tricks. Yan Ji, I heard you went to see the battle. Is it true that Long Teng Dage is dead? Yan Ji was stunned and asked, why are you asking these things? And what's with gathering so many people? The group of demons were filled with hatred for Ji Yu Chang at this moment, because he was the one who killed the Great Lord. One of them angrily said loudly, we're still discussing how to avenge Long Teng Dodge. thinking of ways to chop that Ji Yu Chang to death. Ji Yu Chang is just a human from the outer world, and his strength is far from Long Teng dodges. Unless he's a despicable villain, good at using tricks. I heard that Ji Yu Chang only achieved his goals by relying on ambushes. If they fought head, Nyan, the one who dies would definitely be him. Yanji frowned when she heard them say that, saying, "Don't mess around. Ji Yu Chang's strength is very strong. It's not something you guys can solve by discussing it." Even so, the group of demons were still very agitated and shouted loudly, "There are so many of us. Aren't we all outstanding individuals of our age? Are we still afraid of him? We must kill him to avenge Long Teng Dodge. Yes, kill Ji Yu Chang." Then they continued to shout, "Kill Ji Yu Chang! Kill Ji Yu Chang!" She said, a little surprised, You guys are absolutely right. I was there too at that time. That despicable bastard used all sorts of dirty tricks. Long Teng didn't even have time to fight back before he died so miserably." Ji Yu Chang, who didn't know when he had entered, applauded their spirit of risking their lives and forgetting themselves as he said, "Well said." Yanji was shocked to hear his voice. "The story is very interesting, very detailed. Can you let me listen to it?" A Dragon Clan member who didn't know that he was Ji Yu Chang, the one they wanted to kill, glared angrily and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you intrude into our clan's territory? Who let you in here?" Ji Yu Chang quickly raised a hand to his mouth and went, "Shh," then replied, "Old friend, is it really that bad for me to visit after so many days?" The third ant cautiously responded, "Young master, you jest." Ji Yu Chang, hearing her response, curiously asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink?" Overhearing the conversation, some realized she knew Ji Yu Chang, and someone hastily asked, "Third ant, who's this guy?" She quickly tried to dissuade them. "Zhu Salir, don't ask." Ji Yu Chang walked in, saying, I already smell the good wine. This wine is indeed not bad, containing so many kinds of immortal fruits." The demons were completely stunned to see Ji Yu Chang, who was just at the door a moment ago, now standing at their table, casually commenting on their wine. Seeing Ji Yu Chang's nonchalant attitude, the demons spoke up. "This is a wine only found in our ancient immortal continent. You outsiders of the human race aren't worthy to drink it. This human is arrogant. You're all just like Ji Yu Chang. You'll face our wrath." Ji Yu Chang nonchalantly sat down cross-legged and savored the wine, then smiled and said, "You're right. Ji Yu Chang is a despicable scoundrel, and from what I hear, he really enjoys massacring the innocent." Then, raising his glass to his lips, Ji Yu Chang gave them a blood-red stare and coldly said, "Especially those who badmouth him behind his back, right?" Hearing this, Third Ant fearfully knelt down. "Why would young master say that? Those are all malicious rumors. Young master, don't take them to heart. Long Teng is but a firefly compared to the moon." Seeing Third Ant kneeling, the others were stunned. "What are you doing? What nonsense are you spouting? Why is Third Ant insulting Lord Long Teng? Lord Long Teng is the young leader of our ancient immortal clans. Long Teng absolutely cannot lose to the human race." Ji Yu Chang, hearing this, immediately countered, "Yeah, what are you saying? How could I, Ji Yu Chang, dare compare myself to Long Teng?" The demons, realizing the guy they were trying to send to meet his ancestors was right there, shrieked in terror, "What? He says he's Ji Yu Chang!" Ji Yu Chang, no longer wanting to play games with them, quickly cut to the chase. "I hear you guys are looking for me. What's the matter?" The demons, not answering, just charged forward, yelling, "We were just worried about not being able to find you, but you've delivered yourself right to our doorstep. Kill him!" Third Ant desperately reached out, shouting, "Careful! Don't act rashly!" Realizing she couldn't stop them, Third Ant turned to Ji Yu Chang. "Ji Yu Chang, if there's a problem, take it out on me. Please spare the juniors of my clan." Ji Yu Chang coldly replied, "I spare them. They want to kill me. Who's gonna spare me? They might as well all die." As he finished speaking, Ji Yu Chang's eyes turned completely blood red, and a wave of Dao Taio energy emanated from him. This Dalio energy was multi-colored. It slammed into the demons charging at him, causing the area around them to explode. The entire building disintegrated. The demons screamed in agony. How is this possible? One was sent flying, smashing straight through the window. Others were blasted away. This incredible power instantly reduced the entire building to rubble, which then fell everywhere. Third Ant was heavily injured and was now being choked by Ji Yu Changji. She struggled to say, "Don't kill me." Ji Yu Chang was terrifyingly calm. Hearing this, he smirked triumphantly. "You saw something you shouldn't have. Can you blame me?" Even knowing that she was unlikely to survive, Third Ant tried her best to beg, "I am willing to take an oath on my Dakyo heart and promise to never reveal it. Please, spare my life." But all she got in response was a cold smile. Ji Yu Chang trusts the dead more than he trusts oaths on the Dao heart. As he finished speaking, Third aunt's soul departed her body. Ji Chang mercilessly tossed her corpse to the ground. In the distance, two demons, quite stunned by the horrifying scene unfolding before them, began to murmur. What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? It seems like a human race cultivator. Snatch him quick and wipe out the rest of those demon bastards. Ji Chang was about to head back when those two pesky demons reappeared, blocking his way. Hold it right there, you son of a... Ji Chang casually turned around, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Oops, caught me again, huh? The demon lady, taken aback by Ji Chang's nonchalant attitude, questioned. Who the hell is this guy, daring to waltz into our territory and kill our people? Talk about being a bully. Yue Mingkong blasted out of the fortress wreckage, a blur of speed and power. Golden purple light streaked through the air, landing her gracefully before her guard. The entire guard knelt, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Empress, from your seclusion. This time going into seclusion went smoother than expected. Did Ji Chang clear away some troubles for me? Mingkong mused. Looking back at the past few days, his attitude towards me isn't as prickly as before. Could it really be the demonic influence? Yue Mingkong furrowed her brow in thought. But how did he manage to suppress his demonic nature in this life? Maybe his current attitude is just a ploy to bewitch me. If that's the case, then he's going too far. She walked to the edge of the cliff, lost in contemplation. Even though this action might seem unnecessary to someone as clever as him, to avoid repeating the tragedy, I still need to become stronger. According to my calculations, the day the immortal herb appears isn't far off. The guards parted to either side, bowing as she passed. Only I know the place where it's about to appear. This time, I must seize it first, she thought with a displeased look, then spoke. Head to the eastern 100 Horizons mountain range. Inside the black underworld's fortress city, beneath a colossal and majestic bird, Raraman statue, a terrifying surge of golden power emanated from within the city. The guy sat in an empty room, channeling the emanating power. He Ming's sharp eyes instinctively narrowed, radiating a fearsome killing intent. He stood up, overflowing with newly found power, and ecstatically exclaimed, In less than a month, I've broken through to the Saint Lord realm, all thanks to that supreme being. Now, basically all the elders and disciples with good talent in the clan are using that immortal cultivation technique. Even the two awakened old ancestors were extremely interested in it. If things keep developing like this, in half a year at most, I'll break through to the King Conferral realm, becoming a renowned genius of the Black Heaven Owl clan. The figure of Ji Chang flashed in He Ming's mind, filling him with gratitude. I really want to meet that supreme being again. He scratched his nose sheepishly, reminiscing. If it weren't for him, I'd probably still be a useless bum waiting to die. Someone's voice echoed from outside. Hey Ming, are you in there? He turned to see He Yanyu stepping inside. Continuing, she stated. Because of the matter you reported regarding the supreme immortal technique, the two old ancestors who came out of seclusion want to meet you. He Ming feigned being timid as he opened the door, acting all flustered. The two old ancestors want to meet me? She stood before the door, extending her hand. That's right, this is an opportunity that no disciple can pass up. He anxiously avoided He Yanyu's gaze, thinking, just after being exposed to the immortal technique, they are in such a hurry to meet me. Could it be that they've discovered I'm hiding something? If that supreme being is discovered by the old ancestors, could it be? He Ming involuntarily shuddered at the thought of something utterly terrifying. A dreadful force gradually appeared in a deep purple color, causing He Ming to shout out in horror. This is a soul? A purple glowing old ancestor manifested, his hands clasped together. He was flustered. Senior, is that you? If you were here, you could definitely help me, right? He Ming was overjoyed at the sight of the gigantic soul before him. He Yanyu called out loudly, Hey Ming, what's wrong? He startled back to reality, dazed. No, nothing, just a little excited thinking about meeting the old ancestors. He Yanyu grabbed his wrist, saying, Look at the mess you've become, she joked teasingly. Just calm down when the time comes. The old ancestors are very nice. He Ming awkwardly smiled, scratching his head. Yeah, I'm too nervous. Meanwhile, Ji Chang was observing everything. The old ancestors of the Black Heaven Owl clan, could they have discovered the trickery within the bride's dress immortal art? He smiled nonchalantly. But to understand the bride's dress immortal art, you'd at least have to be in the Emperor realm. That's impossible. Once the two old ancestors are controlled by me, then the entire Owl clan will fall into my hands smoothly. This is easier than expected. A notification popped up. Character: Ji Chang. Protagonist: Halo Reversal. Weapon: 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. Identity: Successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Young Master of the Eternal Ji family. Physique: Bloodline. Demonic Heart Dao Bone. Cultivation: Middle stage of the Void God Realm. Technique: Ninth layer of the Tao Heaven Immortal Canon. Myriad Transformation Demon Body. Innate Talents. Innate Divine Awareness. Void Power. Destiny Value. 35,000. Shop Unlocked. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1. Restriction Breaking Talisman X1. Fortune Snatching Card X2. In the blink of an eye, I've accumulated this much. Ji Yu Chang grinned wickedly, saying, System. Exchange for 4 Dathio Bones of Transcendence. The Destiny board plummeted like crazy. Somewhere in a forest, gigantic rocks floated in the air. Standing beneath the anchored rocks, 2 of Yue Mingkong's subordinates were talking. The one with black hair said, Kongqiang, what do you think the Black Heaven Eagle clan and the Jiu De X clan are up to lately? They seem to be searching for something. It's probably not related to Ye Ning, right? Miss Qi Ling has been in this ruin for over a month now, and we haven't heard a thing, Kong Yang replied, looking annoyed. Something's definitely up. He clearly knows there's something hidden here, but he only brought Qi Ling and Yin Mei inside. I think he's trying to wait for them to fight it out and steal the prize. He continued, looking tense. Now that I think about it, Ye Ning's behavior is weird. Maybe the demonic art inheritor from before had something to do with him. The black-haired guy put a finger to his lips, signaling him to lower his voice, and replied, Kong Yang Daoyu, don't just spout nonsense, discount. After all, he's been traveling with us in the mainland, and Ming Kong Ju knows about it. He retorted, unconvinced. Who's spouting nonsense? I have my reasons. Think about it, Yi Ling, Yi Ning. Don't those names sound similar? What if he really disguised himself? The black-haired guy replied. Both of them unconsciously looked at each other. Raising his hand as if discovering something, he exclaimed, Miss Qi Ling and Tianu Yin Mei are in danger. The 2 quickly said, Quick, spread the news that Yi Ling is here. Let them follow Yi Ning more closely, so they won't be in any danger. Exactly. The demonic art inheritor, everyone knows they won't just sit idly by. Inside, Yin Mei and Qi Ling were injured, and lying next to each other, Yin Ling was standing not far away, his face covered in dust. He seemed to be talking to Lao Gi. Old Turtle, I know this feeling very well. The location of the Heavenly Venerate's cave is in the ancient town ahead, but what's been happening lately is too strange. Why is it that no matter where I hide, these creatures can find my trail? Lao Gi replied, Do you think one of them might have done something? Yin Mei and Qi Ling sat there without saying anything, covered in injuries. Ye Ling glanced over and continued, That's what I'm also wondering about. I want to hear your thoughts. Lao Gi analyzed. In my opinion, Yin Mei is unlikely. She has no reason to do that. Or is it that you little kid did some act heroically saving the damsel in distress? No, I wouldn't have appeared here, or been chased by countless immortal ancient remnants, or even get my 9-tailed spirit energy beaten into oblivion. He glanced over, thinking. What about Qi Ling? Lao Gi continued. If it's Qi Ling, the suspicion is higher. She always believed in me, and actively helped me clear my name as the demonic art inheritor. If we're just talking about friendship, there's nothing to say if she did that. He looked towards Qi Ling, who was extremely tired. Lao Gi continued. But now someone is always revealing our whereabouts, and she probably already knows your identity, and she's been actively following you all the way. Right? The goal is too obvious. Lao Gi said to Ye Ling. This journey is related to our future. You must make a judgment in advance, he replied. I understand. He sighed tiredly. Ye Ling turned back and walked towards Yin Mei and Qi Ling, calling out, Qi Ling, Yin Mei, the next action is very dangerous. We're too big of a target, why don't we split up? Yin Mei's injuries are more serious. She can come with me. Then we'll meet in the ancient town ahead. Qi Ling shouted angrily. What are you saying, Ye Ling? At this time, you still want to split up? Isn't that too dangerous? And what's with saying Yin Mei can come with you? What about me? He smiled lightly, reassuring her, saying, Qi Ling, I didn't mean it like that. She stood up with a tired body, saying, I knew about you too early on. So you were waiting for me here, and are you planning on kicking me away now that the opportunity has arrived? She pointed directly at Ye Ling and scolded. I thought I was helping you, and I spent no shortage of opportunities for you along the way. You heartless bastard. Ye Ling couldn't say anything. He raised his hand and hurriedly explained. Qi Ling, listen to me. I'm thinking for everyone. A bone-chilling, murderous aura appeared, causing him to jolt and freeze. The figures of 5 strange people appeared in the sky, causing all 3 of them to look up in fear, the leader said. Found you guys. The leader, with a bullhead, sneered, saying, Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yin Mei stood below and looked up. Without saying anything, she closed her eyes and thought, Master, the task you gave me is finally completed. Ye Ling looked up, shouting in fear. Heavenly God Realm. He ran away and shouted loudly, Run. He flew away first, leaving the 2 behind with a message. There's no time to discuss. Let's escape on our own first, and meet at the agreed place. Chistas. Qin Ling also shouted at Yin Mei, who was standing there like a statue. "What are you dazing for? Run!" She closed her eyes resignedly, softly saying, "You go, I'm too badly injured, I can't run anymore." The leader in the sky sneered. "Wanna run?" Qi Ling turned around and ran away, reminding him, "I don't have time to care about you anymore, Cheetsk. You wish yourself good luck." The bull-headed leader ordered, "You guys, split up and chase after them." The subordinates rushed forward excitedly. "I like that blonde." The bull-headed leader and a subordinate landed in front of Yin Mei. He said gleefully, "This woman doesn't even want to run. Is she accepting her fate with such serious injuries?" The bull-headed leader, with red, murderous aura all over his body, assessed. "This beauty is not bad to bring back as a slave." He crossed his arms complacently. "Outlander, if you willingly submit to us, I will spare your life. Then you have to serve us well later," Yin Mei lightly replied as she thought of Jiyu Cheng's figure. "Don't dream. You're not worthy." He was humiliated, gritting his teeth. "You ungrateful bastard, chop her into pieces for me." The henchman rushed from behind. Swinging his axe wildly at her, Yin Mei smirked, accepting her fate, saying, "Yin Mei in this life will only follow one master. Even if I detonate my spiritual power, I absolutely won't let you humiliate me." A ray of purple light descended, causing an explosion right in front of the horned leader, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. His eyes flickered. "Who?" A purple blade appeared from behind the smoke. Jiyu Cheng appeared right behind Yin Mei, poking her forehead and asking coldly, "You said you're going to kill who?" Yin Mei was stunned, tears welling up. Trembling, Master. She turned to look at him, saying, I thought you didn't need me anymore." Jiyu Cheng chuckled. "Silly girl, it was just a mission. How could I let you go and die?" Yin Mei hugged him tightly. Bursting into tears, he patted her head in comfort. "Why are you acting like a little schoolgirl? This isn't like you at all." The horned leader, seeing this, went ballistic, gathering strength in his hands, emitting a red aura, and said, "A mere lesser god realm." He mustered all his power, unleashing a terrifying red aura, and roared, "How dare you look down on me!" Yin Mei's weary legs were gently lifted. Jiyu Cheng carried her in his arms, saying, "You've suffered during this time." Though exhausted, Yin Mei replied, "It was for Master's mission." "It's nothing," he said. "Let's go. I'll take you to get healed." The horned leader's fierce eyes glared, releasing his aura, and he charged towards him with terrifying speed, shouting, "You're asking for death." A cloud of purple smoke emanated from the spear, and then the spear's power erupted, with thousands of souls appearing before the horned leader, radiating a terrifying aura. He was terrified, his face blank and dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, and exclaimed, "Huh." A terrifying explosion erupted in the forest, along with a blood-curdling scream. Inside the powerful tornado, like purple attack. "This time I'm afraid I will have to trouble the goddess Qi Ling. Just had a conflict with Yingling a few hours ago. If I'm not mistaken, after Qin Ling and Ye Ling have a conflict and leave, they will definitely convey the things here to the people who are traveling with them. Furthermore, from the exposure of Ye Ling's whereabouts, those cultivators from the outside world will definitely unite immediately to prepare to besiege the so-called heir of demonic art." Combined with the fact that Ye Ling was hunted down by the immortal ancient clan, the news in the ancestral tomb must have also been spread. Jiyu Cheng's eyes were sinister. All the events happened one after another. Even if Ye Ling had hundreds of mouths, he would not be able to justify himself. "Master." Yin Mei came forward and called. He stood looking at the sunset and replied, "Oh, you woke up so fast." She, with her voluptuous body, wearing his coat, was extremely charming. Shyly blushing, said, "Thank you for Master's care. Yin Mei is fine now." Jiyu Cheng was satisfied, held up 2 peaches and said, "That's good, eat something." Yin Mei, still blushing, said, "Yes, as Master instructed. Qi Ling goddess and Ye Ling." He said, "I know these things, but Ye Ling can't die yet." She lowered her face and replied, "Yin Mei knows that Ye Ling is of great use to Master now." Then she took the peach, looked up and said, "But Master, rest assured, as long as you need it, Yin Mei will definitely do her best to help you." He stroked Yin Mei's hair and continued, "Next, it's really going to be a difficult time for you. Don't you think I'm very harsh?" The peach in her hand fell to the ground. Yin Mei hugged Jiyu Cheng tightly, saying, "It's nothing. For Master, Yin Mei doesn't feel wronged at all," he reassured her. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." Somewhere in the forest, Kong Yang, standing with the black-haired guy next to him, addressed a group of people gathered around. That's pretty much the gist of it. "Qi Ling is here," someone shouted. "It's the Qi Ling Heavenly Maiden." Kong Yang turned around, surprised. He exclaimed anxiously, "My lady, are you all right?" Qi Ling arrived, exhausted. I finally managed to escape. The twin sisters nearby also rushed over, worriedly asking Qiling, Heavenly Maiden, "Where's our Yinmei Heavenly Maiden?" Kong Yang, who was helping Qiling, walked over. She replied melancholically, "Probably with Yeling, or maybe not." The red-haired fox spirit cried out, "Wait! Yeling? You mean Dan Ning is Yeling?" The brown-haired fox spirit beside her covered her mouth in shock, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Wang Wushuang, standing nearby with dark energy radiating from his body, asked, "Qiling, are you sure?" Yi Langtian, behind him, stroked his chin, analyzing, "Never thought Yiling would dare to show up here and even support Yinmei Heavenly Maiden. That's a clever trick." Kirsch. The people around them also chimed in. Hearing Kong Yang's words, someone asked, "You guys are always being chased by the people of the 5 great ancient immortal clans. Do you know why?" Someone else answered, "Recently, there's been news that many ancient tombs of the ancient immortal clans have been raided. The original source of the corpses inside has been completely refined, and even some young disciples with decent talent have mysteriously disappeared." Qiling narrowed her eyes, pondering. Ancient tombs. The crowd erupted in a noisy debate. Damn it! Could he really be using those things to cultivate demonic arts? His actions are threatening the safety of our continent. I knew he wasn't a good guy. We have to catch him. If we really provoke those old geezers from the 5 great clans, how are we supposed to go out in the world? Get out in the world! Yelang Glatian asked Qiling. "Do you know what Yeling's goal is? If we can figure out where he's headed, this could be a good opportunity." "Supporting yourself," she replied. The situation was dire then. He only told us he wanted to meet up at a small town and then escape. As for what he's doing now, I have no clue. A red-haired guy nearby chimed in, given the weirdness of demonic arts, that Yeling might be hiding those original sources. The big guy next to him said, "Trisk, this Yeling is too cunning." A little girl beside him shyly said, "If Jiyu Changdao you were here, that would be great. He's so awesome, he'd definitely have a way." Ye Liuli crossed her arms in agreement, as if it were obvious. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Sorry for the wait, everyone," the crowd exclaimed one after another. "It's young Master Change. Jiyu Shixiong is here." "Awesome." Everyone moved to the sides to make way for him. Jiyu Change smiled. "I heard there's news about a demonic arts inheritor. Is there anything I can help with?" Ye Langtian and his group stepped forward to greet him. Jiyu Gexiong. "Regarding the matter of punishing Ye Ling this time, do you have any plans?" He paused for a moment before saying, "As a successor of the Immortal Palace, I naturally won't stand idly by." Wang Wushuang, with the dark smoke around him, said loudly, "Since Ji Uxiong is here, I think he should preside over this punishment assembly. What do you think?" Theory. Jiyu Changsh was surprised by his suggestion. He raised his hand in protest. "Hey, Wang, Xiang, that won't do. Everyone here is talented and heroic. Surely there's someone more suitable than me." The group behind him cheered in agreement. "We agree. Jiyu Shixiong has unparalleled cultivation and upright character. This choice is the most appropriate." Someone else in the crowd shouted, "That's right. Jiyu Shixiong is a dragon and phoenix in the eyes of others, a leader of the righteous path." Ye Langxian happily said, "Jiyu Xiang, don't refuse anymore." Jiyu Change thoughtfully pondered. "For me to punish a demonic arts inheritor, this crazy, conscience-lacking thing, is indeed my responsibility." He grinned, stepped forward, and said to the crowd, "Everyone has such faith in Ji U Mao, it truly makes me feel both honored and fearful. But since it's come to this, I'll definitely do my best to help everyone catch Ye Ling and return peace to the cultivation world." Ye Langtian clasped his hands and said, "For Gi Yuxiang to do this is no small feat. It can attract all the enemies." Beside him said in agreement, "Not ashamed is Changdao Yu. Saving the crisis made us know that we are more open." The twin sisters happily echoed, "Young Master Change is indeed a great hero. Yinmei Heavenly Maiden is saved." Qiling dazedly gazed at Jiyu Chang's aura from afar, thinking, Dao Yu Chang's character is indeed just like what I saw before. Even if Yinmei and Ye Ling were together, they couldn't smear him. Looking at Jiyu Chang smiling at her, she thought, he truly is someone trustworthy. Ye Langtian crossed his arms seriously, saying, "Actually, regarding the matter of Ye Ling being chased by the ancient immortal clans, I don't have any firm guesses." Jiyu Chang said, "Oh? Ye Sheng. Please elaborate." He mused. "We all feel that Ye Ling, as a demonic arts inheritor, must have some hidden agenda." Looking at everyone, Chang thought, nice baiting. Not a waste of my calling you Ye Xiang Hui. Ye Langtian said to everyone, Ye Ling is maybe using the ancient clan's tomb. Is the return age in this training of Tianjiao? Qiling stepped forward, bewildered, asking, "Along this way, Ye Ling has not left me too long." Bang Fei stood by speaking, "Qiling Heavenly Maiden, everything has been said to this hour that Do you still worry to protect him? Qi Ling stayed in silent to listen to. Qi Ling recollected Ye Ling at the time. Is the next project of him maybe? Ji Yu Chang raised his hand to his forehead and sighed, thinking, Trusk, judging by the nature of the demonic arts, his cultivation might have surpassed ours by now. He suggested a plan. All right, let's go find Ye Ling's whereabouts. Don't miss any ancient cities. If we encounter the Shuian ancient race, we should still try to reason with them, because this matter definitely needs an explanation. Everyone behind him raised their hands in agreement, shouting, Follow Brother Chang's lead. Let's prepare to set off. Then, everyone turned and left. He said to Qi Ling, who was standing right next to him, No matter what, Ye Ling won't be able to bear the name of being the successor of demonic arts this time. It's useless, even if you and I believe him. She replied sadly, I know. At least the suspicions on Ye Ling are the least. Perhaps I really was wrong to trust him. Qi Ling became happier and said to Ji Yu Chang, But Brother Chang has been quite busy during this time. The pressure from all the Shilian ancient living beings is on you. Yet you still manage to seize opportunities from your peers. Ji Yu Chang replied happily. With their abilities, how could they protect those opportunities right under the eyes of the Shian ancient race? They might even throw away their lives. Ji Yu Chang continued happily. I'm doing these things just to attract the attention of the Shian ancient race that's targeting those opportunities. Surely Heavenly Maiden Qi Ling doesn't think the Chengsheng Ji Yu family is really lacking these things. She scratched her head shyly and replied, I misunderstood Brother Chang. At the city of the dragon race's patriarch, with dragons flying all over the sky, someone shouted loudly. He killed my dragon race's heavenly talent, Long Teng, and he killed the innocent juniors of our race. Lawless. Truly lawless. 3 close attendants stood next to the dragon race's patriarch. The one with horns in the middle said, But we also have an agreement with the outside world. We can't take action. The dragon race's patriarch said angrily, Use the true dragon order. Summon the talented and outstanding disciples to punish Ji Yu Chang together. I want him to understand that this continent is not a place where he can do whatever he wants. Bai Huang mountain range, Yue Mingkong, stood thinking. Dan Zhao, her close attendant, was carrying and moving the big rocks. She was sure that everyone was being blinded by Ji Yu Chang right now. She smiled to herself. This guy is truly playing the world in the palm of his hand. Yue Mingkong walked among the ruins in the forest. Now that the immortal gate has been found, it's difficult to open it with just me alone. Should I tell him about this? In a city with a full moon shining over the entire area, someone punched the pavilion pillar and said loudly, That bastard! Yi Ling said angrily. Ji Yu Chang is so damn annoying. It's bad enough that he framed me, but he even brought a bunch of people to punish me. Yin Mei stood next to him, and behind her, a beam of light emitted with Lao Gijiang floating. He said angrily, Qi Ling's whereabouts must have been revealed. I should have thought about that. Ji Yu Chang and his group, I wasted my time trusting her so much before, Yin Mei said gently from behind. Don't say that. Maybe there's a misunderstanding in this matter. He frowned and replied, You're still speaking up for her at this time? If you hadn't been lucky enough to separate back then, you would have become a zombie already. Yin Mei rolled her eyes and tilted her head. It's because they saw that I couldn't move, so they went to chase after you and Qi Ling, right? She laughed and said, Speaking of which, I really have to thank the 2 of you for luring them there. He blushed embarrassedly and said, HMPH, a man always has to shoulder the responsibility at crucial moments. A large explosion erupted, and Lao Gi flew over and said, The seal has been broken, Ye Ling said happily. So fast, Lao Gi flew into Ye Ling's hand and replied, It's just breaking the entrance. He continued to say to Ye Ling and Yin Mei, There are still many formation patterns left by the Celestial Venerable back then. Even if a Saint Realm cultivator enters, they will die without a burial place. You must carefully choose the path based on the clues. Ye Ling replied, Yeah, I have my own plans. Data sure. He turned to her and said with a smile, Yin Mei, it's very dangerous in here. You must stay close to me later so that I can protect you. She widened her eyes and looked at him. She smiled and replied, Okay. Ye Ling walked towards the well filled with smoke and said, Let's go. Yin Mei's dangerous eyes thought, Of course I'll stay close to you. She and he jumped into the well. Feathers flew out, gradually falling in front of the well. Ji Yu Chang's eyes flashed with a gleam. He turned his head and asked his subordinate, Where are the people? The subordinate bowed his head and replied, Master. He continued, Spread the word. The successor of demonic arts has appeared and is now heading east, 4 million miles away. Ji Yu Chang smirked with a murderous glint in his eyes. All right, let's get everyone rounded up, ASAP. Time to punish this demonic arts inheritor. Kong Yang was parkouring like a ninja across the rooftops. Then he jumped down next to Qi Ling and Yue Mingkong's peeps, shouting, My lady Qi Ling, young Master Change has news. They both whirled around, surprised. A subordinate recognized him and yelled, "It's Kong Yang!" Kong Yang landed and stood beside Qi Ling. "We've found Ye Ling's whereabouts," she replied calmly. "Everyone, take a quick breather. Then we're heading towards Dao Yucheng." Kong Yang frowned, seriously reminding Qi Ling, "If you encounter Ye Ling again, please don't let sentimentality get in the way." After all, Qi Ling looked down, a melancholic expression on her face. "I will end things with him in another place." Across the night sky, magical specks of light appeared, streaking across in colorful lines. On a high rocky outcrop, a group of people were observing. One of them asked, "What's going on?" "Those outsiders all seem to be gathering in one place." Another wondered aloud, "Could it be a Shilian treasure is about to appear?" He Yanyu narrowed her eyes slightly, arms crossed casually. The others kept their eyes glued to the phenomenon in the night sky. She opened her eyes, frowning in annoyance. "Forget about them. The immortal ancient dragon clan just issued an order. All young true dragons from every clan must join the ranks to suppress GU change. That's what's urgent right now," she continued. "Now that Long Teng is dead, the young talents of the immortal ancient dragon clans are leaderless. This is my chance." He Ming, standing behind He Yanyu, smiled to himself. Now both of the family's old ancestors are cultivating a part of the Jade Maiden immortal decisive art. He Yanyu reached up to her neck, tilting her head slightly for comfort. He Ming continued to watch her, calculating. "After you're gone, it'll be my time to rise up and seize all the power." Scene changed to Ye Ling and Yin Mei. The two were walking in a mysterious space. Inside a cave, Yin Mei asked curiously. "Is this another world?" Ye Ling reached up and took off a fake mole, smiling. "That's right. This is the opportunity my Shifu, Lunhui Jiu Tianzun, left for me." She looked at him, surprised, and asked, "Lunhui Jiu Tianzun? Could it be that near-immortal Lunhui Jiu Tianzun?" Suddenly, Ye Ling's outer robe and corset fell onto the brick floor. Ye Ling casually replied, "That's right. The successor of Lunhui Jiu Tianzun." He laughed grandly. "Is none other than me, Ye Ling." Then, he looked at his hand, frowning, and gritted his teeth angrily, continuing, "The rumors outside that I'm the inheritor of demonic arts. It's all that despicable scoundrel Jiu Change. He's the one who framed me." Yin Mei looked at him silently. He continued, "Sooner or later I'll tear off his fake mask and let everyone in the world know who the real evil is." Ye Ling and Yin Mei continued to walk forward. As he walked, he said, "I know you're pretty close to him, so you need to be careful. That guy is evil-minded, way too dangerous. But after I get the opportunity, I won't be afraid of him anymore." She said seriously, "You don't need to say those things. I've always believed in you." From their space, Ye Ling and Yin Mei stepped into a place with fiery red earth. Lao Gi announced, "Be careful. Ahead may be the final test that Tianzun left for you." Ahead of them was a small path, with raging lava on either side. Ahead, there are giant snakes crawling, and looking at the two people, Lao Giwai continued to warn, "There are fire, attribute creatures in the lava, you must be careful." Outside the well, Yin Mei's purple feather lay on the brick floor. A hand reached down and picked up the feather. Jiu Chenge, who had just picked up the feather, looked at the deep pit beside him, smiling faintly. "This place actually hides another world. Looks like this Ye Ling has already led Yin Mei in with the plan Jiu Cheng has drawn up. Following my instructions, after the outside disciples discover the ancient tomb, coming here one after another, it will definitely take a certain amount of time." He glanced to one side and smiled casually. "And this period of time is enough for me to kill Ye Ling and harvest his fruit." Jiu Cheng crushed the feather directly. As for how to explain it to others, with Yin Mei the witness, here, it's easy to make up a captivating story. Jiu Cheng was still looking deep into the pit. Ye Ling and Yin Mei successfully passed the lava stage, and he slumped wearily on the ground. Yin Mei was also standing wearily, dripping with sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Does Lunhui Jiu Tianzun want to kill me? If I were even a little weaker, I'd probably have died here." Lao Gi said, "What are you whining about? If you don't even have this much strength, how can you be worthy of the inheritance that Lunhui Jiu Tianzun left behind?" Suddenly, Yin Mei pointed ahead with a surprised expression. That is, Ye Ling looked in the direction Yin Mei was pointing with a dazed expression. As soon as Ye Ling looked, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of the two of them was an extremely large and magnificent city. The two of them faced a clear blue lake outside the city. Old Turtle spoke up. "This is a reincarnation lake left behind by a celestial venerable. It can condense the reincarnation body. Faint lotus flowers and leaves float on the lake's surface." Old Turtle continued. "Reincarnation mystic roots, immortal objects within the reincarnation lake, can condense the origin of reincarnation, and can even be used as a weapon to cleanse all things." Ye Ling grinned excitedly. All this effort wasn't wasted. Now that destiny is with me, Ji Yucheng, what do you have to fight me with? Ye Ling turned to Yin Mei and said, Yin Mei, wait for me here, I'll be right back. She asked. What? You're not going to let me come in and take a look now that we are here? He sensed something was off about Yin Mei. He turned back to look at her with a surprised expression. Old Turtle too was like, something ain't right with her. He asked Yin Mei again. What do you mean? Yin Mei released a gloomy aura and said seriously, You're not even willing to share a little bit of good fortune with me? How do you feel about me? She smiled eerily and asked, Is it genuine? Ye Ling sweated nervously. Ah. Yin Mei, what's wrong with you? Old Turtle said suspiciously. Could it be that she's been playing tricks all along? It's her? Ye Ling stared in disbelief. How could it be, Qi Ling? Yin Mei calmly walked straight ahead. She laughed. Of course you wronged her. Luckily you favored me. Otherwise, she turned her head back and smirked. I really wouldn't know how to shake her off. Ye Ling shouted agitatedly and furiously. Yin Mei, why would you set me up just for a little bit of this good fortune? He paused, his face devoid of expression. Shocked? No way. So, the conflict between me and Big Brother Bai Li, even me going to rescue you, was actually all deliberately planned by you, right? Yin Mei glanced at Ye Ling, still smirking. If you weren't suspicious, greedy, and horny, how would I have had the chance to take advantage? He was stunned on the spot after hearing that. Then Ye Ling gritted his teeth. You bitch. You think saying all this now will do you any good? You're no match for me, Yin Mei replied. You think too highly of yourself. At this moment, Ye Ling cast a spell, his hand covered in a fiery red power. Are you ready? If you want to die. He dashed towards Yin Mei and swung his hand to attack her. He shouted. Then I'll grant your wish. Go down and keep Big Brother Bai Li company obediently. Yin Mei calmly turned to look at him. She smiled. Name stealer, I forgot to tell you. Your opponent isn't me. Suddenly, a giant magical hand appeared right in front of Ye Ling. Old Turtle warned. Not good. Ji Yucheng appeared. Standing in front of Yin Mei, he raised his hand and pushed the magical hand he created towards Ye Ling. That magical hand pushed Ye Ling backward forcefully. Ye Ling couldn't resist. He wondered in shock. Who is it? The magical hand pressed Ye Ling against the stone wall, sending stone fragments flying. Yin Mei was delighted and respectfully called out, Master. Ji Yucheng smiled with a sharp glint in his eyes. Well done, Yin Mei. Ye Ling looked at Yin Mei and Ji Yucheng. After being hit by him, he spoke up. It's you, Ji Yucheng. Ji Yucheng happily said, as expected of the successor of the reincarnation Celestial Venerable. I didn't expect you to survive one palm strike from me. Yin Mei stood behind him, smiling. Ye Ling raised his hand to his chest, heavily injured, and said with difficulty, Yin Mei, Ji Yucheng, you. Ye Ling glared at them sharply. He remembered Yin Mei's happy smile from before. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, he must have planned everything from the start. He probably killed Bai Li and framed me. Ye Ling remembered the time when he was being hunted down by everyone else. He clenched his fist until it trembled and continued to think. Then he had Yin Mei approach me, sowing discord between me and Qin Ling. He then remembered how he and Yin Mei were happily laughing and chatting, making Qin Ling watch them with extreme discomfort, thinking to himself, playing with the people of the world in the palm of your hand, his methods are truly terrifying. Old Turtle spoke up. Now that his palm strike has seriously injured you, I'm afraid today will be more unlucky than lucky. Ye Ling nervously asked inwardly, Old man, what should someone like me do? He replied, Try to stall for time. We can only hope Ji Yucheng doesn't have any other trump cards. Maybe Tianzun will make a move. Ye Ling turned to Ji Yucheng with a serious face and asked, Ji Yucheng, what's your goal? Just spit it out. Maybe we can even cooperate. If you kill me, who's going to take the blame for your demonic arts? He smiled coldly inwardly, thinking, trying to play the talkative card before you die, huh? Ji Yucheng replied, no need to worry about me. Even if you die, you'll still be the scapegoat. System notification. Killing the Son of Destiny Yi Ling will grant 3,000 destiny points, 10,000 heavenly fate points, and other rewards. The system also revealed Yi Ling's current destiny points, 5050. Yi Ling was speechless after hearing him say that. He quickly unleashed his power. One hand wielding the power of darkness, the other wielding the power of fire, he said. Looks like we can't talk anymore, Ji Yucheng. Immediately, Ye Ling's two spirit beasts manifested. The hand with the power of darkness summoned a black dragon. The hand with the power of fire summoned a phoenix. At the same time, he shouted, You're pushing people too far! I'm going to fight you. Ji Yucheng casually said, Pushing people too far, you say? He raised two fingers to his mouth. Then a ray of light flashed between his eyebrows. He grinned and said, Ye Ling, the strong live, the weak die. It's just that your strength can't support your ambition. Besides, are you pretending to be weak? Next, sharp swords were launched, accompanied by magical chains. The sharp swords and chains pierced through Ling's black dragon and phoenix, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Old Turtle was bewildered. Power of rules? How is that possible with his cultivation level? While Ling was still in shock, Ji Yucheng's knee was already close to his face. Ji Yucheng smashed his knee straight into Ling's face. Am I not pushing you too far? Ling was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, creating a cloud of dust. In the thick dust, Ling coughed a few times. Ling's precious pendant suddenly lit up, emitting a fiery red aura. We originally had no dealings with each other. Ling, empowered by the surging power, turned around and launched himself towards Ji Yucheng. He yelled fiercely, "We have no grudges or animosity. Why are you doing this to me?" He calmly summoned a weapon that had been hidden in the cultivation world for so long. The principle that possessing jade is a crime, don't you understand? Besides, weren't you bragging about turning my fiancé into a slave? Forgetting so quickly? Ling gritted his teeth in pain, trying to attack. Ji Yucheng, Old Turtle urgently warned. This aura is unstable. Don't hesitate, use that thing. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Ji Yucheng swung the staff straight down at Ling, the strike quickly sending Ling crashing into the stone wall. He looked at the dust cloud in front of him and said, "Such a childish mindset. Truly a waste of the title, Son of Destiny." When attacked, Ling had conjured a sturdy armor for himself, but the power of the strike had created a crack on the armor. He reached out and touched the cracked spot. Ling had an incredulous expression. How is this possible? This divine armor can block an attack from the Saint Realm. Old Turtle was also shocked by Ji Yucheng's power. Unexpectedly, the forbidden technique is so terrifying. Ji Yucheng took a step closer to Ling. He said with a surprised tone, "So this is your trump card? Let me see how much longer you can endure." Ling's eyes widened in horror. Then he screamed, "Old man Tianzun, quickly tell Tianzun to come and save me. Tianzun, I am your successor. Quickly come and save me." "Tianzun," Old Turtle shouted loudly. "Master!" Ling looked over in shock. Ji Yucheng, gripping the staff tightly, with power constantly radiating, rushed forward to attack. Seeing this, Ling was on the verge of crying. He shouted, "Tianzun!" A mark between his eyebrows and eyes that burned with a hot flame appeared. Worthless thing. A surge of powerful energy shot straight towards Ji Yucheng. He quickly blocked with his staff, but was still pushed back. Ji Yucheng was pushed back but still stood his ground. Yin Mei exclaimed in panic, "Reincarnation, Ancient Tianzun." Seeing the reincarnation, Ancient Tianzun appear, Ling was overjoyed. "Master, great, I'm safe now." The reincarnation, Ancient Tianzun said with a sullen expression. "Little devil, you've disappointed me too much," Old Turtle also called out. "Master." Yin Mei was sweating profusely. "Could this be the reincarnation Tianzun?" Ji Yucheng laughed excitedly. "Tianzun? What a pity, it's just a wisp of a phantom soul." Hearing that, he angrily retorted, "Insignificance! How dare you look down on me?" Immediately, he unleashed his aura, crushing down on Yin Mei and Ji Yucheng. She couldn't withstand it, and knelt on the ground. But he stood tall and imposing, as if nothing had happened. Ling laughed excitedly. "Such power, Ji Yucheng, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke my master. Today this place will be your burial ground." Yin Mei was struggling under the pressure, finding it extremely difficult and painful. She called out weakly, "Master." Ji Yucheng's face turned serious. "You're about to die. No need to say anything more." Ji Yucheng gripped the staff, which was emitting a purple glow, and continued, "I'll send you on your way right in front of your master." The system notified him. Rival of fortune value decreased by 1. Ling was shocked. Ji Yucheng slammed the staff into the ground, releasing a visible surge of power, accompanied by a magic circle appearing beneath the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate. Immediately afterwards, chains emerged from the magic circle, binding the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate. He scoffed. Such naive tricks. Then he suddenly realized, thinking to himself, "What? I didn't expect to be temporarily restricted." Then, a surge of power was unleashed by Ji Yucheng. Enveloping Ling, he looked in horror at the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate. Master." The power coiled tightly around Ling. He reached out, screaming, "Master, save me, I don't want to die." The power quickly engulfed him, and he continued to scream, "I'm not reconciled, I haven't reached the peak yet." Finally, the power that had consumed Ling vanished, leaving behind only a treasure necklace and a mysterious magic artifact. The reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate frowned in anger. "Insignificance! How dare you kill my successor right in front of me?" He immediately unleashed a magical force, shattering all the chains that bound him, and shouted, "You're courting death! Unexpectedly, the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate appeared behind Ji Yu Chang, simultaneously throwing a punch at him. Without thinking, Yin Mei moved to shield him with her body, crying out in alarm, "Master, be careful!" Just as the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate's fist was about to hit her face, Ji Yu Chang turned his head. He swiftly pushed Yin Mei aside and glared, raising his staff to meet the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate's attack. Just as the punch landed, Ji Yu Chang managed to respond with his staff. The two sources of power collided, unleashing a blinding light, followed by a clear golden beam of light, creating a massive explosion. Ji Yu Chang and Yin Mei were pushed backward. The reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate looked at his hand and smirked. "Do you understand now? Before absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless." Ji Yu Chang took out a magic bottle and casually smiled. "Absolute power, huh?" A stream of dark aura poured out from the bottle. The dark aura quickly covered the entire scene, accompanied by streaks of white lightning. Ji Yu Chang spoke. "Too bad, I always have schemes and tricks." The reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate became tense. This is the heavens swallowing demonic art. Ji Yu Chang pointed forward with a commanding expression, continuing, "And absolute power." Then, he beckoned him, provoking him. "Come and try." The reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate channeled his energy into his right hand. He laughed, accepting the challenge. What an ignorant brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy swirled, forming a dragon. The Heavenly Venerate dashed towards Change, mocking. "You're merely an immature successor of the demonic art. I don't even consider you a threat." The dragon opened its jaws wide, creating a small vortex. Ji Yu Chang calmly replied, "A mere wisp of a phantom shouldn't struggle in vain." He retracted a gigantic hand, shattering the attack. Without pausing, the enormous hand continued its assault, sending the old guy flying backward. He slid back a long way from the impact, his right arm cracking from the blow. Tianzun frowned. "The demonic avatar, not a bad trick, but don't get too cocky," he shouted. "Little turtle, the pendant is glowing, responding to its master. He's calling me." It launched itself into the vortex. Yin Mei tried to stop it, but she was too slow. She could only watch as the pendant flew away and warned, "Master, be careful." The pendant flew towards Tianzun. "Master, let me give you a hand." Tianzun also reached out his right hand to receive it. Unexpectedly, a hand snatched it from within the vortex. The pendant cried for help. "It's the power of nothingness. Master, save me." Chang grabbed the pendant. He mocked. "You think you can change the situation relying on a turtle?" The old guy roared in anger. "You little brat, give it back." Chengsta glanced at him disdainfully. "You're talking nonsense." Chang poured demonic energy into his weapon. Enveloping his weapon in a purple aura, the two powerful forces clashed, creating a seismic event, shaking the entire cave outside. Yin Mei was also sent flying. The ancient temple swayed, creating shockwaves. Yin Mei fell to the ground, impressed. Just a remnant soul. If not for the demonic arts, this place would have collapsed already. Scene change. Inside the vortex, Change unleashed chains. Tianzun was already bound and floating. He said, "I didn't expect your demonic arts to be so successful, leaving me no chance to gather my strength." The chains were gradually draining Tianzun's spiritual energy. He panicked. "What are you doing?" Change held up a porcelain bottle, replying, "What you wanted to do to the little turtle is exactly what I'm going to do to you." Tianzun guessed his intentions, then chuckled. "Swallowing me? I didn't think this venerable one, would end up like this." He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Whoosh! Change released demonic energy. The mass of demonic energy sucked Tianzun into the bottle. He chuckled, comforting him. "Don't worry, you won't be the last." Ding! The system displayed a notification. Fate Plunder card successfully used, obtaining 5,000 fate points, 25,000 destiny points. Killing Son of Destiny Yi Lang completed, obtaining 3,000 fate points, 15,000 destiny points. Son of Destiny's initial luck not plundered. Calculation of Heavenly Tao reward in progress. Change looked at the Heavenly Tao treasure image. Satisfied. 40,000 destiny points, plus another 8,000 fate points. Yi Lang truly didn't disappoint me. The system displayed two swirling black and red circles merging together. Reincarnation Immortal Light X1 contains immortal light. Meaning of reincarnation is the power of time attribute, stepping towards the origin of time, the path of time. Change ordered. Merge immediately. The two streams of light spun into his mind. The two beams of light intersected, creating a dazzling flash. After Ji Yu Chang finished fusing them, a glint flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, as expected, a great treasure. Samsara profound light. This is the power of Qiguang, traversing myriad realms, on the same level as Void Marrow. With this kind of power backing me, even facing a sage, it'll be much easier. Yin Mei happily rushed over to congratulate her master. Ji Yu Chang praised, You've worked hard. He held out a pill and said, "This is the antidote to the demonic curse. After today, you won't have to suffer the pain of the demonic curse backlash anymore." Iris. Yin Mei loyally replied, "Even without the demonic curse, Yin Mei will forever belong to Master." Ji Yu Change quickly stuffed the pill into her mouth and said, "I trust you," making her blush and freeze up. Yin Mei pursed her lips, stammering, "Thank you, Master." The two arrived at the cave dwelling. Inside, countless ornaments floated, creating an extremely dazzling scene. Yin Mei looked around with fascination. Seeing this, Ji Yu Change reminded her, "What are you staring at? Take whatever you want." Ji Yu Change walked to a shelf with planet-like objects on it, thinking, "These are the core components to control the samsara cover. As long as I refine this, I can take the initiative." Ji Yu Change closed his eyes and reached out. Behind him, Yin Mei was curiously examining everything. The core of the planets emitted light. The weapons in front of them suddenly lit up, surprising Yin Mei. The items on the shelves also glowed with golden light. Ji Yu Chang mused, "The abilities of the Samsara Heavenly Venerate aren't bad. Weapons, formations, spirit pills, ancient medicines, even a futon for enlightenment. Unexpectedly, there are 5 puppets. These were probably originally left for Yanling, but I'll take them now." Sure enough, this inheritance also records the matter of the mark that the ancient Heavenly Venerate planted in the ancient immortal race. It's a pity that Yanling already took it, but I have the ancient medical scripture, which is similar. Let's put this Samsara cave dwelling into my world. Ji Yu Chang turned his head and called out, "Yin Mei, get ready to go." She quickly replied, "Okay." The surface of the water began to ripple. The lake surface began to swirl into a vortex. The two of them came outside. Ji Yu Chang carefully instructed, "Now that the inheritance of the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate has fallen into my hands, it's useful to exploit this identity. Once Yeling's death is exposed later, someone else will need to take the blame. This Samsara ancient heavenly venerate's successor can be used to cover up the truth." He emphasized, "After returning to the outside world, say that Yeling was severely injured and escaped." Yin Mei understood and replied, "Understood, Master. Yeling isn't dead." At a critical moment, he used a powerful trump card to escape. Ji Yu Chang quickly corrected, "No." At a crucial moment, Ye Ling used demonic arts, severely injuring me. He was also seriously injured himself and took the opportunity to escape. Yin Mei nimbly replied, "I understand. Master is still the most thorough." He used demonic energy to turn his complexion pale. "Now, let's begin to reveal the truth to everyone." In front of the ancient tomb, a group of people were gathered. Yi Langletian stepped forward and announced, "What a pity. We're one step too late. The ancient corpse has already been refined." Someone wondered, "That's right, why haven't we seen Ji Yu, Gexiong?" Qi Ling speculated. "With so many people trying to kill Ye Lang, he must have run away. Ji Yu Daoyu told us to act together as a large group, just to force Ye Lang to show himself." One of the people nearby heard this, and offered his opinion. "Looks like we've been tricked by Ji Yu Qiong." Qi Ling continued, "All for the sake of all living beings, Ji Yu Qiongje? Daoyu probably went to capture him alone. Maybe he's already met Ye Ling by now." Ye Lang Tian teased, "I didn't expect Qi Ling, Gunyang, to understand Ji Yu, Gunexiong so well." "Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Qi Ling quickly interrupted, reminding him, "Ye, Gunexiong, be careful with your words." She imagined Yu Mingkong hugging Ji Yu Change tightly, and thought to herself, "If I really had a close relationship with Ji Yu Change, that Yu Mingkong would be so fierce she'd eat me alive." Suddenly, someone ran over shouting, "Something's wrong. Young Master Change and the demonic arts successor are injured." Everyone was surprised. They asked in unison, "What?" Qin Ling ran to the person, wanting to confirm whether this was true or false. "Is Ji Yu Cheng Dayu okay?" The young man with the parted hair reported. "Although young Master Cheng is not lightly injured, it's not a major concern. Also, the 9-tailed celestial fox Yin Mei Tianu has already rescued young Master Cheng." Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's okay. But Yiling's methods are truly terrifying. Even senior brother Chang was injured. Yu Taisa. Yiling Mutian asked from the side, "What about that Yiling?" The one with the parted hair frowned and replied, "That Yiling was severely injured by young master and escaped. His whereabouts are now unknown." Wang Wushuang chimed in, "Didn't expect even Ji Uzhong couldn't kill him. What a pain." Another woman added, "I think the 9-tailed fox Yin Mei had a falling out with Chengge Xiaoye because of Bai Li, but who knew Chengge Xiaoye would end up saving her? Is she blind or what?" "Non-stop praising," a girl exclaimed. "Speaking of Yin Mei, she's Xiaozhu's Shimei. After all, You can't just watch her die, and Chang'e Xiaoye is truly admirable. The girl in red thought, I always thought Chang'e Xiaoye was strong and domineering, but he can be so gentle. Yinmei Tianu must be so touched. The mole-faced girl dreamily sighed. To be rescued by Xiaozhu and a hero saves the beauty scene so jealous. Her favorability is 71. The girl in red agreed. Totally. I wonder if I got kidnapped by demons. Would Chang'e Xiaoye come save me? Yi Langtian raised his hand and shouted, Let's find Chang'e Daoyu and ask about Yi Ling first. Then we'll be better prepared when we meet Yi Ling. Everyone chorused. All right, let's go. On a distant hill, 3 people were watching the group, and they started to talk. These people want to deal with the demonic art inheritor. This is giving us a chance to deal with Ji Yu Chang, one of them replied. It's just that he hasn't shown his face yet. Someone stepped forward, continuing the conversation. Those cultivators and Ji Yu Chang are all enemies to us. Yu Jing laughed sinisterly. So, killing one side isn't the same, the fish-faced dude retorted. It's not the same. Killing external cultivators will definitely anger those forces. If we just deal with Ji Yu Chang, we won't have to worry, Yu Jing scolded. You coward! She licked her finger and grimaced. Since this Ji Yu Chang isn't showing himself, then I'll go find him. Besides, wasn't he injured? What a waste of such a good opportunity. He Yanyu didn't bother stopping her, just coldly said, Go on, if you want revenge, then go for it. Yu Jing waved her hand, signaling, Let's go. The group started moving, making noise that startled a flock of egrets. On Ji Yu Chang's side, everyone worriedly asked, Chang'e Daoyu, how's Ji Yu, Shixiong? Ji Yu Chang covered his mouth to cough, reassuring everyone. Thank you for your concern, everyone. This little injury is nothing to worry about. I'll be fine soon. Kong Yang spoke up. This injury of Chang Daoyu has damaged his foundation. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover anytime soon. The person next to him frowned. Ye Ling's strength is truly not to be underestimated. Even Chang Daoyu suffered a great loss. Wang Wushuang looked worried. I was originally going to ask for more details about the battle, but Ji Yuxiang is so badly injured. Liu Lai handed her handkerchief to Ji Yu Chang, sighing, Chang Daoyu, please rest and recover. Chang'e replied, Thank you for your concern, everyone. This minor injury won't affect me at all. Before he could finish, he coughed loudly. Yin Mei also cried and echoed. She blamed herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't easily believed Ye Ling and been threatened by him with my life, Ji Yu, Shixiong wouldn't have been injured. Ji Yu Chang weakly consoled. Yin Shimei, don't blame yourself, although we have some conflicts. Facing the demonic art inheritor, I would do the same for anyone. The curly-haired guy exclaimed. Even with an injury that damaged his foundation, he still has the heart to care for his Shimei. Truly admirable. The mole-faced girl thought to herself, deeply moved. I'm gonna cry. The Dragon Clan patriarch advised, Change Daoyu, please rest. If the ancient immortal races try to make trouble for you recently, we won't refuse to block them. Qiling called out, Everyone, let's not bother Jiyu Chang Shixiong with his healing anymore. Everyone agreed. Qiling Xianu is right. Then they left together. Yin Mei snickered. Master, you're playing everyone in the palm of your hand, Jiyu Chang replied dismissively. Just a bunch of idiots. What could they possibly see? He grinned slyly, continuing. Next is the time for me to truly make a move against the ancient immortal races. The sun rose. In some forest, Yue Mingkong was shocked upon hearing the report. What? Injured? The guard replied, Yes. She was a little doubtful. Ji Yu Chang is injured? What a load of crap. Must be a fake hero saving a beauty. Who are you trying to fool? I think it's all fake. She felt a little jealous. She thought. Yin Mei, the scent on Ji Yu Chang's before, was from the fox spirit Yin Mei, wasn't it? At a towering mountain peak, shrouded in mist, Ji Yu Xianer was sitting huddled and worried. Dei Qing, do you think the story about Ji Yu Chang is real or fake? Should I go visit him? With his personality and ability, if he could kill the demonic art inheritor, why would he let him escape? He must have lost his combat strength. Forget it then. Afraid that it is, as rumored, injured to the origin then. HMPH. Already acting all tsundere, she scoffed. It's not like I care if he's hurt or anything. I'm just worried if he kicks the bucket, who am I going to get revenge on? Dei Qing, perched on her shoulder, gave her a look that screamed judgment. She then zoomed off to see Ji Yu change. Perfect timing. I just got my hands on some super healing elixir. Consider it a thanks for saving me gift, Ji Yu change. She sped away, leaving a bunch of monsters sprawled on the ground behind her. She even gave herself a pat on the back. Seriously, how generous am I? Scene change to Ji Yu change. The system went wild. Congratulations. Acquired hand bone, foot bone, left index finger bone, 3 realms transcendence bone. Congratulations. Acquired 2 types of supreme sword bones. Gang metal rule, and Jinggong judgment sword 2 extremes rule. The system chimed in one last time. Quote, "Congratulations, Heavenly Tao treasure upgraded. Gu change, meditating, absorb the spiritual energy," he murmured. Next up, the Black Skyhawk clan. He glanced at his palm, where 5 puppets appeared. Time to cast the net. Then, he crushed all 5 puppets. He held up a necklace, his voice challenging. "Right, and what about you? Spill the beans on your origins." The necklace resisted. "Gu change. You won't." Seeing it was stubborn, he threatened. "You don't get to decide." The necklace freaked out. This is... How could he control the power of reincarnation better than Ye Ling in just a few days? Gu Chang examined the necklace, now transformed into a flower, and said thoughtfully, "Oh, it's a Zuxian flower, but split into 3 parts. This is just one of them." The necklace, sensing his bad intentions, trembled, and asked, Hey, Gu change, what do you want?" He didn't answer, just smirked wickedly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. It created a gust of wind, making the leaves flutter. Gu change floated in mid-air, satisfied, didn't expect to break through to the peak of the Divine King realm, just 1 step away from the Saint realm. Suddenly, someone reported, "Master, outside the ruins, Miss Xian Sire requests an audience." He was a bit stunned. Gu Xian Flare, what's she doing here? One of Gu Chang's subordinates led Gu Xian Kor inside on his behalf. The others bowed respectfully when they saw her. "Miss Xian Kor, this way please." Looking around observantly, she asked, "Are all these powerful figures Gu Change's followers?" In her heart, she thought, as she observed these people with such combat power. Even if they were brought to the outside world, it would be enough to easily destroy the second-rate forces. Her steps became a little heavier with worry in her heart. Although he has used all kinds of methods to suppress me, if he really wants to kill me, I'm afraid he doesn't need to do it himself. Gu Change, as expected, you are still hiding something about the past, aren't you? As soon as Gu Xian Seer stepped into a cave, Gu Changsh, sitting on the main seat, said, "Xian Seer, you're here. Did you hear I was injured and come to see if it's true?" Seeing him in front of her, not in good health as she knew from the news, she was a little stunned. Seeing her look surprised and unable to speak, he smiled gently and said, "Don't tell me. If you want revenge, this is a good opportunity." Quickly changing the expression on her face, Gu Xianxie responded with an indifferent attitude. "It seems you're not lightly injured this time either." Gu Cheng, hearing these words, pretended to cough a few times and replied, "So what? Even injured, suppressing a rebellious seed like you is still easy." Her disdainful voice echoed in the cave. "So self-righteous. Ha! Injured like this? I won't stoop so low as to take advantage of someone in danger. Rest assured, I'm just here to see if you're on your last legs." He opened his indifferent eyes and gently asked, "Are you pitying me?" Because he was pretending to be injured, he could only release a little power, but it was enough to scare her. Gu Xian Haler, I haven't fallen so low that I need your pity. Before I change my mind, get out of here. Seeing him being confrontational with her, she was not to be outdone and shouted, "Gu Chang, stop pretending to put on a show. You've hurt your origin. Continuing to use your cultivation at this time will only worsen the injury." Immediately afterwards, Gu Xian Hoer summoned a flower and said coldly, "I have a holy medicine here, which is very effective in treating injuries to the origin." With that, she forcefully sent the flower closer to Gu Chang. But he coldly returned the flower and said decisively, "I don't need any goodwill, especially from you." Then, he said in a deep voice, "Remember, don't have any feelings for me, you just need to cultivate well, and take revenge on me later." Hearing that, she seemed to be hit right where it hurts, crossing her arms in front of her chest with a grumpy look, and said angrily, Who has feelings for you? I'm just afraid you'll get taken out, and then I won't be able to get my revenge later." The more she talked, the angrier she got, yelling at him, "You, stop being so full of yourself." Faced with her childishness, he could only remain silent and helpless. After a while, Gu Chang accepted Gu Shankar's good intentions. "If that's the case, then I'll accept the medicine as collateral. Feel free to choose whatever you want as payment." With her arrogant personality, she said with a majestic air, while Danqing, perched on her shoulder, nodded in agreement. "Gu Changshe, stop insulting people. Do you think I'm lacking in these things? Even if this trip is a bust, Gu Xianxie, even if I'm dirt poor, I won't." Just as the last 2 words left her mouth, as she reached out, her eyes widened, seeing the dazzling light before her. Gu Xianke now saw many different high-level weapons. Faced with these treasures, both she and Da Qing were drooling. Gu Chang suddenly spoke up, Don't say that. Whatever. But when he opened his eyes, he saw her greedily gathering his weapons like firewood to carry them away. Her action made him smile happily, thinking, "Little money, grubber. I believe there was a seed in her heart before, and after some time nurturing, it has now taken root and sprouted." Ji Xianhair's greed didn't stop at just one small bundle of weapons. She continued to gather all the weapons floating before her. She kept saying, "This is good, that's also a good thing." In this extremely comical situation, a subordinate outside the gate reported loudly to Ji Chang, "Reporting, master." Over 300 miles away, countless beings from the winged race, along with a huge ancestral warship, appear to be planning an attack. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and asked, "The winged race?" Then, he looked at Ji Xianhair with a sly expression and thought to himself, "Looks like it's time to increase our bond." His gaze made her a little confused. Carrying the securely bundled weapons on her back, she asked a little nervously, "What are you looking at me for? You think I'm going to help you?" Right after that question, a smile appeared on his lips, and he was sure in his heart, "Of course I believe you will." At this moment, 300 miles away, a fierce battle was taking place. Yu Jing, the leader of the opposing side, launched a fierce attack on Ji Chang's people. After waiting for a while, the people of the winged race noticed Ji Chang. "So, you've finally shown yourself." Ji Chang appeared right behind his subordinates. A female subordinate suddenly turned to him and suggested, "Master, there are really too many enemies. You're injured. Why don't—" But before she could finish, he interrupted, with something in his hand. "It's okay, I'll help you guys with these flying swords." Yu Jing, the leader, said disdainfully, "You're Ji Changge. When you killed our clan's disciples, did you ever think there would be a day like this?" Her face showed a clear look of smugness as she observed Ji Chang's state. Tired expression, unstable breathing, even needing his subordinates to use the flying swords. It seemed Ji Chang was indeed seriously injured. She raised her sharp claws and ordered, "Attack! A great reward for whoever takes Ji Chang's head." Immediately, a female subordinate on Ji Chang's side made a move with a jade pendant he gave her. It cracked immediately, and the power from the jade pendant was transferred to the other subordinates. The female subordinate then encouraged everyone, "With the flying swords the master bestowed, these winged people are nothing to fear." Without further hesitation, the people on Ji Chang's side charged into battle. They shouted together, "Form the sword formation, don't lose the momentum." The people of the winged race also rushed forward, roaring powerfully. The sword formation is deployed. When a giant sword appeared, it charged straight towards the winged race. At this moment, Yu Jing quickly used her skills to counter it. She thought, "This kind of flying sword is definitely very valuable. He certainly doesn't have many of them." She summoned a shield, smugly thinking, "In Ji Chang's seriously injured state, blocking this one move will exhaust him, leaving him at my mercy." In the next moment, the sword and shield collided. A huge explosion appeared in the sky due to the intense collision. The shockwave from that explosion was snapping tree branches left and right. Ji Chang's subordinates quickly shielded themselves from the blast, eyes glued to the aftermath. As the white smoke gradually cleared, surprisingly, Yu Jing's shield was still intact, shimmering faintly behind the haze. Seeing this, Ji Chang seemed to realize something. He murmured, "Oh, so these are others from the Feather Clan." As if also realizing something, they started buzzing with excitement. A saint's aura, a sacred artifact. Yu Jing then raised her hand high and shouted, "Today!" In her hand was a sacred artifact shield, radiating formidable power. "With considerable magical power and a cruel expression," she declared loudly, "is the perfect opportunity for me to make a name for myself." Ji Chang, seeing Yu Jing using a magical artifact to counterattack, was a little surprised. "I didn't expect her to actively use a magical artifact." He watched everything thoughtfully. It seems the ancient immortal races have had it pretty rough lately. Their ancestral tombs are constantly being raided. Their suppressed anger has reached its limit, and is even starting to touch the final limit placed on them by the outside world. Ji Chang continued to muse. Such a reckless move will surely ignite the conflict between the outside world and the ancient, immortal remnants. Meanwhile, she was still arrogantly yelling, "Hurry up and stop that rat!" He glanced at Ji Xianhair, secretly plotting everything. "This just gives me the perfect excuse to counterattack. I really have to thank these stupid Feather Clan people." Meanwhile, she was explaining, "You've got the wrong person. What does your wanting to deal with Ji Chang have to do with me?" Ji Xianhair said with a smile, "I'm just passing by, passing by." In her heart, she was secretly cursing that hateful brother Ji Chang. He definitely planned this already, and here I was, worrying about his injuries. Ji Chang suddenly turned toward her and shouted, "Xian Mar, this has nothing to do with you. I don't need your help. Get out of here." Hearing those words, she angrily yelled, "Ji Chang, What nonsense are you spouting? Who's helping you anyway? Yu Jing, observing the situation, focused her power on using the magical artifact while giving orders. It seems Ji Yu Chang cares quite a bit about that little girl. Capture her. The Feather Clan subordinates rushed forward to attack. Ji Yu Xianye was caught off guard. A sword light flashed, blocking them. That sword strike was from him. Ji Yu Cheng said darkly, "You won't even spare my little sister. Does the Feather Clan want to start a war with the Chengsheng Jiyu family?" Yu Jing looked at him, thinking, so he's resorting to threatening me with his family's power? Is he at his wit's end? Then she retorted, "Ji Yu Chengye, you killed my clansmen and schemed against Lord Longteng? Did you ever think this day would come? You brought this all on yourself?" Ji Yu Chang said, as if accepting everything, "If you want revenge, then I have nothing to say. But aren't you afraid of crossing the line by using a sacred artifact?" Hearing his words, she confidently replied, "The line? Ji Yu Chang, it seems you really are desperate. Instead of wasting time here, you should think about how to handle your affairs after death." With that, Yu Jing ordered her subordinates to attack. Ji Yu Xianxir was fighting with the Feather Clan people on her side. She glanced at his situation, thinking, could it be that he's really at the end of his rope? Suddenly 5 bursts of light appeared, along with a loud voice, "Don't even think about hurting Brother Chang." The man who was attacking was grabbed by a hand with a cold ancient aura, and then the woman from the Feather Clan was also grabbed by that ancient aura. The person who appeared was Ye Langtian, freezing those 2 winged human race guys right there. The others are tagging along with him. Ye Langnustian crushes them, yelling furiously, "Those Xian Jiyu tribes are crossing the line," he says. "Even you puny winged human race dare to fish in troubled waters? Ji Yu Change bro, let us help you beat back the enemy." Ji Yu Change secretly smirks at them. Perfect timing. He puts on a solemn face and says, "Many thanks everyone, with your help, it seems the winged human race's conspiracy will fail today." Hearing him, Yu Jing retorts angrily, "Ji Yu Chang, even if more people come to help you today." Someone burly looking, seeing her using a sacred artifact, is surprised. She's even using a sacred artifact. Damn it. We absolutely have to report this to our Daotong, so the elders know the Xianjiyu remnants are violating the rules. She cuts him off. Save the breath. Attack. At Yu Jing's command, the winged, human race people all gulp down a pill. After taking the pill, their bodies become even stronger. The 2 sides clash. On Ji Yu Chang's side, someone shouts, "You think we're scared of you? Perfect opportunity to wipe out these Xianjiyu holy spirits today. Ji Yu Chang is all about righteousness. Since external tribes are getting hurt because of me, today we'll take responsibility." The blows from both sides explode continuously, creating huge blasts. Below, 2 avatars of light and shadow created by the power are constantly fighting each other. Yu Jing uses a magic item up high, looking smug. Under the sacred artifact, you're all just ants. As Ji Yu Change's people and the winged human race fight, someone suddenly yells, "Ambush!" A golden ray of power from the sacred artifact pierces through the fighters. Yu Jing looks at him confidently and says, "Ji Yu Change, you're done for today. Stop struggling." Ji Yu Change chuckles inwardly, because everything is exactly as he had planned. Of course I have to struggle. He pretends to be righteous and heroic, saying, "To actually use a sacred artifact to ambush the external Tianjiao, I, Ji Yu Change, absolutely will not allow it." Ji Yu Change acts weak. One of his subordinates immediately rushes to support him, advising him, "Master, no! Your injuries are getting worse. You can't act." Ji Yu Change refuses. "You and the heroes at the front are fighting, and a cripple like me is hiding in the back? How can I show my face?" He unleashes a thick aura of spiritual energy, saying resolutely, "Even if my cultivation is almost gone and my primordial spirit dissipates, I absolutely won't let her do whatever she wants." This spiritual energy bursts out powerfully, and a monk suddenly shouts. Young Master Chang Ye Liuli is also shocked. His injuries haven't healed yet, and he's unleashing his spiritual energy like this. Yu Jing looks at the spiritual energy and says dismissively, "A spent arrow. How long can you keep up this kind of secret technique?" Ji Yu Change jumps forward to attack. "Damn it, you've gone too far." He jumps behind her and says, "The winged human race is the entire Xianjiyu race." Ji Yu Change holds the spear and strikes hard against the sacred artifact, shouting, "You'll pay the price for everything you've done today." His blow pushes Yu Jing back and then sends her crashing down to the ground. Yu Jing stands up and says, "Pushing back the sacred artifact with all your might. You guys are indeed strong. If you weren't seriously injured, I wouldn't be your match in a one-on-one fight. But unfortunately," she says confidently, summoning a powerful force with the sacred artifact. "With this sacred artifact in my hands, my strength will never stop there." From the sacred artifact, a figure appears, along with a torrent of energy. The appearing figure radiates murderous intent. The golden light from the sacred artifact burns everyone. Someone yells, "Not good! Retreat! Damn it!" A huge figure with wings like the sun has manifested, and the power to burn everything. Yi Langtian, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but panic. This power is too terrifying. The might of a sacred artifact? Is this frightening? Had I known, I wouldn't have come to join the fun. The sacred artifact's figure was massive and valiant. Jiyu Shanhair worriedly thought, what about Jiyu Changsh? Just now I seemed to see him rushing towards the golden light. She recalled the scene of him advancing towards the golden light and shouting, "Stop!" Her lips were pressed together with concern. One person said, "I just saw Ji Yuxiang rush in to protect us as he retreated. I'm afraid his chances of survival are slim." And another scolded, "Damn it, the fire is too strong, we can't see what's going on." Yu Jing smiled triumphantly and mocked, "I never expected that Ji Yu Cheng, whose name alone makes people pale, would actually be a reckless fool. He's just an ant, trying to stop a chariot." Before she could finish speaking, a force stopped her abruptly. A cubic barrier surrounded Yu Jing. She looked around in horror, saying, "This is a space seal." Yu Jing looked at the sacred artifact in a panic. "I can't use the sacred artifact." Ji Yu Change suddenly appeared, laughing loudly. "To be honest, I really have to thank you." She turned around and screamed in terror. Ji Yu Change, no longer looking weary, but with a triumphant expression, said, "I want the elders to know that you used a sacred artifact to save your life and deal with me. Even if I didn't take action, they would still trash you. Without a fool like you, my plan would have been impossible to execute." Yu Jing asked in astonishment, "Plan? What plan?" She seemed to realize something. "Could it be," Yu Jing asked, "Ji Yu Change, you deliberately lured us into using the sacred artifact?" She said loudly. "You weren't injured at all," he replied with a hint of ridicule. "Seems you're not that stupid after all." Yu Jing was still incredulous. "That's wrong. Even if you weren't injured, how could you stand here unaffected by the sacred artifact? How could a mere void god realm withstand its influence?" Ji Yu Change repeated her words, releasing an intimidating pressure. A mere void god realm. Yu Jing's eyes widened in horror. "You!" He unleashed a power that seemed to suppress everything, his face full of coldness, and said, "Or maybe you should take a closer look at what my cultivation realm is." She was terrified by this pressure, stuttering, You're a demon." His hand then placed on Yu Jing's face, preventing her from speaking. Ji Yu Change mocked, "A true saint, I can trash you with a flick of my wrist. How could a sacred artifact?" He unleashed a terrifying killing intent and said, "You are truly naive." Yu Jing heard this and was utterly horrified. Cracks gradually appeared all over her body. Yu Jing groaned in pain, and her whole body exploded. Only her wings remained. Ji Yu Change said calmly, "Sorry, I've never had the habit of listening to pleas." Outside, the incarnation of the sacred artifact faded. Someone noticed and shouted, "Look, quick! The sacred artifact's incarnation is dissipating. What's going on inside?" The raging fire from the sacred artifact also gradually died down, someone said. "The fire is disappearing too." It was Ji Yu Chang's figure that appeared when the fire was gone. Someone immediately shouted, "It's Ji Yu Qiong!" The aura of that Yu human race disappeared. Taoist brother Chang has won, truly worthy of being young. Even with damaged origins, he can suppress an enemy with a sacred artifact. Everyone came forward to inquire about Ji Yu Chang's. "Master, are you all right? How is Chang's Dajiang's injury?" He replied gently, "It's nothing. Just burn some qi and blood. It's just that I can't use my cultivation for a short time." A man spoke reproachfully. "It's all because our cultivation is too low. Not only can we not help young Master Change, but also," a girl agreed. "That's right, we implicated Ji Yu Shixiong." Ji Yu Change pretended to be as weary as before and said, "Cut it out, everyone. There's no need to blame yourselves. It's just that Ji Yu Manu underestimated the strength of the demonic art successor. Otherwise, today's events wouldn't have happened." Yi Liuli interjected, angrily saying, "Damn it! To think they would rely on the sacred artifact to humiliate us. Do they want to go back on their agreement?" Yi Langxian continued, "This is no small matter. Now that they dare to attack Ji Yuxiang, tomorrow they will scheme against all of us." Jiling shouted, trying to rally everyone. "Everyone, spread the word to your families and sects. Those ancient beings must pay the price." Wang Wusong agreed. "That's right, we can't just let this go." Ji Yu Change chimed in, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone with this." The surviving members of the Winged Clan were frantically running away. "Even Lady Yu Jing is blaming us. Run, spread the word." Ji Yu Change's subordinate asked, "Master, those are remnants of the Winged Clan." He coldly replied, "GCD. The subordinate immediately responded, "As you command." He nodded. Then they flew off to take care of the stragglers. Jiyu Xianjie, standing apart from the crowd, said to herself, "I knew he'd be fine. How could those simple-minded Winged Clan people possibly outsmart him?" She grumbled inwardly. "Great, not only did he trick me, but he also put on a show for me so he could get away with it. Now, Jiyu Xianjie, if you're going to approach Jiyu Cheng, you better be prepared for things to go south." At a cliffside, a voice echoed. "Yu Jing lost?" One of the group asked. "Milady, should we make a move? Jiyu Cheng seems to be on his last legs right now. It's the perfect opportunity for us to strike." A person with serpentine green skin, standing at the head, said, "Forget it. Yu Jing's actions have already angered everyone. Those outside cultivators probably see our primary goal right now is to waste Jiyu Cheng, so continuing this will only create more conflict with the outside world." He Yanyu agreed. "That's right. Jiyu Cheng not only has superior strength but also a deep scheming mind. We can't know if he has other means of self-protection." She continued. "The urgent matter at hand is figuring out how to deal with the outside world's revenge," He Yanyu said with a serious expression. "After all, under Jiyu Cheng's leadership, the outside cultivators and us have already become like oil and water." She was contemplating everything, dealing with this person with utmost caution, unable to let him see that there's a gap to jump into. At the Winged Clan encampment, the elders were engaged in discussion. An angry uncle slammed the table, saying, "How could Yu Jing be so stupid? To actually use a sacred artifact against Jiyu Cheng? This is clearly his trap." A bald guy awkwardly chimed in, "If conflict escalates, won't the Winged Clan become the ancient sinners of the continent?" A person in dark pink clothing with white hair and beard said, "It's useless to talk about these things now. Jiyu Cheng may have already planned against our entire ancient race." A fat old lady sitting in the middle agreed, "That's right. The other clans definitely won't stand by and watch." Yu Jing's grandpa said gloomily, "Jiyu Cheng is so young yet his heart is so vicious. We really can't let him live. Let's just do it." The old lady immediately stopped him. "No! Have you all forgotten Jiyu Cheng has another identity? He's the successor of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace. You should all know what that means." Everyone silently nodded, and then everything fell silent. The person from earlier slammed the table again. He angrily shouted, "GCD, we can't keep him, we can't! Does the Winged Clan have to just lie down and let them do whatever they want? I don't want to swallow this anger." The Winged Clan elder sitting at the head silently pondered. He commanded, "Go find the Dragon Clan to discuss this. After all, the true Dragon Order is related to them. Let them step forward." His deep, rumbling voice continued to echo, "I'm afraid the ancient immortal continent won't be peaceful for a while." Then there was an image of the ancient immortal clans and the outside clans facing each other, implying a fierce war was about to begin. In front of the Black Heaven Hawks city gate, there was a disturbance in space. Jiyu Cheng stepped out of it, thinking to himself, "The seed has been planted. It's time to harvest." He looked down with a pleased expression, saying, "Hey Ming, you really didn't disappoint me." Two gate guards were talking to each other. "Hey, I heard you also participated in the operation to punish Jiyu Cheng a few days ago. Then why was it cancelled?" "Don't mention it. Jade Lady and the others were worried that the Jiyu surname guy had a trump card. It's a pity that there's no good chance." Jiyu Cheng landed on the ground. The bald gate guard saw him and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I'm the Jiyu surname guy." The black-haired gatekeeper said the name, Jiyu Cheng. The other one asked, "What business do you have with our clan?" Jiyu Cheng walked up quickly and said, "To take back what's mine, obviously." He stepped forward and knocked out the two gatekeepers before they could react, saying, "What belongs to me?" He Yanyu was cultivating when she suddenly sensed movement. "What's going on? Someone's barging into our clan's territory." She stood up and yelled, "Who's got the guts?" He Yanyu thought to herself, "Could it be the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord? If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly lord's successor is Ye Ling, the one who inherited the demonic art." She frowned and said, "This guy's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. This trip is a gamble." Inside the ancestral hall, He Ming was cultivating. He stopped, as if sensing something. "This feeling," He Ming said excitedly, "I can't be wrong. This is the aura of that supreme being." All the members of the Black Heaven Eagle clan gathered, their faces gloomy. They looked at Jiyu Cheng, who had already defeated several members of their clan, and their eyes were full of resentment, like he was nothing. "Jiyu Cheng, you're insane." He Ming and He Yanyu rushed over. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw him. He Yanyu looked at him, full of vitality, and was extremely puzzled. Jiyu Cheng, why is it him? How is his injury healed? A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that he wasn't injured at all? The two of them stood in front of him, blocking his way, and said, "Don't even think about taking another step. This isn't the back garden of the Chengsheng Jiyu family. If you disturb the old ancestor, you'll regret it, Jiyu Cheng said with a dangerous look. You really don't know how to cherish your lives. Suddenly someone appeared and shouted, Stop. He stepped out of the void and ordered, All of you, step back immediately. The people below were surprised and called out, Elder. The Black Heaven Eagle elder looked down from above and asked Jiyu Cheng, What exactly is your purpose? He replied calmly, Just here to take what belongs to me. He asked, What? Jiyu Cheng then said, Of course, the reincarnation Tao platform of the reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Together with, he pointed to the group of Black Heaven Eagles below and continued, And all of you Black Heaven Eagles, those people cursed when they heard this. Bastard! What did you say? The Black Heaven Eagle elder above couldn't help being stunned. How does he know about the reincarnation Tao platform? That's the inheritance that our immortal ancient clan has passed down and guarded, Jiyu Cheng said arrogantly. Don't whine. You don't have the right to talk to me. Tell your supreme realm old ancestor to get out here and meet me. Those people were furious when they heard this and said, Elder! Are we just going to let him be so arrogant? What face will our Black Heaven Eagle clan have left, Elder? If he's seeking death himself, then let's kill him. The outside world can't do anything. But the Black Heaven Eagle elder had some contempt and said, This brat has quite the tone. Where did you get the courage to say that? Jiyu Cheng replied arrogantly. Haven't you guys noticed? With just a thought from me, you will all die. As soon as the words fell, he released a wave of pressure. Jiyu Cheng said, This is my aura. Hey Yanyu, and the elder paused, as if they were affected by something. Then the other people screamed, clutching their chests in pain. This is his coercion, squeezing their hearts. This feels like being suffocated. The Black Heaven Eagle elder pointed directly at Jiyu Cheng and asked, You? What kind of trickery is this? He thought to himself. Unexpectedly, it's even more terrifying than a slave seal. The others groaned non-stop. Too uncomfortable. He went over and said calmly, Is this important? Black Heaven Eagle elder stammered. Why? Why can you control our life and death? The old man crashed to the ground before he could even touch Jiyu Cheng. He watched the old man reach for him. Said, I want you all to remember one thing. The crowd, suffocating and turning purple, could barely breathe. Jiyu Cheng's voice continued. From now on, he arrogantly looked at everyone kneeling before him, said, I am your master. Hey Yanyu glanced at Jiyu Cheng, inwardly cursing. This trick is definitely related to the slave seal. Besides the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Lord family, no one knows of the existence of the reincarnation Tao platform. That so-called Ye Ling, the reincarnation successor, must be the one who caused Jiyu Cheng to meddle with the slave seal. As she watched him standing there so arrogantly, a thought flashed in her mind. Perhaps he's the real inheritor of demonic arts. Jiyu Cheng flashed an evil smile, turned around. He Yanyu was startled. As a gust of wind blew across the ground, he looked towards the source of the wind. A voice rang out. Kid, how dare you act so recklessly? You don't respect us old folks at all. Someone from below recognized the speaker and shouted. Ancestor! It's the ancestor! The ancestor, a quasi-supreme realm expert, is here to save us. The image of an old man with snow-white hair appeared. Jiyu Cheng chuckled and said, Finally showing yourself. Huh, Black Eagle Clan ancestor, you're just a bigger ant. The old man spread his wings wide, hovering in the sky. Such arrogant and conceited words. His eyes flashed. You think defeating Yu Jing and Longtang makes me fear you? Today, this old one will teach you a lesson. Jiyu Cheng wasn't scared at all. He frowned and shouted, Kneel! His face filled with murderous intent. He directly suppressed the Black Heaven Eagle ancestor. Facing his destructive power, the old man seemed unable to resist and slammed heavily into the ground. His subordinates were horrified and screamed. Ancestor He Yanyu panicked, not expecting even the clan's ancestor to be suppressed by him. Even He Ming was sweating profusely, stammering, How? How is this possible? He's a quasi-supreme. He gritted his teeth, his mind filled with question marks. What is this guy's background after all? Why does he have an aura of transcendence? Suddenly, a purple light flew over, and a voice shouted, Please, show mercy. Another ancestor landed and respectfully said, Young Master Jiyu, please don't be angry. I am an ancestor of the clan. Please, young master, let's discuss this another time. His words didn't seem to please the clan members, so they took turns shouting, Ancestor! Ancestor! He barged into the GC clan's territory, punished the Heaven Eagle disciples. Please, ancestor, GC him. He frowned, looking annoyed, and snapped, Shut your mouth, you blind fools. If young Master Jiyu wanted to GC you, you'd be dead long ago. In his heart he thought, Jiyu Cheng is playing the pig to eat the tiger, showing an unimpressive strength on the surface. But inside, he's unfathomable. Even I, in the distant main hall, could sense it. Gu Change smiled lightly and replied, I like smart people. Lead the way. The Black Heaven Eagle's ancestor immediately gestured. Young Master Gu, please this way. Seeing this, the others could only helplessly grit their teeth, never expecting even the ancestor to be so spineless. Moments later, inside the Black Heaven Eagle clan's hall, a respectful voice rang out, Young Master Gu, please have a seat. Everyone in the Black Heaven Eagle clan focused their attention on Gu Change. The Black Heaven Eagle ancestor, defeated in a single move, couldn't help feeling annoyed inside. Damn it, I'm a quasi-supreme cultivation, but I was suppressed in an instant. Yet, on the surface, he tried to appear normal. Yan Yu, quickly bring tea for young Master Gu. She immediately obeyed. Yes, ancestor. She quickly poured hot tea into a cup and handed it to him. Young master, please enjoy your tea, Gu Change suddenly asked. What's your name? She replied meekly. Reporting to master, I am He Yan Yu, of the Black Heaven Eagle clan. He took a sip of tea and replied, not bad. You're a smart one, aren't you? Leading the way is the right thing to do. The rest just kept their mouths shut, wondering, how dare this little outsider make our clan's precious pearl serve him tea? Why is the old ancestor putting up with this? Suddenly, the Black Heaven Eagle clan's elder and old ancestor shouted in unison, We, your servants, pay our respects to the master. Edge. He Ming, standing afar, reluctantly thought, damn it. He Yan Yu is a warrior of our Black Heaven Eagle clan. How can she be serving tea and fetching water? Gu Change put the teacup down on the table and said casually, I know you all hate me in your hearts. You hate that you can't beat me, right? He raised his index finger and pointed to one side, saying, like you. Being singled out made He Ming sweat bullets from fear. Then he pointed at another person and said, you. And you too. As soon as he finished speaking, they were sent flying away with a single move from him. Gu Cheng's face was filled with murderous intent as he slowly threatened, I hope you remember, the consequence for anyone who dares to disobey will be the greatest. The Black Heaven Eagle's elder and old ancestor both showed clear fear. They kowtowed on the ground, begging, Master, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. Our clan is willing to surrender to you. Hearing this, he nonchalantly replied, But rest assured, Gu is naturally gentle and doesn't really like killing. As long as you're loyal, helping you swallow an entire species like the Yangba Xian Gu wouldn't be a problem. His words immediately made them kowtow. Thank you, master. We await your orders. A moment later, Gu Cheng and He Yan Yu were on their way up the mountain, surrounded by red clouds and lightning. Suddenly, he called out her name. He Yan Yu. She immediately responded. Master, he continued, seeing as you're quite sharp, you'll help me collect the origins of the various clans' geniuses from now on. Hearing this, she couldn't help but shudder a little. The origins of the geniuses. In her heart, she couldn't help but speculate, fearing what he wanted. As if he knew what she was thinking, he immediately explained. After this chaos, the passage to the immortal ancient continent won't be able to close again a while. It will become a warm and comfortable bed. He Yan Yu seemed to understand his meaning, and quickly bowed in response. Rest assured, Master, Yan Yu will do her best. As they went higher, she explained the phenomenon before them. Master, this is the reincarnation platform, normally, only elders with profound cultivation can sense the mysteries of this law. A white-green light suddenly flashed in Gu Change's eyes, and he muttered the name to himself, Reincarnation Platform. In his heart he thought, this is the power of reincarnation. As expected, he took something out and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, something happened that made He Yan Yu exclaim in surprise. It's releasing. This is the first time I've clearly seen the reincarnation platform. The jade bottle he had taken out a moment ago was floating in the air, sucking in the black clouds. Seeing this, He Yan Yu exclaimed in her heart, even the elders can only comprehend the power, but he's directly swallowing it to refine it. She didn't notice that the birthmark on Gu Change's forehead was absorbing demonic power. Gu Change smiled sinisterly, thinking, even if my true spirit is destroyed, this mark of reincarnation will reappear in the mortal realm. So, it seems I have another life-saving trick. Next I have to try and win over the Black Heaven Eagle clan's forces. Suddenly, a staff slammed heavily on the ground. The Tang Snake clan's patriarch announced. That bastard from the Black Heaven Eagle clan is stealing our clan's mark left on this reincarnation platform. He's been discovered. Hearing this, his clan members panicked. What? He glanced at his clan members and ordered, forget it. Go back and gather the clan, and tell them I have something to discuss. The man immediately obeyed. Yes. He stood leaning on his staff for a long time, pondering. Now the immortal ancient clans are seething, and outsiders are constantly surrendering. Our clan must find a way to protect ourselves in this chaos. In another location, the Grand Elder was observing the image projected above. He pointed at Jiyu Chang's image and scolded, "That guy, look at him, utterly ruthless. He's pushing those ancient race folks to their doom." Jiyu Nanshan stepped forward and casually said, "Well, he's still a Qilin from our Jiyu family. What's so surprising about these tactics?" Even though this old man never really liked him, I'm not surprised by his schemes. The Great Elder probed, "With your strength, Dao brother, are you planning to flip over every single clan to find Han?" Jiyu Nanshan replied, "Our young master was bullied during his training. Shouldn't this old man intervene?" Hearing this, the Great Elder pointed out the flaw. "But you're Xianxir's ancestor from the Giyu family. Besides, this is clearly a scheme against the entire ancient immortal race." Jiyu Nanshan waved off his words. "Enough talk, and don't try to stop me. He is the young master of our Jiyu family." He bared his yellow teeth and threatened, "How could this old man allow infighting within the clan?" The Great Elder was silent for a moment, then he laughed loudly and said, "Well, I guess I'll just have to stick to this old geezer and take a trip with him." Huge ships, colossal beasts, and mounted retinues emerged from the magic circles in the sky. Everyone's attention was focused on the two figures floating in the sky. The Great Elder glanced behind him and reported, "All of them are at the God King realm. I didn't expect the eternal Jiyu family to take this so seriously." "Do you?" Jiyu Nanshan laughed and replied, "This wasn't arranged by this old man. Jiyu Chang used his status as the young master to request them." The Great Elder was puzzled. "Jiyu Chang." Jiyu Nanshan chuckled. "Why do I feel like you care more about his every move than we do in the Jiyu family?" The Great Elder stroked his beard and replied, "Well, he's still a successor of our Dawa Heaven Immortal Palace. He's a candidate to become the next palace master, so of course we have to pay more attention." Jiyu Nanshan laughed heartily. All right, let's go then." Scene change. Yi Liuli and Yi Langtian respectfully greeted their clan elder. The elder quickly instructed them. "The ancient immortal situation within the clan is clear. The upcoming period will be a convergence point for all factions. No one can avoid it." Yi Langtian asked. "So, our experience is over then?" The elder replied. "That's right. I'll take responsibility for your safety. The ancient immortal clans are really pushing us. It's time to show them the might of our ancient immortal Yi clan." Ye Liuli responded, "Clan elder, this time the ancient immortal clans are mainly targeting the Gliu family's young master, so they don't dare to be too reckless." The clan elder simply smiled and said, "Don't underestimate that guy's intentions. If it weren't for his schemes, it would be hard for us to find an excuse to get involved in this." Ye Langtian finally understood the issue. "So that's how it is. I get it now. Gu. Getchong really has a way of making people sigh in admiration." The clan elder looked at the large ships and gently said, "You don't need to worry about Jiyu Chang's safety either. The eternal Jiyu family reacted very quickly to this matter, and I've heard that they are furious, so they've sent a powerful force to provide support. The Yu-Ren, winged human race, is probably in danger this time. But thanks to Jiyu Chang, our Yi family can get a share of the pie from this ancient immortal continent." Elsewhere, everyone was panicking at the scene before them. It was the primeval devil sect. "Hurry! Why did this evil spawn come to the ancient immortal world to join in the fun?" A bewildered guy stammered, "I remember the force behind young master Jiyu seems to be the primeval devil sect." The braided beard dude panicked and added, "Oh crap, the ancient immortal clans are going to suffer a calamity." At this time, Giyu Chang was observing a purple feather and recognized the 100,000 mountains. He considered, "If I don't conceal my tracks and hide there, it's probably almost time for the immortal spirit to be born. Does this woman intend to eat it all by herself? But without her, I want to know where the immortal spirit will be born. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until it shows signs of emerging, which will cost me the opportunity to seize it first." Suddenly, he ordered, "Don't let others know I'm here." He Yanyu immediately obeyed. "Yes, master," Jiyu Chang evilly thought. "Mingkong, you truly are my lucky star." At this moment, Yue Mingkong was suspended in mid-air, focused on her cultivation. She suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? The magic power continued to surge around Yue Mingkong's body. She sweated a little and pondered. After helping me, the heavenly immortal Dakyo scripture is truly a perfect immortal physique. I must refine it quickly. Several hours later, multi-colored rays of light flew across the sky. Yue Mingkong seemed to sense something. Someone has activated my inscription seals. She looked in one direction in a panic and thought, I control every inch of the void within 3,000 miles of the 100,000 mountains. She worriedly said to herself, this fluctuation is definitely right. Such a strong aura is approaching. Prepare to face the enemy. Yue Mingkong and her subordinates flew high to observe. That is, That is, she saw that the person who came was none other than Ji Yu Chang. She exclaimed in surprise. Him, a subordinate asked her. Zhendi, what should we do? She remained silent for a moment, not answering. Her gaze fell on Yin Mei, and she immediately ordered, stop him for me. But the two subordinates didn't seem too willing. Stopping the young master of the Giyu family, that'd be taking undeserved blame. But in the end, they still obeyed. Yes, sir. Ji Yu Chang pretended to know nothing, smiling and saying, oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Ming Kong to be here too. A subordinate from Yue Ming Kong's side tried to smooth things over. Young Master Chang, this is our Zhendai's order. But the other one remained silent, thinking, Sing, spousal quarrels. The small fries get hurt. Seeing the situation, he calmly replied, it's all right. I must have made Ming Kong angry. He walked closer to her, softly asking, Ming Kong, what's wrong? Seeing your husband, aren't you happy? She asked back, clearly annoyed. Why are you here? Yin Mei suddenly sensed something strange, thinking to herself, why do I feel like she has hostility towards me? Looking at the aura radiating from Yue Ming Kong, she felt a chill, even a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Chang continued to talk to his wife. I'm curious, why are you here? It seems you've been arranging things for quite a while, haven't you? She replied casually. We have the same goal. He suddenly grabbed her hand, happily saying, oh really? That's even better then. He suddenly brought his face close to hers, whispering, but your husband is injured, and you didn't come to see me. That makes me sad. Being charmed by him, she blushed, stuttering. She suddenly smelled something on his clothes, inwardly annoyed. Even his clothes are full of fox spirit scent. Perhaps out of jealousy, Yue Ming Kong said some harsh words. You're injured? What does your injury have to do with me? I didn't hurt you, did I? Ji Yu Chang was speechless, but still replied sadly. Yin Mei placed her hands on her waist, pondering. Master? Now Yue Ming Kong focused on the main issue. Right. Did you kill Ye Ling? Ji Yu Chang smiled, answering. He bullied my fiancé. I just helped her get rid of him. Isn't that only natural? Hearing this, she angrily shouted. What are you talking about? What do you mean helping me get rid of him? You clearly targeted his inheritance. He denied. Don't put it like that. Ish. If not for you, I wouldn't even know who Ye Ling is. Now you're trying to wash your hands clean? She was left speechless by his sudden accusation. She angrily chased after him, scolding, Ji Yu Chang, don't you dare frame me. He still teased her. Why so hasty? You're a Zendi now, can't you be more mature? The soldiers pretended to cough, telling them to tone it down. Ji Yu Chang suddenly raised two fingers, as if summoning something. An item appeared in his hand. All right, no more teasing. This is Ye Ling's Enlightenment Bodhi platform. Yue Ming Kong was surprised to see it, thinking, the Enlightenment Bodhi platform? Something even sages would covet? He's actually giving it to me? And the feud with the feathered human clan was also for me. Could it be? Despite her annoyed expression, she still took what he offered. He pretended to ask, no thanks, but she just snorted, not replying. System notification. Female lead Yu Ming Kong's luck points have shifted positively. Luck points increased by 2,000. Destiny value increased by 1,000. He revealed a sly smile, thinking. Little fortune bringer, Ji Yu Chang, glanced at Yue Ming Kong, teasing. Seems like you're quite pleased with this gift. Hit her sore spot, and she didn't reply. After a moment, she suddenly asked him, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? She stammered. Being less cold than before is already good enough. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. This sudden intimate action made her blush crimson, while he smiled, saying, I didn't realize my Ming Kong was so charming before. It's never too late to find out, right? Ji Yu Changji took Yue Ming Kong's hand, leaving the subordinates behind. Let's go, let's see what secrets this Lu has. Seeing their master leave, Yin Mei immediately signaled to the others. We'll split up into 4 groups, protecting Master and Zhen Di Yue Ming Kong. After flying for a while, the two landed somewhere. He observed the surroundings, saying, this arrangement has been going on for a while. Seems Ming Kong put a lot of effort into it, she replied. The immortal spirit's birth is a big deal. Of course I'd be careful. He continued. As expected, Ming Kong knows about the immortal spirit too. Then the immortal spirit's birth time isn't much different from my prediction. Ji Yu Chang's words surprised Yue Ming Kong. You even predicted the immortal spirit's birth time. She seemed unable to believe it. How could this be? However, little did she know he was totally bluffing, and that sly smirk on his face was him patting himself on the back for pulling it off. He casually thought, bingo! She's way too easy to fool. Looks like the immortal spirit's about to show up. Yue Ming Kong suddenly called out his name, Ji Yu Chang. He quickly responded, huh? Without hesitation, she went straight to the point. Are you planning to ditch me later and hog all the goodies for yourself? Her question made Ji Yu Chang stop in his tracks. He questioned her in his mind. Is that really how she sees me? She honestly answered, No. Oh, it's not. He glanced at her and said, turns out you wanted to think that way. He suddenly turned around and bombarded her with questions. Have I ever done anything to harm you? Do you really need to be so suspicious of me? Faced with such a barrage, Yue Mingkong stammered, no, but... She thought to herself, at least, not yet. Ji Yu Chang crossed his arms, feigning anger as he walked, saying, anyone who didn't know better would think I've done something unforgivable to you before. She was sweating bullets, thinking, yeah, like pinning all the blame on me and our past life and then stabbing me in the back? Though she thought so. Seeing his attitude made her a little worried. But he seems kinda angry. So, as she watched his back, she wondered, could it be that my rebirth has changed Ji Yu Chang's personality? He walked ahead of her, wearing a disgruntled expression, secretly thinking, okay, fine, I was planning to go solo, but you had to call me out on it, right in front of my face. What about my pride? The two walked through a wall. Yue Mingkong intentionally coughed and called out, Ji Yu Changju, just now, She tried to start a conversation, but he gave her the cold shoulder. Her face fell. She reconsidered. Why am I suddenly disappointed? Maybe my obsession isn't just about getting revenge on him. A moment later, the two arrived at a gate. Ji Yu Chang spoke up. This is the Celestial Gate, he mused. Looks like Mingkong found it early on, but a shame she couldn't figure out how to open it. He looked at her and said, if you don't trust me, you can go in first when the Immortal Gate opens. Of course. If you're worried I'll stab you in the back, you can choose to follow behind. It seemed she was swayed by his words. I trust you. I'm so happy. After that, Yue Mingkong began to explain. But there are only two ways to open the Immortal Gate now. Either wait for it to appear on its own, or use the Immortal Seal to open it proactively. Spontaneous appearance is better timing-wise, but the ancient Immortal Continent would be in chaos at that point, and it would attract the attention of many powerhouses. As for opening the Immortal Seal, I still have no news whatsoever. Seeing that she had fallen for his scheme, he grinned slyly and secretly asked in his heart, System, how much does the Immortal Seal cost? A system panel appeared, and he carefully read each word on it. System Shop. Immortal Seal Activation. Immortal Era Text. Special sacrificial text for reporting mortal affairs to the upper immortal. Heavenly Destiny Value. 180,000. System Hand. He put his hand on his chin and pondered. Luckily the System Shop sells it. 180,000 Heavenly Destiny points is a bit pricey, but... He thought, high price or not, I'd still buy it for Mingkong. But I can't let the little lamb catch the wolf, can I? But something suddenly happened that made Yue Mingkong extremely surprised. She seemed unable to believe the scene before her. Opening the Immortal Seal, how do you have it? He pointed his finger to send the item flying towards the gate, and then cast a spell. I'm about to open the Immortal Gate. Do you want to go in first, or should I guard your back? He smiled and said, let's rely on our own skills for the immortal spirit inside. How's that? She wondered in surprise. Does he always think so highly of me? She acknowledged her mistake. I won't go in. I'll guard you outside, and I won't compete with you for the immortal spirit. About what I said earlier, I apologize, I misunderstood you. She continued. If you're worried I'll be ambushed outside, you can just kill me. I promise I won't fight back. After all, even if I did attack, I wouldn't be your match. It seemed that Ji Yu Chang felt guilty because... My attitude changed? Is that why she's so tense? I never thought Mingkong would care about me this much. Even giving up the immortal spirit, and not even valuing her life. He felt a little touched. I didn't expect her to be this kind of Yue Mingkong. The magic gradually became stronger. It flew straight into the sky. Turning into a gate, Yue Mingkong exclaimed in surprise. The Immortal Gate is open, Ji Yu Chang suddenly asked. Why do you suddenly have such a wronged look, he asked. Why should I kill you? She gave her reasoning. Because of your secret, he suddenly shouted. I won't kill you. Yue Mingkong blushed, and asked, why not? Ji Yu Chang immediately replied. Of course. She's alive. Being alive makes her much more useful than being dead. His words stung her a little. She bit her lip, and tried to calmly say, Is that so? You really are heartless. Ignoring her, he leaped into the gate, asking, Also, I'm heading in. Want to come along? She didn't answer, instead recalling her past life's memories. According to her memories, the immortal path opening was practically a sure win. Only those standing at the very pinnacle were qualified to embark on this road, to uncover the secrets of becoming an immortal. Ji Yu Chang's thoughts were hidden, his methods abundant. Surely, nothing unexpected would happen. Yue Mingkong suddenly stomped her foot, yelling, Damn it! She questioned herself. Why am I worried about him? Ji Yu Chang glanced at her. He chuckled to himself, thinking, Idiot. Then, he entered the immortal path. Stepping onto the ground, he looked at the item in his hand. Just what level will the immortal spiritual power help me break through to? Ji Yu Chang smirked. How exciting. Ji Yu Xianhe was currently in the middle of a fierce battle with some monsters somewhere. She swung her sword, finishing off a monster, but unfortunately it blocked it. She used the momentum to kick the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. At the same time, a club full of sharp thorns suddenly appeared behind her out of nowhere. Another monster struck Jiyu Xiang'er, causing her to fall. Waving its club, it roared, "You little brat, it's an honor for you to even look at us, yet you dare FCK with my clan." The monster directly launched the finishing blow. "Then go die." Earth-devouring thundershock, Jiyu Xiang'er quickly stood up and cast a spell. "You look like a damn shrimp, and you want me to agree." 3 talents Azure Flames Jiyu Nanshan appeared out of nowhere, shouting, 3 talents Azure Flames slash. His released magic was so strong that it shattered the monster's weapon and finished it off entirely. The monster was annihilated in one move. Much to Jiyu Xiang'er's confusion, she loudly questioned, "Who are you? How do you know the divine art of the Jiyu family?" Jiyu Nanshan turned to look back and smugly smiled, thinking, Xianxie girl is definitely stunned by this handsome old man's overpowering demeanor. His prominent yellow teeth left her speechless, wondering in her heart, how long has this uncle not brushed his teeth? After some explanation, she finally understood. "You're saying you're my ancestor. So, your name is Jiyu Nanshan." He grinned and said, that's right, but she crossed her arms, skeptical. "Why should I believe you?" Jiyu Nanshan was stunned. Just then, the Grand Elder finally stepped in to defuse the situation. "Xiang'er, he really is your old great ancestor." As soon as she saw him, she excitedly shouted, "Shifu, why are you here?" Jiyu Nanshan, beaming, put his arm around the Grand Elder and asked, "Now, do you believe me, girl?" Jiyu Xianxie thought to herself, if he's an ancestor, then he must be incredibly strong. She immediately kneeled down. "Esteemed ancestor, please accept a bow from Xianwei." Jiyu Nanshan laughed heartily. "Good, look how obedient our Xianwei is." The Great Elder, helpless against him, reluctantly requested, "Ugh, could you please release me?" Jiyu Nanshan placed his hands on her shoulders, gently comforting her. "Xian'er, rest assured. Now that you have this old ancestor backing you, no one will bully you, not even that wretched Jiyu Cheng." Hearing this, Jiyu Xianxie's eyes lit up. "Ancestor, are you serious? You can even subdue Jiyu Cheng." He crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Of course, rest assured. With me protecting you, how can he beat you up?" Feeling it wasn't enough, she still questioned, "Huh? Just that?" Her attitude surprised him a bit. Not enough? "Don't tell me you want me to help you beat Jiyu Cheng up too?" She quickly denied, "Of course not. I want the ancestor to help me suppress his cultivation to the same realm as mine. No, it's still better to suppress it to one realm lower than mine." Jiyu Nanshan scratched his head, not quite understanding her intention. "Suppress cultivation? What do you mean?" Jiyu Xian'er clenched her fists, declaring fiercely, "Ancestor, help me suppress it to the Feng Hao realm. I want to have an honorable, head-on battle with him." He was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Jiyu Nanshan whispered to the Great Elder, "Isn't Xianxie supposed to hate Jiyu Cheng?" Back then, that guy, the Great Elder, simply stroked his beard in silence, not responding. Jiyu Xianhui continued, "Ancestor, before you arrived, didn't you know? Perhaps there's some hidden story behind what happened back then." Jiyu Cheng was concealing his abilities, and seems like he has space talent. Jiyu Nanshan was surprised, thinking to himself, space talent? A great Daozo bone is strong, but actually not as good as space talent, so that's why our Jiyu family had a demonic heretic. However, on the surface he still tried to act normal. He forced a smile. "So that's how it is, Xianxie, you already knew. It's good that you understand his difficulties." The Great Elder remained silent, wearing a look of utter shock. Somewhere else, a group of people were looking at the floating ships above the Qizheng and discussing with each other. Who would have thought that the demonic sect, initially full of momentum, would block at the ancestral land without saying anything? It is said that they are waiting for young Master Jiyu Changzhe to arrive. The Changsheng Jiyu family is the most mysterious family in the upper realm. It is said that it has existed for a long time and has extraordinary power. If this battle breaks out, even if it is impossible to become stronger in the war, it will probably not weaken by much. On the ship, a group of people from the Taichu demonic sect raised their arms and shouted, "Young Master Jiyu Cheng met the Yu Ren clan and used sacred weapons to attack. How can this hatred be resolved?" The crowd behind them shouted, "Exterminate the whole clan! Exterminate the whole clan!" He stepped on a teenager of the Bird clan at this moment. Then he asked in a provocative voice, "Hey kid, see? Young Master, Bird clan, Yu Ren clan, G.C." The teenager was so frightened that he stammered back, "Taichu demonic sect, do you know what my identity is? You are provoking a war with my clan? You are bullying people too much, and will be punished." He ignored the young man's words, and also smiled triumphantly and said, "Don't worry, young master hasn't arrived yet, the good show hasn't started yet." At the gate of the immortal path, Yue Mingkong practiced while complaining. Relying only on the spiritual energy that is leaked here by the talisman, it is difficult to obtain more. Suddenly she noticed something. It's coming out soon. This aura is of the saint realm. Inside the immortal path, Ji Yu Chang's shield was gradually cracked by magic. He glanced outside, then thought to himself, this heavenly thunder is still not willing. Outside, Yue Mingkong was sweating profusely, thinking, is this his true cultivation level, saint realm? Anyone who is targeted by him is going to have a nightmare. A moment later, she was startled when she saw him step out of the gate. Ji Yu Chang, with his clothes torn, muttered angrily, he wants to force me to take responsibility. Seeing him in such a state made her chuckle, and he was embarrassed. But he didn't stay embarrassed for long, and he returned to his brazen self, moved closer to her, and started flirting. Is it good looking? If it's good looking, just keep looking anyway. Sooner or later it will be yours, so I'll let you grope. She blushed and pushed his hand away, saying, nonsense! Put your clothes on quickly, who wants to look? A moment later, Ji Yu Chang returned to the main issue. The immortal gate will close soon. It's just that after it opens, it won't be easy to open it again next time, Yue Mingkong replied. This matter is no longer important. Does anyone know that you have been inside? He agreed. Right, except for you, no one knows about this. These words made her face pale, and she thought to herself, what does he mean? Then she stammered, don't worry, I won't reveal this. Ji Yu Chang glanced at her. This is like being bitten by a snake once, and being afraid of ropes for 10 years. I was just talking casually just now. He reassured her. Why are you so nervous? If reassured her. I naturally know you wouldn't do that. Suddenly, the bottle that he took out from the immortal path emitted a green aura, and it surrounded Yue Mingkong, which made her exclaim in surprise. This is immortal spirit energy, Ji Yu Chang, with his back turned, explained, this is for your hard work. Don't overthink it. Just consider it as me taking some of my wealth. Hearing that, she wondered. He risked his life to get this, and he's giving it to me? The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. If only I hadn't said those words back then. She suddenly called out his name. Hey, Ji Yu Chang. Hearing her call, he replied, she asked. Are you just going to leave like that, on a flying ship? A purple light landed. Everyone on the ship saw the newcomer and shouted in unison. Greetings, young master. Ji Yu Chang smiled thoughtfully. This power, plus those puppets, is enough to sweep away the ancient Zhu heaven clans. Not to mention I also have the power of my mother from the sacred initial devil sect. On that warship, his deadly thoughts continued. The Yu race wants to push me into a corner. Then I'll use you as a warning. A cunning smile remained on his lips, thinking. The great elder should also be in the ancient immortal continent. He still owes me a favor. As for the old ancestor of the Giyu family, although I don't know who he is, I still have to find a way to get him to help me. Then he shouted, everyone, follow me into the territory of the Yum race. A group of Yum race people flew over, calling out his name in anger. Ji Yu Chang, you fiend, they yelled. If you want to fight, fight fair and square. What's the point of taking our young master hostage? Release our young master. Ji Yu Chang was puzzled. Your young master, a member of the sacred initial devil sect, quickly reported. Reporting, young master, it's this guy. He wants an explanation from his childhood sweetheart, Yu Xuan, who was beaten half to death. But Yu Xuan still yelled stubbornly. Ji Yu Chang, I want to kill you. I must avenge Yu Jing. The Yu race side immediately shouted for his release. Young master Yu Xuan, Ji Yu Chang, quickly return our young master. A pleased smile appeared on his lips. Two brain, dead people are quite a match. Fine, then I'll return him to you. He used his magic power to lift Yu Xuan up. Then he cast some kind of spell on him. After that, he threw him towards the crowd. They panicked and quickly caught young master Yu Xuan. Young master? Young master. His body suddenly lit up and showed signs of breaking apart. The spiritual energy in my body is going berserk. Damn it, what did Ji Yu Chang do to me? The braided guy realized something and panicked. Could it be? Before they could figure it out, Yu Xuan's body exploded. The people of the sacred initial devil sect saw this and asked Ji Yu Chang for his opinion. Young master, what's next? Things have come to this point. I will genocide the entire Yu race. He replied softly. Hey, why genocide them already? We have to give others a chance. I should give them a chance. He smiled bloodthirstily and continued. If they still don't understand, then let them massacre each other. From his warship, 4 streams of light flew down to a floating island of the Yu race. In a corner, he didn't know that the great elders group was secretly observing him. Ji Yu Nanshan couldn't help but sigh. Not bad, Not bad. Such methods are worthy of being the young master of my Gu family. It should be like this. Even the great elder has to admire him in his heart. Indeed, people of the same family are of the same sect. Gu Xiangreier tugged at Gu Nanshan's robe. Old ancestor, there's an internal spy from the Yu race. There must be a supreme level powerhouse, right? If it just goes in like that, He interrupted her. But, looking at his sinister appearance, he probably still has other tricks up his sleeve. Gu Chang stood high above and shouted. Every one of the Yu race, listen up, this is your last chance. Today, either surrender or die. The people of the Yu race still overestimated themselves and challenged him. Humph, Gu Chang. We are only refraining from taking action against you because of the agreement with the outside world. Do you think we don't dare to bully you, and you think you can repel us? Wishful thinking and crazy talk. The Yun race elders began to stir amongst themselves. The dragon race hasn't responded to our request for aid yet. They want us to take the lead first? Damn it. Isn't it all because of his true dragon token? A Yun race elder continued. If we want to reconcile, I'm afraid we can only invite the old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Gu Change quietly assessed the situation from the sidelines. For the same type of winged folks, the Black Sky Eagle clan is way smarter than you lot. Then, he barked out an order. Go. Immediately, both sides went at it, hammer and tongs. The Feather Clan folks were all riled up. Gu Change. Even if we're burned to ashes, we won't tarnish the Feather Clan's reputation. Go! I'll use my life to atone for Lady Yu Jing and the Feather Clan's young master. He just chuckled. All burned to ashes, huh? I doubt you have the skills for that. Plus, your cultivation is nothing. Just the time I need to break through and warm up my hands. Gu Cheng's killing intent surged, and he lunged at the Feather Clan crowd. Let me use you as whetstones. Every time he brushed past a Feather Clan member, they dropped dead. Like flies, basically. The Feather Clan weren't taking it lying down either, unleashing their ultimate magic weapon, the Azure Chi Golden Wheel. Gu Cheng, unfazed, countered instantly. Supreme treasure. A colossal stone wall materialized out of nowhere, charging towards the Feather Clan's sacred artifact. The stone wall slammed straight into the guy wielding the sacred artifact, sending him howling in pain. Not only that, the stone wall pinned the whole Feather Clan island. Talk about property damage. Jiyu Nanshan watched Jiyu Chang's moves, wondering, does this kid want to take on the Feather Clan powerhouses alone? Jiyu Xiansher was still shelled, shocked by his power, speechless. Jiyu Chang was still staring at the smoking ground when he suddenly glanced at Jiyu Nanshan and grinned. The old guy was taken aback, thinking, how could he know I was hiding here with his cultivation? I'm getting careless in my old age. Jiyu Chang quickly got back to business, yelling at the Feather Clan elders. Bunch of cowardly turtles, sending the little ones to their deaths. That's just like you guys. They, however, stood behind the barrier and yelled, Jiyu Chang, you monster! You go get our ancestor. He landed below and offered them a choice. 2 options. Submit or fight us and get wiped out. And Feather Clan elder cursed him, you're a disgrace, all scheming and tricks. It won't end well for you. Jiyu Chang, chill as ever, replied. Oh please, don't give me that poor innocent us act. You guys were plotting to do something evil, that's why you invited the Dragon Clan. But I ruined it. Now you want to gang up on me and badmouth me at the same time? Yu Jing's grandpa couldn't stand Jiyu Chang's arrogance, threatening him, my granddaughter died horribly by your hand, and now our Feather Clan's young master is dead too. Isn't that enough? Yet you still insist on bullying us, even an old man like me. Do you believe? Without letting him finish, he slapped the old man, blah blah blah. You old geezers don't even dare to fight, just trying to clean up the mess with words. Jiyu Chang sneered. You guys have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years at least, and you're still such wimps. Don't waste my time, you might as well off yourselves. His words made one of the Feather Clan elders so angry he was speechless. You. But another elder quickly stopped him. Hold it, don't fall for his trap. Jiyu Chang shrugged. Okay, if you guys aren't going to fight, I won't hold back then. Something unexpected happened, and Jiyu Chang suddenly went silent. A woman appeared, wreathed in light, and shouted, Jiyu family brat, don't push your luck. The elders were overjoyed to see her. Our ancestor, greetings ancestor. Jiyu Chang thought. A quasi-supreme, she should be at least the ambitions of heaven cultivation base. The Feather Clan folks cheered. The ancestor's awake. Great, we'll turn the tables. Jiyu Chang is done for. The Feather Clan's ancestor stepped barefoot onto the ground and said, killing my clan members, destroying my clan's land. She advanced, threatening. Now that I'm here, your Jiyu family better have an explanation, otherwise. She exuded killing intent and continued. I'll accidentally burn you to ashes. Jiyu Chang chuckled to himself. Another Heaven Realms elder coming to join the fun. Unexpectedly, he pointed at the Feather Clan's ancestor and shouted, To everyone's astonishment, "Ancestor! She's threatening me!" she said. Our Jiyu family has to give her an explanation, and even wants to burn the Jiyu family's master to ashes. The Feather Clan folks were stunned. What? Oh, the Giyu family has an ancestor here too. Jiyu Chang continued yelling, "Old ancestor, I can't beat them. I entrust the reputation of the Jiyu family to you to protect." Jiyu Xianxie burst out laughing at his words. The great elder stroked his beard and glanced at Jiyu Nanshan, who was standing there dumbfounded and confused. Only then did Jiyu Nanshan realize he'd been tricked. "This brat is scheming against me." Jiyu Nanshan stepped out of the spatial rift. As soon as Jiyu Chang saw him, he said excitedly, "Oh, so it's old ancestor Nanshan. Cheng has admired you since he was little. But old ancestor has been in seclusion for decades, so Chengge really didn't have the chance to meet you." He thought to himself. Jiyu Nanshan was at the Emperor realm before going into seclusion. Immediately afterward, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, old ancestor." Jiyu Nanshan grumbled. "HMPH? You're quite the little rascal," he casually replied. "Old ancestor, you flatter me. After all, you were the one who instructed this matter. Chengers is just following orders." The old ancestor of the Feather Clan was sweating bullets, thinking, "Jiyu family, old ancestor, why can't I sense any supreme power from you? It's like in a bottomless pit." The Feather Clan elders whispered, "This is the Jiyu family's old ancestor? HMPH, he doesn't look like a quasi-emperor at all. Could he just be a supreme? Maybe with another old ancestor, we'd have a chance to win." Seeing that Jiyu Nanshan had come to back him up, Jiyu Chang quickly slipped away. "I suppose Chang will only cause more trouble for you here next. I'll take my leave first." Jiyu Nanshan could only helplessly say, "HMPH, I'll settle accounts with you later." Then he turned to look at the Feather Clan's old ancestor. "You're the Feather Clan's old ancestor, huh? There should be another quasi-supreme. Come out together and face your punishment." This made her furious. She yelled, "Face our punishment? My Feather Clan is not a subordinate force of your Jiyu family? Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the entire immortal ancient world with your arrogance and tyranny?" The younger generation of the Feather Clan became frightened upon seeing Jiyu Nanshan's appearance. "The Jiyu family's old ancestor is here too. I'm afraid there will be a great battle soon." After hearing the Feather Clan's old ancestor's words, Jiyu Nanshan grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Arrogant and tyrannical? Didn't you use a sacred artifact to assassinate my Jiyu family's young master first? My Jiyu family hasn't been plotted against by anyone in tens of thousands of years. What makes you think you can?" His overbearing aura startled her a little. He somehow teleported to her side and, while casually placing his fist on her, said nonchalantly, "Then let's send you to ashes first, shall we?" Without hesitation, he used his magic. Jiyu Nanshan's magical power was so strong that he punched the Feather Clan's old ancestor straight through the floating island. Boulders on the island were destroyed. They disintegrated into tiny fragments of rock. Jiyu Nanshan calmly scratched his foot, while everyone else was in a daze. A hole appeared in the Feather Clan's island. Even the clouds in the sky and the hills were split in two by his power. Jiyu Nanshan then looked at Jiyu Chang and shouted, "You little bastard, have you seen my power yet? You still dare to scheme against me?" Standing from afar, Jiyu Chang flattered him. I've seen it. Old ancestor is invincible, unparalleled, and incredibly skilled. Your prestige shakes the 8 directions." He gave a thumbs up to show his admiration, but in his heart he wondered, a casual punch has such power. Could he have advanced to a broken immortal? Jiyu Nanshan glanced at the Feather Clan's elders and ordered, "Hey, you other one, call him out here. I'll take care of them together." The elders could only stammer in fear. He glared and asked, "HMPH. Then, a golden light appeared in the sky. Another old ancestor of the Feather Clan took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and ran away first. While running away, he gritted his teeth and cursed without paying attention to the crack in front of him. Damn it! These hateful juniors! I must run quickly. While he hasn't caught up, I'll go seek refuge with the Dragon Clan." Jiyu Nanshan suddenly appeared from within that crack. "Why are you running?" He cast his magic and gently waved at the guy's face. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred in mid-air. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but exclaim, "The Chengsheng Jiyu family! An old ancestor has destroyed the entire Feather Clan." Ancestors. "I heard that the Jiyu family has no shortage of old ancestors." Jinju's expression was extremely tense at this moment. Jiyu Xianhere's mouth was agape, not knowing what to say. The great elder stroked his beard calmly. "I knew we shouldn't have let him out. The immortal ancient remnants are no longer as prosperous as before. How could they withstand his torment?" A moment later, Jiyu Chang threatened the Feather Clan elders. "See? If you had known this would happen, why even start it in the first place? Now, will you submit or not now? After he finished speaking, they obediently replied, "We submit. We choose to submit. We'll be slaves and servants, subject to young Master Change's guidance, even if we die." Hearing this, he smiled triumphantly and said, "All right, Gu Change here is feeling generous, so I'll give you guys a chance. But I need you to swear fealty and hand over a list with all the names of your Yu-Ren clan elders." Hesitation. This Gu Change's sinister side is showing. Gu Xianhe, who's been observing, seems to disapprove of his methods. "I can't believe he's making the Yu-Ren clan massacre each other." The great elder agrees with her. "Yeah, this kid's a born villain, alright." The two of them are reminiscing about that bloody battle and sighing. After that fight, Gu Change's name became an absolute force to be reckoned with for a lot of cultivators. Many hours later, Gu Change is standing on the ship, listening to the chatter around him. A celestial tomb has appeared. Maybe there's a chance to achieve immortality inside. Quick, don't miss this opportunity. Someone from another warship called out to him. Oh? But he's lost in thought and doesn't even notice. Snatch it up! Snatch it up! I've already grabbed almost all the good stuff." Gu Change closes his eyes, pondering. The old ancestor's anger will quickly shift to me, but I still need to exploit his power. If the Xianxia lineage won't support me, I'll have to find another way. A sly grin spreads across his face a moment later. "Got it, Xianflair. Xianflair, the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace, died because of you, you know?" He turns to his subordinates and says, "You guys have worked hard on this trip." The people below immediately respond, "We wouldn't dare." Your subordinates are just fulfilling their duties. Young Master's hint that we've done a good job means that Young Master values us. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Gu family's borders. Gu Change says with satisfaction, "Excellent. Head back to the heavenly immortal palace at the supreme peak." He stands waiting for someone under the snowy sky. Yanji approaches to ask after him. "Was this trip successful, Young Master?" She thinks silently. "I used to be able to sense the danger around him, but now he's as calm as usual. His cultivation must have advanced. Young Master Gun's talent is incredibly rare. His strength is probably not inferior to mine now." Gu Change glances behind her and calls out, "Yanji, perfect timing. I need you to make a trip for me." She immediately kneels to receive his orders. "Please give your instructions, Young Master." He reaches out his hand. No need for that." He then helps her up. "I need you to help me find the whereabouts of a few people." Yanji is puzzled. Young Master wants to find people, he says while tapping on the system panel. "That's right, they disappeared in a place in this world over a dozen years ago. Later, I'll have people release information about them and leave it to you to handle." Gu Change presents something glowing in his hand. "Here, this is a realm. Breaking talisman. Be careful in all matters." She thinks in surprise. Realm, breaking talisman. This is an incredibly rare life-saving artifact. He shoves a stack of them into her hand. Then he says, "If you died, I would truly feel very sad and blame myself." Yanji is moved to hear this. Young Master. She ponders. "These talismans are so precious, yet Young Master is giving me so many. Young Master Gu is truly treating me with sincerity." She says to him, "Rest assured, Young Master, Yanji will not fail your trust." Two beams of light fly through the air. A young man with a ponytail crosses his arms and says, "Hey, this used to be the territory of the ancient Zun family, but now it's ruined like this." The green-haired girl replies, "Can't be helped. It's because they offended Tai Chu." Suddenly, her pink-haired friend covers her mouth and warns her, "Shh, don't mention that name. Do you not want to live anymore?" Abruptly, the seawater rises unusually high, shocking everyone there. What's going on?" The green-haired girl is bewildered. What's happening? The ponytail guy's face turns pale, as if he realizes something. The seawater is being split in two. They see the flag and exclaim in astonishment. The Sea King Palace. In the crack of the sea, a majestic troop of soldiers is advancing toward the land. The ponytail-haired youth is stunned, wondering, what are they trying to do with this formation? The pink-haired girl explained. "Heard from senior brother who returned from the ancient immortal realm. The 7th princess of the Sea King Palace is dead." Seems like this is related to the Gu family. The blue-haired girl speculated, "It's not revenge, is it?" Gu Change was somewhere still calmly sipping tea. Gu Xianhe and the two others emerged from the gate. Gu Nanshan laughed heartily. "Xianhe, how was it? Are you satisfied with the treasure of the martial human race?" The Grand Elder chimed in. "Xianhe gained a lot on this trip to the ancient immortal realm. You must thank your old ancestor properly." Gu Xianhe obediently replied, "Yes, old ancestor is the best to Xianhe." "Thank you, old ancestor." Gu Nanshan scratched his head with amusement, laughing. Then Gu Xianhe turned to the Grand Elder and said, "Of course, Shizun is also extremely good. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. This little rascal. While the three were laughing and joking together, Ji Chang was already waiting, respectfully welcoming the Grand Elder and the old ancestor's return. The moment they saw him, they froze, completely stunned. The three switched from a state of joy to helplessness. The Grand Elder asked him, Ji Chang, what are you doing here? He quickly bowed his head and explained, naturally, Chang came to welcome the elder and old ancestor back, and also wanted to see if Xian Chang's cultivation has stagnated at all. Ji Chang inquired about her. Oh, it hasn't been long since I last saw you. Xianjie's cultivation has improved quite a bit. This older brother is also relieved. Ji Xian Krier hid behind Ji Nanshan, sticking out her tongue and provoking him. Ji Chang mocked her. Xian Fourier, are you still resentful towards this older brother for what happened that day? When I was your age, I personally charged into the boundless sea alone. Unlike you, who couldn't even deal with a princess of the Sea King Palace. Ji Xianhe angrily pointed at him, shouting, Ji Chang, stop pretending, old ancestor, suppress his cultivation. Xian Care wants to slap his mouth. Ji Chang still calmly picked up his teacup. Xian Bear, don't think that you can get cocky just because you have the old ancestor backing you up, he casually said. Borrowing the power of others isn't the right path. Don't let down this older brother's good intentions, okay? She was unconvinced, yelling, huh? You say that without even blushing? The corpse of the old ancestor of the martial human race isn't even cold yet. Old ancestor, look at him. Ji Nanshan tried to mediate. Xian here. Although this kid is a jerk, what he said is actually. But Ji Xian here interrupted him. Old ancestor, didn't you agree with me before? Why are you favoring him now? Ji Nanshan chuckled awkwardly, using the excuse. Bao Yuan, old ancestor, is also doing this for your own good, he thought. It seems that the grudges between you two aren't as deep as before. Now I know. Of course, this old man doesn't want you two siblings to fight. Then again, deep down, he secretly assessed. Even I can't see through the strength of this Ji Chang bastard. If she fights him, only this girl will suffer. Ji Chang suddenly spoke, asking her, Xian Seer, do you know what the Sea King Palace is doing now? Ji Xian Seer was puzzled. Sea King Palace? She suddenly remembered something and pointed at herself. They don't want to come for revenge, do they? But it was you who instigated it. Hearing this, he smirked sinisterly. He said, the matter originated from you, and they died because of you. In his heart, he thought deceitfully. Now, you definitely can't guess whether this older brother is harming you or training you after all, but this is also good. Ji Xian Koer scratched her head, yelling, this name, it is full of fishy stench. It's more annoying than Ji Chang. He got straight to the point, saying, Change has come this time with another matter to discuss with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was suspicious. What trick is he up to now? Ji Chang said to everyone, the Grand Elder once protected the ancient immortal realm, but now immortals and demons are appearing, and the powerful are flocking to the ancient immortal realm. The changes may destroy an entire dynasty. As long as the ancient immortal realm is not unified, there will be chaos. Isn't this an opportunity for the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace? The Grand Elder sprayed spittle everywhere, scolding him. You still have the nerve to say that? Who do you think caused these changes? The culprit is you. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace will never interfere in any power struggles. This is a principle passed down from ancient times. Ji Chang intentionally spoke ambiguously to threaten him. Oh, come to think of it, it seems like the Grand Elder still owes me a favor. After all, Xian Care is a member of the Ji family. If the Grand Elder wants what's best for her, you have to think carefully about my suggestion. Ji Xianye frowned, clearly showing discomfort. Ji Chang, don't use me to make things difficult for my Shizun. You must have some wicked intentions again. The Grand Elder's face darkened, revealing his anger. Are you threatening this old man? Ji Nanshan was sweating profusely, saying nothing in this situation. Ji Chang quickly bowed his head to defend himself. Chang doesn't dare. Chang just wants to remind the Grand Elder of Xian Shier's identity, hoping the Elder will consider it. Of course, the Grand Elder is worried about Xian Shier's status, but he asserted arrogantly, Changjie is not. Hearing this, the Grand Elder laughed excitedly. All right, so you were waiting for me because of this. What do you think this old man wants to do most now? The ground cracked under the influence of his power. His powerful magic pierced through the mountains. While Ji Nanshan was speechless, Ji Xianhe continued to scold him for hiding behind Ji Nanshan. Ji Chang, you're so shameless. And you're still so slick with your words. Grand Elder probably misunderstood me. Why isn't old ancestor helping change out? I bet old ancestor is just going to stand by and watch. The Grand Elder sighed and looked up at the sky. He said, You've got a really arrogant tone. How can someone young like you rule the immortal ancient races? Even relying on your status won't cut it. Ji Change nonchalantly said. That's something Change has to think about. Elder doesn't need to worry. The Grand Elder gazed at him with a face full of displeasure and made a demand. If you want this old man to agree, you must swear. From now on, you can't use any means to harm Xianfir. Also, your Jiyu family must acknowledge Xianxir. His words silenced everyone, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Giyu Xianxir emotionally cried out, Master! While Jiyu Cheng wondered, Geez, I don't know why, but I always feel like people around me have bad intentions towards me. The Grand Elder asked again. So, do you agree or not? He put his hand on his chin, pretending to think. So, I'll be forever restrained by others, unable to resist, while they can do whatever they want, even take my life? Grand Elder's condition is too much. Please excuse Change for needing to consider it further. This hesitant attitude amused the Grand Elder. This request isn't simple. If you don't agree, this old man will understand just about the immortal ancient thing. He gloated inwardly. HMPH. I should have forced him to swear earlier. Never thought this little brat would have a day like this. Ji Change immediately interrupted loudly, startling him, but then he smiled slyly and said, If that person is Xian Wei, then I agree to this request. He presented his reasoning. The Grand Elder is protecting and shielding Xian Ser just for her sake, even willing to go against the sect's rules. I, as Xianxir's elder brother, what is there to hesitate about a simple oath? He immediately raised 3 fingers to the sky and solemnly swore, I, Ji Change, swear that from now on, I will not use any means to harm Xianxir, and I will also restore her previous status in the Jiyu family. If I go back on my word, may my soul be scattered, and my spirit dissipate. Jiyu Xianxir was surprised by his actions. Soldiers gathered before a gate and shouted loudly, Deo Heaven Immortal Palace, hand over Jiyu Xianxir. Deo Heaven Immortal Palace, hand over Jiyu Xianxir. The people in the palace didn't know what to do. A black-haired person said worriedly. The Sea King Palace is making a big fuss. I'm afraid a conflict is unavoidable. The brown-haired person immediately spoke up. The Grand Elder hasn't returned yet. What should we do? The person in the middle frowned and gritted their teeth, speechless. Jiyu Xianxir flew over from somewhere and shouted, I'm here. She landed on the ground and shouted, One person causes trouble. One person takes responsibility. The braided-haired guy suddenly called out, Xianxir Shimei. Tu Ling of the Sea King Palace Hao Miao placed his hands behind his back, smiling as he said, You little imp, to come here and take your own life? Maybe you could be spared a little torture. She frowned, unable to sense his realm, but outwardly asked him, Do you know why the 7th princess died? Hao Miao was looking forward to a proper answer. Why, Giyu Xianxir just made up a reason. Because her younger brother wanted to frame me, so I killed him. She was too biased too, so she deserved to die. Things were probably going according to her wishes. He asked, Do you think that because you have the Dalio Heaven Immortal Palace behind you, you can be so reckless? Xian Yuer continued to act. I'm just stating the facts. Hao Miao probably believed her and said, Then let's have a life for a life. After speaking, he suddenly approached her. Jiyu Xianxir revealed a terrified expression and thought to herself, What's going on? This is bad. Jiyu Chengge suddenly flew over and stopped him, asking, What do you want to do? He looked at him in surprise, speechless, and thought, Since when was Chengge using magic to push him away? At least he is a great sage, openly attacking a girl. The Sea King Palace really has no face. Hao Miao probably recognized him, and immediately asked, You are Jiyu Chengge, the young master of the Jiyu family. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to protect her? Chengge coldly asked back. What's the meaning? Don't you understand? Xianxir is a member of my Jiyu family. How can we let you affect her life? He heard him say that and frowned, asking back. You really want to fight the Sea King Palace for a Jiyu Xianxir who was once expelled from the Jiyu family? I advise you to think again. Jiyu Change continued to protect Xianxir. Xianxir is the pearl of my Jiyu family. Since when did it become your turn to bully her? He decisively said. If the Sea King Palace insists on taking action against my little sister today. Jiyu Xianxir had a slight change of heart after hearing what he said, starting to think that Change wasn't such a bad guy after all. Jiyu Change yelled. Then today, I'll just have to kill all of you. Hao Miao sneered. Kill us? Ha! Then, laughing loudly, Young Master Jiyu, that's a lot of talk. If you want to stick up for her, then don't blame me. Compass. He took out a decree made of water and read aloud, The Sea King decrees. Today, Giyu Xianser must be captured to bring justice to the 7th princess. Justice for the 7th princess. Change wasn't scared at all and asked, "Based on you guys, who the heck does that Sea King think he is?" He jumped off the ground. Soaring into the sky, he shouted, "Primordial beginning, focus your will on my body." Sizzling lights burst forth from around his body. Hao Miao, standing below, angrily yelled, "Arrogant." The waves crashed even more violently. Neither side was willing to back down. Hao Miao reached out, yelling, "Gu Change, you think I'm just here for show?" Change calmly replied, "Nope. You're a humanoid tool." The battle was raging, straight up intense. People around them were getting caught in the crossfire. This is a secret art of the Supreme Mountain Demonic Sect. Who knew it would be so powerful in Gu Change's hands, enough to withstand the power of a great saint? Another person replied, "If the Dao Heaven ancient city didn't have runes providing support, it probably would have been more than half destroyed." The enemy faction was also affected by Change's magic. The ground smoked, and almost all of the enemy soldiers were laid flat out. He said, "So, a great saint is only so-so, huh? If you're here to demand justice today, then remember this. At the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, my word is justice." Hao Miao, not convinced, kept yelling at Jiyu Xianher. "The Jiyu family is bullying us too much. Jiyu Xianher killed people from my Sea King Palace first, and now you're so blatantly obstructing justice. What are you pretending to be a good person for? The past wasn't a secret. You and her are like oil and water and can't mix. Why affect the Jiyu family's reputation for something like this? Jiyu Cheng, are you going to bat for her? Are you trying to deny the cruel things that happened back then?" Change glanced at her. "The things that happened back then, I admit my mistakes. Why wouldn't I dare to admit it? I did it. It has nothing to do with the Jiyu family. Today, I will settle this matter." Jiyu Xianser stood still and heard the conversation between the two. Suddenly she was shocked by the scene before her. Jiyu Change cast a spell on himself. "The Dao bone I stole from my little sister. It was because I was young and ignorant. I'll return it." Jiyu Nanshan was surprised. Hao Miao was just as shocked, he said through gritted teeth. "You." Change's hand pierced through his chest. "This great Dao bone originally belonged to Xianfer but was stolen by me. That's why she had to wander outside of the family, and I was so regretful. Today, in front of everyone, I will return justice to her." Blood flowed from Change's mouth, and he smiled. "Xianrer, you've been wronged all these years." She was so moved that she cried. Jiyu Xiankrier raised her hand, wiping away tears while sobbing, "Jiyu Change, don't say any more. I already have a new Dabiku bone. I don't need yours." He took out an item, approaching Xianyer. In front of everyone, the enemy faction started whispering, "That's the Dao bone. Truly a terrifying talent. It can affect even the heavens and the earth. This great Dao bone is so powerful. No wonder he was willing to attack even his own little sister in the beginning." Change handed it to her. "This Dao bone has finally returned to its rightful owner." Jiyu Xiangrer's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked worriedly at the hole in his chest. "Jiyu Cheng, you?" He reassured her, "Xiangir, don't worry, it's just taking it out.